On the day of his wedding, Chong, the elder brother, was unable to return. In a state of desperation, his younger brother Gu had to step in. Reluctantly, Gu braced himself to marry his sister-in-law, only to discover that the system had unexpectedly activated. Chapter 1. A Blossoming Romance? Gu, I implore you, do you wish for our entire family to face annihilation? The head of the Yi family, Chang'an, gazed anxiously at Gu, who sat in a wheelchair, his expression one of helplessness. But uncle, what does it matter to me that my elder brother cannot return? My sister-in-law is already waiting in the main hall for the wedding ceremony. What can I do? Chang'an leaned closer. I've already considered this. Your unreliable elder brother will not make it back, but you are still here, aren't you? Since Zhang Lianer has never seen your elder brother, why not go ahead and marry her instead? What? Gu's pupils dilated in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. The notion of marrying his sister-in-law was something he had only encountered in certain romantic films of his past life, yet here it was, unfolding in his own reality. Indeed, Gu was a time traveler, having arrived in the Great Xia dynasty 16 years prior. Unfortunately, during his mother's pregnancy, she endured a fierce battle, resulting in him being devoid of sensation from the waist down since birth. Though his physique bore no outward distinction from that of a normal person, he was relegated to a wheelchair in daily life. Fortunately, the Yi family possessed some assets in Xiliang County. Although he was born with a disability and received less attention from their grandfather compared to his two brothers, he had never lacked for food or shelter, growing into a 16-year-old young man. With the memories of his past life, Gu was not entirely averse to the idea of marrying his sister-in-law. After all, there was a saying in his previous life: nothing beats dumplings when it comes to food, and nothing beats a sister-in-law when it comes to fun. Ahem. However, as exhilarating as this situation was, Gu could hardly believe it was happening to him. Uncle, are you serious? That girl is from the Zhang family. Even if your elder brother cannot return, what about your second brother? Such a favorable match. Do you truly wish to bestow it upon me? Surely the Zhang family daughter cannot be an ugly duckling? Chang'an hastily waved his hands. No, absolutely not. You can rest assured of that. Consider the Zhang family. How could there be any unattractive women among them? That is indeed true. With the Zhang family's reputation, it is impossible for there to be an ugly woman. Gu conceded. As for your second brother, you know he spends his days indulging in revelry, lacking any ambition. Truth be told, I have already sent someone to find him. If the Zhang family daughter were to marry the second son, I would be quite pleased. But now, I have no idea where he is carousing, and by the time we locate him, who knows when that will be. The wedding ceremony waits for no one, and Zhang Lianer's mother is already present. I truly had no other option but to seek your assistance. Chang'an spoke with utmost seriousness, as if the fate of the Yi family hinged on his involvement. Yet one thing Chang'an said held truth. His second brother was indeed quite irresponsible. Contemplating this, Gu replied, while I am not opposed to marrying my sister-in-law, this situation feels exceedingly dubious. That is the Zhang family. If they discover this in the future, do you think they will spare the Yi family? The Great Xia dynasty spanned vast territories, divided into 9 provinces. Among them, the Zhang family was the lord of Jiangzhou. In contrast, the Yi family was merely a small clan in the Xiliang County. When compared to the Zhang family, they were worlds apart. Should such a family become enraged, the consequences would be dire. Chang'an quickly reassured him. Rest easy, your grandfather's alliance with the Zhang family did not specify who would marry whom. Thus, it is perfectly acceptable for either your elder brother or you to marry. The most pressing matter now is to ensure the wedding ceremony proceeds smoothly. Zhang Lianer and her mother represent the Zhang family. Neglecting them would be the gravest mistake. Upon hearing this, Gu appeared somewhat conflicted. But marrying my sister-in-law is one thing I never dared to dream of. Moreover, the entire Xiliang County will be watching when Zhang Lianer comes here. They all know that it was originally my elder brother who was to marry her. Yet I am the one who has taken her. What will they say about my elder brother behind his back? Once that label is affixed, when my elder brother returns, will he let me off the hook? Chang'an straightened his back and said confidently, you need not worry. This matter is not solely on your shoulders. Both your uncle and your grandfather will stand by you. Ultimately, you're also helping the Yi family. If anyone is to be blamed, it is that ungrateful wretch for not returning in time to seize his own fate. No matter how one spins it, it is his fault. Rest assured, if that ungrateful child returns and is displeased, your uncle and I will be the first to oppose him. Besides, you are no longer a child given your condition. As your own uncle, I am genuinely concerned about your future prospects for marriage. With a suitable candidate present now, if I do not assist you, I would be betraying my own conscience. Is it truly so? Uncle, when did you become so benevolent? Yi Gu regarded him with suspicion. Yi Chang'an raised his hand in earnest. Every word is true, straight from the heart. Now then, can we set off? Yi Gu rubbed his temples and sighed. Still not possible. Why not again? Yi Chang'an was on the verge of losing his mind. Yi Gu replied earnestly, Uncle, you have stated that with my legs in this condition, it is exceedingly challenging for me to cultivate, and considering my mediocre talent, the most basic body refinement technique has only reached the third layer. Whether I can attain the Qi refinement stage in this lifetime remains uncertain. My bones are inherently flawed, and no medicine can remedy them. If I cannot reach the Qi refinement stage on my own, my legs will never heal. If I agree to this and marry my sister-in-law, would that not be ruining a young woman's life, depriving her of her happiness? Yi Chang'an hurriedly replied, Yi Gu, let me speak plainly. Though Zhang Lianer hails from the Zhang family, her father passed away early, and her mother was formerly a maid. Thus, Zhang Lianer does not enjoy a happy life within the Zhang family. While you may be disabled, your character is well known to your uncle. Marrying her, as long as you treat her well in the future, would not be hindering her happiness, but rather providing her with true happiness. Moreover, I have heard from your father that although you lack sensation below the waist, you are quite capable in other aspects. As long as there is harmony in a marital relationship, that constitutes great happiness. Really? Yi Gu was skeptical. Yi Chang'an assured him, it is undoubtedly true. As your uncle, I have experienced life. Would I deceive you? That cannot be right. You and Annie fight every 3 days and have a major quarrel every 5. Uncle, is your life not harmonious? Yi Gu's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new world. Yi Chang'an's face turned awkward upon hearing this. Go, you little rascal. Do not pry into adult matters. I have shared so much with you. Will you agree or not? Yi Gu sighed, feeling resigned. Since you have gone to such lengths, what more can I say? However, I must clarify beforehand, while I have no objections to marrying my sister-in-law, if my elder brother or second brother returns, you must stand up for me. Do not worry. I will act as if those two ungrateful wretches never existed. As Yi Chang'an spoke, he hurriedly pushed Yi Gu's wheelchair, leading him to change a tire. Chapter 2. The Activation of the Invincible Wife Coddling System. In the Yi family study, Yi Changming looked at Yi Shan, who sat in a chair, his face etched with concern. Father, are you truly going to proceed with this? Zhang Lianer was originally meant to be Yi Chang's wife. She is Yi Gu's sister-in-law. If Yi Gu marries her, how will the two brothers coexist in the future? Yi Shan sighed heavily in response. What other choice do we have? Yi Chong has yet to return, evidently delayed by the new admissions at Qingyang Academy. Furthermore, we cannot afford to offend the Zhang family. Are we to simply ignore the mother and daughter? If the Zhang family were to become enraged, you know the consequences all too well. But what about our second son, Yi Lang? He and Yi Chong are full brothers. Wouldn't it be better to have him marry Zhang Lianer than to let Yi Gu take her? Yi Changming suggested. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan slammed his hand on the table in anger. Mentioning Yi Lang infuriates me. He spends his days in debauchery, lost to wine and pleasure. His father has sent several parties to find him. Yet none have succeeded. We are left with no options. Fortunately, the engagement I established with the old master of the Zhang family did not specify who would be the one to marry. Thus, Yi Gu marrying Zhang Lianer is entirely acceptable. You need not worry. As for how the brothers will interact, I will support Yi Gu. What do you have to fear? Yi Changming sighed once more. Since you have said it, what more can I say? I am pleased that Yi Gu can finally take a wife, but I dread the potential rift in their brotherly bond. Thankfully, Yi Gu's disability renders him unlikely to pass the entrance exam for Qingyang Academy, while Yi Chong is still attending. Their infrequent encounters may lessen the tension. Why? Yi Shan sighed again. Speaking of Yi Gu, we owe a debt of gratitude to him and his mother. Although your wife came from humble beginnings as a maid, she stood up for our family when we were in dire straits, ensuring our safe escape and preserving the last vestiges of our estate in Shiliang County. She even suffered grievous injuries for your sake. losing her life in the process, and Yi Gu was left with this affliction. We, the Yi family, have wronged them both. Father, we are all family. Why speak of such things? Thankfully, Yi Gu has grown into a man. If he can establish a family and a career, I will find satisfaction in that. Yishan interjected hastily. Indeed. I was just about to mention that. Once Yi Gu and Zhang Lianer are married, we shall transfer ownership of a pharmacy in the East Market to him. He will need to work hard for his own family in the future. Yi Changming replied eagerly. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Yi Gu. Yishan waved his hand dismissively. Family does not require thanks. Had our Yi family remained prosperous, Yi Gu would not have needed to manage our estate himself. Alas, fortunes change, and our family has fallen while the Zhang family has risen. Thankfully, they still honor the engagement from years past. Although Lianer comes from a lowly background, marrying into our family will preserve the last remnants of our dignity. Life is fraught with disappointments. We must learn to accept our fates. Yi Changming nodded. That moment, the doors swung open, and Yi Chang'an peeked in. Elder, second brother. Yi Gu has consented. Then let us not delay. Quickly, prepare for the ceremony, Yishan urged. Yi Changming interjected. Father, I still have a few words to impart to Yi Gu. Yishan waved his hand, and Yi Changming turned to exit the room. Outside the study, Yi Gu greeted his father with a respectful bow. Yi Gu, have you truly made your decision? Yi Changming asked earnestly. Yi Gu nodded. I have decided. Establishing a family is a rite of passage for everyone. I am grateful to have found a wife despite my condition. He then turned to Yi Chang'an. However, uncle, you have all been urging me to marry Zhang Lianer. But have you inquired whether she wishes to marry me? This left Yi Chang'an momentarily speechless. Before he replied, the arrangements were made by our elders. Such a marriage was decreed by them. Surely she cannot object. But I believe we are equals. She is a person with the right to choose her own life. I have consented to marry her, but if she does not wish to, I will not force her. Tonight, I shall ask for her feelings. If she declines, I will write a letter of divorce in a few days, granting her freedom. This way, the engagement remains intact, yes? Yi Gu stated. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Yi Gu's stance. Yi Changming said, but Yi Gu, if you truly divorce her, what will you do then? With your disability, finding a wife will only become more challenging. Yi Gu smiled. I have hands and feet. I will surely find someone who is willing to be with me. You need not worry. Suddenly, Yishan's voice rang out from within the room. Well spoken. Truly, you are a descendant of the Yi family, possessing great spirit. I shall abide by your wishes. Thank you, grandfather. Yi Gu replied with a smile and a bow. But Yi Gu, Yi Changming attempted to interject, but Yi Gu cut him off. Father, you need not fret on my behalf. I merely spoke hypothetically. Who knows, perhaps Zhang Lianer may come to appreciate me. After all, aside from my legs, I am not unhandsome. You rascal. Yi Changming's face broke into a proud smile. Then let us set off. Yi Chang'an declared, pushing Yi Gu's wheelchair towards the main hall. Yi Gu was wheeled into the hall. Zhang Lianer's mother, Madame Su, froze upon seeing him in the wheelchair. Yet, she said nothing, merely wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. At Yi Chang'an's signal, the steward announced, the couple is in position. Bow to heaven and earth. As the steward's voice echoed, Yi Gu bent down. But at that moment, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the wedding and married Zhang Lianer. The invincible wife coddling system is now activating. Ding! The invincible wife coddling system has been successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a beginner's gift pack. Warm reminder, the invincible wife coddling system will grant rewards for each act of affection, and additional rewards will be given when the wife's favorability reaches certain thresholds. Ding! Current favorability of wife Zhang Lianer. 0. Invincible. It all begins with coddling your wife. Host, please endeavor to pamper her. Hearing the series of notifications in his mind, Yi Gu felt utterly stunned. After traversing through time for 16 years, his system had finally activated. Chapter 3. Tonight, you have my gratitude. Yi Gu could hardly contain his excitement. In fact, throughout the remainder of the wedding proceedings, his mind drifted entirely to contemplating the beginner's gift pack. System. Open the beginner's gift pack. Upon his command, a spectrum of light appeared in his mind, accompanied by a voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Cultivation Assistance Secret Method. Dragon and Phoenix Record. Dragon and Phoenix Record. a cultivation assistance secret method that does not possess inherent cultivation capabilities, but can aid the host in accelerating the speed of cultivation. Currently, it can double the host's cultivation speed. When practicing together with your wife, she will also enjoy the same doubled cultivation speed effect. Warm reminder. The doubling effect of the Dragon and Phoenix record can be further enhanced through pampering your wife. Gazing at the description of the Dragon and Phoenix record, Yigu couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated such a powerful reward in the beginner's gift pack, though the initial increase in cultivation speed was only double. For someone like Yigu, who struggled with cultivation, this was nothing short of a monumental boon. Most importantly, the cultivation multiplier could be enhanced. This meant that he could now entertain the idea of pursuing cultivation, something he had previously deemed impossible. Even the legs that had tormented him for 16 years could potentially heal completely, and all this could be achieved simply by pampering his wife. Pampering her was precisely what Yigu had intended to do. Otherwise, he would not have been contemplating so much for Zhang Lianer even before the wedding ceremony. As someone who had traversed time, he inherently believed that a marriage should be a partnership of equals. If Zhang Lianer was willing to be with him despite his disability, how could he not cherish and pamper her? As Yigu reveled in his excitement, the wedding ceremony finally reached its conclusion. Yi Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and ordered people to escort Yigu and Zhang Lianer to the bridal chamber. Yi Changming, while still concerned for his son, felt a thrill of excitement seeing his son finally take a wife. For any father, there is no greater joy than witnessing their child grow up, establish a family, and build a life. In the room, Yigu looked at Zhang Lianer, who sat on the bed, and took a deep breath. There is no one else here. You may lift your veil yourself. Zhang Lianer hesitated, her voice trembling. It is customary for the husband to lift the veil. I cannot break tradition. I would gladly do so. But my legs are uncooperative. Please, you must assist yourself, Yigu replied. Understanding, Zhang Lianer did not insist further and lifted the veil herself. During the bowing ceremony, she had clearly caught a glimpse of Yigu's condition through the veil. So she was not overly shocked. However, she kept her head bowed, uncertain whether out of fear or shyness. Observing her demeanor, Yigu felt a swell of admiration. Truly, she was a stunning woman, even if of illegitimate birth. Brother, do not blame me. If one is not a brother, they are not human. It is simply that my sister-in-law is too captivating. Yigu chuckled and said, let me share something with you. Do not be too surprised. I am not Yi Chong. I am Yigu, his younger brother. Ah? Zhang Lianer was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Yigu continued, it was originally my elder brother Yi Chong who was to marry you, but he was delayed by matters at Qingyang Academy. I was merely thrust into the role as a substitute. But rest assured, sister-in-law, I am not unreasonable. My willingness to step in means I am indeed willing to marry you. If you choose to be with me, from this moment on, you shall be my wife, and I will do my utmost to ensure you live a good life. Of course, if you do not wish to be with me, I can write you a letter of divorce in a few days, granting you your freedom. You may either leave or wait for my elder brother to return and see if he wishes to marry you. I will not compel you. After all, you have seen my condition, and being with me requires a considerable amount of courage. The decision is yours, sister-in-law. Once you have made up your mind, simply let me know. With that, Yigu fell silent, wheeling himself to the table and quietly sipping tea. Zhang Lianer watched his back, still in a daze. She had not expected the man she thought was her husband to be her younger brother-in-law. Moreover, this brother-in-law was willing to marry her and even allowed her to make the decision. Prior to this moment, no one had ever afforded her such agency. Even her marriage had been dictated by the clan elders, with her mother too fearful to oppose their will. Sister-in-law, have you made your decision? Yigu asked after finishing a cup of tea. Zhang Lianer shook her head. I do not know. No one has ever allowed me to decide for myself. Yigu sighed helplessly. This is the tragedy of women in the old era. Sister-in-law, having encountered me today, you have the opportunity to make this decision. I will not force you. Even if you choose to leave the Yi family, it is perfectly acceptable. I can provide you with a sum of money, for leaving the Yi family will tarnish your reputation, and you may find it difficult to return to the Zhang family. Perhaps it would be better to find a small place to live incognito. The sorrowful plight of women in the old era stirred something within Yigu, prompting him to extend a helping hand. After all, he had received the Dragon and Phoenix record largely due to Zhang Lianer, and this was merely a way to repay her kindness. As Yigu spoke, tears welled in Zhang Lianer's eyes. It was not that she considered her life particularly tragic. Rather, after all these years, she had finally felt care and concern from a man she had barely met in the Chong family, aside from her mother, who had ever truly cared for her thoughts or considered her feelings. Yet, here was a stranger offering her kindness. At that moment, Jiang Lianer made her decision. She wiped her tears and looked at Yigu. I am willing to marry you. Although your legs are impaired, I sense your care and concern. With that, Jiang Lianer stood and bowed deeply to Yigu. Thank you for not abandoning me. I shall follow you for eternity, serving you faithfully. As soon as those words left her lips, Yigu heard the system's prompt resonate in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lianer's favorability increased to 10. System reward. The cultivation speed of the Dragon and Phoenix record has increased to double, and you have received 2 dewdrop pills. Yigu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the reward for pampering his wife? The cultivation speed of the Dragon and Phoenix record had doubled. This was simply delightful. He immediately began to inspect the dewdrop pills, only to feel his face flush. Dewdrop pill. A cultivation elixir that must be consumed before practicing together with your spouse. It can enhance cultivation and... Why is your face so red, my husband? Are you tired? Would you like me to assist you in resting? Jiang Lianer approached, concerned. Yigu gazed at Jiang Lianer, her delicate and alluring figure stirring feelings within him. As a transmigrator, he could hardly deceive himself. He was indeed feeling drawn to her. Thank you, sister-in-law. You still call me sister-in-law? Jiang Lianer blushed. Yigu felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing the awkwardness of addressing her as sister-in-law while she referred to him as husband. Forgive me for the trouble. I mean, Lianer, trouble? Jiang Lianer looked puzzled. Yigu glanced at his legs, feeling somewhat shy. I am unable to feel anything below the waist, but rest assured, that part still functions well enough for other matters. So, tonight in the bridal chamber, I may require your assistance. As she heard this, Jiang Lianer's face turned an even deeper shade of hurt. Yigu, feeling the heat of embarrassment himself, quickly retrieved 2 dewdrop pills and popped one into his mouth, offering the other to Jiang Lianer. Would you like some, my sweet? Chapter 4. The Wedding Night System. Could you be a little quieter? In a tavern within Shiliang County, Yilang, surrounded by several enchanting maidens, was beaming with joy. Come, drink another cup. Indeed, young master, the night is long. You must drink to your heart's content. Cheers. Just then, an urgent knocking came at the door. Second young master. There's an emergency. The master requests your immediate return. Yilang, visibly annoyed, opened the door and barked at his subordinate. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm enjoying my drink? Do you know how much I spent to have the famed courtesan AI accompany me? The subordinate quickly knelt before him. Second young master, it is truly urgent. The master insists you return home to marry. Return home to marry? What marriage? Yilang paused, the alcohol-induced haze lifting slightly. He glanced back at the several beautiful ladies behind him, all wearing curious expressions, and quickly pulled his hand down to step outside the door, lowering his voice as today, not the day my elder brother is getting married. Why am I being called back to attend a wedding? You better clarify your words. The subordinate dared not delay and immediately recounted the situation. After listening, Yilang was left utterly bewildered. Elder brother hasn't returned? You want me to go back to get married? To marry my own sister-in-law? Is this not absurd? Second young master, there is truly no other option. After all, she is a daughter of the Chong family, and she is waiting in the hall if we delay. It could cost us our heads. The subordinate's face was filled with urgency. Yet, Yilang waved his hand dismissively. Am I scared? So what if the Chong family is the ruler of Jiangzhou? They may be powerful, but I am not afraid. I have heard that the ones married into the Chong family are not significant figures. What harm is there in leaving a common daughter waiting for a while? But young master, this matter must be resolved tonight. The eldest young master cannot return, and you must step in. Yilang chuckled. Step in? They are dreaming. I have 5 beautiful ladies here. Dio, you think I do not know which one is the most alluring? Do you really think I cannot count? Besides, even if she is not ugly, how beautiful can a Jiang family common daughter be? I have the courtesan AI from my own establishment, and the other 4 are all exquisite beauties. If we are talking quantity, it's insufficient. If we are talking quality, it's lacking as well. Is there even a need to calculate? Go back and tell them you couldn't find me. The subordinate grew anxious. How can that be, young master? If you do not return, what will happen to the wedding ceremony? Yilang smiled at this. What? Will they still hold the wedding without me? Besides, if the eldest brother cannot return, there is still the third brother at home, right? He cannot run because of his legs, so let him take the opportunity to find a wife. The subordinate was rendered speechless. Wei Lang, however, grew impatient. Enough already. Hurry and leave. Don't waste my time. AI charges by the minute, and wasting time is wasting money. After saying this, Yilang turned and locked the door behind him, ignoring the frantic calls of his subordinate outside. In the Yi residence, inside the room, Zhang Lianer looked at Yi Gu, who sat beside her, his hands stiff and unable to unbutton even one button, and could not help but smile. Why, dear husband? Are you nervous? Shall I unbutton it myself? Yi Gu slapped his own hand, feeling exceedingly awkward. I still have not adjusted to this change in identity. The moment I see you, I want to call you sister-in-law. Helping you out of your clothes feels like I am disrespecting my own sister-in-law. I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Zhang Lianer's fair cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Husband, please do not jest. I am already your wife. Yi Gu quickly nodded. Right. Just give me a moment. Taking a deep breath, Yi Gu cursed silently in his heart. Why, Yi Gu? Oh, Yi Gu. How can you be such a coward when you are a time traveler? Something you would have never dared to dream of in your past life has now come true, and yet you are hesitating? Are you even a man? What is wrong with sister-in-law? She is a woman too and needs the affection of a man. Besides, the status of sister-in-law is merely a few minutes old. Now sitting before him is his own wife, and being intimate with her should not cause hesitation. If he doesn't quickly consummate their union, when the eldest brother returns, he will have no part in it. With this thought, Yi Gu gritted his teeth and, upon reopening his eyes, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. In a swift motion, he deftly unbuttoned Zhang Lianer's clothing. Seeing her face nearly flushed crimson, Yi Gu could no longer restrain himself, turning to extinguish the candles in the room before pulling Zhang Lianer into his embrace. That night, two unfamiliar souls collided. Two individuals, previously without any connection, became husband and wife. Zhang Lianer proved to be quite obedient and understanding. Given Yi Gu's disability in his legs, she primarily tended to him throughout the night. As the saying goes, that which is shared between lovers often serves as the best seasoning for life. Originally unfamiliar with one another, the two, amidst their passionate entanglement, grew closer. Even the system's notifications began to sound off in rapid succession. Ding! Host successfully dotes on wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability increased to 15. Ding! Host successfully dotes on wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability increased to 20. Ding! Host successfully dotes on wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability increased to 30. However, at that moment, Yi Gu was clearly not in the mood to pay attention to these notifications. He even cursed inwardly. Tonight is my wedding night. System, you better be sensible. The two continued to engage for a good part of the night until Zhang Lianer, exhausted, curled up in Yi Gu's arms, pleading for mercy. Only then did Yi Gu contentedly hold her and fall asleep. The Great Xia dynasty differed greatly from his previous life in many aspects, including the time people arose in his past life. Yi Gu had longed for the days off where he could wake up naturally. However, in the Great Xia dynasty, people arose even earlier, typically by 6 or 7 in the morning. Although Yi Gu came from the Yi family, where life was not overly affluent, it was not poor either. Coupled with his disability, he had completely abandoned all pretense and enjoyed the freedom to sleep in, waking whenever he pleased. Yet Zhang Lianer clearly did not share this luxury. As soon as it struck 6 in the morning, she instinctively opened her eyes to rise. However, Yi Gu promptly pulled her back into his embrace. Why rise so early when the sun hasn't even risen? After such a long night, are you not tired? Zhang Lianer's cheeks flushed as she replied, It's already this late. If I don't get up, I will be ridiculed. My husband. Moreover, today is the first day of our marriage. I must serve tea to my parents-in-law. Yi Gu tugged Zhang Lianer back under the covers, sleepily murmuring, You are my wife. Yi Gu, I always wake up at 9 and henceforth, you shall too. Who dares to ridicule us? Besides, young people should sleep more. Otherwise, how can one have the energy during the day? In his previous life, he had truly endured enough, and in this life, he wished to do no more with that. He drifted back to sleep. Zhang Lianer, gazing at Yi Gu's peaceful slumber, felt her eyes involuntarily redden. She reached up to touch his nose, feeling a pang in her heart. Sleep until awakening naturally was something she had never dared to imagine before. As a daughter of the Jiang family, she had never truly experienced such luxury. Yet now, This man before her indulged her even in the smallest of things. Is it not these details that women cherish the most? Zhang Lianer held Yigu tightly, burying her face in his chest. At the same time, a voice echoed in Yigu's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully doting on your wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability increased too. Yigu was roused once more, feeling quite displeased on my wedding night. System, can you not be so noisy? Chapter 5. I just want to fry an egg. Why is her favorability increasing again? At 7 in the morning, Zhang Lianer took the opportunity to rise while Yigu remained in deep slumber. However, as soon as she pushed the door open, she saw a maid standing at the entrance. The maid, upon seeing Zhang Lianer, was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Miss Zhang. No, madam. Why are you up so early? The third young master specifically instructed me to wake you at 9 to wash up. Zhang Lianer was momentarily stunned, warmth flooding her heart. She had not expected Yigu to consider even this. Although her husband cared for her, she could not truly sleep in that late. What is your name? Zhang Lianer inquired. I am called Hihua. I was originally the third young master's maid. But he said I would now follow you to attend to your daily needs, the maid replied. Zhang Lianer was taken aback, her eyes slightly reddening. In the Zhang family, she had not even been entitled to a maid, as she had to handle everything herself. Yet, unexpectedly, upon marrying into the Yi family, she now had her own maid. Though it was but one, it left Zhang Lianer feeling quite favored. I can take care of myself. You should focus more on my husband instead. Take me to see my mother, Zhang Lianer instructed. The maid quickly nodded and led Zhang Lianer towards another courtyard. Zhang Lianer had made up her mind. Though she had inadvertently married the third young master Yigu, based on Yigu's character and how he treated her, he was indeed a person worthy of her trust. Thus, she resolved to live a good life with Yigu. As for her mother, she needed to explain the situation clearly. Once Yigu awoke, he would surely clarify the matter. She should first speak with her mother to prepare her, so that when Yigu arrived, her mother would not be too shocked and say something to embarrass him. By 9 in the morning, Yigu finally woke up. However, seeing that Zhang Lianer had already risen, he could only smile helplessly. This girl is quite cautious. Yigu then got up to wash. Though he now had the maid Hihua, the habits he had formed in his previous life made him reluctant to let anyone assist him with such personal matters. In the Great Xia dynasty, everything was commendable except for the food. He truly could not praise it. The Great Xia dynasty valued martial prowess over culture, with everyone yearning to cultivate and uphold the philosophy of might makes right. Therefore, the people here typically favored meals prepared from the flesh and blood of various beasts. While such fare was acceptable for lunch and dinner, facing a greasy dish comparable to a pig's knuckle first thing in the morning was utterly unpalatable to him. Thus, he had taken to preparing his own breakfasts. This Zhang Lianer must be a true native of the Great Xia and likely has never tasted the delicacies of my past life. Today, I will broaden her horizons. With that thought, Yigu headed straight for the kitchen. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, Zhang Lianer was personally attending to her mother, Su Wan. As she finished washing up, Su Wan looked at Zhang Lianer and said, Why are you personally attending to me? You are already married. Your duty is to serve your husband, Yi Chong, well. It's a pity about his legs. I truly do not know how he will fare. As she spoke, Su Wan looked at Zhang Lianer. Child, if you truly feel discontent, I will do everything in my power to ensure you. Mother, Zhang Lianer interrupted Su Wan. Mother, he is not Yi Chong. He is Yi Chong's younger brother, the third young master Yigu. What? Su Wan was left utterly bewildered. Is this not madness? How can a younger brother marry his sister-in-law? The Yi family was once a prominent clan. How could they commit such absurdity? Moreover, this tarnishes your reputation and ruins your life. No, I must inform the head of the family and ensure they punish the Yi family properly. Zhang Lianer hurriedly grasped Su Wan's hand. Mother, please calm down. The eldest brother Yi Chong cannot return, and the Yi family cannot afford to offend the Zhang family, so they sent him to stand in for them. Moreover, Yigu made it clear to me last night. He genuinely wishes to marry me and willingly stepped forward. He surely wishes to marry you. With his legs, how difficult would it be for him to find a wife? You are the apple of my eye. I am already pained by your marriage to the Yi family due to the Zhang family's agreement. And now Su Wan exclaimed, quite agitated. Mother, I understand, Zhang Lianer quickly replied. But Yigu is different from others. He treats me very well. Last night, he allowed me to choose. I could either leave the Yi family or wait for his elder brother to return. He did not force me. In fact, he even offered me money to leave. He genuinely treats me well. which is why I decided to marry him despite the circumstances, and this morning, he even let me sleep until 9, Zhang Lianer added. Mother, I have never slept in at the Zhang family. You know what kind of life I had there. Here, it truly feels more like home. I truly wish to marry him, Zhang Lianer implored. Siwon scrutinized Zhang Lianer, but his legs. Mother, have you forgotten? I am also a pill master. I will find a way to heal his legs, Zhang Lianer insisted, so please do not speak to the head of the family about this, nor anyone from the Zhang family. I genuinely believe Yigu can make me happy. Seeing the earnestness on Zhang Lianer's face, Su Wan's heart finally softened. He truly treats you well, not just a facade. His gaze is sincere, Zhang Lianer affirmed. Su Wan replied, sincere gaze? How many people have you met to discern a person's heart? To assess a person's character, one must observe the little things. The men of the great Xia dynasty all think of themselves as the heavens. Laundry and cooking are women's tasks. If he is willing to cook a meal for you, I will believe him, but mother, is this not putting him in a difficult position? Zhang Lianer argued. Just then, He Hua approached from the side. Madam, Su Madam, the third young master asked me to convey a message. He has prepared breakfast and invites both you and Su Madam to join him. Zhang Lianer and Su Wan were both taken aback. Did you misunderstand? Has breakfast not already been prepared by the kitchen? No, the third young master made it himself. Our third young master cannot stomach the breakfast prepared here, and the breakfast he makes is something we cannot replicate, so he has always cooked for himself. He Hua explained hurriedly. Mother, you heard that? My husband truly is different, Zhang Lianer exclaimed. Xu Wan was equally astonished. While the Yi family may not be as affluent as before, Yi Gu was still the third young master. How could he be willing to cook for himself? It appears he is indeed different from others. Lianer, take me to see this son-in-law. If he is truly worthy of your trust, I will bless your union. Yes, Zhang Lianer nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yi Gu had just finished frying the last egg and was about to serve breakfast when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully doting on your wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability increased to 50. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix Scroll cultivation speed increased to 5 times. 1 bottle of cold body transformation liquid, 100 body refining pills, 100 chi nourishing pills. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Gu was momentarily stunned. I just fried an egg. Why did her favorability increase again? This silly wife of mine is too easy to please. Chapter 6. Should I really give her the cold body transformation liquid? With Zhang Lianer yet to arrive, Yi Gu hurriedly checked the rewards from the system. Since the wedding night, he had been inundated with system notifications. Yet, given the preciousness of that time, even the most generous rewards from the system could not draw his attention. Finally, having a moment to spare, he organized the rewards from the previous night. First, he noted that Zhang Lianer's favorability had reached 50. Why Yi Gu couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, physical intimacy is the most effective means of raising favorability. Although 50 is not particularly high, it is worth noting that just 24 hours ago, we were complete strangers. To achieve such a remarkable increase in a short span of time is undoubtedly thanks to our wedding night. Accompanying the rise in favorability, the system had also rewarded him with an array of items. At this moment, Yi Gu had managed to discern certain patterns following his organization of thoughts. Firstly, the system had previously introduced that once the wife's favorability reached a particular threshold, additional rewards would be granted. This was evident from the variety, quantity, and rarity of the items awarded by the system. The Dragon and Phoenix Codex, which was an auxiliary cultivation secret method bestowed as a novice gift pack, would consistently see improvement with each successful act of pampering his wife. Although the increments were modest each time, Yi Gu firmly believed that over time, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Yi Gu had also observed that when the favorability reached 30 and 50, the rewards from the system were abundant and of considerable quality. For instance, at 30, the system rewarded him with 50 body refinement pills and 50 chi nourishing pills. Upon reaching 50, in addition to an award of 100 body refinement pills and 100 chi nourishing pills, he astonishingly received a bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid. However, for other percentages, such as 15, 20, and 25, the rewards were rather modest, merely 5 body refinement pills or 10 chi nourishing pills. While these pills held their own value, they paled in comparison to the generous rewards at the 30 and 50 thresholds. Following this logic, it was likely that the rewards at 70 and 100 would be even more lavish. Truly, the invincible pampering system was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Yigu hastily examined the awarded items. The body refinement pills and chi-nourishing pills required little introduction. One was a common pill for the body refinement realm, while the other was essential for the chi-nourishing realm. Such pills were readily available at the pill shop owned by the Yi family in Shiliang County. However, what truly piqued Yigu's interest was the bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid awarded upon reaching 50 favorability. This was his first encounter with such a substance, and he was curious about its purpose. As Yigu focused on it, a line of information promptly materialized. Heavenly cold body transformation liquid. Consuming this can transform an individual's physical constitution into the heavenly cold body. Heavenly cold body. A heavenly grade constitution that enhances the efficacy of cultivating ice-type techniques, significantly amplifying the might of ice-based attacks. Upon reaching the heavenly realm, one may even unleash a domain of ice. Gazing at the detailed information of the heavenly cold body transformation liquid, Yigu could not help but swallow hard. A heavenly grade constitution could actually be attained through a single vial of liquid. The rewards bestowed by this system would undoubtedly be a game-changer in the Great Xia dynasty. It was widely known that the Zhang family had risen to prominence in Jiangzhou under the Great Xia dynasty due to the emergence of a genius possessing a heavenly grade constitution, none other than the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Wanli. Rumor had it that Zhang Wanli was born with a dual pupil body, another form of heavenly grade constitution, possessing 4 eyes. When the dual pupil activated, it could obliterate all in its path, exuding unmatched power. It could be said that anyone endowed with a heavenly grade constitution would not only be the cherished jewel of their family, but could potentially command respect throughout the Great Xia dynasty upon their rise to prominence. Yet here he was, effortlessly obtaining a liquid capable of transforming into such a coveted constitution. It was easy to imagine the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Would my body be able to withstand the heavenly cold body transformation liquid? He mused that it should be, and if he could acquire the heavenly cold body, his legs might heal sooner than expected. However, Yigu found himself hesitating. Although the system belonged to him, the acquisition of this item was partly due to Zhang Lianer's contribution. After all, without her elevated favorability towards him, he would not have received such rewards. Yigu understood that he was not particularly suited for the heavenly cold body constitution. It was more advantageous for female cultivators. Unfortunately, his mother had already passed, and both of his brothers were male. He could not possibly suggest they undergo gender reassignment surgery in the context of the Great Xia dynasty. A mere subsidiary county was hardly worth considering. As for his aunt, the truth was he could only describe their relationship as one of mutual respect, devoid of any deep bonds. At this juncture, Yigu's thoughts turned to Zhang Lianer. After all, she was his wife. Bestowing this upon her would not only be acceptable but could also be deemed an act of pampering. Perhaps the system would even reward him in return. Yet, he worried. While Zhang Lianer was currently overlooked by the Zhang family, should she awaken the heavenly cold body, her status within the clan would likely undergo a seismic shift. Would she still be willing to share her life with him then? Although he possessed a system and was not particularly fearful of her departure, he had genuine feelings invested in her. If she were to leave, Yigu would undoubtedly feel a pang of heartache, akin to being stabbed in the back by someone he trusted most. As Yigu grappled with these thoughts, Zhang Lianer finally appeared, accompanied by Su Wan. Upon seeing them, he momentarily set his concerns aside and rose to invite them to sit. "What is this?" Su Wan inquired curiously, eyeing the fried egg on the plate. "This is called a fried egg. It's simply an egg cooked in a pan. It's delicious and nutritious, mother-in-law. Do give it a try." Yigu replied with a smile. Su Wan nodded and took a bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Delicious. It truly is quite tasty. Lianer, you must try it too," Yigu said, serving Zhang Lianer a piece. Zhang Lianer tasted it and also displayed a look of surprise, but then remarked, "Husband, please teach me how to make this fried egg. How could you be the one cooking? If this gets out, others will surely laugh at me." "What's the matter? Cooking for someone I care for is a source of happiness. You needn't worry about what others say," Yigu chuckled. Zhang Lianer then said, "In that case, Lianer would also like to experience this happiness. Is that permissible?" Yigu smiled. This Zhang Lianer was not only considerate of him but also articulate. At that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. Lianer had done nothing wrong to him, yet he had harbored doubts. It was truly unwarranted. A man should prioritize goodness. Even if she were to leave him in the future, what was there to fear? At least he could face himself with a clear conscience. With that thought, Yigu resolved to give the heavenly cold body transformation liquid to Jiang Lianer. Just as he was contemplating this, Suwan suddenly spoke up. Young Master Yi, is it true that you, the third young master of the Yi family, have taken Lianer as your wife? It is quite rare for a man to prepare breakfast for his wife and serve her food. Not a single man in the Jiang family would do such a thing. I can see you are different from other men. As long as you treat my daughter well, I, as her mother, will be content. Upon hearing Suwan's words, Yigu was momentarily taken aback. Mother-in-law, you are aware? Suwan nodded. Before coming, Lianer informed me. She said you treat her well and wish to spend your life together. Initially, I did not believe it, but from this meal, I could see your genuine affection for her. I know it is not easy to find a man who truly cares for his wife in this world. So as long as you treat her right, I will rest easy. As she spoke, Suwan wiped away a tear and continued, rest assured, I will not speak of this to the Jiang family. However, there is no wall that does not let the wind through, and you may not be able to keep this matter hidden for long. I wonder how you plan to handle it when the time comes? Yigu replied, you need not worry. As Lianer wishes to stay with me, I will naturally protect her with my life. As for the Jiang family, I have my ways to gain their consent. I now possess a system and have obtained the heavenly cold body transformation liquid. Rising to prominence is only a matter of time. By the time the Jiang family learns of it, I will likely have ample strength to silence them. Hence, Yigu was not concerned about the Jiang family at all. Seeing Yigu's unwavering confidence, Suwan ceased her inquiries. If that is the case, I shall entrust my daughter to you. I should take my leave now. Do cherish your time together. Do not forget what you promised today. Treat Lianer well. After all, this parting may be the last time we see each other in this lifetime. Yigu quickly rose and assured her, Mother-in-law, rest assured, I will always take Lianer to visit you, daughter. Jiang Lianer's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, as fate would have it, half an hour later, at the entrance of the Yi residence, Suwan departed. Watching Suwan vanish down the street, Yichang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why, Yigu? We owe you our peace during this ordeal, he continued. Last night, the old master mentioned that he would be giving you a pill shop in the Eastern Market. When you have time, do go and take charge. Yigu nodded, then led Jiang Lianer back to his courtyard. He was not in a rush about the shop. At this moment, he was most eager to discover whether the heavenly cold body transformation liquid could indeed grant Jiang Lianer the heavenly cold body. In the courtyard, within a pavilion, Jiang Lianer looked at Yigu with a puzzled expression. Husband, is there something urgent on your mind? Yigu quickly inquired. What is your cultivation level? Jiang Lianer paused, then responded. I am at the 9th level of body refinement. Why do you ask? You have yet to enter the Qi-nourishing realm, but you are a miss of the Jiang family, Yigu exclaimed in astonishment. The Qi-nourishing realm, also known as the Qi refinement realm, was simply referred to differently in various regions. In the Great Xia dynasty, the second realm of cultivation was the Qi-nourishing realm. There were 9 realms in total: 1st grade body refinement, 2nd grade Qi refining, 3rd grade heavenly mansion, 4th grade golden core, 5th grade nascent soul, 6th grade great completion, 7th grade human king, 8th grade saint, and 9th grade heavenly king. Each realm was further divided into 9 levels. Furthermore, it was said that above the 9 grades, there existed the most formidable 10th grade, the realm of unity of heaven and man. However, in Shiliang County, reaching the 2nd grade Qi-nourishing realm was considered quite impressive, while no one had yet laid eyes on the 3rd grade heavenly mansion. Thus, it was evident why Yigu had never encountered higher existences. Even the strongest member of the Yi family, grandfather Yishan, was merely at the 9th level of the Qi-nourishing realm, yet he had not crossed into the heavenly mansion realm. As for his elder brother Yizhong, he had only joined the Tianyang Academy for a year, and was only at the 5th level of the Qi-nourishing realm. Why Yigu himself had been stuck at the 3rd level of body refinement for a full decade. This illustrated just how challenging cultivation truly was. Yet Jiang Lianer was different. She hailed from the Jiang family. Despite her low status, she should have had access to resources, so why had she not yet entered the Qi-nourishing realm? Jiang Lianer seemed to sense Yigu's confusion and lowered her head. In truth, I hold little standing in the Jiang family. With so many descendants, each can only access resources sufficient to cultivate to the 8th level of body refinement. At this realm, individuals with special constitutions begin to emerge, and the Jiang family focuses on nurturing those with significant potential. Those without outstanding traits are cast aside and no longer provided with resources. I am one such case. For those of us, the future holds only a life of idleness or being married off as tools for alliances. If fortunate, one may break into the qi-nourishing realm. If not, it will be a life of stagnation. Actually, before last night, my strength was only at the 8th level of body refinement. I am not sure why, but after sharing a chamber with you, my cultivation suddenly surged to the 9th level, Zhang Lianer explained, her eyes reddening with the weight of her words, seemingly saddened by her inability to assist Yigu. Yigu, witnessing this, quickly wiped her tears. Realizing the truth, Zhang Lianer's sudden strength increase was undoubtedly due to the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix Codex and the Du Pill. In fact, he himself sensed a subtle indication of breaking through to the 4th level of body refinement, but he had been too preoccupied with other matters to focus on cultivation. With that in mind, Yigu said, "What if I told you I possess a method to awaken your special constitution? Would you believe me?" "Ah?" Zhang Lianer appeared taken aback. "I understand you may doubt me, but I truly have a way," Yigu asserted, producing the vial of heavenly cold body transformation liquid. "If you consume this vial, you will obtain a special constitution, a heavenly grade one. Your life will be irrevocably transformed, and your status within the Zhang family will soar to unprecedented heights. I only wish to ask you one question. If you were to acquire all of this, would you leave me?" Yigu spoke, his heart hanging in the balance, lacking confidence. After all, his legs were still not well, and saying much was merely idle speculation. Even if Zhang Lianer chose to depart, he would not hold it against her. After all, who in this world did not pursue their own interests? In truth, he had given Zhang Lianer the heavenly cold body transformation liquid without knowing if she would leave him, driven by his own desire for the rewards of pampering. Thus, he felt he had no right to criticize her choices. Zhang Lianer regarded Yigu and stood up. "Does my husband not believe that Lianer is sincere in wanting to share a life with you? Is that why you concoct such scenarios to test me? If you doubt me, I can swear an oath." Yigu hastily interjected, "I do not distrust you. It is simply that you have seen my condition. I have seen too much of the fickleness of human nature, so I merely inquired. My thoughts were excessive. Do not take it to heart. As for this liquid, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Once you consume it, you will understand," Yigu said, extending the heavenly cold body transformation liquid to her. Zhang Lianer seemed to grow slightly angry at Yigu's disbelief, snatching the vial and consuming its contents in one go. Almost immediately, the system's voice resonated in Yigu's mind. "Ding!" Host successfully pampered his wife, gifting the heavenly cold body transformation liquid to Zhang Lianer, triggering a hidden reward. System hidden reward: 1 vial of heavenly grade myriad path body transformation liquid. Kind reminder: hidden reward items can only be used by the host. They are ineffective when used on others. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yigu was momentarily stunned. Myriad path body? The system indeed intended for him to bestow the heavenly cold body transformation liquid upon Zhang Lianer. By all that is holy, this wretched system was testing him. Yet, the myriad path body sounded incredibly powerful. Pampering one's wife truly could render one invincible. Chapter 8. Lianer enters the qi-nourishing realm. Yigu breaks through to the 7th level. In a tavern within Shiliang County, second young master, you finally woke up. The outside world has gone wild with rumors that you, the 3rd young master of the Yi family, have married your own sister-in-law, yet you appear here, soundly asleep. Yilang sat up, still somewhat dazed, then exclaimed in shock. Yigu actually married Zhang Lianer? No way. That happens to be his sister-in-law. Thankfully I did not return last night, or I'd be the one getting roasted. The courtesan AI chuckled at this. You still have the leisure to contemplate such matters. I hear Zhang Lianer is as beautiful as the moon and stars. You've missed a great opportunity. Yilang laughed. What beauty compares to you? They are but mere roadside flowers beside your magnificent garden. Come now, let me savor your fragrance. AI quickly pushed Yilang away, saying, "Second young master, no matter how fond you are of me, you cannot linger here every day. Today marks the first day Zhang Lianer joins your Yi family. You should at least return to take a look. If you truly miss me, I will be waiting for you tonight." Yilang nodded in agreement. Indeed. How to express that Zhang Lianer is now also my sister-in-law, and I should indeed return to see her. As for whether my elder brother will go crazy upon his return, that is beyond my control. With that, Yilang leapt from his bed, casually tidied his clothes, and departed from the tavern. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Yi residence, as Zhang Lianer consumed the Tianhan body transformation liquid, she soon found herself astounded to discover that her body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. An inexplicable chill began to surge within her, rapidly spreading throughout her being. Wherever this coldness traveled, it left a layer of frost upon her blood and veins. Strangely, amidst such a situation, she felt no pain. Rather, it was as if her body were a parched land, eagerly absorbing the cold energy. Her veins, bones, and internal organs seemed to undergo a metamorphosis under the nurturing of this chilling force. The spread of the cold continued unabated. Before long, Yigu also watched in astonishment as a layer of frost formed on Jiang Lianer's skin. Even the temperature of the entire pavilion began to drop. Yigu rubbed his arms and soon noticed that ice crystals had emerged on all the flowers and plants within the courtyard. It was as though this yard had been thrust into the depths of winter. Suddenly, Jiang Lianer, with her eyes tightly shut, opened them wide. Yigu felt the atmosphere around them shift as a surge of energy rushed toward Jiang Lianer. Then, centered around her, a wave of energy surged forth in all directions. In an instant, this energy dissipated all the frost that clung to the courtyard. The entire area returned to normal, as if everything that had transpired was but a dream. Jiang Lianer gazed at Yigu in astonishment, her mouth agape for a long moment before she stammered. I seem to have entered the qi refining realm. Moreover, I have reached the second layer of the qi refining realm. Husband, what exactly is this liquid you have given me? Yigu, sensing the fluctuations of energy emanating from Jiang Lianer, recognized it as the aura characteristic of someone who had just entered the qi refining stage. I told you, it would grant you a special constitution. Do you believe me now? You possess a heavenly grade constitution, the Tianhan body. From now on, you are no longer the unremarkable young lady of the Jiang family. With your current physique, your future achievements will rival even that of the Jiang family patriarch. Husband, Jiang Lianer looked at Yigu, tears brimming in her eyes, whether from joy or gratitude she could not tell. Suddenly, she raised her hand, pointing to the heavens, declaring, I, Jiang Lianer, hereby swear a blood oath. Lianer. Yigu quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth, but Jiang Lianer blocked it with determination. With a serious expression, she continued, I, Jiang Lianer, hereby swear a blood oath. For this life, I shall remain by Yigu's side, taking him as my husband, with unwavering loyalty. Should I break this oath, may heaven and man alike abandon me. What is the need for this? I never asked you to do so. Yigu sighed. Jiang Lianer replied, while you did not compel me, you expressed your concerns before I ingested the Tianhan liquid. Is that not a form of honesty? You treat me with sincerity, fearing I might betray you. That is entirely understandable. How could Lianer not comprehend? Now that I have been blessed by your assistance, acquiring the heavenly grade Tianhan body, I must swear this blood oath to demonstrate my heartfelt sincerity. All of this is my own volition. You need not take it to heart. Hearing this, Yigu was deeply moved, and he embraced Jiang Lianer tightly. It is said that those who cherish their wives will find wealth in abundance. In my case, this has proven true. Indeed, pampering my wife seems to render one invincible. Who said that? I've never heard of it, Jiang Lianer inquired. Puzzled, Yigu smiled. Just consider it my own saying, Jiang Lianer then asked, but husband, why did you give me the Tianhan body liquid? If you had consumed it yourself, wouldn't you have? Yigu interrupted her with a laugh. That's the crux of the matter. Those who cherish their wives will find wealth in abundance. The more I dote on you, the more I can gain. Jiang Lianer looked confused, her expression one of bewilderment. Yigu then produced the Wandao body transformation liquid, waving it before her. This is the benefit I gained from pampering you. Just watch. With that, Yigu uncorked the bottle and drank the Wandao body transformation liquid in one go. In the next moment, he felt a warm sensation radiating from his dantian, which soon transformed into waves of warmth spreading through his limbs and bones. In an instant, this warmth enveloped him like a vast net, centering on his dantian and permeating every part of his body. Is this the feeling of Wandao? Truly marvelous. Yigu mused to himself. He had meticulously reviewed the product description prior, and this sensation perfectly aligned with its name. Wandao body transformation liquid. Consuming it grants one a heavenly grade constitution. Wandao body. Wandao body allows the cultivator to grasp the intricacies of any path of cultivation with greater ease, enhancing their training speed and amplifying the power of corresponding attacks beyond the ordinary. Such a simple description underscores the immense strength of the Wandao body. If Jiang Wanli's dual pupil body and Jiang Lianer's Tianhan body excel in their respective fields, then Yi Gu's Wandao body stands strong in every aspect. It is no wonder that this is a hidden reward from the system. It far surpasses any ordinary reward. As Yi Gu pondered, he suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, causing beads of impure sweat to break out on his skin. At the same time, Zhang Lianer gasped in surprise, "Husband, how did your strength increase so dramatically all at once?" Yi Gu opened his eyes, filled with excitement. After being stuck in the third layer of the body refining realm for a full decade, he had finally broken through today. Moreover, he had leapt several layers, advancing directly from the third to the seventh layer of the body refining realm. Chapter 9. What do you mean, your wife? This is my wife. In the courtyard, Yi Gu was brimming with excitement. Yet he sensed that this was not his limit. He promptly retrieved 10 body refining pills and swallowed them all at once. That moment, he felt as if his body were parched earth, desperately needing the nourishment of these pills. Indeed, as he consumed the 10 body refining pills, a surge of pure power began to circulate within him. This power rapidly spread throughout his body, nourishing his vital energy. Concurrently, Zhang Lianer observed that the impurities on Yi Gu's skin were multiplying. In the body refining realm, one must expel impurities. The more black impurities eliminated, the more perfect the body becomes. Under the nourishing effects of the 10 body refining pills, Yi Gu was astonished to discover that his strength, which had shown no improvement after days of training, was now escalating at an astonishing rate due to the quintuple acceleration effect of the Dragon Phoenix Codex. The recently attained 7th layer of the body refining realm was, unbeknownst to him, already reaching its peak. Not daring to linger, he immediately took 5 more body refining pills. To be honest, even his elder brother Yi Zhong would hesitate to consume so many at once. After all, a cultivator's body has its limits, and considering that each body refining pill is worth 200 spirit stones, the Yi family may be well off, but they cannot afford such extravagance. Fortunately, these pills were rewards from the system, so Yi Gu felt no remorse. Otherwise, he would not dare to indulge so recklessly. With the additional 5 body refining pills consumed, he felt the effects rapidly absorbed by his body. Finally, Zhang Lianer was astonished to realize that Yi Gu's power had once again surged, propelling him directly into the 8th layer of the body refining realm. By this point, a thick layer of black impurities covered his skin. Yi Gu exhaled deeply, finally opening his eyes. The 8th layer of the body refining realm felt exhilarating. "Husband, you have been suppressed for too long. Now that you have broken through, it is no surprise that the progress is swift," Zhang Lianer remarked. "However, one must cultivate steadily. Do not rush. Let us refrain from further training today." Yi Gu nodded, acknowledging that he felt somewhat fatigued. Cultivation not only refines the body but also the spirit. Thus, upon reaching the Tianfu realm, one must simultaneously cultivate their mental strength. Otherwise, a cultivator cannot endure. "Lianer, let us clean up," Zhang Lianer suggested. Yi Gu, hearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment, stammering, "Just have Qingya accompany me with that," he called out toward the courtyard's entrance. "Qingya, hurry and come here." As his voice echoed, a young man in servant attire, just over 20, rushed into the courtyard. It was Yi Gu's little attendant, Qingya. Zhang Lianer, witnessing this, covered her mouth and chuckled, "Husband, are you feeling shy? Your demeanor now is quite different from last night in bed." Yi Gu's face turned even redder at her words, and he hastily replied, "Do not tease me. Last night was last night. This is now. I may not look heavy, but I am not light either. It would be inconvenient for you to assist me, so let Qingya help with that." He turned to Qingya. "Why are you still standing there? Push me to wash up." Qingya stifled a laugh and promptly guided Yi Gu outside. Zhang Lianer called out, "Then Lianer will peel some lychees for you. Remember to come and eat after you finish washing." "All right," Yi Gu replied, then disappeared from the courtyard to the entrance of the Yi residence. Yilang poked his head out to glance inside. Not seeing his father, he let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Dogzi." After calling a couple of times, the subordinate who had found him last night appeared. "Second young master, you have finally returned. The master was asking about your return this morning, and he seems eager to settle accounts with you." Yilang, upon hearing this, was unconcerned. "With my father's strength, he can't surpass me. Why should I fear him? Come, take me to see third brother." Dogzi responded affirmatively and led Yilang toward the courtyard where Yi Gu resided. Yi Gu's courtyard was not far, and within 5 minutes, under Dogzi's guidance, Yilang arrived at the entrance of Yi Gu's courtyard. From a distance, he spotted a slender woman in a white dress peeling lychees in the pavilion. Her delicate fingers glided over the lychees, reminiscent of a fairy's jade fingers playing in the water. When Yi Lang beheld the woman's face, he froze in place. Her exquisite features, coupled with skin as fair as jade, seemed almost sculpted from perfection. In that moment, Yi Lang found himself unable to conjure any words that could adequately describe the beauty before him. All the lovely terms he knew paled in comparison. Compared to her, the woman he had spent the night with at the tavern was nothing more than ordinary, not worth mentioning. Even the famed courtesan AI would feel ashamed in her presence. When did our Yi family come to possess such a celestial being? Dogsy, why didn't you tell me? Quickly, tell me, who is she? Who is she? Yi Lang's neck turned red with urgency. Beside him, Dogsy hurriedly explained, Young master, she is Zhang Lianer. Last night, the master intended for you to marry her, but you. Before Dogsy could finish, Yi Lang could no longer contain himself and strode toward the courtyard. Let me marry her. My father wants me to marry her? Truly my father knows me best. I consent. I agree. Go tell my father that I agree. Let us hold the wedding now. No, let us proceed to the bridal chamber at once. As he spoke, Yi Lang quickened his pace, nearly flying toward Zhang Lianer. Young master, slow down, Dogsy called after him. You forgot what you said last night. She is now. However, he could not catch up to a love-stricken Yi Lang. In a few quick strides, Yi Lang reached the pavilion. He then witnessed Zhang Lianer hand a peeled lychee to someone hidden behind a screen, all while wearing a captivating smile. I just finished washing up. It's chilly outside, so setting up a screen helps a lot, don't you think, husband? Hearing this, Yi Lang felt as if he were floating. Husband? She calls me husband, he exclaimed, rushing forward. Wife? I agree. Shall we hold the wedding now? I am eager to enter the bridal chamber. No. I am eager to marry you. Zhang Lianer, startled, quickly retreated behind the screen, peeking out to reprimand. You bold scoundrel. Speak not such nonsense. Who are you? Yi Lang replied. I am your husband. Just as he finished speaking, a man's voice emerged from behind the screen. You are her husband? Then who am I? With that, Yi Gu appeared, pushing a wheelchair. Upon seeing Yi Gu, Yi Lang was taken aback, asking, Third brother? What are you doing with my wife? My father wants me to marry her, and I agree. From now on, she will be your second sister-in-law, so you had better mind your manners. Yi Gu chuckled at Yi Lang's words. Elder brother, are you perhaps confused from drinking? What do you mean, your wife? This is my wife. Chapter 10. Drinking leads to folly. The exaggerated Wandao body. Yi Lang stood frozen, his mind swirling with thoughts of the earlier conversation with AI during breakfast. The outside world was abuzz with rumors that the third son of the Yi family, Yi Gu, had married his own sister-in-law, and here he was, blissfully unaware. Yi Gu really did take Zhang Lianer? Had he truly married her? Yi Lang stared at Yi Gu, clearly struggling to believe it. Why Yi Gu merely smiled and nodded. Why Yi Lang was utterly bewildered. What have I missed? What have I missed? Why didn't I return last night? Why did I refuse? Drinking led me astray. Drinking led me astray. Yi Gu chuckled and explained to Zhang Lianer, my elder brother Yi Lang was originally meant to marry you, as decided by the family head. Unfortunately, he was drunk and did not return last night, so this fortunate outcome fell to me. Zhang Lianer appeared enlightened upon hearing this. Why Yi Gu then turned to Yi Lang, elder brother, enough of this already. You spend your days idling in taverns, often in the company of courtesans. What kind of woman have you not encountered? Do not act as though you have lost your mind, Yi Lang retorted. Do not feign innocence. None of those tavern girls can compare to her. I refuse to accept this. My father clearly intended for me to marry her first, and I am the second son, while you are the third. Since our elder brother is absent, it should rightfully be my turn. How can you cut in line? I will not stand for this. I shall go find our father and have him decide. Zhang Lianer must be my wife. With that, Yi Lang turned and stormed off. Zhang Lianer looked worried. Husband, what shall we do now? Yi Gu replied with a smile. Fear not. You will forever remain his sister-in-law. Come, let us spar a bit. Spar? Zhang Lianer was taken aback. Why Yi Gu grinned. It is a rare opportunity to have improved my strength so significantly. I ought to see how far I have progressed and stretch my muscles. Later, we shall pay respects to father and grandfather, and in the afternoon, we will check on the shop that the Yi family has allocated to us. Now that we have established our family, we must also earn for our household. I cannot let you suffer alongside me, Zhang Lianer nodded with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Though the Yi family was no match for the Zhang family at present, she genuinely felt cared for in Yi Gu's presence. Zhang Lianer pushed Yi Gu to the edge of the pavilion, positioning the railing to shield the wheelchair, ensuring it wouldn't be pushed back during their spar. She then inquired, "My dear husband, how much power should I exert?" Zhang Lianer had already reached the 2nd level of chi refinement, while Yi Gu was only at the 8th level of body refinement. The vast difference in their realms naturally precluded her from going all out. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Gu replied, "Let's start with 50%. Zhang Lianer nodded, channeling her energy, and struck out a palm towards Yi Gu. Without hesitation, Yi Gu raised his hand to meet hers. However, before their palms could collide, Yi Gu felt an unexpected chill emanating from Zhang Lianer's palm wind. Truly, she was a body of heavenly cold, and even her attack radiated with frost. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this chill was oddly familiar. Why Yi Gu was astonished. He was not a body of heavenly cold and had never practiced ice-related techniques, yet he sensed a strange familiarity within this coldness. Could this be the advantage of the myriad Dao body? Though I have not cultivated ice techniques, I can feel the essence of ice from this subtle chill. It is hard to fathom how swiftly I could cultivate ice techniques if I were to. Yi Gu was keen to discover the full extent of the benefits of his myriad Dao body. Zhang Lianer's palm strike certainly provided him insight into why the myriad Dao body could be considered a hidden reward of the system. It was not just strong. It was extraordinarily powerful. With the myriad Dao body, Yi Gu possessed countless possibilities, and his future depended entirely on the direction he chose to pursue. Bang! Their palms met with a clash, and Zhang Lianer remained steadfast, while Yi Gu's wheelchair pressed against the railing without budging. Remarkably, Yi Gu's expression remained unchanged. My dear husband, are you all right? Zhang Lianer asked anxiously. Why Yi Gu shook his head. No worries, continue. Use 80%. Zhang Lianer hesitated but complied with Yi Gu's request, unleashing another palm strike. This time, the chill carried by her palm wind was noticeably more intense. Yi Gu was astonished to discover that, through his myriad Dao body, he could gauge the strength of Zhang Lianer's attack merely by the density of the coldness. Bang! As their palms collided once more, Yi Gu's complexion only reddened slightly. My dear husband, is your face flushed? Did I strike too hard? Zhang Lianer exclaimed. Yi Gu waved his hand dismissively. No worries, it's quite strange. You clearly exerted 80%, yet I feel I could withstand even greater force. Why not try your full strength? How can that be? There is a significant realm difference between chi refinement and body refinement. While some strong individuals can fight beyond their level, your legs are not yet healed, and I cannot allow it, Zhang Lianer replied, filled with concern. Yi Gu reassured her, trust me, I know my limits. Just this once. Believe in me. Yi Gu felt that the benefits of the myriad Dao body extended beyond his current understanding. There seemed to be more advantages yet to be discovered. Seeing Yi Gu's insistence, Zhang Lianer could only acquiesce, albeit with a worried expression, as she unleashed a strike with all her might. The momentum was indeed different this time. After the strike, Yi Gu immediately felt a layer of frost forming on his palm, a result of the intense chill accompanying Zhang Lianer's attack. However, at the moment their energies clashed, Yi Gu first sensed a marked reduction in the power of Zhang Lianer's attack before the full force reached him. Simultaneously, a faint chill began to manifest within his body, not from absorbing the chill of Zhang Lianer's palm, but arising spontaneously within him. Yi Gu quickly raised his hand and struck at the air. Astonished, he felt that the palm he struck out carried a hint of coldness. Zhang Lianer, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment. Dear husband, when did you learn ice techniques? Yi Gu hurriedly shook his head. I have not practiced. This chill appeared within me during our spar. Yi Gu was deeply astonished, realizing that his myriad Dao body not only made understanding various paths easier, but could also allow him to intuitively grasp the essence of his opponent's techniques while sparring. This meant that if Yi Gu were to duel a master swordsman, even without having practiced sword techniques or learned any moves, as long as he continuously battled against the swordsman, the existence of the myriad Dao body would enable him to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship. This was the most terrifying aspect of the myriad Dao body. It transformed Yi Gu into something akin to a sponge, allowing him to cultivate corresponding techniques and, through combat, to glean insights from his opponent's skills. The deeper his understanding of a particular path, the weaker the opponent's attacks would become. This was precisely why the power of Zhang Lianer's strike diminished upon impacting him. Yi Gu took a deep breath and thought to himself. With the myriad Tao body, even if I wished to master all the great paths of the world, it would not be a difficult feat. If I were truly to perfect all the great paths, would there be anyone in this world who could harm me? This myriad Tao body is simply extraordinary. Chapter 11. Third brother, can you return my wife to me? Not only extraordinary, but my dear husband. I feel that with my current strength, I cannot compete with you, Zhang Lianer exclaimed, her face filled with surprise. She had exerted her full strength as Yi Gu instructed, yet he merely appeared slightly flushed, without even spitting blood. After all, he was only at the 8th level of body refinement. If they were at the same level, Zhang Lianer would likely have had no chance to retaliate. Yi Gu laughed and said, "You need not belittle yourself. You are indeed strong. It is just that my myriad Tao body is too abnormal. All right, let us conclude for today. It is already noon. We should go serve tea to my father and grandfather, and in the afternoon, I will take you to the shop for a visit. You must familiarize yourself with the shop's revenue, for the management of our small family's business will soon fall to you." Zhang Lianer was taken aback and exclaimed, "My dear husband, are you joking? How can a woman manage a business?" In the Great Xia dynasty, it was customary for women to be confined to the home, supporting their husbands and raising children. Otherwise, they would be unable to conduct business, facing not only public scrutiny but also familial disapproval, and of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, no one would dare to interfere. Therefore, Zhang Lianer's reaction was not unexpected. Yi Gu took Zhang Lianer's hand and smiled. "The rules of the Great Xia dynasty do not apply here. You are my wife. Naturally, these matters fall to you. I do not have the energy to manage them. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Zhang Lianer hurriedly replied, "I am certainly willing, but your kindness towards me leaves me at a loss for how to repay you." Yi Gu chuckled. "Since you have married me, what is there to repay? You are my wife. Who else should I treat well?" Just then, a voice echoed in Yi Gu's mind. Ding. Host successfully pampers wife. Zhang Lianer's affection level increased to 60. System reward, Dragon and Phoenix Sutra cultivation speed increased to 6 times. 10 body refinement pills. 10 chi nourishing pills. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile wryly, gently brushing his fingers against Zhang Lianer's nose. And to think you would be so moved by such trivialities. What grievances have you suffered in the past that you fear I might not treat you well? Always crying." Zhang Lianer immediately burst into tears, but was also amused by Yi Gu's words. "My dear husband, you are insufferable. It is precisely because you treat me too well. Does letting you manage the family business count as being good to me?" Yi Gu could only shake his head in exasperation. In his previous life, those little fairies would have been delighted to do nothing but indulge in leisure. Yet here, Zhang Lianer seemed to consider it a favor to have her work, highlighting a stark contrast. Zhang Lianer quickly wiped her tears and said, "How can this not be considered kindness? My dear husband, you may not know, but I am also an alchemist. Although I can only concoct pills of the 2nd rank or lower, I have always wanted to visit a pharmacy. I wish to find opportunities to learn some powerful pill recipes, preferably to cure your legs." She spoke earnestly. Yi Gu replied with a smile, "You need not worry about my legs. Pills cannot heal them. It is a congenital condition. Only by relying on my own strength to reach chi refinement can I fully recover. Rest assured, I can feel it. I am not far from chi refinement." Zhang Lianer nodded eagerly. "I believe my dear husband can certainly achieve this." Yi Gu grinned and pointed at the wheelchair. "Let us go. We must serve tea to our elders." Zhang Lianer nodded and began to push Yi Gu toward the main hall. However, on the way, she still worriedly asked, "My dear husband, is everything truly fine with your second brother? If he causes a ruckus, your situation." Yi Gu laughed. "Do not worry. My second brother is not a bad person. He is simply spoiled by aunt. You may think of him as a child. A good beating will make him obedient." "Really? Is he truly like that?" Zhang Lianer seemed incredulous. Yi Gu chuckled. "You do not know him well. Despite his daily indulgence and pleasures, he has never done anything out of line. His visits to the tavern are merely to listen to music and watch dances. He would never dare to overstep, or aunt would have long since broken his legs. Is that so?" Zhang Lianer was quite surprised. Meanwhile, as the two chatted while making their way to the main hall, in the study of old Master Yi, Chong stood before the desk. "Grandfather, it is time for lunch. Today, Zhang Lianer and Yi Gu are supposed to serve you tea. We cannot be late." Yishan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, at last, one of the grandchildren is married. Those 2 rascals of yours should hurry up." "Certainly." Certainly, Yi Chang'an replied with a grin. Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Yi Lang rushed in. Father, grandfather, you are biased. It was agreed that I would marry Jiang Lianer. Why has it changed to the third brother? I do not care. Jiang Lianer must be mine. I will marry her. What did you say? Yi Chang'an's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. Yi Lang puffed out his chest defiantly. I said, I will marry Jiang Lianer. She is my wife. Yi Chang'an, furious, grabbed the old master's cane and swung it toward Yi Lang. I will beat you to death. You beast. You dare covet your brother's wife. Yi Lang was startled and turned to flee, shouting, Grandfather, I want to marry Jiang Lianer. You must support me. I will beat you to death, you little brat. Yi Gu has married Jiang Lianer. You are too late. Yi Chang'an chased after him, coincidentally encountering Yi Gu and Jiang Lianer as they approached to serve tea. Upon seeing them, Yi Lang ran up with a pitiful expression and pleaded, Third brother, I beg you. Can you return my wife to me? I truly regret it. Had I known my sister-in-law was this beautiful, I would have run back last night. Jiang Lianer instinctively hid behind Yi Jiyu. Yi Gu patted Yi Lang's shoulder and pointed behind him. Yi Lang was taken aback and turned to look, however, before he could discern who stood behind him. A resounding slap landed on his face. You scoundrel! What did you just say? Repeat that. Yi Lang turned to discover his mother standing behind him, and his entire face turned green. That is Aunt. Second brother is most afraid of her, Yi Gu introduced. Jiang Lianer covered her mouth, clearly startled by Aunt's earlier slap. Mother, I won't dare again. I do not want her anymore. Jiang Lianer is my sister-in-law, and she will forever be my sister-in-law. I will not marry her. Yi Lang quickly capitulated. Aunt pointed at Yi Gu and Jiang Lianer, commanding Yi Lang, now, go apologize to your third brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 12. Tianyang Academy, inspecting the shop. Although Yi Lang was reluctant, he had always feared his mother since childhood. He could only bow to Yi Gu and Jiang Lianer. Third brother, sister-in-law, I mean to kneel. Before he could finish, Aunt interrupted him. It must be said that Aunt was indeed a strict disciplinarian, and Yi Lang was about to kneel. Yi Gu, seeing this, quickly grabbed Yi Lang. That is enough, Aunt. After all, he is my second brother. I cannot accept him kneeling, Aunt retorted. He deserves it. He has been spoiled rotten. How dare he covet his brother's wife? If he is not embarrassed, then I am, Yi Lang pouted. Isn't it because you all agreed to let me marry my sister-in-law? He added, besides, the elder brother does not even know his wife has become the third sister-in-law. When he returns and sees her, he will surely object, Aunt replied. Instead of worrying about your elder brother, you should focus on the Yi family's business. If you continue your frivolous ways, our Yi family will surely fall into ruin. Yi Gu chuckled. All right, Aunt, grandfather, and the others have arrived. Hearing this, Yi Lang noticed grandfather, Yi Chang'an, and their father, Yi Changming, walking in from behind. Upon seeing these three, Yi Lang hurried over, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yi Shan, evidently familiar with Yi Lang, smiled and said, All right, elder brother's wife, just give him a little education. By the way, regarding Zhong'er, when he returns, you will need to guide him properly. Yi Chang'an said hastily, By the way. Where is Zhong'er? Yi Shan replied, There has been no news yet, but a merchant caravan returning from Tianyang City mentioned they are nearing the grave mound. Yi Shan nodded. Once they pass the grave mound, it will not be long until they reach Shiliang County. He should be back soon. Come, everyone take a seat. With Yi Shan's invitation, everyone finally settled down. Jiang Lianer poured tea for Yi Gu and herself before going to serve tea to the elders. When she reached Yi Shan, he remarked, Your elder brother should be coming with the enrollment team from Tianyang Academy. Now that you are both married, you are still only 16. Are you considering taking the entrance exams for Tianyang Academy? In response to grandfather's inquiry, Jiang Lianer looked to Yi Gu, clearly waiting for his decision. Yi Gu pondered for a moment and said, I am indeed considering trying, for a man should prioritize his family and country. Yi Shan nodded. Well said. Lianer hails from the Zhang family. While she may not match the talents of those prodigies, her foundation is certainly not inferior to others. As long as Lianer can gain admission to Tianyang Academy, our Yi family will fully support her. As for you, Yi Gu, if you have any concerns, you may accompany Lianer and reside in Tianyang City. We may not be able to afford a large house, but a smaller one would suffice. Yi Gu was momentarily taken aback and then replied with a smile, Grandfather, you are mistaken. I intend to accompany Lianer to take the exams together. You, Yi Shan, and Yi Changming were both taken aback. Orphan, You possess merely the third level of the body refinement realm, yet the minimum admission requirement for Tianyang Academy is the fifth level. Given your current prowess, I fear. Before Yigu could elucidate, Zhang Lianer interjected, Father, my husband has already broken through to the eighth level of the body refinement realm today, and he is more than qualified to enter Tianyang Academy. What? Yi Changming froze, and even Yi Chong, Yi Shan, and Yi Lang stood in stunned silence. Eighth level of the body refinement realm? Excellent. If that is the case, our Yi family is soon to produce another master of the Qi refinement realm. Yi Shan exclaimed with great excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Changming's eyes brimmed with tears. Once he attains the Qi refinement realm and reshapes his bones with Qi, Guer's legs will surely heal. With that, Yi Changming looked up towards the heavens, exclaiming, Ruer, did you hear that? Our child will soon be able to stand. Yi Lang, however, wore a displeased expression as he gazed at Yigu. You married my wife, and now your strength surpasses mine. Am I not your second brother? Do I not have any pride? In response, Yigu chuckled. You spend your days indulging in revelry and show no ambition, yet you blame me? But truly, second brother, you at least possess the strength of the fifth level of the body refinement realm. Gaining admission to Tianyang Academy should not be difficult for you. Why not consider it? This year, why not take the entrance examination alongside us? Yi Lang immediately rejected the idea. I refuse. I cannot bear to part with the likes of Miss AI at the tavern. Moreover, studying at Tianyang Academy with you two, witnessing your affection daily, would be akin to torture. Yigu replied with a smile. No matter how wonderful Miss AI may be, Auntie will never permit you to marry her. But Tianyang Academy is a different matter. If you manage to get in, the senior and junior sisters within will be at your disposal. Even if you bring back 3 or 5, Auntie would not refuse. Would she, Auntie? Annie scoffed. Humph, just based on him? If he manages to bring back even one female classmate, our Yi family's ancestral grave would surely be smoking. Mother, just you wait and see. I will definitely gain admission to Tianyang Academy and bring back 10 daughters, Yi Lang declared, rising to leave the courtyard. Zhang Lianer covered her mouth to suppress a laugh, whispering, You were right. Your second brother is indeed like a child. Auntie then called out to Yi Lang. Do not leave. This afternoon, accompany your third brother to the East Market to investigate. Yigu was taken aback, only to hear Auntie continue. Recently, our shop's revenue has significantly decreased. Today, you will take charge of the East Market shop and thoroughly investigate the situation. Although Yi Lang was often careless, he was well acquainted with the people of Shiliang County and knew both major and minor matters. Taking him along might be beneficial. Yigu nodded. Indeed, my second brother is quite familiar with the people of Shiliang County. Nothing happening here escapes his notice. It is a good idea to bring him. All right, everyone, let us dine, Yi Shan announced, and only then did the group begin to eat. At the entrance of the Yi residence, 2 women sat across from each other at a wonton stall. One, dressed as a maid, spoke. Miss, this is the Yi residence. I heard that the Yi family was once a prominent clan in Qianzhou but fled to Jiangzhou due to treachery. In recent years, they have acted with great caution and restraint. Will they truly assist us? The woman in a black robe replied resolutely, They will. Shiliang County is not vast, and the Zhang family will not overlook them this time. A conflict between the Zhang and Yi families is inevitable. We can only choose to trust the Yi family. Indeed, the Zhang family bullies us too much. Our shop has been without business for nearly a month. If this continues, we may have no choice but to return home. Xiaoqing. The woman suddenly glared at her maid, who quickly realized her mistake and fell silent. Just then, a group emerged from the Yi residence, and a carriage stopped at the entrance. Xiaoqing pointed. Miss, they are coming out. That is the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Lang. I recognize him. But the one in the wheelchair looks familiar. Yet I have never seen him. The woman smiled. He must be the third young master of the Yi family. It seems they are going out. Yi Chang'an may be hard to see. But this is a perfect opportunity. Let us go. We shall follow them, the woman said, rising to pursue the direction of the carriage. Chapter 13. First encounter with Sun Anan. I wish to sell myself to you. Shiliang County, not to mention the entirety of Jiangzhou, is merely an unremarkable small town, even within the jurisdiction of Tianyang City. Under Tianyang City's dominion, there are no fewer than 80 cities akin to Shiliang County. Its insignificance renders it less suspicious, which is why the Yi family sought refuge here and established their home. The Yi family has also utilized their remaining assets to secure numerous shops in Shiliang County. Engaging in the business of medicinal pills, thus thriving until now. During its peak, nearly half of the medicinal pill industry in Shiliang County was under the Yi family's control. In truth, the Yi family could have entirely monopolized the medicinal pill market in Shiliang County. However, grandfather always said that one must leave a way out for others. It is essential to allow others a chance to survive. Therefore, to this day, we only occupy half of the medicinal pill market, with the remainder belonging to various small traders. On the carriage, as Yi Lang shared his insights, Yigu nodded continuously. It was no wonder Auntie insisted he accompany him. There were many things Yigu had been unaware of. So, which shop will I be taking over? Yigu inquired. Oh, you will be taking over our largest medicinal pill shop in the East Market. It has 10 second-tier alchemists and numerous assistants, with Master Chen, an elder of our Yi family, as the shopkeeper. This shop has always been the most profitable among our family's establishments, but for some unknown reason, its revenue has been declining lately. My mother mentioned it, and I initially thought it was a normal fluctuation, but given her demeanor today, it seems the issue is significant. Yi Lang explained. Yigu frowned slightly, and Zhang Liana remarked, even if it were a normal revenue fluctuation, it would not plummet so drastically. Husband, there must be something amiss. Yigu nodded in agreement. Shiliang County is not vast. The competition is limited. If we wish to investigate, we will certainly uncover the truth. Yi Lang nodded. Do not worry. I have already sent Guzi to look into it. We will have results shortly. Yigu chuckled. Second brother, have you noticed? When you are not preoccupied with my wife, you are quite handsome. Zhang Lianer smiled at this, while Yi Lang, feeling irritated, retorted, now that my mother is not around, name your price. How many spirit stones for you to return my wife to me? In response, Yigu seized Zhang Lianer's hand and kissed it, laughing, I shall not sell her for any price. You? How dare you kiss my wife's hand? I will have it out with you, Yi Lang exclaimed in exasperation. The group bantered playfully until they arrived at the shop's entrance. As soon as they dismounted from the carriage, Yigu noticed an elderly man with graying hair, accompanied by a group of assistants, waiting at the entrance. This elder was undoubtedly Master Chen. Master Chen. Yigu greeted with a smile. Master Chen hurriedly returned the greeting. I have seen the third young master and the third young master's wife. As per the orders of the master, all account books and related items have been organized, and you may take over at any time. Yigu nodded. Let us discuss this inside. Very well. Just as Master Chen was about to usher everyone inside, a woman's voice called out from a distance, Master Chen, young Master Yi. The group turned to see a woman in a black dress approaching, accompanied by a maid. The woman wore a half-black silk veil over her face, making her features difficult to discern, yet it was apparent that she was a beauty. Yi Lang's eyes widened, and he stepped forward with a smile. Miss, do you recognize me? Have we met somewhere? The woman in black disregarded Yi Lang entirely and walked directly to Yigu. Master Chen, young Master Yi, I have matters to discuss with you. May I inquire if you have the time? Yigu regarded the woman in black with a furrowed brow, unfamiliar with her. However, Master Chen seemed to recognize her, hurriedly introducing, Third young master, this is Master Sun, the steward of Enru medicinal pills. Master Sun, today is truly unfortunate. Our third young master is here to take over the shop. Perhaps we should discuss another time? Master Sun quickly turned to Yigu. I am Suning, young Master Yi. To speak candidly, I have come today specifically to see you. The turmoil in the medicinal pill industry of Shiliang County has left many small traders struggling to survive. If the Yi family does not take action soon, it may not be long before the Yi family finds itself in trouble. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Lang, who had followed closely, appeared visibly angered. Our Yi family has always adhered to propriety in Shiliang County. There has never been any instance of us abusing our power. How could we be in trouble? Yigu raised a hand, silencing Yi Lang. Master Sun continued, addressing Yigu, young Master Yi. There have been rumors that you do not fear public opinion and have taken your brother's wife, thus protecting the face of the Yi family. I believe you are a reasonable person, which is why I have come to you. Although Shiliang County is small, there is no smoke without fire. If turmoil brews, do you think the Yi family can remain unaffected? Master Qin interjected, Master Sun, you need not concern yourself with our Yi family's affairs. I have already stated that today is Yigu raised his hand to interrupt Master Chun. You are correct. Shiliang County is indeed small. In murky waters, no one can expect to thrive. Shall we discuss this in detail inside? Seeing Yigu's genuine agreement, Master Sun's eyes glistened, and she nodded eagerly. Master Qin, recognizing Yigu's decision, dared not say more and promptly led the group into the shop. Moments later, in a guest room within the shop, Yi Gu, Zhang Lianer, Yi Lang, Master Chun, and Master Sun took their seats, while Xiao Qing stood obediently behind Master Sun. Without wasting time, Master Sun spoke directly, "Young Master Yi, I have investigated thoroughly. The current turmoil in Xiliang County's medicinal pill industry is orchestrated by the Zhang family. They deliberately suppress the prices of medicinal pills, selling them below cost, which has driven many small traders to the brink of bankruptcy. I suspect that your Yi family's revenue has also significantly declined lately." Upon hearing this, Master Chen's expression changed. "What did you say? The Zhang family is behind this. But why would they do such a thing? Selling below cost will result in losses for them as well?" Master Sun quickly explained. They are not afraid of losses. Their goal is to eliminate all medicinal pill shops in Xiliang County and monopolize the market. Master Chen's face turned grave. This is no joke. Although Xiliang County is small, it has a considerable number of cultivators. Furthermore, it is not far from Tianyang City. Each year, numerous individuals aspire to enter Tianyang Academy. With the recruitment team arriving soon, this is the peak season for medicinal pills. Can they truly afford such losses? Yi Lang furrowed his brows. Whether they can afford it or not remains to be seen. But I know that if the same were true for our Yi family, we would not withstand such losses, Master Sun elaborated. The Zhang family can afford it. They actually hail from Tianyang City and are a branch of the Zhang family there. In Tianyang City, the Zhang family has dominated the medicinal pill business for years, possessing substantial assets. The reason this branch moved to Xiliang County is likely to seize the medicinal pill market here. Upon hearing this, Yi Lang's brows knitted tightly. Yi Gu then grasped the situation and spoke up, "Thank you, Miss Sun, for your insight. Our Yi family will carefully consider this matter. Might I inquire if you have any further concerns?" "Indeed," Master Sun replied, standing and producing a contract from her bosom, placing it on the table. "I wish to sell myself to you." Chapter 14. Is there a moral to business? System, do not recklessly identify people. What did you say? Yi Gu was visibly taken aback. Even Zhang Lianer's expression turned icy. This was clearly an attempt to compete for a man. Master Chen appeared equally perplexed. Yi Lang, however, was the first to react, hastily exclaiming, "Wait. Selling to whom is irrelevant. Why not sell to me instead? Rest assured, I will treat you well, better than my third brother treats his wife." Master Sun, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood. My intention in saying I wish to sell myself is not what you think." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Lianer asked coolly. Master Sun hurriedly explained. "I have heard that the shops under the Yi family produce their own medicinal pills and distribute them uniformly. This ensures maximum profit. However, we small traders do not have the same luxury. We either have to source pills from others, which cannot compete with the Yi family's prices, or hire our own alchemists, which raises costs even further. As long as the Yi family extends their support, we small traders can make a living. But now that the Zhang family has entered the fray, we have no way out. My shop is on the verge of collapse." At this point, Master Sun looked directly at Yi Gu. "Therefore, I wish to join your Yi family's medicinal pill business. There is no need for such drastic measures," Yi Gu said, somewhat helplessly. Yi Lang chuckled. "Ah, so that's how it is, third brother. You may not know this, but all the shopkeepers and alchemists in our Yi family's medicinal pill shops must sign a contract of servitude. The shopkeepers are aware of our family's scale and cash flow, while the alchemists are free to learn the recipes we provide. This is foundational information that must not be disclosed. Thus, they all must sign a servitude contract. Regardless of illness or family emergencies, our Yi family will take full responsibility. However, they too cannot leak this information. The contracts are bound by blood oaths, and even if they wish to leave in the future, as long as they do not disclose our secrets, we will not impede them. We even provide them with severance pay, which is why our Yi family has such a good reputation." Yi Gu finally understood. Although the notion of a servitude contract sounded intimidating, it was ultimately to protect the Yi family's interests from being divulged. As for the recipes, they were priceless treasures. Even the most basic body refinement and qi-nourishing pills, which are commonplace, are not easily obtained. Alchemists are most eager for these recipes. They can acquire them from the Yi family, but they must not turn around and assist others in alchemy, or how could the Yi family continue their business? Therefore, as long as the employer treats them well, both shopkeepers and alchemists typically remain loyal, which is the reason for the Yi family's firm presence in Xiliang County. why medicinal pill shop is merely marginally better than the average small traderess. Master Sun continued. But it has reached its limits, and if I cannot join the Yi family, I will soon be bankrupt. Yet I am unwilling to accept this fate, which is why I wish to join the Yi family. I have modest requests. I simply wish to continue managing my shop, and as for the salary, I am amenable to the standard rates. Furthermore, I hope that once this crisis has passed, you will allow me to redeem my shop. As for the medicinal formulas, there is no need for concern. I will only take the finished elixirs from you and will not encroach upon your core secrets. I can solemnly swear that I will not disclose any of the financial dealings of the Yi family. At this point, Sun Anan gazed expectantly at Yi Gu. Young Master Yi, is that agreeable? Miss Shaoqing, observing Sun Anan's expression, could not help but interject, her face filled with concern. Hearing this, Yi Gu glanced at Zhang Lianer beside him. Lianer, what do you think? Zhang Lianer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yi Gu to seek her opinion. However, recalling that Yi Gu had previously mentioned entrusting the shop to her management in the future, she quickly grasped the situation and responded, I had misunderstood Sister An before. Regarding this matter, I concur. It is indeed challenging for a woman to conduct business, and Sister An's terms are quite sincere. My husband has also stated that the Yi family is a family of responsibility. Given that the independent merchants of Shiliang County are in distress, we ought to lend our assistance. Thank you. Sister Lianer, gratitude shone in Sun Anan's eyes. Observing this, Yi Gu raised his hand, ready to make a decision. However, Yilang interrupted, Hey, is there no one to inquire about my opinion? After all, I am the second son of the Yi household. This is my shop. What does it have to do with you? Yi Gu shot Yilang a glance filled with disdain before placing his hand on the contract. Deal with that. Yi Gu pressed his seal onto the contract. And Sun Anan had already affixed her mark. As their handprints met, the agreement was sealed. Yet, at the very moment Yi Gu's palm descended, he felt a strange, intangible force manifest within him. This power was peculiar, akin to the chill he had experienced previously, yet distinctly different. It belonged to an entirely different path. But he had not engaged in cultivation nor sparred with anyone. How could such power arise? What path was this? As Yi Gu pondered, a sudden clarity struck him. Could it be the path of commerce? There are myriad paths in the world. As the saying goes, in 360 trades, each has its champions. Why should the path of commerce not be considered a grand path? If commerce were not a grand path, then how could this newfound power within him have emerged? Yi Gu was certain that this additional force was indeed a manifestation of the path of commerce. Sun Anan, a woman venturing into business, displayed remarkable courage without a hint of strength. Her ability to proactively seek collaboration upon sensing danger was truly commendable. She was bold and possessed a formidable spirit. Yi Gu was convinced that the insight into the path of commerce that had awakened within him was a direct result of their conversation. He had not anticipated that commerce could also be a path of cultivation. It seemed that Sun Anan herself might be unaware of this. Meanwhile, as Yi Gu contemplated, Manager Chun had already retrieved the Yi family seal and affixed it to the contract. Thus, the contract was rendered effective. Overcome with emotion, Sun Anan felt tears welling in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Yi Gu, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your assistance. This kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. As Yi Gu raised his hand to engage in small talk, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a wife, Sun Anan. Current affection level for Sun Anan, 20. System rewards, Dragon and Phoenix record cultivation speed increased to 7 times. A comprehensive guide to refining elixirs, 10 1-grade 10-fold elixir formulas, and 5 2-grade 5-fold elixir formulas. Friendly reminder. The comprehensive guide to refining elixirs has been automatically infused into the host's consciousness and requires no further study. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Yi Gu was taken aback. A wife. When did I marry Sun Anan? System, please refrain from mislabeling spouses. No, wait. Yi Gu suddenly realized. What is this comprehensive guide to refining elixirs? What are these 1-grade 10-fold elixir formulas? My goodness, what treasures are these? Chapter 15. 10-fold elixir formula? This situation can be resolved. Yi Gu initially intended to examine the system rewards, but at that moment, Sun Anan was already preparing to take her leave. Having signed the contract, she was now effectively a manager under the Yi family. Naturally, the elixirs in her Dan pharmacy would need to be entirely replaced. The previous elixirs would not be seized by the Yi family. She was free to handle them as she saw fit. The Yi family would also need to arrange for new elixirs to be sent for sale. Thus, Sun Anin had a plethora of tasks ahead of her. Since the contract had been signed by Yi Gu, the responsibility for the transition fell to manager Yi Gu, concerned for Zhang Lianer not to overexert herself amidst the complexities of business. Merely advised her to review Manager Chen's accounts daily to familiarize herself, without the rush to take full control. As Yi Gu escorted Sun Anin to the door, he suddenly recalled the matter of commerce and asked, "Miss Sun, may I inquire whether you have ever practiced cultivation?" Upon hearing Yi Gu's question, Xiao Qing's expression visibly darkened as she interjected, "My lady has never practiced cultivation. Why would the young master ask such a thing?" Yi Gu chuckled lightly. "I was merely curious. After all, it is typically only those with formidable strength who can venture into the business realm. I noticed that Miss Sun does not exude any aura of power." It piqued my interest. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sun Anin's eyes as she replied, "I possess no foundation in cultivation. I merely seek to earn a living through commerce." Yi Gu nodded and said, "While that may be the case now, the future is unpredictable. I see great potential in your aptitude for the path of commerce, and I encourage you to persevere." Upon hearing this, Sun Anin's eyes brightened significantly, her joy evident at being recognized. "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Yi. Anan shall strive to improve." Yi Gu nodded, refraining from further comment as he watched Sun An depart. He had gained insight into the path of commerce from their discussion. Although it may not hold immediate value for him, it had inadvertently revealed a cultivation path that many had overlooked. If Sun Anin could continue on this journey, she might one day achieve greatness through commerce. However, revealing this to her now would likely be met with disbelief, so Yi Gu chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Yi Gu spent some time reviewing the shop's financial records. Indeed, everything aligned with Sun Anin's assertions. The shop he was taking over had previously generated profits of at least 50,000 spirit stones each month. Yet, in the past couple of months, the profits had fallen below 10,000 spirit stones. This was the best shop within the Yi family, and if it faltered, the other establishments would likely fare even worse. Were it not for the Yi family's accumulation of wealth over the years, chaos would have ensued. Yi Gu sighed, while Yi Lang berated himself for his irresponsibility. "How can I indulge in revelry when our family is in such dire straits? I must return home and inform my mother, so she can prepare accordingly." With that, Yi Lang set off. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lang's aide, Guzi, arrived, having uncovered that the disturbances within the medicinal industry in Shiliang County were indeed orchestrated by the Zhang family. Sun Anin had not lied. Learning that Yi Lang had returned home, Guzi followed suit. At this moment, Yi Gu was no longer inclined to scrutinize the financial records. Instead, he focused on the system's rewards. Although he had not married Sun Anin, the system had nonetheless designated her as his wife. This could only be explained in two ways. First, the system might be hinting that Sun Anin would indeed become his wife in the future. Second, it could be due to the nature of the contract. Yi Gu leaned towards the latter explanation. After all, the system had not indicated any foresight into the future. The contract, however, was tangible. Once the contract was signed, Sun Anin became, in a strict sense, his property. Whether she served as a manager, a maid, or even a wife was solely at Yi Gu's discretion. Thus, it was not unreasonable for the system to consider Sun Anin as his bride. The contract did not impose significant constraints on the buyer. It could be said to guard against gentlemen but not against scoundrels. For instance, if Yi Gu forcibly claimed Sun Anin and she were to report him, the officials of the Great Xia dynasty would turn a blind eye. With the contract in place, she was theoretically his private property, allowing Yi Gu to handle her as he pleased. However, this raised a dilemma. Should Sun Anin wish to extricate herself and redeem her freedom, how would that be resolved? Would it be akin to a divorce? Would the system prompt, ding, detection of host's divorce? The thought made Yi Gu chuckle. Regaining his focus, Yi Gu continued to explore the rewards. The Dragon and Phoenix records enhancement to sevenfold was remarkable, but it seemed that every time he indulged a wife, it also elevated. Yi Gu first delved into the comprehensive guide to refining elixirs. This resource was not a physical tome but rather an influx of information directly entering Yi Gu's consciousness. As he concentrated, a torrent of information flooded his memory. He found himself confronted with a plethora of details. Notes on the refinement of body-forging pills, energy-nurturing pills, bone-cleansing pills, and so forth. The sheer volume of information was staggering. The guide detailed all publicly available third-grade and lower elixirs within the Great Xia dynasty, along with critical points to consider during their refinement. My heavens, this is essentially an encyclopedia of elixir refinement. With this knowledge, would he not be capable of refining all third-grade and lower elixirs? Yigu swallowed hard, but soon he recognized a flaw. The comprehensive guide recorded the necessary precautions for each elixir's refinement, such as temperature control and the order of herb addition. Yet it lacked the most crucial element, that is to say, the formulas for the elixirs. It was akin to knowing the obstacles and junctions along a route, yet being utterly unaware of how to traverse it. The elixir formula is the path. Without it, one cannot refine the elixir. Indeed, the formulas were the essence of elixir crafting. It was no wonder that the formulas for first and second-grade elixirs, which were commonplace, remained exceedingly expensive. Yigu sighed, his gaze landing upon the last two rewards. 1-grade 10-fold elixir formulas, 10 copies. Following this formula for refinement will yield a 10-fold increase in elixir output. 2-grade 5-fold elixir formulas, 5 copies. Following this formula for refinement will yield a 5-fold increase in elixir output. As he absorbed the contents of the brief descriptions, Yigu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly extracted the formula for the body-forging pill, listing the quantities and types of herbs for Zhang Lianer. Lianer, with this formula and these quantities of herbs, how many body-forging pills can typically be refined? Zhang Lianer, a second-grade alchemist capable of refining both first and second-grade elixirs, replied, "This body-forging pill formula is peculiar. It differs from the one I have seen before. However, the proportions remain consistent. Generally speaking, a single furnace can yield a maximum of 3 pills. While a 5th-grade alchemist can utilize every resource, they would not exceed 5 pills." Upon hearing Zhang Lianer's response, Yigu couldn't help but smile. Did this not imply that with the same quantities, following the formula would allow them to refine at least 30 body-forging pills in one go? Furthermore, with 10 copies of the 1-grade 10-fold elixir formula and 5 copies of the 2-grade 5-fold elixir formula at his disposal, wouldn't the cost of the elixirs plummet? This situation could indeed be turned around. "Dear husband, what are you speaking of? What situation can be turned around?" Zhang Lianer asked, bewildered. Yigu pointed toward the alchemy room in the back courtyard. "Come, take me to the alchemy room." Chapter 16. 30 pills in one furnace? In the alchemy room at the back of the shop, Yigu recited the names of the herbs, and Zhang Lianer prepared them accordingly. Soon, all the materials required for the 10-fold body-forging pill formula were assembled. Zhang Lianer inquired, "Husband, do you wish for me to refine the pills according to this formula?" Yigu nodded. "If you follow this recipe, I assure you that this furnace will yield at least 30 body-forging pills." "Ah?" Zhang Lianer was taken aback by his declaration. However, before she could respond, a voice interjected from the side. "This formula, while resembling the body-forging pill recipe, contains several additional herbs that are unfamiliar." The speaker was Qin Lao, the chief alchemist under the Yi family, who had over 30 years of experience in alchemy and had made significant progress, nearly reaching the 3rd-grade alchemist level. Unfortunately, the art of alchemy demanded high innate talent, and Qin Lao appeared to lack in that regard, which had led to stagnation in his advancement. Nevertheless, his expertise in first and second-grade elixirs surpassed that of others, resulting in the highest success rate among the alchemists within the Yi family. Yigu smiled at Qin Lao and said, "Are you doubting my words, Qin Lao?" Qin Lao replied, "Forgive my candor. I have dedicated most of my life to the study of alchemy. This body-forging pill formula you present is unlike any I have encountered before. Merely adding a few herbs to enhance the yield tenfold is something that no alchemist, even one of the 5th grade, would believe possible. Even your wife seems skeptical, does she not?" Zhang Lianer quickly nodded in agreement. Yigu, undeterred, chuckled. "I understand that you may not believe this at present. How about we place a bet? Qin Lao, as our chief alchemist, you shall operate the formula personally. If this furnace truly produces 30 body-forging pills, then I win. Should there be even one less, you win. Of course, I will not ask you to wager for free. Should you prevail, I will gift you a formula that you may freely share with others or take outside to refine for profit. My family will not interfere. However, if you lose, you must run an errand for me and summon the other alchemists from the shop." At this, Qin Lao chuckled. "It is said that the 3rd young master is quite the clever one. Today, I must say I am impressed. Your wager seems to favor me, as running an errand is hardly a burden. It appears you have great confidence in your formula." "Indeed, you must accept," Yigu prompted. Qin Lao stroked his beard with a smile. "I accept. I am eager to see just how many body-forging pills this formula can yield." "Excellent," Yigu responded with a grin, turning to Zhang Lianer. Why don't you place a bet too? Jiang Lianer paused for a moment and hurriedly said, Lianer is already your wife. What can I possibly wager? Yi Gu laughed. You will always belong to yourself. You are my wife, not my possession. Naturally, you have the means to gamble. What could I possibly bet? Jiang Lianer inquired. Yi Gu pointed to his own cheek and smiled. If I win, you must kiss me. Ah? Jiang Lianer's delicate face turned crimson, yet she still asked, But what if you lose? Then I shall kiss you. Yi Gu replied with a grin. Jiang Lianer's face reddened even more as she shyly glanced at the elderly Qin beside them and exclaimed, Husband, how shameless! In front of others. Oh, it matters not. Qin chuckled, stroking his beard. I was young once. Such romantic entanglements are perfectly normal. Third young mistress, trust me. The third young master absolutely cannot produce 30 body refining pills from this formula. Jiang Lianer nodded. Yi Gu chuckled. Qin, we haven't even started the alchemy yet. It is far too early to make such declarations, third young master. I still have my confidence. If you are ready, I shall begin. Yi Gu smiled and gestured. Then please proceed. Without further ado, Qin rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms, and ignited the fire to commence the alchemical process. Each of his movements flowed seamlessly, like water, indicating that alchemy had become second nature to him. Such proficiency could only be achieved with decades of experience. Qin Junyan watched Qin's speed in alchemy, unable to suppress his awe. Indeed, practice makes perfect. While waiting for the concoction, Jiang Lianer asked, Husband, why is your wager with Qin so simple? If you win, he simply has to summon the alchemist from the shop. Do you intend to promote this formula? Yi Gu nodded. Precisely. Just imagine, if my formula can indeed yield tenfold the body refining pills, we need not fear the Zhang family's price war. Jiang Lianer was suddenly enlightened. Yes, a tenfold output means costs will plummet, and the Zhang family cannot match such production. Thus, the Yi family would stand invincible in this price war. However, unexpectedly for Yi Gu, he had initially intended for Qin to call for help. Before long, news of their wager had spread throughout the shop. Other alchemists rushed in, blocking the alchemy room's entrance. Hey, have you heard? Master and the third young master are betting on producing 30 body refining pills in one batch. How is that possible? The third young master isn't an alchemist. He clearly knows nothing about alchemy, just boasting. Exactly. Even the master can only produce 4 pills at most in one batch. 30 is utterly impossible. True, but look, the furnace is about to open. The results will soon be revealed. The body refining pills were not difficult to concoct, and within 10 minutes, Qin had completed the entire process. He turned to Yi Gu with a grin. Third young master, the furnace will open shortly. You can still back out if you wish. Yi Gu laughed. It seems this time, you needn't fetch anyone. They have all arrived themselves, but I still believe in my abilities. Let's open the furnace. Qin chuckled and said no more, promptly lifting the lid of the furnace. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Qin hurriedly dispersed the steam. The moment the contents of the furnace became visible to all, everyone present was left in shock. Even Qin trembled, nearly dropping the lid with a loud clang. Inside the furnace lay an astonishing quantity of body refining pills, far exceeding 30. How is this possible? In my entire life of alchemy, I have never seen such a sight. Qin exclaimed in disbelief, then suddenly burst into laughter. The onlookers, caught off guard, were left stunned, with someone crying out, It's over! The master has gone mad. Chapter 17. Affection increases, reward, heavenly grade technique. Qin? Yi Gu regarded Qin's somewhat deranged demeanor and quickly called out. Qin waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. I merely feel that my decades of effort have been in vain. I never imagined the body refining pill could be produced in such a manner. Third young master, where did you acquire this formula? Relieved that Qin was unharmed, Yi Gu sighed. Meanwhile, the crowd of alchemists blocking the door gazed at him with eager anticipation, asking, Yes, third young master, where did you get this formula? It is simply extraordinary, raising the yield tenfold. It's unheard of. Have you noticed? Previously, when we concocted body refining pills, we often ended up with a pot full of dregs, producing only 3 or 4 pills. However, with the third young master's formula, there is hardly any waste. It's truly remarkable. Indeed, just adding a few herbs has led to such a significant change. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Seeing the eager faces around him, Yigu decided against further delay and spoke. You need not concern yourselves with where I obtained these formulas. I have something far more important to announce. The crowd turned their attention to Yigu, who revealed 15 brand new pill formulas, which were indeed the rewards from the system. I have here 15 complete formulas for pills. If you all follow the materials listed, the yield will significantly increase. Today, I will hand them over to you. From now on, these 15 types of pills must be concocted according to the latest formulas. Everyone understood that the pill industry in Shiliang County was currently in turmoil, and whether the Yi family could survive this upheaval depended on them. Qin quickly responded, "Third young master, you exaggerate. We are all alchemists of the Yi family. We understand the principle that when the nest is overturned, eggs are bound to break. As long as the formula is sound, we guarantee we can produce the pills." "Excellent," Yigu said, handing the formulas to Qi and As. Qin reviewed them. His excitement grew, his hands trembling as he murmured, "This is ingenious. The ratios in these formulas are simply brilliant. This nourishing qi pill can be mixed like this. It's enlightening. It's truly enlightening." Qin eagerly passed the formulas to the other alchemists. At that moment, however, he suddenly became dizzy, nearly dropping the papers. Yigu quickly steadied him. "Qin, what is wrong? Don't get too excited. Take care of your health." Qin waved his hand, saying, "Third young master, you are unaware. I have just crossed into the ranks of a third-grade alchemist. After being stuck at second grade for so many years, I never expected these formulas would help me break through. Third young master, your great kindness is something I will never forget." Bowing deeply, Qin expressed his gratitude. Yigu quickly helped him up, saying, "You have dedicated your life to the Yi family. I should be the one thanking you." While they conversed, Zhang Lianer curiously reached towards the furnace, seemingly wanting to see what a body-refining pill from this unique formula looked like. However, as her hand neared the furnace, Yigu swiftly grasped it. "Be careful, it's still very hot." He gently blew on her hand, showing concern. Seeing Yigu's caring demeanor, Zhang Lianer felt a warmth in her heart and leaned down to plant a kiss on his cheek. This scene did not go unnoticed by Qin and the other alchemists, who collectively gasped in surprise. Embarrassed by the teasing, Zhang Lianer turned away, avoiding their gaze. Yigu, feeling the warmth on his cheek, was about to speak when a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning the affection of Zhang Lianer. Her affection level has increased to 70. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu recalled his previous conjecture. Based on the patterns of the system's rewards, he expected generous rewards upon reaching affection levels of 30 and 50. As he anticipated, it seemed that at 70 and 100, the rewards would also be substantial. Indeed, as he pondered, the system's voice sounded again. System rewards, Dragon and Phoenix Sutra's cultivation speed increased to 8 times, 300 body refining pills, 300 nourishing chi pills, heavenly grade technique, 9 meridians cold sutra. As Yigu absorbed the content of the rewards, a joyful smile spread across his face. Heavenly grade technique? He expected the system to reward him with this, and the 9 meridians cold sutra sounded like a technique related to ice. The system was testing him again. After the incident with the heavenly cold body transformation liquid, Yigu quickly realized that the system likely wanted him to gift the 9 meridians cold sutra to Zhang Lianer. At the same time, he would surely receive a corresponding cultivation technique in return. If he gifted her a heavenly grade technique, the system would probably reward him with another heavenly grade one. With a heavenly grade technique paired with a matching heavenly grade physique, it would be nearly impossible not to rise in power. Yigu was eager to discover what kind of heavenly grade technique he would receive. However, it was evidently not the right moment for gifting, as there were too many people around. Moreover, he began to contemplate his next steps. With the heavenly grade technique imminent, he indeed needed to elevate his strength quickly. He had been confined to a wheelchair for far too long. The body refining stage primarily focused on physical enhancement, but one could only begin cultivating techniques upon entering the chi refining stage. Hence, Yigu needed to break through to the chi refining stage as soon as possible to start practicing the heavenly grade technique. Although he had received a substantial number of body refining pills as rewards, using them to reach the chi refining stage would still take time. With these thoughts in mind, Yigu inquired, "Qin, which pill in our shop provides the greatest enhancement for body refining practitioners?" Qin, still reveling in his breakthrough to third-grade alchemist, pondered and replied, "That would be the third-grade sculpting bone pill. It is the best pill for body refining practitioners, possessing the ability to refine the body." far surpassing the body refining pill. However, previously we lacked a third-grade alchemist, so no one could concoct the sculpting bone pill. Fortunately, I have now advanced. If third young master does not mind, I am willing to give it a try. However, this will be my first time concocting a third-grade pill, so I cannot guarantee the success rate, and the materials for the sculpting bone pill are quite valuable. I hope third young master understands. Yigu nodded in understanding. Although Qin had entered the third-grade realm, he still needed time to adapt to the new formulas. However, Yigu was not one to wait idly. Let us set that aside for now. Qin, you will have plenty of chances to concoct third-grade pills in the future. I urgently need the sculpting bone pill, so I will take charge of the concoction myself. Both Qin and Zhang Lianer were taken aback. Qin quickly asked, "You wish to concoct it yourself, third young master?" Zhang Lianer's eyes widened in disbelief. "Husband, you can refine pills?" Yigu scratched his head and replied, "I've learned a bit in private. I should be able to manage. Let me give it a try." "A bit in private?" Qin was left dumbfounded. Did the third young master think he could just jump in after a little self-study? Hadn't he just heard that the materials for the sculpting bone pill were extremely valuable? Chapter 18. Yigu attempts alchemy. Alchemists left in awe. The alchemists who had been crowding at the door were initially engrossed in the formulas that could enhance yields when they heard that Yigu was going to attempt alchemy himself. One by one, they leaned in, curious about the situation. The third young master is personally refining pills? Can he really do it? I've never heard of the third young master being an alchemist before. This is quite extravagant. The materials for the third-grade sculpting bone pill are precious. Wait a moment. Didn't some of you just question the third young master's formulas? Wasn't it you who doubted him earlier? It seems like it was you who expressed disbelief, right? Well, regardless, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the third young master can produce on his first try. The crowd buzzed with speculation. While Qin quickly gathered all the materials needed for the third-grade sculpting bone pill.as, he looked at the table laden with valuable herbs. He reminded Yigu, "Third young master, we only have this one set of materials for the sculpting bone pill. Perhaps I should handle it instead? Your self-taught skills may not yield the best results." However, Yigu merely smiled, assuring him that it was fine. With the comprehensive guide to heavenly grade pills at his disposal, refining any pill of third grade or below would be a breeze. If he entrusted it to Qin, he feared he might miss out on the sculpting bone pill himself, but of course, he couldn't reveal this. Soon, Zhang Lianer pushed him toward the alchemy furnace. As the crowd watched him begin adding herbs into the furnace, they felt their hearts bleed. That deer antler grass. Just one stem is worth 1,000. And that winter grass, worth 3,000. What a waste. The third young master is truly extravagant. Let us not say that. Even if he fails to produce the sculpting bone pill, he can always take the broth home for its benefits. Broth? Come on, that's not alchemy. You might as well say he's making soup. Yigu, of course, paid no heed to their remarks. They were merely lamenting the precious herbs. As he added the last herb into the furnace, the alchemical process officially commenced. While refining, he flipped through the notes in his mind regarding the third-grade sculpting bone pill's key points. Before long, Qin and the other alchemists observed that things were unfolding quite differently than they had imagined. The amount of steam coming out is incredible. Thank goodness the third young master is here. Otherwise, the furnace might have exploded. Wait, how did the third young master know that the winter grass's medicinal properties had fully released? He even knows to remove the dregs. Isn't the ability to gauge the qi during alchemy a skill reserved for seasoned alchemists? Could it be that the third young master is truly refining pills for the first time? Shock was etched on everyone's faces. Even Qin and Zhang Lianer watched in wide-eyed amazement. They had initially planned to warn Yigu about potential issues during the refining process, but he navigated through each step with the finesse of a seasoned expert, avoiding any pitfalls. The entire procedure was nothing short of impeccable. Zhang Lianer, unable to contain her curiosity, finally asked, "Husband, have you truly never refined pills before? Your proficiency seems far beyond that of a first-time alchemist." Yigu nodded earnestly that I really haven't. This is my first attempt. Perhaps it's just instinct. After all, don't many people excel at something the first time they try it? Zhang Lianer, puzzled, inquired, excelling at something on the first try? What do you mean? Can you give an example? Yigu pondered for a moment before replying. For instance, on our wedding night. You? Zhang Lianer's face flushed crimson. Her mind flooded with memories of their wedding night. Recalling how effortlessly he had performed, it was hard for her to believe that he was indeed a novice at that time. It is akin to having absorbed an extensive array of video materials. Old Chong clearly did not wish to listen to their banter and exclaimed, "A genius, third young master. You are truly a genius in alchemy." Yigu smiled quietly without uttering a word. Whether he was a genius or not remained uncertain to him. Yet he was fully aware that the system was a genuine prodigy. The comprehensive compendium of alchemy techniques it provided was simply extraordinary. Yigu had never imagined that one day he would become an alchemist himself. And not just any alchemist, but one capable of concocting third-tier elixirs right from the start. The other alchemists must be feeling utterly disheartened at this moment. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the crafting of the third-tier bone refining pill was nearing its conclusion. Many began to speculate, how many bone refining pills do you think third young master's concoction will yield? I remember the maximum yield is 5, but that requires an alchemist of 5th tier or above to achieve. Indeed, I believe if third young master manages to produce even 1, it would be commendable, considering it is his first attempt. I reckon 3. Just look at third young master's adeptness in alchemy. It is evident this is not his first time. Enough. You are just afraid of offending third young master, so you are flattering him. I refuse to believe that a first-time concoction could yield elixirs. I wager this is merely a pot of medicinal broth, and third young master will likely just take it home to drink. Ha ha ha. I was thinking the same thing, but I did not dare to say it. Yigu listened in silence, too lazy to clarify. As the flames of the alchemical furnace gradually extinguished, the bone refining pill was finally completed. Yigu did not personally open it. Instead, he glanced at Old Chong, signaling him to do so. Old Chong sighed, seemingly pained for the herbs used in the bone refining pill, yet he still approached and lifted the lid of the furnace. As the lid was removed, an aroma of third-tier elixirs wafted through the air, a scent that had never before graced their senses. What a remarkable fragrance, indeed. Is this truly the bone refining pill? I never expected we would be able to smell the fragrance of a third-tier elixir. It is genuinely fragrant. One must admit, third young master possesses a true talent for crafting broths. This concoction is even more aromatic than beef broth. Isn't that right? If third young master were to switch careers to broth making, he would undoubtedly be the top chef in Shiliang County. Ha ha ha. You are quite bold to say that. It is merely fortunate that you encountered third young master, who is not one to hold grudges. Had it been any other alchemist, they would have turned against you by now. Amidst the discussions, Yigu curiously inquired, "How is it?" Old Chong began to disperse the heat from the furnace, soon retrieving several items from within. When he turned around, all eyes were upon him. Old Chong was holding a plate, upon which lay 5 translucent white elixirs, perfectly arranged. 5. The bone refining pill, third young master. You have succeeded, Old Chong exclaimed excitedly, as Jiang Lianer beside him displayed her own excitement. Only the group of alchemists blocking the door stood frozen, as if turned to stone. What am I seeing? Is this a joke? Wasn't it supposed to be a first-time attempt at alchemy? Wasn't it supposed to be a mere pot of broth? Oh my goodness, 5 third-tier bone refining pills. Surely even a 5th-tier alchemist could not guarantee such a yield in a single attempt. Could they? Is third young master even human? This is simply monstrous. While others might struggle to produce a single first-tier body refining pill, third young master's first attempt yields a third-tier bone refining pill with a 100% success rate. I have only produced half a pill from a pot of broth. Why am I even trying to be an alchemist? I should resign. This is too humiliating. Yigu observed the group of alchemists lamenting in despair. Feeling somewhat awkward, he did not intend for this to happen, but the compendium of elixirs was undeniably powerful. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with the thoughts of those alchemists. He had successfully acquired the bone refining pill and needed to hurry home to enhance his own strength. Moreover, the heavenly technique awaited him. With that in mind, Yigu promptly grasped Jiang Lianer's hand and declared, "Let us return home." Jiang Lianer nodded vigorously, her joy evident. Chapter 19. Heavenly Technique, Myriad Path Classic. Yigu enters the Qi refining realm. Yigu swiftly departed the shop with Jiang Lianer, leaving Old Chong and the group of alchemists in a state of shock. Old Chong gazed at the empty plate in his hands, inhaling the unique fragrance of the third-tier elixirs in the air, and observing the alchemical formulas in the hands of the other alchemists. He took a deep breath and remarked, "To encounter such a genius as third young master in this lifetime is truly a blessing for an old man like me." He then called out to the group of alchemists, "All right, everyone, calm down. Let us get to work on alchemy. Third young master has bestowed such excellent formulas upon us. We cannot let him down. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. And soon all the alchemists busied themselves with their tasks. As for the formulas, Yi Gu felt assured. After all, these alchemists had signed contracts with the Yi family, pledging their loyalty, so there was no need to worry about leaks. By entrusting these formulas to them, the Yi family could navigate this crisis safely. Upon returning home, Yi Gu led Zhang Lianer to his courtyard. Noticing Yi Gu's urgency, Zhang Lianer smiled and said, "My dear husband, you are eager to make a breakthrough, aren't you? Do not worry. I shall personally protect you." Yi Gu grinned and produced the 9 meridians cold scripture. Yes, he was indeed anxious to cultivate, but he was equally eager to present her with a gift. "What is this?" Zhang Lianer asked, puzzled as she examined the book. However, upon flipping through it, she became utterly still. 9 meridians cold scripture? Heavenly technique? "My dear husband," Yi Gu replied with a smile, "this is prepared especially for you. With your heavenly cold body, combined with the 9 meridians cold scripture, your strength will undoubtedly soar. It is a pity I have yet to acquire any ice-type martial arts techniques, but rest assured, I will find a way." Zhang Lianer, her eyes glistening with tears, said, "My dear husband, your kindness overwhelms me. This heavenly technique is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it." Yi Gu, however, chuckled and replied, "You are my wife. If you do not accept it, who else could I give it to? Should I offer it to Sunanen instead?" Zhang Lianer pouted at his words and said, "Husband, do not provoke me by mentioning Sister Inen. She is truly a wonderful person." "Well, if that is my fault, then will you agree to accept it?" Yi Gu asked with a smile. Zhang Lianer nodded and, unexpectedly, leaned in closer to Yi Gu, pecking him on the lips. She then took the 9 meridians cold scripture and settled herself on a nearby stone bench. "I will cultivate here and protect you. You focus on your training." Yi Gu smiled and said nothing further. Indeed, the next moment, the system's voice resonated within Yi Gu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. Zhang Lianer's favorability level has increased to 80. System reward, Dragon and Phoenix Spectrum Cultivation Speed, increased to 9 times. Body Refining Pills X30, Chi Nourishing Pills X30. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. 9 meridians cold scripture gifted to Zhang Lianer. System hidden reward, Heavenly Technique, Myriad Path Classic. Friendly reminder. Hidden rewards are only useful to the host and cannot be utilized by others." Hearing the consecutive notifications from the system, Yi Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that gifting a technique would also elevate her favorability. "That silly girl." Yi Gu, contemplating, retrieved some Chi Nourishing Pills and called out to Zhang Lianer, "Catch." He then tossed the Chi Nourishing Pills toward her. "What are you doing, husband? By pairing the Chi Nourishing Pills with your cultivation, your strength will increase at a faster rate. Oh, not worry about the pills. I can afford to support you," Yi Gu replied with a smile. Zhang Lianer also smiled, not being coy, and immediately consumed 2 pills. Meanwhile, Yi Gu began to review the rewards he had received for the technique. Myriad Path Classic, Heavenly Technique. Cultivation can engender myriad true Qi within the body. The myriad true Qi forms the foundation of all paths. The host is encouraged to cultivate diligently. Myriad true Qi? What a powerful name, Yi Gu chuckled. Although the description of the Myriad Path Classic seemed somewhat ambiguous, and he was currently unable to practice it, thus, he decided not to linger on it. His immediate priority was to swiftly enter the Qi refining realm. Subsequently, Yi Gu took out the bone refining pill he had just concocted and tossed one into his mouth. As the effects of the bone refining pill gradually unfolded within him, Yi Gu was instantly astounded by its potency. As expected of a third-tier elixir, its efficacy was exponentially stronger than that of the body refining pill. Yi Gu was shocked, and his internal organs were frantically absorbing the power of the bone refining pill. In no time, he felt beads of sweat breaking out on his skin, each bead slick and unmistakably laden with impurities. Concurrently, Yi Gu sensed his internal strength burgeoning at an astonishingly visible rate. He understood that such a terrifying speed could not solely be attributed to the bone refining pill. The true catalyst for such rapid growth was the Dragon and Phoenix spectrum. Before entering the Qi refining realm, he lacked a technique, yet the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix spectrum remained. Now, with a 9-fold increase in cultivation speed, combined with the third-tier bone refining pill, Yi Gu's rate of advancement was simply unfathomable. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yigu's aura surged from the 8th layer of the body-refining realm to the 9th layer. This spectacle caused Zhang Lianer, who was cultivating nearby, to open her eyes wide. 9th layer? My husband cultivates at an astonishing pace. Realizing this, Zhang Lianer hastily closed her eyes again to delve into the 9 meridians cold scripture. However, Yigu's cultivation was only just beginning, as the effects of the bone-refining pill rapidly transformed into strength. He quickly reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the bone-refining realm. Yet, as he endeavored to break through to the chi-refining realm, he discovered that while his internal power was surging uncontrollably, his realm remained stubbornly stagnant. In frustration, Yigu consumed another bone-refining pill. However, half an hour later, he still had not broken through. What on earth is happening? Yigu, unwilling to concede, continued to take bone-refining pills. After consuming 2 more, his internal strength reached a dangerously high level, threatening to explode his body at any moment. Yet his realm remained unchanged. Zhang Lianer was awakened by the overwhelming aura emanating from Yigu and, sensing that he still remained in the bone-refining realm, she, too, was taken aback. It is said that some cultivators can cultivate true chi that surpasses others of the same realm. Such individuals can easily fight above their level. Could it be that my husband is such a genius? Contemplating this, Zhang Lianer spoke. Husband, you may be an exceptionally rare talent. You require even greater strength to break through to the chi-refining realm. Why not continue? Greater strength? Upon hearing this, Yigu retrieved his last bone-refining pill without hesitation and swallowed it. As the effects of this final bone-refining pill spread through him, Yigu felt that his body had reached its utmost limit. Even his internal organs trembled faintly, as if they were on the verge of bursting. Just then, Yigu suddenly felt his internal power reach an unprecedented peak. Following that, it began to surge like a tide, rapidly converging towards his legs. In that moment, Yigu felt as if his legs, like parched earth, were greedily absorbing this influx of power. The sensation that had previously been absent from his legs now surged forth as a warm, tingling feeling. Unconsciously, he moved his toes and discovered that they had indeed moved. Though his legs remained unresponsive, he could feel his toes moving. They moved. Lianer, my toes moved. I have entered the chi-refining realm. I truly did it, Yigu exclaimed excitedly. After sitting in a wheelchair for 16 long years, he finally saw hope today. Zhang Lianer rushed over, feeling the warmth radiating from Yigu's legs, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. I knew you could do it, my dear husband. Chapter 20. Chi-refining realm, level 3. Yigu finally stands up. The chi-refining realm is an entirely different and new realm compared to the body-refining realm. It is a stage where one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, thereby forging their internal sinews and bones. The body-refining realm focuses on enhancing a cultivator's physical attributes, purging impurities from their flesh and blood. In contrast, the chi-refining realm can genuinely reshape a person's sinews and bones. Previously, Yigu had heard from numerous physicians that his congenital disability stemmed from the inherent deficiency of the sinews and bones below his waist. In simpler terms, they had not fully developed. Common elixirs could only mend the fractures in his sinews and bones, allowing them to heal. Thus, to enable the sinews and bones that had never fully developed to undergo a second phase of growth was simply impossible. The only solution lay in the complete reshaping of his sinews and bones. However, achieving such a feat is not as simple as it sounds. Elixirs capable of reshaping sinews and bones are treasures even within the Great Xia dynasty, and the Yi family could not possibly access them. Therefore, the only feasible path for Yigu to attain healing was to enter the chi-refining realm, by drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could reshape the meridians below his waist. In the past, Yigu could only fantasize about how he would actually reshape his sinews and bones after entering the body-refining realm. But now, he no longer needed to fantasize. He was no longer in doubt. For the moment he entered the body-refining realm, he discovered that he did not need to do anything at all. The sinews and bones below his waist began to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as though they were aware of their congenital inadequacy and were striving to reshape themselves. The tingling sensation was a result of the sinews and bones regrowing. Yigu held his breath and turned his gaze inward, quickly realizing that his strength was not merely at the first level of the chi-refining realm. He had directly surged to the second level. How did I break through to the second level right away? Yigu was utterly bewildered. Well, It seems that the one who had been stifled from breaking through was you, and now that you have succeeded, you have leaped to the second level, Zhang Lianer chuckled. Some cultivators are indeed geniuses in the path of cultivation, able to cultivate greater power than others of the same tier, and even leap several levels upon breaking through. Clearly, you are one of those geniuses. Your legs will soon be well. Yigu nodded excitedly. To be honest, at this moment, he cared little for whether he was a genius or not. The ability to stand again was all he had ever wished for. As the tingling sensation in his legs gradually diminished, Yigu attempted to move them. To his astonishment, he found that his legs could sway along with him this time. Although they were still devoid of strength and he could not stand upright, the ability to sway indicated that the sinews and bones in his legs had begun to mend. With continued cultivation, he was certain he would be able to stand again. I shall continue to cultivate. You keep an eye on me, Yigu instructed, then promptly consumed a handful of qi-nourishing pills. Qi-nourishing pills are essential for cultivation in the qi-refining realm. Each pill is worth as much as 300 spirit stones. However, Yigu was too preoccupied with the prospect of standing again to concern himself with their value. He would willingly sacrifice everything for this chance. As the qi-nourishing pills entered his body, Yigu felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooding within him. Yet, a significant portion surged into his dantian, with only a small fraction reaching his legs. At this moment, Yigu realized that even with the ninefold speed granted by the dragon and phoenix spectrum, the rate at which his legs absorbed the spiritual energy remained frustratingly slow. Thus, he quickly retrieved the Myriad Path Classic, the heavenly technique he had just acquired. The Myriad Path Classic was inherently a cultivation technique, one that could only be practiced after entering the qi-refining realm. This technique would enable him to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, refining it, and ultimately transforming it into his own power. The higher the grade of the technique, the faster the absorption and the more potent the refined spiritual energy would be. Without delay, Yigu began to cultivate according to the principles outlined in the Myriad Path Classic. Indeed, it was not long before he felt as though he were a sponge, absorbing all the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surrounding him into his being. Soon, the scope of this absorption expanded to envelop the entire courtyard. Zhang Lianer, too, sensed this powerful pull, her heart filled with astonishment. My husband, how domineering is this Wandao Jing? It has encompassed the entire courtyard. My Jiuzhong Han Jing cannot even contend with it. One must remember that Jiuzhong Han Jing is already a celestial grade technique, yet before Wandao Jing, it cannot seize even a trace of the spiritual essence from the heavens and earth. This alone illustrates the disparity between the two techniques. As time passed, approximately an hour later, Zhang Lianer suddenly felt Yigu's aura surge dramatically once more. Almost simultaneously, Yigu opened his eyes. My husband, your strength, indeed. I've entered the third layer of qi refinement. As he spoke, Yigu placed his hands on the armrests of his wheelchair, and his legs began to tremble, clearly straining to stand. Although Zhang Lianer was concerned, she refrained from assisting him, understanding that Yigu wished to rise by his own power, for only then would he truly stand tall. His legs quivered incessantly, as if they might falter at any moment. Yet, as Yigu's body gradually straightened, the smile on his face was unmistakable. Finally, at the moment he stood upright, his legs ceased to tremble, and his eyes glistened with tears. I did it. I'm standing. Lianer, did you see? I'm standing. Zhang Lianer, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded through her tears. Yigu then gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, from now on, you shall never need to bend down to hold me. I can finally lift my beloved woman. Tears streamed down Zhang Lianer's face uncontrollably. The two remained in each other's arms for quite some time, until their emotions settled, at which point they released one another. Yigu tenderly wiped away her tears, saying, Today is a joyous occasion. This evening, I will personally cook for you, treating you to a candlelit dinner. Zhang Lianer was momentarily taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of a candlelit dinner. Yigu playfully brushed his fingers against her nose, saying, You'll see tonight. Zhang Lianer nodded, though unsure of what a candlelit dinner entailed. She felt that as long as Yigu was happy, it was all that mattered. Yigu then resumed his cultivation for a while, but regrettably, his body's absorption of the nourishing qi pills was slowing down. This indicated that it would be some time before he could challenge the fourth layer of qi refinement. Reluctantly, he decided to cease his efforts. However, When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that Zhang Lianer had unknowingly broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. "You've broken through?" Ye Gu inquired. Zhang Lianer nodded. "I was so excited to see you stand that I accidentally broke through to the 4th layer." Ye Gu smiled broadly. "What good news? What good news?" He then turned to gaze at the wheelchair that had accompanied him for 16 years, filled with nostalgia. This wheelchair had served him faithfully for 16 years, showing signs of wear and tear. And now it could finally rest. "After all these years, old friend, you can finally retire." Chapter 21. The terrifying Wandao True Qi candlelit dinner. Ye Gu's legs grew increasingly powerful, and after a brief period of adjustment, he realized he could walk just like a normal person. However, it would take a few days for his legs' muscles and bones to completely strengthen. Yet this was of little consequence, as the Wandao Jing continuously absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, enabling him to completely reconstruct the strength of his legs without the need for nourishing qi pills. As he stepped into the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Ye Gu also discovered a remarkable phenomenon. After cultivating the Wandao Jing, he had indeed developed Wandao True Qi within himself, and there was quite an abundance of it, all residing within his dantian. However, as this true qi entered his body, Ye Gu noticed an inexplicable occurrence. Previously, he had 2 distinct powers within him. The ice path he had gleaned from sparring with Zhang Lianer, and the commerce path he had understood through his contract with Sonin. These 2 powers had coexisted separately in his dantian without interference. Yet, as the rich Wandao True Qi filled his dantian, it enveloped these 2 powers. Now, 3 powers coexisted harmoniously. With the ice power and commerce power wrapped up, can I still manipulate them? Ye Gu pondered, deciding to test it. He motioned for Zhang Lianer to step aside to avoid any accidental harm. He then struck out with his palm, channeling the ice power. To his astonishment, as he unleashed his palm strike, a frozen palm print materialized on the pillar of the pavilion before him. Simultaneously, Ye Gu observed that the previously attribute-less Wandao True Qi had transformed entirely into ice power after passing through the ice path, which he then released outward. "Husband, didn't you say you had not cultivated any ice-related techniques?" Zhang Lianer exclaimed in shocked. "Why?" Ye Gu laughed. "Indeed, I have not. This is the ice power transformed from the Wandao True Qi." He then decided to channel the commerce power with another palm strike. As expected, this time, the palm wind bore no trace of coldness, nor did it exhibit any attributes. This was because the commerce power was inherently different from the attribute-laden ice power. The commerce power had no attributes, so even when the Wandao True Qi transformed into commerce power, it remained indistinguishable. However, through his observations of the transformation of powers within him, Ye Gu made a startling discovery. The Wandao True Qi cultivated from the Wandao Jing could be transformed into any attribute of power. The type of power he could manifest depended on his understanding of the respective path. For instance, if Ye Gu mastered the fire path, even if he possessed little fire power within him, when he unleashed an attack, the Wandao True Qi would automatically convert into fire power, making it appear as though he were a practitioner solely focused on the fire path. Conversely, when he shifted to unleashing ice power, the Wandao True Qi would again transform into ice power. It could be said that the Wandao True Qi acted like a versatile arsenal of bullets adaptable to various firearms, while the paths of the world resembled different types of guns. As long as one possessed a firearm, regardless of its model, one could fire the universal bullet of Wandao True Qi. The depth of one's mastery over the path determined the sophistication of the firearm. The more profound one's understanding of the path, the more advanced the firearm, thus increasing its destructive power. In a wonder, it is called Wandao Jing. The myriad paths enable my comprehension of all paths. While Wandao Jing cultivates adaptable True Qi, this truly forms a perfect closed loop. Now, the only thing I lack is a technique manual. Ye Gu felt a surge of excitement. The Wandao True Qi could indeed be described as terrifying. In high spirits, Ye Gu declared, "It is getting late. You should return to your room and wait for me. I'll prepare the candlelit dinner." Zhang Lianer, equally delighted, nodded with a smile and returned to her room. Ye Gu wasted no time and headed straight for the kitchen. Along the way, anyone who saw him froze in place, as news of his ability to stand spread rapidly throughout the Yi residence. Consequently, Grandpa Yishan, Father Yi Changming, and clan head Yi Chang'an came to confirm the news. However, Ye Gu instructed Qingye and Haihua to ensure that no one was to be disturbed tonight. For tonight, he intended to share a candlelit dinner with Zhang Lianer, reveling in their own world, in the room. The candles on the lamp had been intentionally extinguished by Yigu. Only 2 candles flickered on the table, illuminating the feast he had prepared, along with a jug of fine wine. Zhang Lianer was utterly perplexed. "Husband, is any this just dinner? Is the candlelit dinner merely a dinner lit by candles?" Yigu chuckled. "That is indeed the literal meaning. However, do you not feel that having just the 2 of us enjoying wine, savoring delicious food, and sharing heartfelt conversations is quite romantic?" Romantic. Zhang Lianer clearly had never heard the term before. Yigu pondered for a moment before explaining, "It's a custom from another place. 2 people in love wish to relish a world of their own without interruption, so they opt for a candlelit dinner, which is also known as a date. A date. So that's what it is," Zhang Lianer exclaimed in realization. "I remember that the Yi family was once a prominent family in Qianzhou, so this must be a custom from there." "Sort of," Yigu replied awkwardly, unable to mention that it was a custom from his past life on Earth, which Zhang Lianer would not comprehend it. "So, what shall we do now, husband?" Zhang Lianer asked curiously. Yigu poured each of them a glass of wine. "The first step, of course, is to have a small toast." Zhang Lianer smiled as she raised her glass to clink with Yigu's. And they both drank heartily. "And what comes next?" Zhang Lianer inquired. "Why?" Yigu gestured towards the dishes. "Next, we savor the delicious food." As he spoke, he picked up a morsel and fed it to Zhang Lianer. "How does it feel to eat the dinner prepared by your beloved?" Yigu asked with a smile. "The wisest decision of my life was to marry you, husband," Zhang Lianer replied with a smile. Yigu responded, "It is my honor to have married you." The 2 gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and Yigu remarked, "This is the essence of a candlelit dinner. It brings hearts closer together. Now, let us eat." Zhang Lianer nodded happily. As they dined and chatted, the wine flowed freely. Soon enough, Zhang Lianer curiously asked, "Husband, we've had our wine and our meal. Is there another activity for this candlelit dinner?" Yigu chuckled and said, "Of course, there is." "What is it?" Zhang Lianer asked, her face filled with curiosity. Why? Yigu smiled, standing up, prompting Zhang Lianer to do the same. He took her hand in his, looking at her intently. "The next activity is, of course, rest." With that, he scooped Zhang Lianer into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. Zhang Lianer's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face into Yigu's shoulder, exclaiming shyly, "Husband, you rogue." Chapter 22. My wife will never be mine again. The candlelit dinner, accompanied by fragrant candles and fine wine, seemed to add a touch of romance to the night. Perhaps it was also the first night Yigu spent standing after his recovery. Looking at Zhang Lianer seated on the bed, Yigu felt she appeared even more beautiful than usual. Indeed, when seeking a partner, one should look for someone tall. The perspective from above and below certainly affects one's perception of beauty. Yigu chuckled to himself. Previously, he had always viewed Zhang Lianer while seated in a wheelchair, but this new angle made a significant difference. With the experience from the last time, unbuttoning her clothing tonight was particularly effortless. Zhang Lianer blushed as she protested. "Is this what you mean by picking things up without a teacher? How shameless." Yigu simply lifted Zhang Lianer into his arms, laughing. "If someone had to teach me, wouldn't it have been troublesome?" With a swift motion, he pulled the blanket over them, and soon they were lost in a kiss. Before long, the room was filled only with Zhang Lianer's occasional laughter and the flickering candlelight. With Yigu's strength having surged to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, his stamina had undoubtedly improved significantly. Ultimately, they spent nearly 4 hours in each other's embrace, contentedly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, when Yigu awoke, he found Zhang Lianer still peacefully slumbering. Clearly, she was going to break her habit of waking up at 7 o'clock today. However, this was understandable, given how much they had exerted themselves the previous night. With Zhang Lianer still in bed, Yigu felt disinclined to prepare breakfast himself. Moreover, by now, the news of his ability to stand had surely spread throughout the Yi residence. This morning, he had to go and inform his father and grandfather. He instructed Ha Hua to wait at the door to properly attend to his wife before making his way to the main hall. Along the way, Yigu checked the rewards the system had given him last night. Indeed, their passionate night had increased Zhang Lianer's affection level to 90. Only a small distance remained to reach the final 100. During their wedding night, the same passionate experience had resulted in a nearly 50 increase in affection. However, this time, it was only a mere 10. This was not to say Zhang Lianer had a heart of stone. Rather, the progression of affection levels naturally became more challenging over time. It is often difficult to gauge how much one truly cares for another, and sometimes it takes an extraordinary circumstance to reveal the depths of one's feelings, even to the point of being willing to die for that person. Such realizations often feel light and insubstantial in everyday life. With Jiang Lian'er's affection now at 90, the rate of progress for the Dragon and Phoenix record had also increased to tenfold. Additionally, the items rewarded had undergone some changes. This time, he received not a single body refinement pill, likely because Yi Gu had already stepped into the Qi refinement stage. Instead, he was rewarded with 50 nourishing Qi pills and 50 accelerated mansion pills. The accelerated mansion pills were used only by cultivators at the heavenly mansion stage and above. Clearly, the system's rewards were adapting based on the host's strength. However, Yi Gu currently had no use for the accelerated mansion pills, so he planned to pack up the surplus body refinement pills and sell them at the shop today. Furthermore, he discovered that after their passionate night, both he and Jiang Lianer had managed to each elevate their cultivation by yet another layer, with Jiang Lianer now at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and Yi Gu at the 4th. This revelation made Yi Gu exclaim in delight, "Indeed, cultivating alongside my wife is the best." Yi Gu arrived in the hall, where he found the family gathered for breakfast. Typically, he did not join them for breakfast, so his appearance today caused everyone to freeze in surprise. Especially when they saw him standing, their excitement was palpable. "Third brother, your legs are truly healed?" Yi Lang dashed over, reaching out to touch Yi Gu's leg. Realizing that Yi Gu's legs had genuinely recovered and were not a mere fade, he could no longer contain his emotions. "It's over. It's over. When your legs were still weak, you managed to steal my wife. Now that you're healed, I have no hope of getting her back. You're just a 6th wheel. Give me back my wife." Yi Gu smiled but chose not to engage. His aunt chimed in with a laugh. "Yi Gu, don't mind him. Child, your legs are truly healed," Yi Chang'an asked, still in disbelief. After all, it had been 16 years, during which he had often jolted awake from dreams, hoping it was all just a nightmare, only to be met with disappointment each time. This moment, he dared not believe that Yi Gu had truly risen to his feet. Why? Yi Gu smiled. "Father, I truly am healed. I have entered the Qi refinement stage, so there's no way my legs could remain weak." "Qi refinement stage? Excellent, wonderful," Yi Shan exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Chang'an turned to Yi Lang, scolding, "You ungrateful child. Look at your third brother and then at yourself. How could I have given birth to such an unambitious son?" "Enough of this discussion. Why, Yi Gu? I heard that you signed the contract with Sunanen, the manager of Anrudan Pharmacy, yesterday?" Yi Shan inquired. Why? Yi Gu nodded. "Indeed. The Zhang family has recently been causing turmoil in the pill industry, making it difficult for independent sellers like us. If I can assist even one, I shall do so." Yi Shan pondered for a moment and replied, "Sunanen is quite a formidable independent seller herself. The fact that she has turned to our Yi family illustrates that the situation for others will only worsen. However, the cost of pill refining is inherently high. Even if we do not profit, we cannot afford to incur losses. Do you have any strategies in mind?" Yi Shan questioned. Why? Yi Gu smiled and responded, "I have indeed devised a solution. I have developed several formulas that can increase the yield of pills tenfold, and I arranged for the alchemists to begin their work yesterday. We should be able to see the results today." "What? A tenfold increase in yield?" The ant was taken aback and exclaimed, "Then the prices can be driven down directly. If the Zhang family engages in a price war, we need not fear. Yi Gu, the other shops of the Yi family regarding their pills, if it comes to it, I can entrust all the shops to you for management. Our Yi family is united, and I believe you can manage them well. I hope you consider the bigger picture. Yi Chang'an oversees the family. So many of the Yi family shops are indeed managed by the ant." Yi Gu chuckled. "Ant, you flatter me. I trust your integrity. However, I truly do not have the energy to manage so many shops. Rest assured, I have instructed them that any pills produced will be shared among all Yi family shops." The ant exclaimed with excitement. "Wonderful. Yi Gu, you can rely on us, and we will follow your lead. Pursue your endeavors freely. I will fully support you." As she spoke, the ant also patted Yi Lang beside her. "And you? After finishing your meal, do not linger around the house. Take your lackeys and go gather information on the Zhang family. Once our prices drop, they will surely retaliate." "Huh? Mother, even you are assisting Yi Gu. This is disastrous. My wife will be lost to me forever." Yi Lang protested with a face full of grievance. Why? Yi Gu could only smile helplessly. However, truth be told, his aunt was indeed clear-headed. Otherwise, Yi Gu would not trust her so much. Chapter 23. The Merchant Sage. Lun Yangzi? To be frank, Though Yi Lang had a bit of a childish temperament, he was resolute when it came to significant matters. Just after finishing breakfast, he set off with his dog to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Yi Gu returned to his courtyard, noticing that Jiang Lianer had yet to rise. He instructed He Hua, "When the lady awakens, tell her I have gone to the shop." After that, Yi Gu departed from the Yi family. With his legs healed, Yi Gu felt considerably more buoyant. In fact, he didn't even call for a carriage today, walking all the way to the shop. After handing over the prepared and to manager Chen, Yi Gu saw that 2 carriages were already parked at the shop's entrance, filled with large and small boxes of goods. "Which shop are these for?" Yi Gu inquired. "Oh, these are for Sunanen, with whom we signed a contract yesterday," Manager Chen replied. "Thanks to the formulas you provided, our Yi family shop's pills are well prepared. We are not afraid of the Zhang family in this price war." Manager Chen chuckled, and it was evident that the number of customers in the shop had increased significantly compared to yesterday, indicating that the counterattack in the price war had commenced. Yi Gu nodded and suggested, "In that case, I shall visit her shop and see how she is doing. If the lady arrives, please inform her." With that, Yi Gu followed the delivery team. Yesterday, he had only met Sunanen briefly, yet it had revealed the essence of the merchant's path within him. Thus, Yi Gu wished to see if they could converse again today, hoping to further enhance his understanding of the business realm. At Anrudan Pharmacy, Xiaoqing rushed in from outside, looking quite displeased. "Miss, the signboard has been changed. You've signed the contract, yet why must it display the Yi family's name? This is your painstakingly managed Anru Pharmacy." Sunanen gazed at a painting on the wall and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a signboard. Do not take it to heart. When Lun Yangzi first entered the business world, she managed someone else's shop. As long as the heart is in commerce, that is sufficient," Xiaoqing retorted. But Lun Yangzi later opened her own shop and became the wealthiest in Qianzhou, her name renowned throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. "I wonder if we can withstand this calamity. The Zhang family is truly despicable. Should we inform the master?" "Xiaoqing," Sun Unan interrupted firmly. Seeing that she had misspoken again, Xiaoqing fell silent. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Miss Sun compares herself to Lun Yangzi. It seems she harbors grand ambitions. Rest assured, when the market improves, the Yi family will not trouble you, Miss Sun. You may leave whenever you wish." Upon hearing this, Sunanen turned to see that it was Yi Gu. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" Sunanen asked, somewhat surprised. Yi Gu pointed to the carriage behind him. "I came with the delivery team and thought I would take a look at your shop's location. What I just said was heartfelt, so you need not feel burdened." Sunanen quickly summoned Xiaoqing to receive the goods while inviting Yi Gu to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea. "Young Master Yi, you jest. Right now, we are entirely reliant on the Yi family. I would not dare to harbor any ulterior motives." Yi Gu laughed. "You truly need not be so formal, in all honesty. I greatly admire your commercial talent. If you are willing to stay with our Yi family, I would even entrust you with managing all the shops. You merely lack support and experience. Your commercial acumen is certainly on par with hers." As he spoke, Yi Gu's gaze fell upon the painting on the wall, which depicted a woman carrying a box. None other than Lun Yangzi. Sunanen looked at the painting and smiled wryly. "Young Master Yi, you flatter me." Lun Yangzi rose from humble beginnings to establish the Lu family business throughout Qianzhou and the Great Xia, now the wealthiest in Qianzhou and the only female head of a family in the Great Xia dynasty. Although she and I share the same lack of cultivation, she has leveraged her wealth to elevate the Lu family to the second most prominent family in Qianzhou. Only such accomplishments can be worthy of her title as the merchant sage. How could I possibly compare to such a figure? Yi Gu felt a sense of helplessness at Sun Unen's humility. While Lun Yangzi was indeed renowned in the Great Xia, she was still a person. And while humility before one's predecessors is appropriate, Yi Gu found himself curious. If you admire Lun Yangzi so much, why not seek her as a mentor? I hear she holds a conference every 3 years to select disciples. I understand she has yet to find an apprentice. I believe you would surely be chosen. Sunanen quickly responded. Young Master Yi, you jest. The distance from Qianzhou to Jiangzhou is quite far, and my family does not support my business endeavors. Upon realizing this, Yi Gu nodded. I see. If you truly wish to go, I will support you. I can cover your travel expenses. I simply do not want to see such talent go to waste. As for your family, I hope you can communicate well with them. If it truly does not work out, do not worry. In this life, one is ultimately responsible for oneself. Aside from one's spouse, others are merely fleeting characters in your life. Children grow up and no longer rely on their parents. Wouldn't you agree? Sunanen stared blankly at Yi Gu upon hearing this. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Yigu asked. Sunanan quickly shook her head. No, young Master Yi, your words differ from others. I am somewhat shaken. So, do you wish to go? Yigu inquired. Sunanan shook her head. I do not know. Sometimes I doubt whether I am cut out for business. How could I have the courage to approach Lun Yangzi? Yigu replied earnestly. You are. If you are not, then no one in this world would dare claim to be a business prodigy. Why are you so certain? Sunanan asked, puzzled. Yigu looked at her and explained, because I sense the essence of commerce within you. The essence of commerce. Sunanan was confused. Why? Yigu quickly clarified. In this world, practitioners cultivate myriad paths. You are aware of this, right? Sunanan nodded. Sword masters have the sword path, knife masters the knife path, and those who can comprehend these paths are all talents in cultivation. However, I cannot cultivate, and what sort of path is commerce? I have never heard of anyone achieving strength through commerce. Yigu shook his head. That is simply what others cannot do. It does not mean the essence of commerce does not exist. The paths of the world are numerous, yet only a fraction of them are pursued by mankind. Some paths are neglected, but you cannot say they do not exist, and the essence of commerce is one of those paths. Although I do not know why no one has succeeded in it, I can feel the essence of commerce within you. As he spoke, Yigu extended his hand and placed it on the table. If you do not believe me, place your hand here, and I will let you feel the power of commerce. Sunanan hesitated, instinctively retracting her hand. However, upon seeing Yigu's clear and resolute eyes, she felt compelled to relent, slowly placing her hand atop Yigu's. At the moment their palms touched, Sunanan was instantly enveloped by a surge of power coursing through her hand. It felt like a current electrifying her entire being. She recognized this strength as if it were an old friend, rejoicing within her heart. Yet, this power was undeniably immense, so overwhelming that she could scarcely believe she possessed such strength. Yigu looked at her and asked, Did you feel that? This is the power of commerce. The essence of commerce resonates within you, which is proof enough that you are a prodigy in the business realm. Your future will surely be paved through commerce. Really? Sunanan gazed into Yigu's eyes, and at that moment, she found his gaze enchanting, so much so that she couldn't look away. Her heart fluttered, as if something were colliding within her chest. Just then, Xiao Qing entered from outside and, upon witnessing the scene, gasped, Miss, you actually allowed him to touch your hand. You never let me touch you, yet you let a stranger and a man at that. Hold your hand. Chapter 24. Madam, you actually wish to have the third young master. In Shiliang County, Zhang family. Butler Lin, why are you in such a hurry? What has happened? Zhang Shan asked, just after finishing her cultivation. Butler Lin, running frantically, replied, The second young lady is in serious trouble. The price of the Yi family's pills has dropped by 50%, and now every cultivator in the city is buying from their shop. I must report this to the family head immediately. A 50% drop, that would be disastrous. Have they reduced their pill costs by compromising quality? Are their pills even safe to consume? Zhang Shan said. Her brow furrowing. No, I must go see for myself. With that thought, Zhang Shan rushed out. Meanwhile, at the Yi family's pill shop, Jiang Lianer sat at a table, holding an account book, while a mountain of ledgers loomed before her, rendering her utterly disheartened. Madam, I heard that the alchemists in the back courtyard are working themselves to madness, not resting at all. They're practically energized, He Hua said while pouring tea for Jiang Lianer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianer's eyes lit up. Pill refining? I want to go see. He Hua, puzzled, replied, But you can't just get up and leave. Jiang Lianer sighed, But I can't go. I have so many ledgers to review. I never expected the Yi family's pill shop would have so many accounts. Thankfully, my husband only inherited one. Huh. Madam, others would be eager to inherit more property. Why do you consider one too much? He Hua asked, bewildered. Jiang Lianer raised the account book in her hand, exclaiming despondently, I only realized how tedious reviewing ledgers is. My husband wants to entrust the shop to me, and I was grateful to him before. But now I see that I only enjoy pill refining, not ledger reviewing. Yet, I don't want to disappoint him. He Hua chuckled, but the third young master isn't insisting that you finish it all today. He cares for you, so it won't matter if you can't complete it. It is precisely because he cares for me that I want to do well with what he wishes to entrust to me. I cannot let him down, Jiang Lianer asserted. But madam, Manager Chun mentioned that the third young master has gone to find that Sunanan. I heard she is a beautiful female manager. Are you not concerned that the third young master might? Ah, Sunanin is a female manager. She must enjoy reviewing ledgers. Zhang Lianer suddenly sat up straight. Madam, what are you saying? You seem to have missed the point. He Hua exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Lianer replied earnestly. Isn't this the crux of the matter? I dislike reviewing ledgers, but Sunanin is a female manager. She must enjoy it. Why not let my husband hand the shop over to Sister Inin? That way, I won't have to look at ledgers. He Hua, you are truly a stroke of genius. Huh? He Hua was utterly speechless. No, madam. I meant that Sunanin is very beautiful. Do you not fear the third young master might fall for her? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianer fell into deep thought. You raise a valid point. If my husband does not like her, he certainly would not entrust the Yi family's shop to her. But if he does not hand it over, I will still have to review the ledgers. How can I make my husband like Sister in it? He Hua was completely taken aback. Madam, what are you rambling about? If the third young master were to fall for Sunanin, what would you do? Zhang Lianer looked puzzled. What does it matter to me whom my husband likes? It is his freedom to like whomever he wants. I cannot prevent him. But what if she tries to take the third young master from you? He Hua cautioned. The third young master has recovered. He is the young master of the Yi family, and countless women are vying for his attention. If Sunanin also falls for him, and he reciprocates, he would surely take her as a concubine. What would you do then? He Hua explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianer abruptly stood up. He Hua, thinking she might have misspoken, hurriedly said, Madam, did I say something wrong? I apologized. He Hua, you were simply too clever. He Hua was left completely bewildered. The Yi family's shops require managers to sign a contract to manage them. Sunanin has signed a contract with my husband, meaning she can manage this shop. However, Sunanin has mentioned that she wishes to be independent in the future, so she cannot manage it for long. Thus, my husband would not entrust the shop to her. If she does not manage it, then I will be the one reviewing the ledgers. As she spoke, Zhang Lianer looked at He Hua with excitement. He Hua, you are a stroke of genius. If my husband were to marry Sister Inin, she would then be the mistress of the Yi family. At that point, I could manage the shop without needing to review the ledgers. How splendid! Zhang Lianer exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement, while He Hua felt herself nearly fainting. Madam, have you lost your mind? You actually wish for the third young master to take a concubine? Moreover, you are to marry Sunanin? Which woman would eagerly anticipate her husband taking a concubine? Zhang Lianer, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. What is the issue? Which man in the world does not desire to take a concubine? My mother is my father's third concubine, and my uncle has 8 wives. My second aunt's husband has 7, while the head of the Zhang family boasts 30 wives. As she spoke, Zhang Lianer turned to Hua. Hua, do you think if I suggest to my husband that he take a concubine, he might feel it insufficient and become upset? I merely believe that Sister Inin is the most suitable for now, and I will assist my husband in finding other young women in the future. He surely won't be angry, right? Hua looked at Zhang Lianer with an expression of disbelief. Madam, regarding the matter of the third young master taking a concubine, you are not even upset. Unless the third young master has lost his mind, what reason would he have to be angry? Others fear their husband straying, yet you seem concerned that there are too few women around your husband. Madam, your perspective is truly remarkable, Zhang Lianer replied earnestly. There is nothing wrong with that. My husband has said that good things should be shared with everyone to reap greater joy. The most important thing is that now that my husband has married Sister Inin, I shall no longer need to keep the accounts. With that, Zhang Lianer eagerly pulled Hua along. Let us go to the backyard to observe alchemy. As for the accounts, I shall leave them for Sister Inin to handle. But the third young master has yet to marry Sister Inin. Madam, what are you thinking? Hua protested. Yet she was already being dragged off by Zhang Lianer to the backyard. Achoo! Inside the Enrudan pharmacy, Yigu suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Opposite him, Sun Inin hastily withdrew her hand from Yigu's, her charming face flushed. Xiaoqing, stop talking nonsense. Young Master Yi is merely guiding me in experiencing the power of commerce. The power of commerce? What strength does commerce possess? Xiaoqing looked utterly bewildered. Oh dear. You wouldn't understand. Go organize the elixirs. I have more to discuss with young Master Yi. Sun Inin hurriedly insisted. Xiaoqing replied. Miss, the elixirs are all organized. Then you can brew a pot of tea for young Master Yi. Xiaoqing picked up the teapot on their table, which was still full. Sun Inin's face turned even redder as she quickly said, You can find something else to do. Young Master Yi and I do not wish to be disturbed. Xiaoqing gazed at Sun Inin. Miss, Do you intend to send me away? You cannot possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? You are speaking nonsense. I do not. Not at all. Sunanin's face grew even redder. Gu, witnessing this scene, was equally befuddled, thinking to himself, no way, am I really that charming? Please do not develop feelings for me. If you are so beautiful and fall for me, I certainly wouldn't be able to hold back. What if I make a mistake that all men are prone to? How would I explain that to my wife when I return home? Chapter 25. System, are you insane or am I insane? Miss, just admit it. You have indeed taken a liking to him. You were never like this before. You would never engage in such prolonged conversations with a man, let alone have physical contact, Xiaoqing remarked. Gu listened, speechless, thinking, are you Sun Unin's maid or her mouthpiece? Is it appropriate to say such things? Meanwhile, Sun Unin's face flushed even deeper as she stood up and pushed Xiaoqing towards the door. Do not speak nonsense. I am hungry. You go buy some hazelnut pastries. Xiaoqing hurriedly replied, Miss, where can one find hazelnut pastries in Shiliang County? That is clearly a delicacy from Tianyang City. You are obviously trying to send me away. Miss, you must have developed feelings. Oh no, don't abandon Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's voice quickly faded outside the shop. When Sunanin returned, Gu wore an expression of embarrassment. Xiaoqing has not seen much of the world. Please do not take it to heart. Sunanin was equally awkward. Gu forced a smile and swiftly changed the subject, asking, have you lived in Tianyang City before? Sunanin was taken aback, realizing Xiaoqing had let slip some information. Well, sort of. My family is from Tianyang City. I grew up there and only came to Shiliang County for business later. Was it because your family did not support you? Gu inquired. Shiliang County cannot compare to Tianyang City in any regard. Even in business, one would naturally prefer Tianyang City. Just considering the population scale, the market in Tianyang City is far larger than in Shiliang County. Sunanin nodded, explaining, that is part of the reason. Another reason is that the elixir industry is essentially monopolized by the Zhang family in Tianyang City. Hence, I had little hope of succeeding in the elixir business there. Yet who would have thought the Zhang family has extended their reach into Shiliang County? I cannot fathom why, Gu asked. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, please consider it. I believe that since you are willing to try, seeking out Lunyangzi would be a commendable option. Sun Unin replied earnestly, I will give it serious thought. I must thank young Master Yi today. Although I have yet to make a decision, both the power of commerce and the suggestion to apprentice under Lunyangzi have illuminated my path forward. Gu, the guiding mentor of Nen, please allow me to bow to you. Saying this, Sun Unin stood and bowed deeply to Gu. Absolutely not. Gu exclaimed, quickly rising to assist her. However, in the next moment, his hand inadvertently brushed beneath Sun Unin's. This was merely a customary greeting, yet upon contact, the earlier comments from Xiaoqing echoed in their minds, causing both to retract their hands hastily. Sun Unin's cheeks flushed even more at that moment. Gu felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Thinking to himself, if this continues, I truly might lose control. It is absurd. Sun Unin is a beauty among beauties. The fact that Gu has managed to maintain his composure thus far is a testament to his extraordinary self-restraint. Had it been someone else, they would have likely succumbed to temptation by now. Just as Gu contemplated concocting an excuse to escape, suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully endeared yourself to your wife. Sun Unin's favorability increased to 40. System rewards. 1 copy of DBA introductory text, 110 first-grade elixir formulas, 55 second-grade elixir formulas, 22 third-grade elixir formulas. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu was momentarily stunned. He had previously encountered the elixir formula rewards, so even upon seeing the third-grade formulas, he did not find it particularly surprising. When the favorability reaches 30, the rewards tend to be unexpectedly generous. Thus, the 110, 55, and 22 formulas were likely due to achieving the 30 favorability, yielding substantial rewards. As for the DBA introductory text, it too was probably a reward for reaching 30 favorability. Just hearing the title made Gu feel bewildered. This so-called DBA introductory text certainly does not seem like a product of the Daxia dynasty. Could it be something from my previous world? But what on earth is it? I have never heard of such a thing. Gu was at a loss, and he immediately checked it out. DBA introductory text, a business management book that enhances business management skills upon study. Reading the description, Gu suddenly had a realization and hurriedly opened the book's cover. Good heavens indeed. A prominent line of text met his eyes. Essential reading for doctoral students majoring in business administration. Upon seeing this line, Yigu almost believed he was still living on Earth. To think that in this cultivation world, he would encounter something from modern times, he felt as though he might be losing his mind. The DBA is an abbreviation for a doctoral degree in business administration, and the system had actually rewarded him with such a thing. Connecting this to his earlier interaction with Zhang Lianer, Yigu instantly grasped the system's intent. It seems I am being prompted to gift a book, system. You certainly have a unique sense of humor. While he said this, Yigu felt a wave of anticipation. After all, previously gifting Zhang Lianer the Tianhan body transformation liquid and the Jumai Hanjing had yielded excellent hidden rewards. Perhaps this time would be no different. With that thought, Yigu smiled and said, Miss Anin, I hold you in high regard. Before I leave, allow me to present you with a book. A book? Sun Anin was taken aback, curious about what kind of book Yigu would gift her. When Yigu produced the DBA introductory text, Sun Anin was left speechless. Is this really a book? The literature of the Daxia dynasty is typically more ancient in style. Thus, she had never seen a book with a reflective cover, as if coated in a thin film. Yigu handed the book to Sun Anin, stating, This is from another state. Hence its appearance differs from the books in our Jiangzhou. However, the content is written in the common script of the Daxia dynasty. You will understand it. This book discusses how to conduct business. You will grasp its meaning. That said, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yigu finished speaking and promptly dashed out of the shop. Sun Anin glanced at Yigu, then at the book in her hands, and opened the cover for a brief look. She was left stunned. Essential reading for doctoral students in business administration? What is business administration? And who is this doctoral student? Someone skilled in business, perhaps? A book deemed essential for them must be quite rare. I never expected, young master, you would gift me such a valuable book. Saying this, Sun Anin seated herself at the table and began to study. Meanwhile, outside the shop, Yigu did not leave immediately but waited for the system's feedback. Sure enough, the system's voice soon rang out. Ding! The host has successfully gifted the DBA introductory text to Sun Anin, endearing yourself to her. Received system hidden reward. A guide to managing interpersonal relationships within the Daxia dynasty. Hearing the system's notification, Yigu felt perplexed. A guide to managing relationships in the Daxia dynasty? What is that? Yigu hurriedly took it out to examine it, and upon seeing the title on the book's cover, he exclaimed, This is clearly a guide to courting women. The key question is, can such literature even be considered a hidden reward? System, are you insane or am I insane? Chapter 26. Thank goodness I did not marry Zhang Lianer. Although Yigu found the system's rewards somewhat amusing, aside from the DBA introductory text, the over 100 elixir formulas were undeniably enticing. At the very least, these items could swiftly be converted into wealth in his family's elixir shop. While Yigu had little interest in business, he understood that in both his past life and the current Daxia dynasty, one cannot survive without money. Even enhancing one's own strength requires a significant amount of wealth to support it. In Shiliang County, at a tea stall, Yilang was resting when his companion, Guzi, hurried over. Second young master, I have gathered the information. Today, as the prices of our Yi family's elixir shops plummeted, the Zhang family's shop has become virtually deserted. Third young master's strategy is truly brilliant. Yilang chuckled, and no doubt, my third brother possesses my flair. This tactic has put the Zhang family in a dire situation. Without lowering prices, they face no market. And if they do lower prices, they incur even greater losses. However, the Zhang family must have received news by now. It remains to be seen how they will respond. Guzi glanced across the street at the imposing Zhang family residence, where a sign hung prominently, and remarked, You are indeed clever, second young master. By staying here, we can ascertain any actions the Zhang family intends to take. Yilang replied, Naturally, if I waited for you to inform me, it would be too late. The steward of the Zhang residence has been inside for quite some time. They should be making moves soon. As Yilang spoke, the doors of the Zhang family were pushed open. Soon after, Zhang Shan emerged. Seeing a girl of similar age with bright yellow hair, Yilang was taken aback. What is she doing here? Guzi also noted Zhang Shan's presence, equally puzzled. Indeed, this Zhang Shan, like you, second young master, has lived a life of luxury. What could she possibly do? Yilang turned to Guzi, who quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. She cannot possibly compare to your capabilities, young master. I meant her strength. Her strength. Yilang then turned his attention back to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan's strength is not particularly high, roughly on par with Yilang at the 5th level of body refinement. He had never heard of her managing the Zhang family shops before. Why is she the one to come out this time? As Zhang Shan walked purposefully towards the Yi family shop, Yilang waved his hand, signaling to follow her. The two quickly trailed behind Zhang Shan. However, after about 10 minutes, Yilang noticed that Zhang Shan's destination seemed quite clear. She passed by several of the Yi family shops without entering, as if she knew exactly where she was headed. Guzi asked, "Second young master, what do you think she intends to do?" With that demeanor, she cannot possibly be heading to the shop under the third young master's name. All our elixirs come from that establishment. Guzi's words instantly alerted Yilang. He exclaimed, "Not good. She may very well be. Visiting other shops might mean merely browsing the elixirs, but if she heads to my third brother's shop, it could lead to an even greater commotion. The formulas used by those alchemists during their craft are treasures belonging to our Yi family." With this thought, Yilang quickly inquired, "Where is the third young master?" "He went to deliver goods to Sun and Go. You must find the third young master immediately and instruct him to return to the shop at once. I will follow Zhang Shan and see what she intends to do." Guzi nodded and hurried off, while Yilang continued to tail Zhang Shan. Sure enough, he soon saw Zhang Shan enter the shop owned by Yigu. Inside the shop, Zhang Lianer and Hahua had just emerged from the backyard. "Madam, what is so fascinating about alchemy? It is rather dull." Zhang Lianer smiled and replied, "You simply do not understand. Those in the know appreciate the intricacies of it. Every action of these alchemists is a precious experience in my eyes. Yet compared to my husband, their alchemical skills fall short. My husband can concoct third-grade elixirs right from the start. That is true alchemical genius." As the two conversed, suddenly a voice rang out from the main hall of the shop. "Your elixirs must be defective. Otherwise, how could they be sold at such low prices?" Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Lianer exchanged glances with Hahua, and they both made their way to the main hall. The moment they arrived, a box of elixirs was thrown at Zhang Lianer's feet. She looked at the unfamiliar woman before her and coldly asked, "Miss, what is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Zhang Shan regarded Zhang Lianer with some confusion, clearly not recognizing her. Hahua picked up the elixir box and handed it to Zhang Lianer, explaining, "This young lady is the wife of our third young master and the owner of this elixir shop." "Third young master's wife? Oh, you must be Zhang Lianer from the Zhang family, the one who married your husband's brother," Zhang Shan remarked, sizing up Zhang Lianer as she spoke, internally reflecting, "No wonder. A daughter of the Zhang family is indeed quite beautiful, even as a concubine. It is a pity she holds little status within the Zhang family, otherwise, she would not have been sent to this remote place to marry." With that thought, Zhang Shan smirked and said, "How foolish of me not to recognize the lady. However, the lady is indeed exceptionally beautiful. No wonder Yi Chong does not desire her, while Yi Gu willingly chooses to marry you. Unable to wed her husband, she ends up marrying her own younger uncle. Such a scandalous affair has become common knowledge throughout the entirety of Shiliang County." "What are you saying?" He Hua retorted angrily. "Our lady and the third young master are together of their own volition. What business is it of yours, an outsider? You have no right to speak ill of our lady." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan's expression darkened, and she raised her hand to slap He Hua across the face. "What do you think you are? I am speaking with your master, and you think you have a say here. Is this how you educate your servants, madam? Truly lacking in decorum." At that moment, Yilang was hiding by the door and was about to rush out when, unexpectedly, Zhang Lianer stepped directly in front of Zhang Shan. She swiftly raised her hand and struck Zhang Shan with a resounding slap. Zhang Shan, possessing some strength herself, instinctively reacted. However, Zhang Lianer was overwhelmingly domineering. She seized Zhang Shan's arm with one hand and, with the other, delivered a sharp slap to her face. Instantly, a vivid handprint appeared on Zhang Shan's cheek. "You?" Zhang Shan was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that Zhang Lianer would strike her on behalf of a maid. Zhang Lianer glared at her coldly. "He Hua is not a servant of the Yi family. She is my kin. How dare you discipline her? If you lay a hand on her again, I will kill you." "You?" Zhang Shan was utterly bewildered. While others might have retaliated with words, she never expected Zhang Lianer to act so decisively and to utter such a ruthless threat. Understandably, this could provoke direct conflict between the Zhang family and the Yi family. Meanwhile, Yilang, standing aside, was unable to think of much else. He looked at Zhang Shan, instinctively touching his own face, filled with shock, and inwardly lamented, "Good heavens! Is Zhang Lianer truly this fierce? Thank goodness I did not marry her. This is no wife. She is clearly a tigress, terrifying. Third brother, I shall no longer vie for your wife. You'd better take care of yourself. Chapter 27. Heavenly grade ceiling pulse cold palm. Are you putting on a show for me? Yi Lang thought as he hurriedly retreated outside the shop. Given Zhang Lianer's demeanor, it was evident that there was no need for him to intervene today. After all, his strength was on par with Zhang Shan's. If Zhang Lianer could strike Zhang Shan, it implied she could do the same to Yi Lang. Recalling his previous attempts to steal Zhang Lianer away in front of her and Yi Gu, he felt relieved that she had not struck him. He truly considered himself fortunate. This is my fine sister-in-law. I've made up my mind. She shall henceforth only be my sister-in-law. As Yi Lang pondered, Zhang Shan inside the shop spoke up. Zhang Lianer, how dare you hit me? Do you wish to provoke a war between the Zhang and Yi families? Zhang Lianer, unfazed, replied coolly, you needn't try to intimidate me. It was I, Zhang Lianer, who struck you, and it has nothing to do with the Yi family. If you seek vengeance, feel free to trouble the Zhang family. You, Zhang Shan fumed. Trouble the Zhang family? That would be tantamount to courting death. The entire Zhang prefecture belonged to the Zhang family. While the Zhang family had some influence in Tianyang City, they were not foolish enough to challenge the Zhang family. They existed on entirely different levels. Even a single member dispatched by the Zhang family could annihilate the Zhang family. It might not even require sending anyone. Merely informing the city lord of Tianyang would suffice, and he would likely act without waiting for the Zhang family to intervene. After all, who would want to miss an opportunity to curry favor with the Zhang family? Zhang Shan, though furious, was not foolish. She quickly regained her composure. Zhang Lianer, do not think that just because you mention the Zhang family, I will be intimidated. You hold no significant standing within the Zhang family. I truly do not believe they would send someone to deal with the Zhang family on your behalf. You may claim to represent the Zhang family today, but do not forget, you are married. You are the wife of Yi Gu. You may see yourself as representing the Zhang family, but we can also claim you represent the Yi family. Having said that, this matter will not end here. You can wait for it. I will return this slap to you one day. With that, Zhang Shan turned and left. Zhang Lianer remained silent, her brow furrowed as she watched Zhang Shan walk away. Zhang Shan was correct. If she were not married, this would solely be a matter between the Jiang and Zhang families. But now that she was wed, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate the Yi family from this affair. Dear husband, Zhang Lianer felt a pang of regret for her earlier impulsiveness. If she could have endured alongside He Hua, she would not have entangled Yi Gu in such troubles, and now, Zhang Shan had seized upon her weakness, providing ample reason for the Zhang family's stronger members to seek revenge. At that point, they would have just cause, and given that the Zhang family hailed from Tianyang City, they would undoubtedly possess more formidable warriors than the Yi family. If it truly came to that, Zhang Lianer dared not contemplate further. Just as tears began to well in her eyes, Guzi finally returned with Yi Yuda. Yi Lang happened to be guarding the door and quickly pulled Yi Gu aside. Why aren't you going in? Upon seeing Yi Lang, Yi Gu promptly asked. Yi Lang hurriedly replied, Third brother, I truly feel for you. I just learned that your sister-in-law is quite fierce. No wonder you cherish her so. It must come from experience of being hit. You are too unfortunate. Ah? What are you talking about? When has Lianer ever been fierce? And why do you refer to her as sister-in-law? Have you attempted to steal her from me? Yi Gu inquired. Yi Lang waved his hands frantically. No. I will no longer vie for her. A wife as fierce as her must be managed by you, third brother. I cannot handle it. What on earth are you talking about? This makes no sense. Yi Gu looked utterly bewildered. Yi Lang hurriedly recounted the main points of the earlier incident. You should have seen it. When your wife slapped Zhang Shan, I felt my own face sting. That was truly fierce. Yi Gu chuckled. Is that so? You must have misunderstood. Lianer is usually very gentle. She must have genuinely been angry just now. With that, Yi Gu entered the shop, and Yi Lang quickly followed. Upon entering, Yi Gu immediately spotted Zhang Lianer's pitiful demeanor and rushed over to comfort her. Are you frightened? Come here, dear husband will hold you. Yi Gu wrapped his arms around Zhang Lianer, completely unconcerned with how the surrounding servants and patrons might react. Feeling Yi Gu's solid chest, tears streamed down Zhang Lianer's face. Husband, I'm so sorry. I couldn't restrain myself and struck Zhang Shan. She will undoubtedly use this as a pretext to retaliate against the Yi family. It's all my fault, Zhang Lianer cried as she spoke. He Hua quickly interjected. It's all my fault, third young master. Do not blame the lady. If punishment is to be meted out, then let third young master punish me instead. Zhang Lianer insisted. Yigu, seeing the scene, wiped Zhang Lianer's tears away and smiled. Neither of you are in the wrong. Why would I punish you? Husband, third young master. Both Zhang Lianer and He Hua were momentarily taken aback. Yigu continued with a smile. Zhang Shan first bullied He Hua. You striking Zhang Shan is perfectly justified. He Hua is not only your kin, but also my kin, Yigu. If someone from the Yi family is struck and no one comes to help, that would be the true shame of the Yi family, third young master. He Hua's tears began to flow as well, nearly prompting her to kneel. After all, she had never heard of anyone speaking up for a maid in such a manner throughout the entire Daxia dynasty. Human emotions are tender, and how could He Hua not be moved? But what about the Zhang family? Zhang Lianer asked anxiously. Yigu smiled. Do not worry. Your husband is here, do as you please. If the heavens come crashing down, I will be here to uphold them. Even if you were to punch a hole in the sky, I would patch it up for you. Husband, Zhang Lianer looked at Yigu, tears flowing once more. Yigu had not anticipated that such a simple declaration would completely win over Zhang Lianer. Just as Zhang Lianer finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Zhang Lianer's affection level has risen to 100. System reward, Dragon and Phoenix record upgraded to Dragon and Phoenix joined record. Heavenly grade ceiling pulse cold palm. 1000 chi nourishing pills. 1000 urging house pills. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu couldn't help but smile. Heavenly grade palm technique. Ceiling pulse cold palm. What did this mean? It implied that as long as he gifted this technique to Zhang Lianer, it was highly probable that he would also obtain a heavenly grade attack technique. What he and Zhang Lianer lacked most was precisely this kind of offensive manual. With this, what could the Zhang family possibly fear? Perhaps they were not currently a match for the entire Zhang family, but with a heavenly grade physique, a heavenly grade technique, and now a heavenly grade offensive manual, they would eventually grow to a point where the Zhang family would be fearful. Just as Yigu contemplated what this Dragon and Phoenix joined record might be, Yilang walked over from the side, looking angrily at Zhang Lianer. Well, Zhang Lianer. So, your fierce demeanor when you slapped Zhang Shan was all an act? At home, you're all whimpering, but outside, you're slapping people around. Are you putting on a performance for me? Chapter 28. Zhang Yu issues a challenge. Upon hearing Yilang's words, Zhang Lianer appeared utterly bewildered. Yigu chuckled. Do not listen to his nonsense. Lianer has always been like this. You just don't understand her. Yilang sighed helplessly. However, he also realized that he might not be suitable for Zhang Lianer. Firstly, given Zhang Lianer's background, she required nurturing, something he sincerely felt he could not provide. Observing Yilang's despondent demeanor, Yigu guessed his thoughts and said with a smile, It's all right. You and Lianer ultimately lack fate. However, as your younger brother, I cannot allow your marital matters to be delayed. With that, Yigu took out the system's reward for dating techniques and tossed it to Yilang. Take this home. Study it well, and strive to get into Qingyang Academy. Then you will have much to showcase. What is this? Yilang muttered under his breath. However, upon glancing at the title, his eyes immediately lit up. Dating techniques? Wow! Third brother, you are truly kind to me. You are my dear younger brother. No, my beloved older brother. No, my dear father. You are my father. Don't let uncle hear this. He might think something is off between us. Yigu replied, pulling Zhang Lianer, intending to find a secluded spot to present the ceiling pulse cold palm to her. Just then, a deep, robust voice rang out from the entrance. Who is Zhang Lianer? The voice was thick and powerful, unmistakably emanating from someone at the refining Qi realm. Yigu, Zhang Lianer, and Yilang all turned to look, only to see a robust young man, his face covered in pimples, standing at the door. Zhang Yu, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilang quickly positioned himself between Yigu and Zhang Lianer, whispering, This person is Zhang Yu, the eldest son of the Zhang family and Zhang Shan's elder brother. His strength is at the 5th level of the refining Qi realm. Upon hearing Yilang's introduction, both Yigu and Zhang Lianer were taken aback. After all, in Shiliang County, achieving the 5th level of refining Qi was a remarkable feat. Yigu's elder brother, Chong, had only reached that level a year after joining Tianyang Academy, while Zhang Yu appeared to have achieved this strength without attending the academy, indicating he was not to be trifled with. Zhang Lianer stepped forward and declared, Zhang Yu's icy gaze fell upon her. "Oh, you are the one who slapped my sister?" "Indeed," Jiang Lianer replied with confidence, emboldened by Yi Gu's support. Zhang Yu regarded her with a smile. "Very well. You are quite candid. In that case, I shan't waste words. Blood for blood, debts must be repaid. Since you struck my sister, as her elder brother, it is only right that I seek vengeance." With that, Zhang Yu tossed a letter towards her. "According to the rules of the Daxia realm, we shall duel. Tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you at the vegetable market in Shiliang County. Of course, if you wish to find someone to fight in your stead, I will accept anyone. Alternatively, you may choose to have my sister return that slap right now." As Zhang Yu spoke, Zhang Shan indeed leaped out from behind him. Yilang interjected, "Your sister came to our Yi family shop to cause trouble. Yet you think you have the right to claim the moral high ground?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Our Zhang family is a family of brutes. We do not comprehend the so-called rules of civility that you scholars speak of. We only know that grievances must be avenged and debts must be repaid." He then turned his gaze to Jiang Lianer. "You may simply state whether you accept the challenge or prefer my sister to slap you back now." Jiang Lianer hesitated, but Yi Gu had already stepped forward to take the letter. "We accept the challenge, but remember, whether your Zhang family is in the right or our Yi family is in the right, I kindly ask that you speak more softly when addressing my wife. A loud voice does not frighten anyone. You are Yi Gu, the third young master of the Yi family?" Zhang Yu scrutinized Yi Gu, a smirk on his face. Why Yi Gu nodded. "That is correct," Zhang Yu chuckled. "Very well. If you are a man, I will be waiting for you tomorrow." "Husband," Jiang Lianer looked worried. Yi Gu reassured her, patting her hand and addressing Zhang Yue. "Oh, you have any further matters? If not, you may leave. Individuals with such tempers as yours may frighten my wife, so I shall not keep you." Zhang Yu snorted in response. "Humph. I hope tomorrow, when we stand on the ring, you can still be so brazen." With that, Zhang Yu turned and left. Once Zhang Yu departed, Yilang's face filled with concern. "This is bad, third brother. Why did you agree so readily? He is a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the refining Qi realm. Just look at those muscles. He clearly relies on brute strength. Even if Big Brother manages to return overnight, he may not be his match." Yi Gu laughed. "Who said I would let Big Brother handle this? My wife is more than capable of dealing with him." "Me?" Jiang Lianer looked utterly bewildered. "Husband, have you forgotten? I have not cultivated any martial arts techniques. Relying solely on internal strength is entirely without form." Yilang quickly added, "Even if sister-in-law has entered the refining Qi realm, what level could she possibly reach? Just by looking at Zhang Yu's physique, he clearly will not be easy to handle." "Third brother, are you not putting your sister-in-law in jeopardy? If it comes to that, I will personally seek out Big Brother and have him return overnight." Yi Gu confidently replied, "Do not worry. We can handle it. For now, you should return and comfort grandfather, so he does not worry." "Grandfather? You are right. They will soon learn of the news. I shall head back now," Yilang exclaimed, signaling for Guzi to depart first. Jiang Lianer gazed at Yi Gu, equally perplexed by the source of his confidence. Yi Gu chuckled. "Do you not trust your husband?" Jiang Lianer shook her head. "That I do trust you. After all, you have found the martial arts manual, haven't you?" Yi Gu smiled and playfully brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose. "Clever girl. Come, let us return home and I shall show you." "All right." Jiang Lianer eagerly nodded, and together they departed the shop with the lotus flower in tow. Indeed, upon returning home, Yilang had already informed Yishan, Yi Changming, and Yi Chang'an of the news. Faced with the trio's inquiries, Yi Gu simply assured them not to worry and to wait and see. Subsequently, amidst their sighs, he led Jiang Lianer back to his courtyard. As soon as they arrived, Yi Gu produced the heavenly grade palm technique, the wind vein cold palm, and presented it to Jiang Lianer. Upon realizing that it was indeed a celestial grade technique, she was momentarily taken aback. "So, how do you feel now? Do you have the confidence to defeat that Zhang Yu?" Jiang Lianer quickly nodded, exclaiming, "I do. Thank you, husband. I shall begin my training right away. Do not wait up for me tonight." Yi Gu, hearing this, quickly interjected, "No. You must balance work and rest. I will come to fetch you later." "Understood," Jiang Lianer replied with a smile, and then hurried off to the pavilion to begin her practice. Meanwhile, Yi Gu sat on a chair, patiently awaiting his reward. Indeed, it wasn't long before the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The host has gifted the wind vein cold palm to Jiang Lianer, successfully pampering his wife. Hidden system reward obtained. Heavenly grade sword technique, the celestial sky-breaking sword finger. Chapter 29. The Dragon and Phoenix Union. The Subtlety of Sword Intent. Hearing the system's announcement, Yigu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. However, he did not immediately learn the celestial sky-breaking sword finger. Instead, he first turned his attention inward to examine the so-called Dragon and Phoenix Union he had previously received as a reward. When Zhang Lianer reached a 100 affinity with him, the Dragon and Phoenix score had not indicated an upgrade in training speed. Rather, it had transformed into the so-called Dragon and Phoenix Union, which piqued Yigu's curiosity. Regrettably, with events unfolding one after another, he had little time to investigate. Now that he finally had a moment to spare, it was only natural to delve into it thoroughly. As Yigu began to explore the Dragon and Phoenix Union, information quickly surfaced. Dragon and Phoenix Union Level 1. Unlocked when the affinity of any wife reaches 100, already unlocked. Description: the Dragon and Phoenix Union is an enhanced version of the Dragon and Phoenix score. In addition to providing the host with increased training speed, it also allows wives to share in the benefits. Function: current training speed increase of the Dragon and Phoenix Union is 11 times. Current host's wife can gain a training boost of 10 of the host's speed. Warm reminder: the current sharing quota for the Dragon and Phoenix Union is limited to one wife. Each time a wife's affinity reaches 100, an additional quota will be unlocked, and the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix Union will be enhanced. Specific details are as follows. Level 1 of the Dragon and Phoenix Union. 1 sharing quota for the wife, allowing her to gain 10 of the host's increased speed. Unlock condition: at least one wife's affinity must reach 100. Level 2 of the Dragon and Phoenix Union. 2 sharing quotas for the wives, allowing them to gain 20 of the host's increased speed. Unlock condition: at least 2 wives' affinities must reach 100. Level 3 of the Dragon and Phoenix Union. 3 sharing quotas for the wives, allowing them to gain 30 of the host's increased speed. Unlock condition: at least 3 wives' affinities must reach 100, and so forth. As Yigu read the description of the Dragon and Phoenix Union, he couldn't help but be astonished. He had not anticipated that the upgraded Dragon and Phoenix Union would be so formidable. Not only could it be shared with his wives, but it also increased in efficacy with the number of wives. Yet, this enhancement mechanism, was the system being serious? Here I am, a decent modern man, and you expect me to focus on romantic pursuits in the Daxia dynasty? Am I that kind of person? Yigu grumbled. Moreover, even if I were to agree, considering the difficulty of acquiring this system, would my wife be on board? I cannot do anything that would upset Lianer. Yigu's words were sincere. After all, when he was paralyzed, Zhang Lianer had still chosen to marry him without hesitation. This had instilled in him a deep-seated resolve to always treat her well. Thus, to avoid causing Zhang Lianer any distress, he had never considered taking a concubine. Of course, if taking a concubine wouldn't upset Zhang Lianer, that might be worth considering. Haha. After all, that's just how men are. Yigu was no deity, and which ancient emperor didn't he have a harem? Compared to those emperors, I would be merely a small fish in a vast ocean. With that thought, Yigu promptly designated Zhang Lianer as the sharing recipient. The moment he completed the setting, he distinctly heard Zhang Lianer exclaim, Clearly, she sensed something amiss, though she was unsure why her training speed had suddenly increased. With Yigu's speed enhancement now at 11 times, and Zhang Lianer able to share 10, her speed would be boosted to 1.1 times. While it may not seem like much, it was certainly a benefit she could enjoy at any time. Previously, with the Dragon and Phoenix score, she could only experience that speed during their joint training. This meant that now, Zhang Lianer would receive a consistent 1.1 times increase in her training speed, while during their joint cultivation, she would benefit from the full 11 times boost. Moreover, as more wives reached full affinity, this effect would only improve. This was simply, my heart belongs solely to Lianer. How could I think such thoughts? More wives, system. Do you take me for a scoundrel? Though he spoke these words, Yigu couldn't help but feel a sense of joy blooming within him. As if to say, system, you truly know how to pick them. Haha. Having set up the Dragon and Phoenix Union, Yigu finally focused his attention on the heavenly grade sword technique. Celestial sky-breaking sword finger. I thought it was merely a finger technique, but it turns out to be a full-fledged sword technique. As Yigu scrutinized the details, the information on the Celestial Sky-Breaking Sword Finger materialized. Celestial Sky-Breaking Sword Finger, heavenly grade sword technique, does not require a sword during practice, focuses on sword intent. Once mastered to perfection, it becomes self-sufficient even without a sword. Such a succinct phrase left Yigu profoundly shaken. Each character seemed etched in sword intent, deeply imprinted in his heart. After reading these simple words, Yigu astonishingly discovered that amidst the myriad of true chi within him, a thread of sword intent had indeed been born. It was a feeble thread, even weaker than the power of the merchant path. Yet, as Yigu began to cultivate according to the guidance of the celestial sky-breaking sword finger, he found that the sword power within him surged like a wild stallion, rapidly growing. However, this growth rate gradually began to slow at first. The sword path was an entirely new domain for Yigu. Yet, as he became more adept at practicing the celestial sky-breaking sword finger, the enhancement of his sword power naturally diminished. Yigu directed his finger towards a large tree ahead, continuously thrusting. Using his finger as a sword and his chi as form, he persistently thrust, and thrust again. Finally, merely 10 minutes later, Yigu felt a surge of sword intent shoot forth from his fingertips. Although it only traveled less than a meter, it represented a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. Indeed, as Yigu continued his training, the distance the sword chi could travel increased, and even its speed improved. After merely 1 hour, Yigu's sword finger struck forth and managed to create an indentation in the trunk of the tree. After another 2 hours, Yigu discovered that his sword finger had directly pierced through the sturdy trunk. Furthermore, the sword power within him had undergone a transformation, becoming the strongest force within him. Aside from the myriad of true chi, using chi as form, I can even condense my breath into an invisible sword. Truly, this is the heavenly grade sword technique. Onward! Yigu pressed on with unyielding enthusiasm. In the midst of his relentless sword practice, he was astonished to find that his strength had quietly transitioned into the 5th layer of the chi refinement realm. This unexpected delight filled Yigu with exuberance. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon immersed in swordplay. Zhang Lianer was equally absorbed in training the wind vein cold palm. The two of them disturbed one another not, until the clock struck 9 in the evening. As Yigu unleashed another sword finger, he found that the motion appeared to slow down in his line of sight. It was as if he could clearly perceive the distribution and transformation of every strand of chi within the sword energy. That intricate sensation sent a shockwave through him. His strength had once again risen, elevating him to the 6th layer of the chi refinement realm. Is this the subtlety of sword intent? The hallmark of entering the sword path? Yigu's heart raced with astonishment. All paths are divided into 5 realms: entry, penetration, mastery, forgetfulness, and unity. Each advancement in realm allows for a deeper mastery of the path and amplifies its power. Yigu recalled that regardless of the path, achieving entry level typically required one to be a formidable figure within the Heaven's Mansion realm. Indeed, it was already an exceptional accomplishment for a Heaven's Mansion realm expert to reach entry level in any path. Yet here he was, merely in the chi refinement realm, already having attained entry level in the sword path. Was this not the result of the synergistic effects of his heavenly grade physique, heavenly grade techniques, heavenly grade martial arts manuals, and the Dragon and Phoenix union? Yigu chuckled. Surely now I can claim to be a prodigy without a hint of exaggeration, right? Who's with me, and who is against? Chapter 30. You're so beautiful. How can you blame me? The night had deepened. In the study of the Yi residents, Elder Yi Shan, the family head Yi Chongan, and Yi Gu's father Yi Changming gathered together. Even Aunt and Yi Lang were present. Yi Shan turned to Yi Lang and inquired, "What does the letter say?" Yi Lang sighed and replied, "It will take at least 2 more days. It appears that elder brother genuinely cannot return. Wasn't he almost at the haunted grave hill just a few days ago? Why does it still require 2 days?" Yi Shan asked, puzzled. Yi Lang explained, "Elder brother mentioned in his letter that the haunted grave hill has been rather unstable recently, with demonic beasts lurking about, frequently attacking passing merchant caravans. They stayed there for 2 days, hoping to eliminate the beasts, but unfortunately, they caught none. So, it delayed their return." Upon hearing this, Yi Shan sighed as well. "What shall we do? If Zhonger cannot return, Yigu has accepted Zhang Yu's challenge. The battle tomorrow has the eyes of the entire city upon it. Does this not mean our Yi family will be humiliated?" Yi Chang'an remarked, "Father, do not be overly pessimistic. Yigu has also stepped into the chi refinement realm," Yi Lang countered. "Who knows who will win or lose? Indeed, I see that Yigu is composed and acts judiciously. He handled our shop's affairs exceptionally well just recently," Anne added. "But that is Zhang Yu, a 5th layer of the chi refinement realm. How could Gu'er, having just broken through, possibly be his opponent?" Yi Shan argued. Yi Changming interjected, Father, I heard from Langer that Zhang Yu originally aimed to challenge Lianer. Although she hails from the Zhang family, her status may not be high and her strength is not particularly formidable. She does have some background. Do you think she stands a chance against Zhang Yu? Yishan shook his head, it's hard to say. Ant then remarked, I believe we should have faith in Yigu. After all, Zhang Lianer is his wife. Moreover, Yigu dotes on her so much that he wouldn't even let Yi Lang snatch her away, which clearly shows his genuine affection. I believe Yigu would not allow Zhang Yu to act recklessly. If he had no confidence, he would not have allowed Zhang Lianer to accept this challenge, Yishan stated. Your daughter-in-law's words hold some truth. Since Zhong'er cannot return, we can only hope that Yigu's steadiness will prevail. Yishan then glanced at Yi Lang. Tomorrow, you must go to the scene and keep a close watch. Report any changes to us at the earliest. Yes, Yi Lang promptly responded. Meanwhile, at Zhang's residence in Shiliang County, the head of the family, Zhang Bohan, sat at his desk with Zhang Yu and Zhang Shan standing before him. Zhang Yu spoke up, Father, that Yigu has accepted my challenge. Although there are rumors that the lad's legs have healed and he has likely stepped into the Qi refinement realm, rest assured, I have not wasted my years in the Qi refinement realm. If he dares to show up tomorrow, I will ensure that the Yi family's reputation is tarnished in Shiliang County. I'm not worried about the challenge. I know exactly how well you have trained in the fierce tiger fist. Not only is Yigu not your match, but even that Zhang family wife of his stands no chance. Zhang Bohan replied. What truly concerns me is the medicinal market in Shiliang County. Zhang Yu retorted, Father, you are too lenient. We should simply drive the Yi family out of Shiliang County. Wouldn't that secure the market for our Zhang family? Zhang Bohan chastised, Foolish. You focus solely on training, yet your mind seems to lack growth. The medicinal market does not cater to ordinary people, but rather to cultivators. Ordinary folk are mere ants, yet these cultivators are potential ants. The Yi family has operated in Shiliang County for many years, building an excellent reputation. Even if we wish to drive them away, it must be through their own failure to thrive, and we should never use force against them. Do you not understand the difference? But what difference is there? Zhang Yu clearly did not grasp the concept. Zhang Shan interjected, Brother, these cultivators will not remain in Shiliang County forever. Their ultimate goal is to enroll in Tianyang Academy. The Yi family has consistently offered the lowest prices for medicinal herbs across the entirety of Tianyang City, and these cultivators have a degree of gratitude towards them. If you resort to force to drive them away, these individuals will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards our Zhang family. Once any of them gain power, they could retaliate against us or even the Lord of Tianyang City. You would be creating enemies for the family. Additionally, the Yi family holds a solid reputation in Shiliang County. Forcibly driving them out would only place the Zhang family in a precarious position. The entire Tianyang City is not solely reliant on Shiliang County for medicinal herbs. They could simply go to other cities to purchase them, leaving our Zhang family with no business at all. Hearing this, Zhang Bohan could not help but reprimand Zhang Yu. Shaner understands better than you. Next time, use your brain more. Do not just train the fierce tiger fist until you become foolish, Father. Zhang Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Are you saying there is no way to resolve the current situation? Zhang Bohan replied, If you are waiting for you to come up with a solution, our Zhang family will be finished 2 days ago. I already wrote to the main family, urging them to find a way to sever the trade routes between the outside world and Shiliang County. Even if it's just for 2 or 3 days, that would suffice. The recruitment team from Tianyang Academy is arriving soon. Once the Yi family's medicinal herbs are sold out, I will be curious to see how they respond. At such a critical moment, if their medicinal herbs run out, their reputation will plummet, and that will be our Zhang family's opportunity to win over their loyal customers. Reputation is a double-edged sword. When it is good, it flourishes, but once it collapses, even the gods would struggle to save it. Father, you are indeed wise. Zhang Yu laughed. Zhang Bohan continued, You need not concern yourself with business matters. If you can make Yigu's family suffer terribly tomorrow, the Zhang family's prestige in Shiliang County will soar. Whether or not you can help Father ignite the flames depends entirely on you. Zhang Yu responded eagerly, Rest assured, Father, I will undoubtedly win. At the Yi residence. In his room, Zhang Lianer blushed as she looked at Yigu. It's only 10 o'clock. Don't tease me, husband. I still wish to practice a bit more, especially since I will be battling Zhang Yu tomorrow. Yigu laughed. I could stand in for you tomorrow if you prefer, but remember, training must be balanced. Work and rest together ensure greater efficiency. Zhang Lianer replied, No, I am the one who caused this trouble, and I must be the one to resolve it. Moreover, should I find myself defeated, It would not reflect poorly on the reputation of the Yi family. This matter, my dear husband, is not something you can contend with me over. Observing Zhang Lian'er's earnestness, Yi Gu could only respond helplessly, very well. I shall heed your wishes. Can we retire for the night now, my lady? Zhang Lian'er's cheeks flushed as she replied, It is merely 10 o'clock, and you wish to dot how shameless. Yi Gu, upon hearing this, fell silent. Nay, can I be blamed for this? You are so exceedingly beautiful. Can my lust be faulted? Not at all. Then must the blame fall upon me? Zhang Lian'er retorted. Why? Yi Gu quickly countered. Then it cannot be my fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon your excessive beauty. Zhang Lian'er's face grew even redder and she chided. You silver-tongued flatterer. It is not impossible to rest now, but you must agree to one condition. Yi Gu, in a fluster, replied, Do not speak of just one. I would agree to 100. It is quite simple. Really, I insist that we do not prolong our activities into the night. I have a contest to prepare for tomorrow, and I require ample rest. Yi Gu expressed his skepticism. My lady, are you truly serious? Has it not always been you who delayed our respite? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian'er's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Oh dear! Must you speak such truths? What if someone overhears? How mortifying! Yi Gu, with a playful flourish, threw Zhang Lian'er onto the bed and, kissing her, assured, Rest assured, it is but the two of us here. No one shall hear, nor see. Chapter 31. Because of a name, do not fixate on my wife daily. The atmosphere in the room was enveloped in intimacy. Meanwhile, only 2 days' journey from Shiliang County, a group had set up tents, establishing a temporary camp along a certain official road. A robust young man was hidden in the shadows, away from the flickering campfire, relieving himself. Suddenly, the nearby brush rustled, startling the young man. Who goes there? To his astonishment, a figure emerged from the thicket. The individual adjusted their unruffled attire and smiled. Out so late, and yet still awake? The burly youth, upon recognizing the visitor, responded in resignation, Ah, Brother Zhang, what brings you here at this hour? How did you return from this direction? Zhang Debiao chuckled. I took a patrol around the vicinity. You know how the abandoned graves nearby are plagued by demonic beasts. We must remain vigilant. By the way, has Yi Chong returned from his slumber? The burly youth was none other than Yi Gu's elder brother. Yi Chong, he has just fallen asleep. Yi Chong replied with a smile. Brother Zhang, you remain ever so concerned for Sister Sun, yet it has been quite some time since you have secured her affections. Has it not? Zhang Debiao sighed. Alas, it is no easy task. Unlike you, brother, I hear your family has already chosen a bride for you, merely awaiting your return to marry. Moreover, I have heard she hails from the Zhang family. You are indeed fortunate. Yi Chong waved dismissively. A match arranged by my family cannot compare to Sister Sun. Though she may be of the Zhang family, she is but a concubine. However, since my family has settled on her, I shall treat her well. Time was of the essence, and he declared, I shall retire for the night, brother. Zhang Debiao gestured. We shall soon return to Shiliang County. Rest well? Yi Chong, hearing this, wasted no words and returned to his tent. Zhang Debiao gazed at Yi Chong's tent, a cold smirk forming on his lips. When you return home to discover your bride has been taken by a brother, I hope you will still find joy in your laughter. Shiliang County can no longer harbor your Yi family. The following morning, as Zhang Lian'er arose, she found Yi Gu still nestled beneath the covers, watching her wash up with lingering desire. Why, lady, you called me a lecher last night. Does it not prove that resting early is more beneficial for cultivation? Zhang Lian'er blushed at his words, replying, Though I cannot comprehend why, after but one night's rest, I have unexpectedly broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Yet, it seems you may indeed be correct. I must learn to balance work and rest. Yi Gu chuckled. You have yet to grasp the crux of the matter. It is not about your balance of labor and leisure, but rather with whom you choose to balance it. If you were to retire with me earlier each night, I assure you your cultivation would advance far more swiftly than if you were to practice alone. This was no mere exaggeration. Through their shared cultivation, Zhang Lian'er could accelerate her growth significantly, receiving a much greater benefit than if she were to practice in solitude. Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. How shameless! Quickly rise, Zhang Lian'er urged, pulling at her bedding. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Gu pulled her closer, laughing. It is still quite early. Shall we not cultivate a while longer? As he spoke, He drew Jiang Lianer back under the covers, prompting her to exclaim, "I have just washed up. My hair is a mess. My husband, you are so ticklish." At 10 o'clock in the morning, with only an hour remaining until the duel with Zhang Yu, Yigu finally set out with Jiang Lianer. Inside the carriage, Yilang sat opposite them, holding a letter that Yi Chong had pinned. Yilang smiled and said, "Third brother, third sister-in-law, allow me to pose a question for your consideration. This inquiry stems from a mention in the elder brother's letter. Let us analyze it." Yigu and Jiang Lianer nodded, and Yilang continued, "Elder brother wrote of a peer at Tianyang Academy named Zhang Debiao. He also mentioned a sister named Sun Ruru. Zhang Debiao harbors affections for Sun Ruru, yet she does not share his sentiments. What could be the reason?" "What?" Yigu was taken aback, the name instantly evoking thoughts of Sunan. Surely they could not be sisters. "What troubles you, my husband?" Seeing Yigu's furrowed brow, Jiang Lianer inquired with concern. "Do you not find the name Sun Ruru rather peculiar?" In response, Jiang Lianer and Yilang appeared utterly perplexed, showing no signs of any oddity. "No, but Sun Unin and Sun Ruru, do you not suspect a connection between these two?" Yigu prompted. Yet Jiang Lianer and Yilang remained oblivious. What connection could there possibly be? They questioned in unison, leaving Yigu utterly exasperated. He conceded that indeed, the thought processes of the Daxia dynasty's denizens differed greatly from his own modern sensibilities. Shifting his approach, he asked, "Does this Sun Ruru have any sisters?" "She has an elder sister, though her name eludes me," Yilang responded. "This Sun Ruru is the daughter of the lord of Tianyang City, of noble birth. Do you not find it curious that Sunanin's name bears such resemblance to Sun Ruru? Could she not be Sun Ruru's sister?" Yigu suggested. Yilang and Jiang Lianer paused, taken aback. Jiang Lianer mused, "Oh, now that you mention it, it does seem plausible." Yilang countered, "That seems unlikely. It is more probable that it is merely a coincidence. After all, Sun Ruru's father is the lord of Tianyang City. If Sunanin were also his daughter, how could he permit her to venture to Shiliang County for commerce?" "You are overthinking it." "Third brother," Jiang Lianer remarked. "Second brother's reasoning does indeed hold some merit." Yigu observed Jiang Lianer's lack of independent judgment and chose not to dwell further on the topic. Regardless, he felt the likelihood was substantial. It was no wonder Sunanin had frequently mentioned her family's disapproval. Having a father who was a city lord would indeed complicate matters. Yilang interjected, "Let us return to the matter at hand. Zhang Debiao hails from the Zhang family of Tianyang City. He possesses both lineage and wealth. The Zhang family's riches are second only to the Sun family. Yet Zhang Debiao is attentive to Sun Ruru. Why does she not reciprocate his affections?" Jiang Lianer, intrigued, began to analyze. Could it simply be a matter of disinterest, perhaps a lack of chemistry? Yilang shook his head. "Elder brother said that is unlikely. Setting aside emotions, Sun Ruru is not difficult to interact with. Furthermore, she claimed disinterest before even meeting Zhang Debiao. How can one determine chemistry without an encounter? My husband, what do you think is the reason?" Jiang Lianer queried. Yigu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Is this question truly so difficult? The answer is quite evident. It is due to his name." "His name?" Both Jiang Lianer and Yilang appeared baffled, clearly not grasping Yigu's meaning. Yigu sighed. "A young and promising man named Zhang Debiao. Would you find him appealing?" "That's..." Jiang Lianer silently repeated the name Zhang Debiao twice before awkwardly laughing. "It does seem rather unappealing. But can one judge a person solely by their name?" Yigu countered. "Indeed, it is improper to judge by names alone. Yet a good name can evoke a favorable impression. Take your name, my lady, Jiang Lianer, for instance. The first time one hears it, it conveys a sense of delicacy and an instinctual desire to cherish and protect." Yilang quickly nodded. "Is that not so? Every time I hear it, I am compelled to protect and cherish you." Yigu, upon hearing this, playfully shoved Yilang aside. "Away with you. Even if protection and cherishing were warranted, it would not be your place." Chapter 32. My husband, I believe I may have killed someone. "Miss, there is still an hour until the competition begins. Why are you in such a rush?" In the alchemy workshop of the Yin family, Xiao Qing expressed her exasperation. In front of her, Sunanin had already gathered her belongings, urging, "You do not understand. The book young master Yi gifted me yesterday is truly remarkable. The knowledge regarding business management within has completely reshaped my understanding of commerce. With such an important gift from young master Yi, how could I not attend the duel between the Yi and Zhang families? Especially since the competitor is said to be Jiang Lianer, Yigu's wife. But, miss, she is Yigu's wife Jiang Lianer. Shouldn't you speak of her with disdain and hatred? Xiaoqing questioned, baffled by her excitement. Why should I feel anger? Sunanen replied, puzzled. Did you not engage with Yigu yesterday? It is clear you have feelings for him. Zhang Lianer is your rival. Why do you not resent her? Xiaoqing pressed. Sunanen's cheeks flushed at this accusation, and she quickly retorted, What nonsense! My relationship with young Master Yi is entirely innocent. There is nothing to speak of. Even if I were to harbor feelings for him, that has no bearing on Zhang Lianer. Whom I choose to like is my own affair. If young Master Yi were to be with me, it would mean taking away some of Zhang Lianer's affection. It is fortunate she does not resent me. Why would I have cause to despise her? Miss, you are indeed speaking the truth. You have feelings for Yigu, Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed. Sunanen, upon hearing this, felt her face heat up even more, and she turned away, stating, I shall not converse with you any longer. I am leaving now. You may continue your wild speculations. Wait, miss, Xiaoqing called out, hurriedly following her. Within the Yi family's alchemy shop, Yigu presented the formulas he had acquired the previous day to Elder Qin. The collection comprised nearly 200 formulas, and once implemented, the profits from the Yi family's alchemical products would multiply. Furthermore, if they opted to forego a portion of their profits, the cost-effectiveness of their potions would soar. In truth, even without today's duel against Zhang Yu, these hundreds of formulas would suffice to secure the Yi family's enduring success, of course. All of this hinged upon the Zhang family in Tianyang City genuinely adhering to market practices. Should they resort to underhanded tactics, merely possessing these formulas would be insufficient to rectify the situation. Nonetheless, for diligent alchemists like Elder Qin, these formulas were enough to leave them exhilarated for quite some time. Though they could not utilize the formulas to concoct potions for others, merely witnessing such powerful formulas was akin to a cultivator encountering a supreme method. An exhilarating experience indeed. Third young master, I have traversed this world for decades, yet I have never laid eyes on such formulas, and you present me with 100 at once. I am in awe, truly, Elder Qin expressed with great enthusiasm. Yigu chuckled, patting Elder Qin's shoulder. There will be more formulas like these in the future. You need only focus on your research. Should you manage to break through to a 4th-tier alchemist, I shall provide you with 4th-tier formulas as well. Elder Qin was so overwhelmed with excitement he nearly knelt before Yigu. Thank you, third young master. Thank you. Before long, Yigu returned to the carriage. Noticing the streets outside were bustling with people gathering at the market square, he smiled. The time is upon us. Let us prepare to depart. Zhang Lianer nodded eagerly. Today's duel against Zhang Yu marked her first true contest since breaking through to Qi refinement. And with the heavenly grade martial arts technique, sealing pulse cold palm, in her possession, she felt a surge of anticipation. On the other hand, Yi Lang wore a worried expression. I cannot fathom where your confidence stems from. That is Zhang Yu, after all. Do not be deceived by his failure to gain admission to Tianyang Academy. I have heard that years ago, he trained alongside the Zhang family's merchant convoy in Tianyang City. His skills are honed through rigorous experience, especially his fierce tiger strength, which far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Third brother, how could you allow Lianer to face him? Before Yigu could respond, Zhang Lianer interjected. It was my own request. After all, I am the one who stirred up this trouble. It is only right that I rectify it. Yigu shrugged as if to say, what choice do I have in this matter? Seeing the two so in sync, Yi Lang refrained from further protest, though his concern remained evident on his face. Meanwhile, at the market square in Shiliang County, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, heightened by Zhang Yu's announcement of his duel against Zhang Lianer. The market square was more lively than ever, drawing in countless cultivators, albeit of generally low skill. Who do you think will win today? Is that even a question? Surely it must be Zhang Lianer. She hails from the Zhang family. I am not so sure. I heard rumors in Tianyang City that Zhang Lianer is merely a concubine, not held in high regard. True. I heard from a cousin in Tianyang City that Zhang Yu is a genuine 5th-layer Qi refinement expert, and his tiger strength is an overwhelmingly powerful technique. How could a mere girl like Zhang Lianer possibly compete with him? It is quite strange that the Yi family would send a woman to face him. It is rather unheard of, indeed. The crowd murmured among themselves. In the midst of it all, Sun Unen furrowed her brow upon hearing such comments. Beside her, Xiaoqing expressed her concern. Miss, you are most aware of Zhang Yu's capabilities. Can Zhang Lianer truly stand against him? Sun Unen shook her head, stating, I do not know, but I have faith in young Master Yi. If he has the courage to let Lianer face off against him, there must be a reason. Look, they are arriving, Sun Anan exclaimed, pointing towards one side of the market square. Indeed, a carriage approached, and moments later, amid the gasps of the crowd, Yi Gu and Yi Lang alighted. With Jiang Lianer in tow, their eyes quickly found Zhang Yu, who stood confidently in the makeshift arena, wearing a derisive expression as he regarded them. I had thought you all were too afraid to come. Zhang Yu chuckled as Yi Gu assisted Jiang Lianer in dismounting from the carriage. He added with a smile, "Isn't it still a bit early? Why the rush to concede to my wife?" Zhang Yu scoffed. "Yi, I have no taste for verbal sparring. If you have the guts, let us settle this on the arena." Yi Gu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Lianer, standing beside him, nodded at Yi Gu before stepping onto the stage amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, who held their breath, clearly anxious not to miss any thrilling moment. The instant Jiang Lianer ascended the platform, Zhang Yu spoke up, "My lady, if you surrender now, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, given your petite frame, should I doubt I beg your pardon, but I too dislike idle banter. You might as well strike first." Jiang Lianer interrupted him before he could finish. This left Zhang Yu's expression quite grim. "Humph, unaware of your own limits? You seek death. Very well, I shall oblige." With that, Zhang Yu charged forward like an iron tower, a formidable figure rushing towards Jiang Lianer. Jiang Lianer, being a girl and unfamiliar with such confrontations, was startled by Zhang Yu's fierce demeanor. Fearing he would strike her down immediately die in a rush, she unleashed her frozen vein palm as she swung her hand. A massive ice crystal hand visibly descended upon Zhang Yu. In comparison, Zhang Yu's imposing physique appeared almost like that of a chick. A thunderous crash echoed as the ice crystal hand shattered, and Zhang Yu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, motionless, a pool of blood seeping from beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lianer panicked and called out to Yi Gu below. "Husband, I think I've killed someone. What should I do?" Chapter 33. Husband, you are truly amazing. In what regard do you mean? Jiang Lianer's exclamation left the onlookers in bewilderment. A wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd. My heavens, what is happening? Did Zhang Yu just get killed with a single slap? Is this real? Has the battle started already? How can it be over so soon? How absurd. I just praised Zhang Yu for coming here. I never imagined he wouldn't even last a single move. This is a disgrace to cultivators, who claimed Zhang Yu was at the 5th level of the qi refining stage. Can someone at that level truly be this weak? Or is Jiang Lianer simply too strong? Indeed, a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. Although she is not esteemed in the Jiang family, here in our little corner, she still trounces Zhang Yu. Amidst the crowd, Xiaoqing marveled. "Miss, Jiang Lianer's strength is astonishing. Perhaps you should find someone else to admire. I can't guarantee I can protect you if you contest with her. I might not even withstand that palm." Sun Anan looked at Xiaoqing, astonished. "You are a peak practitioner of the 9th level of qi refining. You are just a step away from the heavenly mansion realm. Even you aren't sure you can take a hit?" Xiaoqing nodded earnestly. "That palm is far from as simple as it appears. The technique must be at least of earth grade. It shouldn't be. Didn't father say she wasn't valued in the Jiang family and only had the strength of the body refining stage? How could she have improved so drastically?" Sun Anan thought, her mind racing. Meanwhile, Yi Gu, witnessing the scene, rushed onto the stage. Jiang Lianer grasped the hem of Yi Gu's garment, her voice tinged with worry. "Husband, what should we do? I think I've killed someone. The Lord of Tianyang City will surely send people to capture me." Yi Gu reassured her, "Fear not. You have not killed anyone. It's not so easy to kill a cultivator. And your strength is not far from his. He is merely unconscious. See for yourself," Yi Gu said, pulling out a water flask from his waist and pouring it over Zhang Yu. Indeed, Zhang Yu stirred awake the next moment. Confusion etched on his face as he surveyed his surroundings, still oblivious to the recent events. However, the murmurs of the crowd were clearly audible to him. "What? I'm not dead. Did I just play dead on the ground?" "Indeed. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Why pretend to be dead? Such a disgrace for a cultivator. Is this what the young master of the Zhang family is like? Truly eye-opening. It's hilarious. He challenged others, yet was knocked out cold with a mere slap. This is undoubtedly a rare spectacle in the cultivation world." As Zhang Yu listened to the crowd's chatter, he finally regained his composure, recalling the events that had transpired. He had underestimated Jiang Lianer's strength, neglecting to activate his fierce tiger technique, and was consequently overwhelmed by her formidable attack. Infuriated, He glared at Zhang Lianer, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "You vile woman! How dare you humiliate me? You'll pay for this!" With a roar, Zhang Yu lunged at Zhang Lianer. Sensing his approach, she swiftly pushed Yi Gu aside and called out, "Husband, be careful." Before she could react, Zhang Yu was already upon her. Zhang Lianer, unyielding, unleashed her frozen vein palm once more, and a colossal ice crystal hand surged toward Zhang Yu. However, this time, Zhang Yu was clearly on guard, a domineering aura emanating from him. As the ice crystal hand struck him, it shattered, yet Zhang Yu staggered, nearly thrown off balance. Though he managed to steady himself, he coughed up blood, indicating he had sustained significant injuries despite the protection of his fierce tiger technique. More critically, the frozen vein palm seemed to have subtly frozen his meridians, causing a noticeable decline in his strength. Zhang Lianer was aware that this was the true terror of the frozen vein palm. It could seal an opponent's meridians during combat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the frozen vein palm. Zhang Yu realized he could not retreat. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of Shiliang County and a stepping stone for Zhang Lianer and the Yi family. Thus, despite his injuries, he pressed on toward Zhang Lianer. Seeing Zhang Yu's persistence, Zhang Lianer aimed to deliver another blow, and as she did, Zhang Yu spat blood, with streams of crimson flowing from his nostrils. He felt his meridians had been almost entirely frozen, and if she struck him again, he feared he would lose his fighting capability entirely. As Zhang Lianer prepared to unleash her third strike. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon Yi Gu at the edge of the arena who had yet to depart. "I'll kill you," he howled, turning his focus toward Yi Gu. This sudden shift took Zhang Lianer by surprise. By the time she attempted to intervene, it was too late. "Husband, watch out!" Both Zhang Lianer and Sun Anan shouted almost in unison. Yi Gu sensed a powerful wind rushing toward his back. Instinctively, he turned and crouched, swiftly thrusting out a finger like a sword. By sheer coincidence, Zhang Yu landed directly in the path of his sword finger. Seeing this scoundrel attempt to ambush him, Yi Gu's expression darkened. In an instant, a formidable sword intent pierced Zhang Yu's abdomen, and with a resounding explosion, the fabric of his back tore apart, yet his skin remained unscathed. Such was the power of sword intent. Yi Gu had reached an intricate level in the sword path, allowing him to inflict severe internal damage without breaking the skin. As Yi Gu unleashed his sword finger, Zhang Yu froze in place, realizing that his dantian had shattered. All the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated had dissipated in that moment, leaving him unable to grasp it. Meanwhile, the spectators below were left in shock. That sword intent was unleashed by Yi Gu? How is this possible? I thought he was useless. The sword intent was terrifying. Could he truly wield such power? To their astonishment, the strongest in the Yi family was not Zhang Lianer, but this third son. Yi Gu, to be frank, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike. In the crowd, Xiaoqing gaped, her mouth agape in disbelief. That strike was far too powerful. I couldn't possibly have countered it. "Miss, you never mentioned this fellow was so strong," Xiaoqing remarked. Sun Anan, equally flabbergasted, added, "He never told me he possessed such strength. Not to mention, what will happen to your indentured contract? If he is this strong, what if he refuses to let you buy your freedom and insists on keeping you as his woman?" Xiaoqing exclaimed. Sun Anan countered, "Would he really do that?" Xiaoqing was left speechless. "Miss, why do you sound so hopeful?" I don't. You can't deny it. You clearly do. Who are you even talking about?" As their banter continued, Zhang Lianer, brimming with excitement, ran to Yi Gu's side and exclaimed, "Husband, you are truly amazing." Yi Gu smiled, retorting, "I possess many admirable qualities. Which one do you refer to?" Zhang Lianer blushed, flustered. "There are so many people here, husband. You are insufferable." Chapter 34. "Lianer, are you delivering a love letter for me?" Yi Gu was taken aback. At that moment, the surrounding crowd appeared unable to believe that the highly anticipated match had concluded so swiftly, merely through 3 strikes and a single sword finger. Zhang Yu finally regained his senses, feeling the void in his dantian where the spiritual energy once resided, and he went berserk, charging toward Yi Gu. Unfortunately, even at his peak, he had been no match for Yi Gu. How could he hope to contend now? Before he could even reach Yi Gu, he was intercepted by the servants of the Zhang family below. "Young Master Zhang, you mustn't act recklessly." "Yes, young Master Zhang. Your ambush was already unjust, and if you continue this way, Yi Gu would be entirely justified in killing you. Young master. Amidst the urging of the crowd, Zhang Yu finally calmed himself. Yet, the devastation of his years of cultivation being obliterated struck hard at his heart. Yi Gu turned to Zhang Yu and spoke. This conflict arose from your sister's disturbance at my family's pharmacy, injuring my kin. My wife, unable to tolerate it, took action to teach your sister a lesson, and then you sought to avenge her with a duel. Alas, you were outmatched and, in a moment of desperation, attempted to ambush my wife. The outcome you face today is entirely your own doing, and the heavens bear witness to this. Should you feel indignant, feel free to summon the Zhang family from Tianyang City to seek revenge from us, the Yi family. We shall be ready to receive them. With that, Yi Gu took Zhang Lianer and descended from the stage. Below, Xiaoqing questioned, why did Yi Gu say all that? Sun Nen replied with a smile, you wouldn't understand. His words may seem directed at Zhang Yu, but they are intended for the gathered crowd. They have only heard rumors and may not fully grasp the context of the duel between the Zhang family and the Yi family. Yi Gu's explanation will clarify matters, as he is one of the parties involved. Soon, the word will spread, and the Zhang family will find themselves in the wrong. Even if the Zhang family from Tianyang City were truly angered, they would hesitate to confront the Yi family. After all, unjustly assaulting a family is a violation of the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. My father would never permit it. Yi Gu is merely reminding the Zhang family that there is a city lord in Tianyang City, and they should refrain from overtly using force against the Yi family. Xiaoqing, feeling relieved, nodded. That family is indeed detestable. If it weren't for that one from the Zhang family pursuing the miss, she wouldn't have had to come to Shiliang County for business. Xiaoqing. Before she could finish, Sun Nen interrupted her. With the competition concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Sun Nen called out, all right, let us be off. Xiaoqing, taken aback, protested, we've come this far. Shouldn't we at least meet with young Master Yi? There's no need. I merely came to observe his match, not to meet him, Sun Nen murmured. Xiaoqing retorted, do you even believe that? You came all this way and yet refused to see him? With that, Xiaoqing waved at Yi Gu, calling out, young Master Yi, over here. Our miss is here. Sun Nen, wait. Sun Nen's face turned anxious as she hastily adjusted her clothing. Xiaoqing, observing, commented, you claim not to like him, yet you're tidying yourself up. Why bother if you're indifferent? You? I am not. Sun Nen protested. Why Yi Gu approached, smiling, Miss Nen, you are here too. I just came to take a look. Sun Nen replied, exchanging a glance with Zhang Lianer, who nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Nen remarked, Miss Lianer, your strength is truly astonishing, and young Master Yi is equally impressive. Had I not witnessed it today, I would have never believed it. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. Zhang Lianer chimed in, smiling. Truthfully, it is all thanks to my husband. Without him, my strength would not have surged so rapidly, Zhang Lianer added, linking her arm with Sun Nen's affectionately. Sister Nen, although you cannot cultivate, you must often visit the Yi residence and chat with my husband. He is also an alchemist, and I believe he might find a way for you to cultivate. Young Master Yi is also an alchemist? Sun Nen was taken aback. Yi Gu chuckled. In a sense, yes, but given your circumstances, I fear that elixirs may not be the solution. The merchant's path is also a path. Your path, Miss Nen, lies within commerce, and elixirs may offer limited assistance. Understanding this, Sun Nen replied, regardless, I still thank you, young Master Yi. However, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed with Xiaoqing. Yi Gu gazed after the two figures until they vanished around the street corner before beckoning Zhang Lianer to return home. However, Zhang Lianer, with a playful smile, inquired, my dear husband, do you harbor feelings for Sister Nen? Yi Gu, upon hearing this, replied, I wouldn't say I dislike her, but it's hardly love. Then do you believe in love at first sight? Zhang Lianer pressed further. Yi Gu chuckled and said, all so-called love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. If lust counts as love at first sight, then I must have experienced it countless times. Zhang Lianer laughed. If you do not dislike Sister Nen, it suggests that feelings can be nurtured gradually. My dear husband, why not marry Sister Nen and bring her to the Yi residence? That way, she could manage the shop's accounts. She feigned a look of grievance, adding, I truly despise dealing with the bills. Yi Gu was taken aback. What did you just say? You, my wife, wish for me to take a concubine. Is that not permissible? Besides, what does my taking a concubine have to do with you being my wife? Zhang Lianer looked bewildered. I realized that allowing you to take only Sister Anan as a concubine is rather limited, but at this moment, I believe she deserves you. Once I find other suitable young ladies, I shall surely keep an eye out for you. Yigu said, gently ruffling Zhang Lianer's hair. You're not feverish, are you? Why speak such nonsense? Zhang Lianer grasped his hand earnestly. My dear husband, I am serious. Thankfully, you do not dislike Sister Anan. In fact, just now. What did you do just now? Yigu sensed that Zhang Lianer had been up to something behind his back. Indeed, Zhang Lianer lowered her head and confessed, I took the opportunity to get close to Sister Anan and secretly slipped a letter into her pocket. A letter? What kind of letter? Yigu inquired. Zhang Lianer hesitantly replied, It's a love letter. A confession on your behalf. What? You sent a love letter to another woman without my knowledge. Yigu was utterly flabbergasted. I am so sorry, my dear husband. I thought you wouldn't mind Sister Anan. So I was helping you. If you don't like it, I can retrieve it. Zhang Lianer was on the verge of tears. Yigu swiftly took hold of her. Forget it. It would be too embarrassing to ask for it back. Come, let us go home. Though he spoke dismissively, Yigu's heart was brimming with joy, exclaiming inwardly, You've sent it already. Do you wish to take it back? Not a chance. Not only is there no door, but the windows are welded shut. Chapter 35. Entering the 7th layer of chi refinement. What has transpired? My dear husband, do you truly wish to avoid taking a concubine? Zhang Lianer asked on the way home. If you truly do not wish to, I shall not press you. However, I was raised in the Zhang family, where every man has several wives, and even the head of the family has 30 daughters. Thus, I worry you might refuse to take a concubine for my sake. I am already grateful to have met you. Yigu, observing Zhang Lianer's cautious demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and took her hand, saying, You may not know, but in the place where I lived before, most people adhered to monogamy. Hence, the thought of taking a concubine never crossed my mind. But this is no longer the life you once knew. You must adapt to local customs, Zhang Lianer remarked. Yigu was momentarily taken aback. Could adapting to local customs truly be applied in this manner? Moreover, Zhang Lianer did not mind him taking a concubine, so his pretense of propriety felt somewhat disingenuous. After all, what man does not desire multiple wives? Yigu pondered. In truth, I do not oppose taking a concubine. I simply do not wish it to be done for the sake of having one. Without genuine feelings or a spark of attraction, such affection cannot be cultivated. It all comes down to fate, just like with you and me. If there is destiny, we shall surely be together. Furthermore, if you dislike dealing with the accounts, then do not. You need not tread carefully while with me. Just be yourself and enjoy life. Zhang Lianer was deeply touched, leaning against Yigu's embrace and nodding. My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Anan, having returned to the shop, finally discovered a letter tucked away in her pocket while changing clothes. Upon reading its contents, which turned out to be a love letter, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why would Yigu write me a love letter? Does he truly? She pondered. But he already has Lianer. Does he not fear breaking her heart? Although she voiced these concerns, her eyes instinctively lingered on the letter's contents. Wait a moment, Anan. Why are you feeling a hint of happiness? Could it be that Xiaoqing was right? Have I truly developed feelings? But he already has a wife. Suddenly, Anan noticed that the handwriting on the love letter seemed somewhat off. She hurriedly retrieved several sheets of paper from a box, all containing Yigu's handwriting, which he had pinned as business suggestions for the shop. Comparing the two, she realized that the letter was not written by Yigu at all, but rather by Zhang Lianer. Anan was taken aback. Zhang Lianer had written a love letter, signed with Yigu's name. What on earth were they up to? Zhang Lianer not only did not mind Yigu taking a concubine, but was also assisting him. The more Anan thought about it, the more tumultuous her emotions became. Ultimately, she decided to put the letter away. Yet the contents she had already seen could not simply be tucked away. In the afternoon, news of Zhang Lianer and Yigu's confrontation with Zhang Yu quickly spread, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Within the Yi residence, upon receiving reports from Yilang, the atmosphere was jubilant, adorned with festive decorations throughout the estate. In fact, Yishan even ordered a grand banquet to celebrate that evening. Yi Changming and Yi Chang'an personally sought out Yigu, delivering numerous spirit stones to aid in their cultivation. In stark contrast, the Zhang family was engulfed in a completely different scene. Upon learning that Zhang Yu had not only been defeated but also rendered powerless, Zhang Bohan was left in disbelief, nearly fainting from the shock. Father, Do not worry. I will find a way to cultivate again. Trust me. Zhang Yu wept openly. Zhang Bohan, however, was visibly enraged, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to come to terms with the situation. Though his dantian is destroyed, it is a serious injury, yet there are pills that can restore the dantian. My brother can still be saved. Zhang Shan chimed in, filled with regret. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have never insisted on bringing her brother to gamble with Yigu. Zhang Bohan looked at both of them and said, I wish for nothing more than for Yuer to recover, but do you comprehend how exorbitant the pills for dantian restoration are? We are merely a branch of the Zhang family. They will not aid us. If we fail to secure the medicinal market in Shiliang County, I too will lose the family's trust. Sighing deeply, he waved his hand, clearly unwilling to discuss it further in a large family. There are rules that must be adhered to. One can enjoy the shade of the family tree, yet one must also be of use to the family. Otherwise, the fate of Jiang Lianer awaits, a daughter of a grand family, married off to a remote village. Is this not a tragedy? She encountered Yigu, but what if she had met a scoundrel instead? Her life could have taken an entirely different course. This is the helplessness of those from large families, within the Yi residence, in a room. So, what do you think? I was not misleading you. Sleeping more is far more effective than tedious cultivation for improving strength. Yigu lay in bed, peeking at Jiang Lianer, who was donning her attire, smiling. Jiang Lianer's cheeks still bore a lingering blush as she retorted, How shameless! Hiding in a room during the day to engage in such activities. Yigu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Was I being lecherous? I was merely cultivating. Now, tell me, have you broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement? Jiang Lianer inquired. This indeed was curious. Why was it that every time they grew intimate, his strength seemed to increase effortlessly? How strange. Yigu chuckled. This is what is known as a harmonious partnership. Indeed, that afternoon, Yigu and Jiang Lianer diligently practiced in the room for an entire afternoon, and under the acceleration of the dragon and phoenix harmony technique, both successfully broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, Yigu also realized that while the acceleration effect of the technique was formidable, as their strengths approached the heavenly mansion realm, the rate of improvement began to slow. Nonetheless, even at a slower pace, it was still significantly faster than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the cultivation process was enjoyable, so Yigu was more than happy to accept it. That evening, Yigu took Jiang Lianer to attend the banquet at the Yi residence. However, upon their arrival in the main hall, they were met with the sight of only maidservants busily preparing the evening meal. With none of the main figures in attendance. One maidservant, noticing their arrival, hurried over to say, Young master, madam, you have finally arrived. The elders are all in the study. You too should hurry there. What has happened? Yigu asked urgently. The absence of the key figures clearly indicated that something was amiss. The maidservant replied, I do not know the details. It would be best for the young master and madam to see for yourselves. Without further ado, Yigu took Jiang Lianer by the hand and made his way to his grandfather's study. Upon reaching the door, he overheard a familiar voice. It was none other than Chen, the manager of his shop. Chen was speaking urgently. Master, esteemed guests, if this matter is not resolved promptly, our Yi family's reputation will surely collapse, and we shall be disgraced. Upon hearing this, Yigu pushed the door open and entered, asking, What on earth has happened? Chapter 36. A half-step heavenly mansion. Great demon. Night visit to the Summer King Temple. Yigu, you have finally arrived. Quickly, sit and explain. Upon seeing Yigu, Yishan eagerly gestured for him to take a seat. Yigu wasted no time, pulling Jiang Lianer into a chair beside him before asking, Manager Chen, what exactly is the problem? Why did you not come directly to find me? Manager Chen, looking exasperated, replied, I attempted to find you, but Qingyi said you were resting and refused to see anyone. I had no choice but to seek out the master. Yigu felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. It was true that he had been busy cultivating with Jiang Lianer all afternoon and had instructed Qingyi to not let anyone in. Let us get to the point. What is going on? He urged. Manager Chen wasted no time, explaining, It's the Summer King Temple. There has been an incident. What kind of incident? Yigu furrowed his brow. He was aware that the Summer King Temple was located along the trade route between Shiliang County and Tianyang City, similar to the Wasteland Cemetery. The trade route was essentially a single road, which was divided into two paths at the center, one leading to the Wasteland Cemetery and the other to the Summer King Temple. Initially, there was only the Wasteland Cemetery, but as it became a burial site for the deceased from nearby villages, strange occurrences began to manifest there. To ward off evil spirits, the community pooled resources to construct the Summer King Temple on the hillside opposite the cemetery. After its completion, many began to divert their paths to the Summer King Temple, and thus a trade route was formed. After traversing to this realm, Yigu had heard tales of the Summer King, the true ruler of the Great Xia dynasty. Unfortunately, due to previous limitations, he had never visited the Summer King Temple nor seen the statue of the Summer King housed within. Without hesitation, Manager Chen continued, "A powerful great demon has appeared near the Summer King Temple, having already killed 7 or 8 people. A merchant caravan hired 3 Qi refinement level 5 warriors, all of whom were slain. Our Yi family's caravan was among them, and now they are trapped by that great demon, unable to return." Manager Chen looked at Yigu with urgency. "Young master, you must think of a solution. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team will arrive in Shiliang County. All the cultivators in Shiliang County are eagerly awaiting the purchase of medicinal pills, and after tomorrow evening, the demand for pills will surge. However, our current inventory and herbal reserves cannot withstand such a large-scale consumption. By tomorrow evening, our herbal and medicinal reserves will only last until then. If the caravan does not return with the herbs by the morning after, our Yi family will face a dire situation with no herbs to refine pills. Over the years, if the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team arrives, and the pill merchants announce that there are no pills available, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to our Yi family's reputation." Yigu grasped the situation immediately. The Yi family had built such a solid reputation in Shiliang County primarily due to their pill business. Maintaining affordable prices during high demand and never running out of stock had allowed them to cultivate a positive image. However, if, at the time of Tianyang Academy's recruitment, the Yi family could not produce pills, it would affect the cultivators' chances of attending the academy. Disrupting someone's future is akin to robbing them of their livelihood. The consequences for the Yi family would be dire. "I recall that our shop's herbal reserves should last for 5 days. How can they only suffice until tomorrow evening?" Yigu inquired. Manager Chun was about to respond when he was abruptly interrupted by his aunt. "Why, Yigu? This is my fault. The pill formulas you devised caused our Yi family's pill prices to plummet, leading many independent merchants to seek supplies from us. I thought it would increase sales, so I had Manager Chen agree to it. I never anticipated that these merchants would purchase so much that it would deplete our reserves." Yigu waved his hand dismissively. "Aunt, you did nothing wrong. Our business is to make money, and selling to anyone is fair game. The issue lies with the herbs not arriving in time. It cannot be blamed on you." "Thank you, third young master." For the first time, Yilang looked at Yigu with genuine gratitude, seemingly worried for his mother's well-being. After all, this was no trivial matter concerning the Yi family's reputation. Yigu then asked, "Manager Chun, while the Summer King Temple is beset by a demon beast, can't the caravan take the route through the Wasteland Cemetery?" Manager Chun quickly replied, "Young master, you are unaware. A few days ago, the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team spent 2 days at the Wasteland Cemetery attempting to eliminate the demon beasts there. During that time, they indeed found a demon beast, and in the ensuing battle, they carved a 10-meter-wide trench into the trade route. The road has yet to be repaired, making it impossible for the caravan to pass. Therefore, to resolve the herbal supply issue, they would need to deal with the demon beast." Yigu furrowed his brow in concern. Zhang Lianer asked, "What about Tianyang City?" "The city lord's mansion has a garrison composed of cultivators responsible for dealing with demon threats. Have they not intervened?" Manager Chen explained, "It would take at least 3 days for them to reach the Summer King Temple from Tianyang City. Upon their arrival, after vanquishing the monstrous beasts and awaiting the return of the merchant convoy, coupled with the alchemical endeavors, 5 days would have swiftly elapsed. By then, it might be too late. Is it possible to send a letter to my elder brother?" Yilang inquired. Wei Shan waved his hand dismissively. "Zhong is part of the recruitment team from Tianyang Academy and cannot leave the group without permission. Having them take a detour to the Summer King Temple would be far beyond our Yi family's influence. Moreover, Zhong is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. She would likely find herself no match for a half-step 10th level demon. The only course of action is, Father, absolutely not. Indeed, Father, given your age, it is imperative that you refrain from going." Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming hastily interjected. "Yet, in all of Shiliang County, is there anyone besides me at the 9th level of Qi refinement? The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Bohan, may possess unknown strength, but he certainly will not take action, as this situation presents a fortuitous opportunity for the Zhang family." Upon hearing this, Yigu spoke up. Grandfather, you truly cannot go. It takes nearly an entire night to travel from Shiliang County to the Summer King Temple. Your health cannot withstand it. Allow me to go instead. You? Yishan and the others were taken aback. Yigu, however, spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I will find a way to deal with that great demon. But it is, after all, a half-step Tianfu-level demon. Your undertaking is fraught with peril. Yi Changming quickly protested, clearly unwilling for his son to go at that moment. Zhang Lianer stepped forward and clasped Yigu's arm, declaring, Father, Grandfather, I will accompany my husband. Our combined strength at the 7th level of Qi refinement should give us a fighting chance against that great demon. Even if we cannot slay it, we can surely divert its attention long enough for the merchant convoy to pass safely. This, Grandfather, Father, time waits for no one. We must depart immediately, Yigu urged. Seeing this, Yishan could only sigh in resignation. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Do take care. Chapter 37. The Fong-Toothed Blueback Ape. Could it have a beast control ring? Moments later, outside Shiliang County. Yigu and Zhang Lianer set off directly. However, observing the night attire and the black veil upon her face, Zhang Lianer curiously asked, Husband, we are heading to slay a great demon. Why do we dress like bandits? I understand the night attire for its stealth, but what purpose does the mask serve? Yigu replied with a smile as they traveled. This is advice from my elder brother. Certain beasts are highly sensitive to scent, and wearing a mask reduces the likelihood of detection. Whether or not it holds true, wearing it causes no harm. Being cautious is always wise. Zhang Lianer nodded. The journey is not short. We shall strive to reach the great demon before dawn. Thus, we won't miss the incoming recruitment team to Tianyang Academy. We cannot afford to delay our entrance into the academy. Yigu agreed, then inquired, by the way, could you fetch the information regarding the great demon from Manager Chen? Zhang Lianer nodded and promptly produced a piece of paper, revealing the details of the great demon. In Shiliang County, the Zhang family, Master, did you say that the Zhang family has unleashed a half-step Tianfu-level Fong-Toothed Blueback Ape? Such a beast is renowned for its defensive capabilities. Slaying it is no small feat. Does this not imply that unless a Tianfu-level powerhouse intervenes, no one can hope to subdue this beast? Manager Lin exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Bohan nodded in agreement, grinning. Indeed, with such a creature stationed at the Summer King Temple, and the gravesite ruined by De Biao's nephew, it will take the merchant convoys in Shiliang County 3 to 5 days to return. I wonder how long the Yi family's medicinal supplies can last. Once their supplies run out and their reputation crumbles, it will be a prime opportunity for our Zhang family to seize the market. Manager Lin chuckled in response. Congratulations, Master. With this turn of events, your standing within the Zhang family is bound to rise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan sighed, As for you, heir, we can only wait a while longer. If we secure the medicinal market in Shiliang County, we can request a pill to restore the Dantian from the Zhang family in Tianyang City. Surely they will comply. Yet, if we fail, it may be the end for both of us, or worse. For Lianer and Xiao Shan, Manager Lin interjected. Master, do not speak such disheartening words. The Fong-Toothed Blueback Ape is not so easily dealt with. In my opinion, the Yi family is destined for ruin. Let us hope so. After laying plans for so many days, we are now merely awaiting the outcome. Zhang Bohan reflected. As Manager Lin massaged Zhang Bohan's shoulders, he added, in truth, with the Zhang family's influence in Tianyang City, dealing with a mere Yi family should not pose a challenge. Why not dispatch a few experts to eliminate them directly, sparing us this convoluted approach? Hearing this, Zhang Bohan retorted, do you think this world is without oversight? Setting aside whether the cunning lord of Tianyang City would intervene on behalf of the Zhang family, just consider that new wife of the Yi family, Zhang Lianer. Though she is a collateral descendant of the Zhang family, she is still one of them. While the Zhang family may look down upon the Yi family, the old ties still hold weight. Should the Yi family be eradicated, the Zhang family would lose face and would naturally not spare the Zhang family. The old foxes of the Zhang family in Tianyang City cannot be oblivious to this. Thus the Yi family must be driven away, but cannot be annihilated. If the Yi family is wiped out, the Zhang family will undoubtedly face repercussions, Manager Lin awkwardly responded. It seems I was mistaken. You truly possess unparalleled insight, Master. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Bohan chuckled. Enough of the flattery. The outcome of the medicinal market in Shiliang County will be revealed in the coming days. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes, Manager Lin complied. Meanwhile, Yigu and Zhang Lianer, upon leaving Shiliang County, made their way towards the Summer King Temple in order to save time. They chose not to follow the merchant road but instead traversed several mountain peaks. These mountains occasionally harbored monstrous beasts. However, formidable creatures like the fong-toothed blueback ape were a rare sight. With careful navigation, the two of them enjoyed a stroke of luck, encountering no beasts obstructing their path throughout the night. As dawn approached, they finally caught sight of the Summer King Temple nestled on the mountainside. It was a modest temple, prominently positioned upon the bare slope. However, what was more apparent was the massive beast lurking near the merchant road adjacent to the Summer King Temple. The creature appeared to be in a state of extreme agitation, its furious roars audible from a distance. About a kilometer away from the fong-toothed blueback ape lay a well-lit encampment filled with numerous tents. These were undoubtedly the merchants awaiting their return to Shiliang County. After observing for a while, Yigu and Zhang Lianer approached the fong-toothed blueback ape. About half an hour later, they arrived close to the formidable beast. As they drew near, feeling the robust aura emanating from the blueback ape, both swallowed hard. "Shall I go first?" Yigu asked. Zhang Lianer quickly grasped his hand. "Husband, allow me to try first. A half-step Tianfu-level demon is not something one encounters every day. If I am unable to succeed, then you may step in," Yigu nodded. After all, Zhang Lianer possessed a heavenly physique, coupled with top-tier techniques and offensive manuals, allowing her to compete across levels. Since she wished to test her abilities, Yigu naturally would not hinder her. Without further ado, Zhang Lianer advanced briskly, unleashing her sealing pulse-cold palm directly at the fong-toothed blueback ape. The ape, being a half-step Tianfu-level beast, sensed the impending danger the moment Zhang Lianer struck. Its massive body crouched low, and it let out a thunderous roar directed at her in the blink of an eye. The fong-toothed blueback ape raised a fist like a tower and charged towards Zhang Lianer's icy palm. Boom! The clash of fist and palm reverberated. Yigu observed as Zhang Lianer's icy palm shattered upon impact. Yet astonishingly, the fong-toothed blueback ape was also pushed back several steps. Its fur was ruffled by the force of the shockwave, and upon witnessing the first exchange, Yigu realized that the blueback ape was no match for Zhang Lianer. While she might not be able to slay it immediately, as long as the ape did not flee, it would eventually be overwhelmed by her relentless assault. With a heavenly physique, top-tier techniques, and elite offensive manuals, if she could not battle across levels, it would truly be a disservice to the system. Yigu chuckled inwardly, however. At that moment, Zhang Lianer suddenly exclaimed, "Husband, look at the blueback ape's neck." Yigu turned to see, and to his astonishment, amidst the fur ruffled by the massive palm, a fiery red ring was revealed. Snugly encircling the ape's neck, Zhang Lianer gasped, "That is a beast control ring. It can control the demon beasts. This creature did not come here of its own accord. It is being manipulated by someone." Upon hearing this, Yigu's expression darkened. "You deal with it. I will scout nearby for any signs of the controller." With that, Yigu dashed towards the Summer King Temple. Chapter 38. The Crescent Moon Blade Technique. A Tianfu-level powerhouse? The mountains surrounding the Summer King Temple were stark and barren. Thus, Yigu and Zhang Lianer could easily spot the solitary temple at this moment. Discovering the beast control ring on the fong-toothed blueback ape was enough to indicate that it had been driven here by someone else, rather than having come of its own volition. The beast control ring is a valuable artifact used to control demon beasts, often beyond the means of ordinary households. The lords of the Great Xia dynasty and its affiliated cities typically possess such items, primarily for training their demon beast armies. Consequently, while precious, these items are not rare. Zhang Lianer had seen them numerous times during her tenure with the Zhang family, which is why she recognized it at a glance. The mountains housing the Summer King Temple lacked hiding spots. Thus, when Yigu discovered the control ring on the beast, his first thought was of the temple for potential concealment. Sure enough, upon rushing into the Summer King Temple, he immediately noticed a recently extinguished bonfire. Although it had been doused with water, the residual warmth clearly indicated that someone had recently been present. Yigu heightened his vigilance and expanded his senses, hoping to detect any hidden individuals. The Summer King Temple was not large, consisting of merely 2 rooms. One was the main hall, where a massive stone statue stood prominently, a depiction of the ruler of the Great Xia, the Summer King. This was Yigu's first encounter with the statue of the Summer King, a robust, imposing man in his prime, holding a long sword planted firmly on the ground, exuding an aura of righteousness and strength. Yigu marveled at the statue, reflecting on the Summer King's formidable presence. Even a statue could evoke such awe. If one were to meet him in person, one might well be compelled to kneel. Yi Gu did not linger on the statue, noting that the offerings of fruit before it remained untouched. Clearly, those individuals wished to conceal their presence. He then proceeded to the inner chamber, where he found an elderly monk lying unconscious on the bed, the caretaker of the Summer King temple. The old man appeared to have been drugged and remained oblivious to his surroundings. Yi Gu pondered whether to awaken the old man for information when suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura surging from outside the temple. His expression shifted. This was dire. Remembering that Zhang Lianer was still outside, Yi Gu wasted no time and bolted out. Indeed, as he emerged from the temple, he beheld 3 figures clad in night attire rushing towards Zhang Lianer. At that moment, she was preoccupied with the fong-toothed blueback ape and was unable to divert her attention to the approaching assailants. "Wife, be careful," Yi Gu shouted, unleashing a sword strike toward the trio. Having reached the threshold of swordsmanship, Yi Gu's strike pierced through one of the black-clad figures, killing him instantly. The remaining 2 were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yi Gu's formidable prowess. Zhang Lianer, now aware of the situation, created distance from the fong-toothed blueback ape and unleashed her sealing pulse cold palm at the 2 remaining attackers. With their strength at merely the first level of chi refinement, they stood no chance against her. Swiftly succumbing to her assault, rendered incapacitated but alive, Yi Gu was about to interrogate them regarding their affiliations when a blade of light suddenly cleaved through the air toward him. The blade resembled a crescent moon, arcing menacingly in his direction. Yi Gu, not daring to underestimate the attack, swiftly sent forth a sword strike to meet his shock. Although his strike pierced through the crescent blade, the latter continued its trajectory towards him. In a moment of urgency, Yi Gu dodged aside, discovering a figure clad in black robes standing at the side of the Summer King temple. This individual exuded a far greater aura than the previous 3. As his attack was evaded, the black-robed figure's fury became palpable, and an overwhelming presence surged forth, startling even Zhang Lianer, who cried out, "A Tianfu-level powerhouse! Be careful, husband!" Yi Gu commanded, "Do not worry about me. Focus on defeating the blueback ape." Zhang Lianer nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. She was indeed stretched thin as the Tianfu-level adversary wielded the beast control ring, commanding the blueback ape to relentlessly assault her, rendering her unable to extricate herself. Yi Gu fixed his gaze upon the black-robed figure, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The black-robed figure merely sneered in response, "You are not worthy to know." With that, he launched another assault, wielding a gleaming blade that shimmered with a cold light. In an instant, crescent-shaped blades sliced toward Yi Gu. Given that the opponent was a Tianfu-level powerhouse, the techniques he employed appeared formidable. Yi Gu, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, countering the incoming crescent blades. Fortunately, Yi Gu's mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to maintain his composure, responding adeptly. Observing Yi Gu's ability to counter his crescent blades despite being merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, the black-robed figure's expression darkened. He hefted his blade and charged directly at Yi Gu. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Gu gathered his energy to manifest a blade of light at his fingertips and countered the black-robed figure's advance. The 2 engaged in a fierce clash, neither yielding, and the black-robed figure was astonished by Yi Gu's resilience. The 7th level of the chi refining realm is indeed remarkable, yet here I am, grappling with such a prodigy. When did the Shiliang Prefecture witness the emergence of such a marvel? He is undeniably a genuine powerhouse of the heavenly mansion realm. Yet, at this moment, I find myself utterly unable to contend with him. As the duel between the 2 of them progressed, Yi Gu gradually became astonished to discover that a surge of blade intent had emerged from the myriad of true chi within him. Indeed, the myriad body is simply extraordinary. Engaging in combat with this opponent, the myriad body has even gleaned the essence of blade intent from the opponent's techniques. Defeat seems utterly impossible, as the blade intent within Yi Gu grew increasingly robust. The cloaked figure was equally taken aback, realizing that this mere 7th level chi refining realm youth was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. It appeared as if the opponent was becoming familiar with his own blade techniques and intentions, leaving him utterly astounded. This moment, the dawn was gradually breaking. Even the nearby fong-toothed blueback ape, under Zhang Lianer's relentless assault, was beginning to show signs of defeat. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the cloaked figure swiftly struck at Yigu once more. Yet, Yigu, emboldened by the battle, did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he braced himself against the blow. Clang! As sword met blade, both combatants were forced back several steps. To Yigu's surprise, after this strike, the cloaked figure dashed towards the distant mountains, clearly attempting to flee. Zhang Lianer, having finally dealt with the blueback ape, called out, "Aren't you going to pursue him, my lord?" Yigu waved his hand to stop Zhang Lianer. "It's unnecessary. Our immediate priority is to secure the trade route and resolve the pressing issues facing the Yi family. As for this individual, I believe we will soon uncover his identity." "Why? Hasn't he already fled?" Zhang Lianer asked, puzzled. Yigu replied calmly, "Look at the direction he is escaping towards." "What lies beyond?" Zhang Lianer paused for a moment before exclaiming, "The graveyard of chaos." But the trade route there was destroyed by the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team. Currently, no other teams are passing through. Only the recruitment team from Tianyang Academy is present. If he is heading that way, does it mean he is part of their recruitment team? Chapter 39. The arrival of the recruitment team. My brother has finally returned. A powerhouse of the heavenly mansion realm would not simply come to a small place like Shiliang Prefecture for no reason. This person is most likely affiliated with the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team. Even if he isn't, he is probably someone sent by the Zhang family from Tianyang City. Yigu stated. The Zhang family? Indeed. If the trade route is delayed for 2 days, the Yi family will be truly finished. The Zhang family is indeed the prime suspect, Zhang Lianer remarked. But precisely for that reason, shouldn't we pursue him and block his escape? Zhang Lianer inquired. Wai Yigu shook his head. It's too risky. We are unaware of how many of their people are within the recruitment team. Moreover, my brother is also in that team. If we pursue, his situation will not be good either. Regardless, the recruitment team will arrive in Shiliang Prefecture by evening. We will have a chance to discern who this person is. Zhang Lianer nodded. I'll follow your lead. My lord, what should we do now? Yigu glanced at the lifeless fangtooth blueback ape behind them and said, I recall you possess a storage ring. Collect the corpse of this beast. It can fetch a good price upon our return. I believe the merchant team will be arriving soon. For safety's sake, we should return with the Yi family's merchant team. All right, Zhang Lianer nodded, then proceeded to collect the corpse of the fangtooth blueback ape. Indeed, moments later, a large group of individuals rushed over. These were mostly ordinary folks lacking any significant power, living by running merchant teams. Among the group, there were some guards at the Qi refining realm level. However, it was evident that they could not breach the blockade set by the fangtooth blueback ape. When Yigu removed his mask, a man in his 40s stepped forward from the crowd. Third young master? What brings you here? Yigu looked at him, feeling somewhat unfamiliar, clearly having not interacted with the merchant team before. Third young master, I am the leader of our Yi family's merchant team. You can call me Old Lu. Old Lu, good. I need you to do me a favor, Yigu commanded, pointing at the few shadowy figures that were still barely alive. Find someone to deliver them to the city lord's mansion in Tianyang City, and tell them that they controlled the fangtooth blueback ape to block the trade route. Let the city lord deal with the rest, understood. Old Lu promptly replied. However, just as he was about to send someone to capture the shadowy figures, they suddenly emitted a series of howls, quickly bleeding from all 7 orifices before dying. Why, lord? They? Zhang Lianer exclaimed in shocked. Why Yigu's gaze turned icy. They are indeed death servants. How loyal they are to their master. Third young master, should we still send them? Old Lu inquired. Wai Yigu nodded. Even in death, they must be delivered. We cannot allow the puppet masters to rest easy. We must give them some trouble. Old Lu agreed, immediately arranging for people to carry the corpses. Wai Yigu then instructed Old Lu. You rally the merchant team to set off immediately. I will personally escort you back. All right, Old Lu said, his face filled with excitement as he hurried to gather the merchant team. Since they were returning with the merchant team, their speed would naturally be slower than when Yigu and Zhang Lianer traveled alone. However, the abundance of horse-drawn carriages allowed them to take the opportunity to rest well. On the carriage, Yigu asked, Do you know where that crescent moonblade technique originates? Zhang Lianer shook her head. I haven't seen it. Are you trying to determine if the Zhang family is behind it? Yigu nodded. Those who died, and the heavenly mansion realm powerhouse has escaped. Although I am almost certain that the Zhang family is involved, I ultimately lack evidence. The deceased individuals likely left no trace in the Zhang family's records. Such a family would not act carelessly. Zhang Lianer pursed her lips. Does that mean we have no way to deal with the Zhang family? That would be too advantageous for them, Yigu replied. Not necessarily. Facts remain facts. If that heavenly mansion powerhouse is truly among the recruitment team, once I find the opportunity to engage him, I will certainly recognize him. Yet, I fear he may hold back and refrain from striking. That is the most troublesome aspect. Zhang Lianer was unsure how to comfort Yigu, only able to hold his hand tightly. Seeing this, Yigu smiled and said, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. We'll take it step by step." The two then settled down to rest in the carriage. By the time the merchant caravan reached the gates of Shiliang Prefecture, it was already evening. From a distance, Yigu spotted Yilang, who had surprisingly come to wait for them at the gate. Upon seeing Yilang approach, Yigu couldn't help but smile. "Your strength has actually reached the 7th level of the body refining realm?" Yilang grinned and replied, "I just broke through today. With the numerous affairs plaguing the Yi family lately, I had to elevate my strength. Otherwise, I would truly be of no help, by the way. My brother has returned. The recruitment team entered the city 10 minutes ahead of you," Yilang added with a chuckle. Yigu responded, "Let us not rush to find my brother. We'll wait until the merchant team reaches the shop before going. Also, come up. I have something to ask you." Yilang, sensing the seriousness in Yigu's demeanor, promptly climbed onto the carriage. Yigu inquired, "Do you know of any renowned attack manuals from the Zhang family? What weapons are they adept at using?" Yilang paused, surprised by the question. "Why do you ask? I don't know much about the Zhang family. I've only heard some courtesans in the tavern mention that the Zhang family seems to specialize in blade techniques. There's a local-grade blade technique called the crescent moon blade technique. When executed, it resembles a crescent moon and possesses significant destructive power. But what happened?" Yilang quickly asked. Zhang Lianer recounted the events of the day to Yilang, prompting him to become furious. "They are so despicable as to seize the pill market in Shiliang Prefecture. They even dared to attack you. Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Yigu sighed. "Aren't you supposed to be more concerned about me?" Yilang chuckled sheepishly. "I'm used to caring for my sister-in-law." "Seriously, since we know the Zhang family is behind this, shouldn't we seek revenge? Or perhaps report this to the authorities?" Yigu replied helplessly. "Knowing is one thing, but do you have any evidence? The Zhang family practices the crescent moon blade technique, but that alone cannot serve as proof. After all, many techniques bear similarities. This is something you need not worry about. I will find a way." As they spoke, the merchant team finally arrived at the Yi family shop. Seeing several carts of herbs, Chen Zhongguan felt relieved. Yet, Yigu was still preoccupied with finding his brother, and he called out, "Let us go find my brother." Yilang looked at Yigu with skepticism. "Have you truly forgotten? Do you dare seek out my brother? You married the woman who should have been his wife. Don't you fear he'll take it out on you?" Yigu replied, "What is the issue? He will find out sooner or later, and I believe my brother is a reasonable person." "Do you genuinely believe that?" Yilang clearly did not trust him. "Well, I want to go. I fear my brother will take it out on me too. I'll head home first. You two can go on your own." With that, Yilang quickly slipped away. Yigu, seeing this, did not press the matter and turned to Zhang Lianer. "My lady, shall we go?" Zhang Lianer appeared somewhat concerned. "My lord, do you think my brother will lose his temper?" Yigu laughed at her words. "Rest assured, my brother is quite composed. Even if he finds out, he won't lose his temper. After all, it's his own fault for returning so late, and besides, you are now mine. What else can he do?" With that, Yigu pulled Zhang Lianer into his embrace, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. The Primordial Secret Art. Live as long as you. On the four-corner street of Shiliang Prefecture, it was a scene of bustling crowds, a veritable sea of people. Many cultivators had dedicated years of rigorous training in anticipation of this moment, the arrival of the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team. Eager to join the academy, the recruitment rules of Tianyang Academy were quite simple. Any individual who reached the 5th level of the body refining realm before the age of 20 could enter. However, those who surpassed 20 would face increased requirements based on age and cultivation level. After all, Tianyang Academy was responsible for nurturing talent for the Great Xia dynasty. This talent not only included exceptionally gifted cultivators, but also older practitioners who had accumulated experience over time. The former would become the future pillars of the Great Xia dynasty, while the latter, due to their life experiences, would serve as local officials in various regions. These local officials did not need to possess exceptional strength, but were essential for their unique insights into life. On Four Corner Street, an arena had been erected. a recruitment arena where each candidate would need to spar with members of the recruitment team to validate their strength, thus preventing any exaggeration of their capabilities. At this moment, Chong was busy with Zhang Debiao, making final adjustments to the arena. As Zhang Debiao listened to the crowd below chanting, "Brother Mary's sister-in-law, Brother Mary's sister-in-law," he curiously asked, "What are they shouting? What Brother Mary's sister-in-law? Is there really such a thing?" Zhang Debiao clearly knew the answer but pretended otherwise. Wai Chong chuckled. "Who knows what strange affairs are happening in Shiliang Prefecture? Brother Mary's sister-in-law. I certainly haven't heard of it." Zhang Debiao responded, "Indeed. Brother Mary's sister-in-law is quite the rarity. If it were me, I would never agree to it. At least it would lead to a rift between brothers." Chong paused for a moment and replied, "I don't know. After all, they are still blood brothers. I'm not so sure I could go through with it, however. I feel I would go mad." Zhang Debiao merely smiled at this and said nothing, turning to leave the arena, but not before casting a meaningful glance at Chong. At this moment, Yigu finally arrived at Four Corners Street with Jiang Lianer. They were taken aback by the scene before them. A throng so dense that it was nearly impossible to see anything other than a sea of heads, with the arena barely visible ahead. Yigu spotted Chong on the stage and called out several times. However, the crowd was too thick. His voice could not penetrate the noise. Even Jiang Lianer was struggling to maintain her balance amidst the throng. Seeing this, Yigu promptly lifted Jiang Lianer and placed her on his shoulders. The warmth of this gesture made Jiang Lianer's heart swell, and she instinctively kissed Yigu on the cheek. "Thank you, my lord." Yigu smiled and replied, "Let us see if we can find my brother. You've seen his portrait, haven't you?" Jiang Lianer nodded and began scanning the crowd. However, rather than spotting Chong, she noticed Sun Anan nearby, seemingly searching for someone. "Sisterin," Jiang Lianer called out. Sun Anan turned at the sound, and upon seeing Jiang Lianer perched on Yigu's shoulders, she was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "Why isn't Sister Anan coming over?" Noticing that Sun Anan wasn't approaching, Jiang Lianer urged, "My lord, let us go find Sister Anan. She seems to be looking for someone." Yigu agreed, and they made their way through the crowd together. Upon their arrival, Sun Anan was visibly surprised, especially as her gaze lingered on Yigu, who seemed to be avoiding eye contact. This startled Yigu. Perhaps she had seen the love letter written by Lianer, prompting her to shy away from him. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to apologize to Sun Anan, as Lianer's letter was quite abrupt. Yigu shook his head helplessly. After all, Jiang Lianer was acting for his sake, so he had no reason to be angry with her. Jiang Lianer asked, "Sister Anan, are you looking for someone?" Sun Anan nodded. "I have a friend in the recruitment team, but there are too many people here." Jiang Lianer smiled. "That's easy. Have my lord carry you on his shoulders, and your friend will surely spot you." "Ah? Isn't that inappropriate? Aren't you also here for recruitment?" Sun Anan hastily replied, having just witnessed Yigu hoist Jiang Lianer onto his shoulders. Jiang Lianer laughed. "We're looking for Yigu's brother. It's not urgent. Once he finishes here, he'll return to the Yi residence. You should prioritize your own concerns. Let my lord carry you." "This perhaps not. Let him carry you instead," Sun Anan said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yigu, sensing their hesitation, said helplessly, "Am I really that small and weak? Why don't you trust me to carry you?" With that, he hoisted both Jiang Lianer and Sun Anan onto his shoulders simultaneously. The two ladies were momentarily stunned, especially Sun Anan, whose cheeks flushed crimson. After all, this was her first experience of such close proximity with a man. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianer looked at Yigu, her heart filled with warmth. She understood that Yigu's intention in lifting both women was to spare her feelings. After all, seeing her lord carry another woman would naturally evoke discomfort in anyone, even if that person was someone she acknowledged as a potential future wife for him. To Yigu's surprise, what seemed a trivial act of kindness earned him a long-awaited system notification. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Lianer's favorability has reached its maximum and cannot be further increased. System reward, Dragon and Phoenix Union increased to 12 times, 100 Nourishing Chi Pills, 100 Urgent Mansion Pills, and the secret art live as long as you." Listening to the voice of the system, Yigu couldn't help but smile. He refrained from discussing the Dragon and Phoenix conjoined melody or the elixirs. What piqued his interest the most was this so-called secret method of longevity with the Emperor. This was something he had never encountered before. Contemplating this, Yigu eagerly opened the system for a closer examination, and as he did so, he was left utterly bewildered. Longevity with the Emperor, Level 1. A primordial level secret method that, once activated, allows the user to select a target for mutual destruction. Currently, the only target available for mutual destruction is one whose strength is equivalent to the host's 7th layer of chi refinement. Targets exceeding the host's strength cannot be selected. Warm reminder. Continuing to pamper your wife, whose affection level is maxed out, can elevate the level of longevity with the Emperor, thereby enhancing the strength of selectable targets. The strength of these targets may surpass that of the host. Please continue to strive in pampering your wife. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yigu couldn't help but curse. How foolish must I be to entertain the idea of perishing alongside an adversary of the same level? Can an enemy of equal standing truly defeat me? I am at the 7th layer of chi refinement, capable of battling those in the celestial realm. Stupid system. However, despite his curses, Yigu understood that the true strength of longevity with the Emperor lay not in the present, but in the future. As long as he continued to shower affection upon his wife and maximize her affection level, this secret method would continue to ascend in rank. This would mean that in the future, he could select targets of greater strength to perish alongside. Just imagine, as a powerhouse in the celestial realm, being able to drag the Summer King down with him. How exhilarating would that be? Surely, the Summer King would grant him any request, of course, that was currently beyond his reach. Moreover, the only wife with maxed out affection was Zhang Lianer, and attaining the system's acknowledgement for further pampering was no easy feat. Thus, the elevation of longevity with the Emperor would likely be a gradual process. Yet, Yigu was unperturbed. The so-called primordial level secret method left him somewhat dazed. Secret methods, like martial arts, were categorized only into the 4 grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, weren't they? What then was this primordial level? Chapter 41. My wife? My wife. Her man is here. Lianer, Anun, do you know if there are any grades beyond heaven, earth, profound, and yellow in martial arts? Yigu inquired. Zhang Lianer, hailing from the Zhang family, and Sunanen, likely the daughter of the city lord of Tianyang, had backgrounds far superior to his own. Perhaps they would indeed know. As expected, Zhang Lianer responded. I only know that there is one grade above heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, I am unaware of what it is, as I have not had access to such information within the Zhang family. I know. Sunanen interjected. Oh? What is it? Yigu asked eagerly. It is the immortal spirit level. Sunanen explained, heard my father mention it, stating that in the Great Xia dynasty, the 9 great families across the 9 states practice at most heavenly grade martial arts. Yet, the king of the Great Xia dynasty practices immortal spirit grade martial arts, which is why he can reign as the sovereign of the Great Xia. Yigu's brow furrowed slightly. Immortal spirit level? That is not the primordial level. Then, could it be that the primordial level is even higher than the immortal spirit level? Yigu could not fathom it, but surely the items provided by the system could not be worthless. He decided not to dwell on it. His current strength was indeed not at that level. Once he became stronger, he would naturally comprehend it. Yigu was lost in thought. Zhang Lianer suddenly pointed towards the arena and exclaimed, Husband, your elder brother. Yigu quickly looked up and indeed saw Yizhong standing in the arena, smiling at him before descending from the stage, evidently approaching him. What Yigu failed to notice was that, not far from Yizhong, a young woman was also watching them. Upon seeing Sunanen perched on Yigu's shoulder, she appeared momentarily stunned. Sunanen also noticed her, and her cheeks flushed as she urgently told Yigu, Put me down. I need to go back. Huh? In such a hurry? Yigu said as he promptly set Sunanen down. Zhang Lianer inquired, Anan, it's still early. Are you already heading back? Sunanen nodded. There's still some business at the shop. I'm leaving now. You all continue watching. With that, she quickly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Lianer remarked, Husband, do you think Anun is upset about the love letter? She seems to be avoiding us. Yigu sighed. I don't know if she's angry, but it is true that she is avoiding us. After all, girls can be shy. If you directly give someone a love letter, they will undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Then I'll go find her to apologize, Zhang Lianer declared, but was stopped by Yigu. Let me handle it. The elixir shop is bustling during the day. It's not appropriate to discuss this there. I'll wait until tonight when her shop closes and go find her to clarify. It's unsafe for you to go out alone at night. Let me take care of it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianer looked at Yigu seriously. Husband, you're so kind. Yigu smiled, tenderly ruffling Zhang Lianer's hair. As the two conversed, Yizhong finally appeared before them. Seeing Yizhong, Yigu smiled and said, Elder brother, It's been almost a year since we last met, and you've lost weight. Yi Zhong chuckled. Are you teasing your elder brother about his physique? I'll have you know, there isn't another man in Tianyang Academy with such a robust build as I. I've long heard from the second brother that your legs have healed, but I didn't expect them to be completely bettered. I'm truly happy for you. But you must still take care to rest and not run around recklessly, understand? Yigu nodded with a smile. His elder brother was quite a decent person, though he had little opportunity to interact with him since he spent most of his time studying at Tianyang Academy. By the way, I noticed you and this young lady seem quite close. May I ask who she is? Yi Zhong inquired. Zhang Lianer laughed awkwardly, feeling a surge of tension. After all, she was supposed to marry the man before her, yet by a twist of fate, she had become his sister-in-law. As they were about to reunite, Yi Gu was on the verge of revealing the truth, causing Zhang Lianer to feel increasingly anxious. Oh, this is my wife, Yi Gu stated calmly. Yi Zhong was visibly taken aback. Your wife? Little brother? You got married? Yi Gu nodded. Goodness, no way. I've only been gone for a year and you've already married? How could you not send me a letter? It's not that I didn't send a letter. It was grandfather who forbade it, saying it might disrupt your cultivation at the academy. Yi Gu explained. Yi Zhong laughed at this. Nonsense. How could such a good thing disrupt my cultivation? I would think it would enhance it. Zhang Lianer broke out in a cold sweat, silently thinking, thank goodness I didn't write to you about this. Who knows how you would have reacted? Yi Zhong looked at Zhang Lianer and Yi Gu, smiling. This is wonderful. You've settled down. Make sure to treat this girl well, all right? Yes, I will remember, elder brother. Yi Gu nodded. Yi Zhong then asked, by the way, I still don't know my sister-in-law's name? Zhang Lianer felt her heart leap into her throat, while Yi Gu nonchalantly replied, oh, I was remiss and my wife's surname is Zhang. Her given name is Lianer, from Jiangzhou. Oh? Zhang Lianer. What a lovely name. Yi Zhong began to compliment, but suddenly froze, staring at Yi Gu in disbelief. What did you say? Her name is Zhang Lianer. That's right, elder brother. Her name is Zhang Lianer, your sister-in-law. Yi Gu affirmed. Yi Zhong was no longer composed. He glanced between Zhang Lianer and Yi Gu, exclaiming in excitement, my wife? My wife? And here I was telling you to treat your sister-in-law well, and you've gone and married my wife. So the rumors in town about a younger brother marrying his sister-in-law were about you? My wife? Yi Zhong was practically on the verge of madness, visibly agitated. Zhang Lianer anxiously clutched Yi Gu's sleeve. However, Yi Gu remained calm, stating, elder brother, you've misunderstood. Zhang Lianer is my wife, not yours. As for what you said about marrying your sister-in-law, that's me, you. Yi Zhong was infuriated, grabbing Yi Gu by the collar and demanding angrily, come home with me and give me a reasonable explanation. My wife? How could you marry my wife? Even if you're my brother. It doesn't matter. You must explain yourself today, elder brother. This isn't my fault. Zhang Lianer quickly intervened. Her intervention only seemed to infuriate Yi Zhong further. A younger brother marrying his sister-in-law? This is unheard of. You are from the Zhang family, and even if you are a concubine, you should know some manners. If he wishes to marry, then you should marry him. Aren't you ashamed? Yi Gu had initially planned to clarify things with Yi Zhong, but upon hearing him berate his wife, he became displeased. He shook off Yi Zhong's grip and coldly replied, elder brother, if we're discussing matters, then let us discuss them. What right do you have to reprimand her? What fault does my wife have? And what authority do you have to reprimand her? Her husband is right here. Yi Zhong, equally furious, pointed at Yi Gu. Well, I don't have the right to reprimand her, but I certainly have the right to reprimand you. I am your elder brother. Come, you're coming home with me now, and in front of grandfather, you will explain your dirty deeds. With that, Yi Zhong pulled Yi Gu along, heading towards the Yi family residence. Chapter 42. Thank you, elder brother, but I haven't. In the Zhang family's study. What did you say, master? The merchant caravan has returned. It was Yi Gu and Zhang Lianer who personally brought them back. It's said that the half-step celestial realm demon was also slain by Zhang Lianer. Steward Lin exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Bohan, standing before him, was left utterly stunned, sinking back into his chair, his expression ashen. This is it. We're completely finished. The recruitment team has already arrived in Shiliang County, and the Yi family's elixirs can now be produced normally. Their elixir prices are beyond our reach. It's over. All over. As he spoke, Zhang Bohan was nearly in tears. Steward Lin quickly replied, Master, there is still a chance. At least they haven't obtained concrete evidence linking this matter to you and the Zhang family of Tianyang City. That's already a fortunate situation, master. Zhang Bohan, hearing this, paused and asked, there really were no traces left at the scene. Steward Lin responded, I've learned that Yigu killed several guards overseeing the demon beast at the scene, who were likely sent by the Zhang family of Tianyang City. However, as you know, these people are not on the record, and there is no way to find any clues linking them to the Zhang family. Yigu sent their bodies to the city lord's mansion. Even if Su Changzhu knows it was the Zhang family's doing, without evidence, he cannot do anything against the Zhang family. Zhang Bohan retorted, what does the fate of those people have to do with me? They ride over me every day, and you expect me to care about them. My greatest concern is our situation. If the matters in Shiliang County don't go smoothly, the consequences could be dire. Yuera has now been rendered useless. How did we end up in this predicament? As Zhang Bohan spoke, he finally broke down, covering his face and weeping in the Yi family's main hall. Upon learning that Yi Zhong had returned in a furious manner with Yi Gu and Jiang Lianer, the members of the Yi family were already aware of what had transpired. Thus, when the three arrived at the main hall, they found Yi Shan, Yi Changming, Yi Chang'an, and even Aunt Yi and Yi Lang waiting for them. Grandfather. Upon seeing Yi Shan, Yi Zhong called out, though his tone was clearly laced with anger. What's the matter? Yi Shan inquired. Why Yi Zhong could no longer contain himself and directly asked, Grandfather, it was you who summoned me back to marry, wasn't it? It was, Yi Shan nodded, not denying it. You instructed me to wed the Jiang family's concubine, Jiang Lianer, to fulfill the marriage contract between the Jiang family and the Yi family. Is that not correct? Indeed. Then please enlighten me. What does this mean? I have yet to return home, and Jiang Lianer has already married my third brother, becoming his wife. A younger brother marrying his sister-in-law. Are you not afraid of the Yi family becoming a laughingstock to outsiders? Silence. Yi Shan suddenly smashed a teacup into pieces, his chest heaving with anger. Unfilial son. How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Kneel down. Yi Chang'an quickly interjected. Why Yi Zhong turned to Yi Chang'an, and though this was his biological father, it was clear that his reason had been overtaken by rage. Did you not hear your father tell you to kneel? Aunt Yi, unable to stand by, scolded, goodness gracious, Yi Zhong and Yi Lang are indeed brothers. They both fear their mother. Yi Zhong immediately knelt, though his expression remained defiant. Your grandfather summoned you to marry, and you dawdled, taking half a month for a journey that should have only taken 5 days. Oh, you dare blame your grandfather? I'll tell you this. It was your father who persuaded Yi Gu to marry Jiang Lianer. Not just your grandfather, but everyone in the Yi family agreed. As Yi Chang'an spoke passionately, Yi Lang suddenly raised his hand and said, Actually, I did not agree. I also wanted to marry Jiang Lianer. Shut up, Aunt Yi scolded, and Yi Lang could only sulk in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Zhong, kneeling on the ground, was utterly baffled. He looked at Yi Lang, his eyes seemingly saying, You are my biological brother? You too wish to marry my wife? To marry your sister-in-law? Are you a dog? Yi Lang hastily replied, Elder brother, don't misunderstand. That was in the past. I don't want that anymore. Jiang Lianer will always be my sister-in-law. She is the wife of the third brother. As soon as Yi Lang finished, he realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. Yi Chang'an looked at Yi Zhong and said, Yi Gu marrying Jiang Lianer is something everyone in the family, including your grandfather, your second uncle, your father, and your mother, agreed upon. You came back late. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. This has nothing to do with Yi Gu. Yi Zhong raised his head to look at Yi Chang'an. He married my wife. You say this has nothing to do with me? Jiang Lianer is so beautiful, and I haven't even seen her face yet, and she has become someone else's wife. How can that not concern me? Father, are you really my biological father? Yi Lang was taken aback. Huh. Why does that sound so familiar? Someone seemed to have said that before. Finally, Yi Shan spoke up. So what do you propose? Do you wish to share a wife between two brothers? That is absolutely out of the question. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yi Gu and Yi Zhong both exclaimed simultaneously. Jiang Lianer looked worried, her face pale. If such a thing were to happen, she would rather die. Yi Zhong declared, though I, Yi Zhong, may be unworthy, I do not wish to share my wife with anyone, even if it is my biological brother. As he spoke, Yi Zhong turned to Yi Gu. I will duel him. Whoever wins gets Jiang Lianer. Do you think my wife is an object? Yi Gu was equally furious. Absurd. Jiang Lianer is already your sister-in-law. You actually wish to duel with Yi Gu? Have you lost your mind? Aunt Yi scolded, but this time, Yi Gu interrupted her. I agree to duel with elder brother. He has disrespected my wife multiple times today, If I cannot protect my woman, how can I call myself a husband? If elder brother wishes to duel, then let it be with that. Yigu strode towards the courtyard, and Yishan and the others attempted to persuade him, but Yizhong had already drawn a spear and rushed after him. Husband, be careful, Zhang Lianer called out, following closely behind as that shout echoed. It only served to infuriate Yichong further, who charged directly at Yigu. Chow thief, return my wife. Yigu coldly replied while gazing at Yichong. My wife? No one is allowed to bully her, not even you, elder brother. With his words hanging in the air, Yigu also rushed forward. 10 minutes later, Yichong lay prostrate on the ground, with Yigu pressing his head down, speaking icily, elder brother. I shall ask you once more, Zhang Lianer, whose wife is she? Yichong, filled with fury, retorted, you stole my wife, and you dare to hit me. This is outrageous. I am your elder brother. Tell me, whose wife is she? Yigu pressed on, increasing the pressure of his grip. Why, Yigu? You won't get away with this. Whose wife is she? Yigu asked again. Finally, the unbearable pain of his cheek scraping against the ground drove Yichong to exclaim, Let me go! Let me go! My face is about to stick to the ground. One last time. Whose wife is she? Yigu was relentless till last. Yichong could no longer endure. Your wife? Fine. I am your elder brother. Are you truly going to kill me? Yigu finally released his grip and pulled Yichong up, then turned to Zhang Lianer, saying, Madam, come over and thank your elder brother. With a smile, Zhang Lianer approached and bowed, saying, Thank you, elder brother, for your support. Observing Zhang Lianer's breathtaking beauty, Yichong grew anxious. I didn't. Chapter 43. Yichong's attempt to snatch the book, a beating for a date. Grandfather, uncle, aunt, father, did you all hear that? Elder brother has already acknowledged Lianer as my wife. The remaining matters need not be discussed any further by us as a couple, right? It's getting late. We should return to rest, Yigu said dismissively, taking Zhang Lianer with him as they departed. Wai Yichong watched them leave with a heart full of sorrow. Elder brother, take it easy. Yilang stepped forward to pat Yichong on the shoulder. Yichong remarked, They said they're going back to rest. Does that mean sleeping? Together? Elder brother, they are a couple. If they're not sleeping together, are they going to sleep in bunk beds? Yilang replied. Dumbfounded. Bunk beds wouldn't be out of the question, Yichong insisted. Bunk beds are for brothers. Are you going to sleep with your brother? Yilang retorted. Wai Yichong immediately broke down in tears. They're sleeping together. My wife is no longer pure. Ah, that is my wife. Enough. Yishan could no longer stand idly by and scolded. How old are you? How can you not have the sense that Langer has? Grandfather, it was clearly you who played tricks on me first, and Yigu stole my wife. Yichong's heart was evidently still unwilling to accept. Yishan responded. You keep saying we tricked you? But why didn't you come back sooner? The wedding date was set by the Zhang family. Do you think we could change it? Yigu did not steal your wife. He saved you. What do you mean? Yichong asked, puzzled. The wedding date was set by the Zhang family. Zhang Lianer and her mother were already waiting in the main hall. But you were delayed in returning. What were we supposed to do? That is the Zhang family. Delaying the wedding would tarnish the Yi family's reputation, and the Zhang family would unleash their wrath. Could our Yi family bear that? Yigu marrying Zhang Lianer, despite the rumors of a brother marrying his sister-in-law, preserve the peace of our Yi family. Moreover, you keep saying Zhang Lianer is your wife, but have you ever considered her situation? On the day of the wedding, the groom did not show up. How was she supposed to face all of this? If word got out, she would become a laughingstock. You keep saying she is your wife, but you have not considered her at all. You only care about her beauty. I now rather rejoice that it is Yigu who married her. At least he truly cherishes her. Have you ever cared for her? Yichong was at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of what to say. Wai Yishan had already risen to leave. Wai Yichongan and Yi Changming sighed, following suit. Before leaving, Aunt reminded Yilang, make sure to properly advise your elder brother. Then Aunt departed. Wai Yichong looked around the hall, left alone with Yilang, and immediately burst into tears. Second brother, my wife is gone. Yilang sighed and stepped forward to console him. It's not a big deal. My wife is gone too. We truly are brothers. If one loses a wife, the other loses one too. What do you mean? Yichong clearly did not understand. Wai Yilang helplessly explained. It means that if you hadn't returned that day, father would have had me marry Zhang Lianer, but unfortunately, I was out playing at the tavern that night and rejected it. Otherwise, How could it have fallen into the hands of the third brother? You? Yi Chong was instantly furious. Yi Lang hurriedly advised, elder brother, I didn't get her either. We are now in the same camp, but honestly, you might as well give up. Zhang Lianer only has the third brother in her heart. You cannot take her away. Yi Chong, however, spoke earnestly, I don't believe it. I am unwilling. I must get Zhang Lianer back. She is my wife. Yi Lang was taken aback. Why does that sound so familiar? What is going on tonight? I keep hearing familiar phrases. Yi Lang pondered aloud. Elder brother, you still lack reason. Think about it. The third brother and Zhang Lianer have been married for quite some time. Does it make sense to take her back now? Who knows, the third sister-in-law might even be pregnant. Are you planning to raise the third brother's child? Dream on. Yi Chong cried, tears streaming down. She is definitely pregnant. The third brother's leg is healed. He has already taken Zhang Lianer back to sleep together. It would be hard not to get pregnant. The third brother is going to take my wife again. I can't go on like this. Yi Lang patted Yi Chong's back, saying, Elder brother, really, you should let it go. If you do, you will realize that Zhang Lianer is nothing. The third brother said there are so many beautiful seniors and juniors at Tianyang Academy. Surely one of them must compare to Zhang Lianer. We should have a longer-term vision. At Yi Chong's words, he paused, suddenly recalling someone. However, thinking of Zhang Dibiao's fate, he quickly shook his head. No. There are indeed many beauties at Tianyang Academy, but perhaps only one can compare to Zhang Lianer. But that girl has high standards. She wouldn't even look at the young master of the Zhang family. How would she look at me? Yi Lang laughed upon hearing this. Well, I'm here. Aren't I? To be honest, elder brother, the third brother is quite decent. Knowing he snatched our wives, he feels guilty. He even gave me a guidebook to woo girls. With that, Yi Lang took out the guidebook Yigu had gifted him. As long as we diligently study the contents of this book, it won't be a problem to attract not just one senior or junior, but 10. I've set a small goal. This year, I will join Tianyang Academy, and next year I'll bring back 10 seniors and juniors. By then, I'll make the third brother envious. Is that true? Does this thing really work? Let me see. Yi Chong exclaimed as he took the guidebook. Goodness, the more I read, the more addictive it becomes. He immediately ran towards his courtyard, clutching the book. Second brother, let me borrow this book for a few days. I'll return it later. Yi Lang hurried after him. Elder brother, you can read it, but why are you stealing it? That was a gift from the third brother to me. In Yigu's room, Zhang Lianer patted her chest, saying, Tonight was far too dangerous. That is your elder brother. You truly dared to hit him. Yigu laughed. Since childhood, elder brother and second brother have never bullied me. Our relationship is actually quite good. Today, giving him a beating was to let him understand that some boundaries must not be crossed. Won't that affect your brotherly bond? Zhang Lianer asked worriedly, not wanting to cause discord among the three brothers of the Yi family due to herself. Yigu smiled. Don't worry. You don't know my elder brother. He is not much different from the second brother. He is quite slow to understand emotions. The reason he is unwilling to give up is simply because he finds you beautiful. Men, when they see a beauty, their intelligence often diminishes. But the real issue is, you have already hit him. What will you do next? Zhang Lianer inquired. Yigu chuckled. My elder brother is the type to throw away the watermelon for a sesame seed. Right now, he is fixated on you, so he naturally won't give up. However, I have already thought of a strategy. What strategy? Zhang Lianer asked curiously. The strategy is simple. I will find something that interests him, and he will naturally shift his attention away from you. The big watermelon. You mean to find another thing or matter to divert his attention? Clever. Yigu laughed. As long as we find something or some matter that piques his interest, he will gradually overlook you. Over time, he will realize he does not genuinely like you. He was merely infatuated, and he will stop pursuing you. The only problem is, I haven't yet figured out what that interesting thing or matter should be. And you're right. Regardless, I did hit him today, so it's best if that thing or matter is beneficial for him. Consider it a beating followed by a treat. Zhang Lianer nodded with a smile. Husband, you are truly clever. By the way, husband, you should get going. If you delay any longer, Anan might already be asleep. Yigu was taken aback, finally remembering that he needed to find Sun Anan tonight to apologize for Zhang Lianer giving her a love letter. Chapter 44. The sword embryo by his side. In fact, I like you too. The night was deep. Inside Enru's medicine shop, Sun Anan hurriedly closed the shop's door and instructed the nearby Xiaoqing. You guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Yes, miss. Xiaoqing hurried to the shop's entrance. Only then did Sun Anan turn around and smile at Sun Ruru, who was sitting at the tea table sipping tea. Drink slowly. No one is fighting you for it. Sister, we are sisters. Why does it feel like we are having a secret rendezvous? You even had Xiao Qing stand guard outside. Don't you know who I'm guarding against? Sun Anan replied, somewhat exasperated. Sun Ruru smiled and said, Don't worry, the young master of the Zhang family hasn't come to Shiliang County. I had father arrange for him to be sent to other cities to recruit people, so that you won't be bothered by him. You're so considerate of me. Sun Anan smiled. Sun Ruru then took out a small sword that resembled a pendant from her bosom and handed it to Sun Anan. Sister, praise me quickly. I've been carrying this sword embryo with me all day, and it has been nurtured quite well, right? Sun Anan accepted the small sword, nodding repeatedly. The sword was only the size of a palm, yet it was crystal clear, radiating a faint blue light. It was evident that it was not an ordinary sword. This sword embryo should have reached the pinnacle of the profound grade, right? Sun Ruru nodded. That's right. Father said that within a year, it will definitely reach the earth grade. By then, he will find someone to help me forge it into a finished sword. Sun Anan agreed. Having nurtured the sword for 16 years, this sword embryo has long since become one with your spirit. Once forged into an earth grade sword, your strength will be comparable to a celestial grade sword. By then, with your abilities, you could rank in the top 10 at Tianyang Academy, surely securing a chance to compete in the Jiangzhou trials next year. Our Sun family is about to produce another official, and a female official at that. Don't be upset that your sister cannot cultivate. Sun Ruru teased, Sister, you're joking again. Although ranking in the top 10 at Tianyang Academy can secure a chance in the Jiangzhou trials, it's incredibly difficult to stand out and be hired by the Great Xia dynasty. I must strive to clear the Tongtian Tower at Tianyang Academy before the Jiangzhou trials begin. Only then will I have hope of standing out. The Tongtian Tower? That's far too difficult. He probably hasn't even cleared it. Sun Anan remarked. Sun Ruru nodded. That's right. But sister, he seems to genuinely like you, and his background is quite respectable, being the young master of the Zhang family. Aren't you considering it? Sun Anan shook her head. He and his father are the same. They only value, if I were not my father's daughter, would he even look at me just because I cannot cultivate? That's true. Since sister doesn't like him, then just ignore him. In the future, I'll protect you. If only you could take care of yourself, I would be eternally grateful, Sun Anan replied with a smile. Just then, Xiao Qing poked her head in from the door. Miss, someone is here. Didn't I say not to let anyone in? Sun Anan scolded. This person is different. He is Yigu, Xiao Qing replied. Yigu? Who is that? I don't know him. What makes him so special? Don't delay my conversation with my sister, Sun Ruru interjected. Sun Anan quickly added, Don't cause trouble. Xiao Qing, let him in. Xiao Ruru, you go hide in the back room. He is not stronger than you. He won't discover you. Sun Ruru was taken aback. Sister, who exactly is this Yigu? We finally have a chance to meet, and you are doing this for him. Second miss, just listen. He is coming soon, and this Yigu might very well become your brother-in-law, Xiao Qing interjected. Sun Ruru was stunned. Brother-in-law? I said, sister, why don't you like Zhang Dihu? So you have someone you fancy? I want to see with that. Sun Ruru dashed into the back room, leaving a gap in the door to peek outside. Just as Sun Ruru entered the room, Xiao Qing led Yigu in. Sun Anan hurried forward and said, It's so late. Why has young Master Yi come? As she invited Yigu to take a seat, she noticed that Sun Ruru had forgotten to take her sword embryo. At this moment, the sword embryo was prominently displayed on the table. Fortunately, it resembled an accessory. Yigu merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze away. Yigu felt somewhat embarrassed, but since he was already there, he needed to address the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he said, Anan, I actually came here tonight to apologize on behalf of Lianer. Previously, she slipped you a love letter without my knowledge. You must have seen it. Lianer meant no harm. She simply thought you were a good person, and since I mentioned to her that I have feelings for you, she wanted to help me. However, today I noticed you seem to be avoiding us, so I thought it best to clarify this matter. Please don't take it to heart. In the future, Lianer won't do this again. Hearing Yigu mention having some feelings for her, Sun Anan's cheeks flushed. Young Master Yi, you flatter me. It's perfectly reasonable for the Great Xia dynasty to have a husband seek out a suitable wife for himself. Lianer did nothing wrong. Yigu replied, Perhaps in your Great Xia dynasty, this is normal, but here, it is not appropriate. In fact, where I previously lived, it was a one-to-one marriage system. Lianer suggested I adapt to local customs. While I have no objection to taking concubines, I believe one should not simply take a girl as a concubine at first sight. If there are no genuine feelings, how could any affection ever develop? Wouldn't that merely turn into a transaction? Moreover, the girl must also have feelings for me. After all, feelings are mutual. Lianer was abrupt without understanding the situation. I apologize. You are too kind, Sun Unan replied. Her gaze towards Yigu having transformed, it was clear that she had never heard such words before. Yigu rose to his feet, saying, since we clarified things, I shall take my leave. In the realm of future cooperation regarding elixirs, I shall delegate others to handle the matters, and I will endeavor not to disturb Miss Anin unnecessarily. The recruitment team from Tianyang Academy has also arrived, and I should soon be departing from Shiliang County. Miss Anin can rest assured and conduct her business in Shiliang County without concern. Our opportunities to meet will also dwindle. Farewell. As Yigu prepared to leave, Su Anin suddenly spoke up. Young Master Yi, is there something else? Yigu turned to inquire. Su Anin hurriedly asked, are you heading to Tianyang Academy? Yigu nodded, yet Su Anin appeared somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. Biting her lip, she suddenly said, Young Master Yi, actually I doubt him. Actually, I doubt. Su Anin hesitated. Biting her lip and silently reasoning with herself, Su Anin, young Master Yi has feelings for you. Do you not feel the same? Young Master Yi is about to head to Tianyang Academy, yet you have no idea when you might return to Tianyang City. If you do not express your feelings now, you may truly miss this opportunity. Throughout your life, what you have desired has either been missed or lacked fate. Must you truly reject this chance for love today? Su Anin, muster your courage. What are you hesitating for? With this thought, Su Anin abruptly closed her eyes and summoned her courage, proclaiming, young Master Yi, in truth, I also like you. Upon finishing, Su Anin's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, stammering, you are refined, dignified, and sincere. I would be willing to marry. No, I would like to know you better, but I fear that Sister Lianer may be hurt. Young Master, I do not know how to express this. I have never experienced something like this before. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 45. Mutual Confessions. Yigu, you perverted scoundrel. Late at night, on the streets of Shiliang County, Zhang Debiao carried 2 bags of neatly packaged pastries, muttering to himself as he walked. My elder brother is truly something. Su Anin is but a useless girl, yet he insists on reminding me to deliver specialties from Tianyang City to her. Even if she is the eldest daughter of the Su family, with a respectable status and fair looks, she is only worthy of being a concubine due to her inability to cultivate. Is it truly necessary to treat her with such importance? Moreover, with Su Anin's lack of cultivation, what practitioner would ever take a liking to her? My elder brother is indeed overly worried. Alas, our Su Ru is far superior, but speaking of it, they share the same parents. How can Su Ru and Su Anin's personalities differ so greatly? One is as gentle as water, while the other is fiery as flame. I cannot comprehend. Zhang Debiao continued on his way to Enru Elixir Shop. Meanwhile, inside Enru Elixir Shop, Yigu gazed at Su Anin, who had her back turned to him, in disbelief. Young Master Yi? Noticing Yigu's silence, Su Anin inquired. Why? Yigu snapped back to reality and quickly replied. I never expected that you would also have feelings for me. If that is the case, shall we explore this further? Su Anin did not respond verbally, but nodded in agreement. This scene was observed by Su Ruru, who was peering through the crack in the door. Thinking to herself, this fellow seems to possess decent character. Yigu, originating from the Yi family of Shiliang County, while not a prominent clan, he is still acceptable. The key point is that my sister likes him. Outside the room, Yigu, noticing that Su Anin remained turned away, chuckled. It is only natural for men and women to harbor affection for one another. You need not be so shy. Let us have some tea and chat for a while. Su Anin nodded, her nervousness easing slightly. Yigu personally poured tea for both of them and began discussing the recent incident involving the semi-demon lurking on the official road outside the city. Su Anin was taken aback to hear of such matters, exclaiming, I have been obtaining elixirs from the Yi family. The merchant convoy has long since dispersed. I had no idea that such an event had transpired. Are you and Sister Lianer unharmed? Yigu shook his head. Lianer is fine. She has slain that semi-demon. Slain? Sister Lianer is only at the 7th layer of chi refinement, yet she managed to defeat a semi-demon? Su Anin was astonished, while Su Ruru in the room was equally shocked. The disparity in power between the semi-demon and the chi refinement realm was immense, a fact Su Ruru was acutely aware of. Being at the level of Heaven's Mansion herself, Although the semi-demon was only at the threshold of Heaven's Mansion, it was still not something a 7th-layer chi refinement practitioner could contend with. Yigu reassured her, the inner possesses the strength to battle above her level. You need not worry. As for the Zhang family, following this incident with the merchant convoy, they should refrain from making any moves in the short term. Moreover, on the day of the demon hunt, I encountered a powerful practitioner of Heaven's Mansion. It seems he is hiding within the recruitment team of Tianyang Academy. I will seek an opportunity to expose him. Once he is revealed, the Zhang family will suffer a significant loss of reputation in Shiliang County. At that time, you can conduct your business without worry. As he spoke, Yigu produced a contract of servitude and placed it on the table. Upon hearing this, Surura's brow furrowed. A practitioner of Heaven's Mansion hiding within the recruitment team. There are only 2 of us at that level in the entire group, myself and Zhang Debiao. Could it be him? My sister has mentioned that the Zhang family has extended their business into Shiliang County. I never expected they would resort to such despicable tactics. Outside, Yigu continued, as for this contract of servitude, should you wish to reclaim it, you may. If not, I can alter it into a marriage contract. A marriage contract? Suinen's face flushed at his words, and she lowered her gaze. If we truly end up together in the future, what difference does it make whether it is a contract of servitude or not? You keep it. Yigu smiled and replied, I have promised Lianer that I will always treat her well and will not let her regret following me. The same goes for you. If you wish to conduct business, I will fully support you. So pursue your endeavors without hesitation, and I will clear all obstacles from your path. Suinen looked up at Yigu, her eyes filled with gratitude. Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will manage the shop diligently and strive to return to Tianyang City as soon as possible. You should focus on your studies and cultivation at Tianyang City. Yigu nodded with a smile and then rose, saying, It is getting late. Knowing your feelings tonight brings me great joy. I shall take my leave now. Suinen smiled and nodded. Me too, young master. Please travel safely. As Yigu nodded and was about to depart, his gaze fell once more upon the sword hilt on the table, and he casually picked it up. This small sword appears quite exquisite. Is it yours? Suinen quickly nodded, her heart racing. Inside the room, Sururu, seeing Yigu handle her sword hilt, glared with fury. That is mine. You insufferable man, put it down. Young master, is there something special about this small sword? Suinen asked hurriedly, eager for Yigu to return the hilt to her. To her and Yigu, it held little significance, but for Sururu, it was more precious than her very life. Having been cultivated for 16 years, the hilt had reached the pinnacle of the mystic grade. Once forged into a sword, her strength would soar to the earth grade, and when wielded by Sururu, it would unleash power comparable to a celestial grade weapon. It could be said that this sword hilt was not merely Sururu's life and fortune, but the most vital possession of the entire Su family. Yigu examined the small sword and remarked, It looks exquisite, but I am not concerned. It reminds me of you. Me? Suinen was puzzled. You carry such an exquisite small sword. You must also yearn to cultivate, right? Yet, alas, your body cannot cultivate, which is why you have turned to commerce. How could I fail to understand the bitterness in that? Rest assured, I will find a way to assist you, Yigu declared. Hearing this, Suinen felt a warmth surge within her. To be honest, Yigu's words struck at her most tender heartstrings. Born into the Su family, with a father as the lord of the city and a sister gifted beyond measure, it was only she who could not cultivate. Suinen had struggled with this reality, yet she had long since come to terms with it. Though she had never shared these feelings with Yigu, he had noticed them, proving that when one genuinely cares for another, even the smallest details reveal the truth. Thank you, young master, but I have grown accustomed to it and have long since moved on. Suinen replied, while Yigu nodded. Your character is steady and optimistic. I have no worries. However, do not give up, for as I said, there is a path in commerce. Your pursuit is, in fact, a form of cultivation as well. With that, Yigu prepared to hand the small sword over to Eti. That moment, he detected a peculiar fragrance emanating from it. Intrigued, he lifted the sword to his nose to sniff it. Indeed, there was a unique scent, a blend of unidentifiable fragrances. This scent is quite distinctive. Did you concoct it? Yigu began, glancing at Suinen. However, he was met with Suinen's astonished expression, her mouth covered in shock, as she stood frozen in place. In the room, Sururu, witnessing this scene, was filled with murderous intent, internally cursing. He sniffed my sword hilt? This scoundrel dared to sniff my hilt? That is akin to my undergarments. Yigu, you perverted fiend. Chapter 46. Suinen's affection grows. It was you that night. What is it? Yigu, clearly unaware of the offense he had caused, looked at Suinen, who appeared almost dazed, and asked that Suinen regained her composure, relieved that Su Ruru had restrained herself from rushing out. However, the stalemate needed breaking, so she quickly reclaimed Su Ruru's cherished sword hilt and placed it back on the table. Then, she grasped Yigu's hand and dashed out of the shop, not forgetting to shut the door behind them. As they exited, Su Ruru burst out from the room, snatching her hilt and inspecting it closely. The hilt was sturdy and certainly not damaged by Yigu's handling. Yet, looking at her hilt, she exclaimed, "My hilt is tainted. Yigu, you perverted brute, flirting with my sister, and now daring to toy with me." Enraged, Su Rurg felt a murderous intent rising within her. However, she managed to retain a semblance of rationality. While Yigu had indeed sniffed her cherished sword hilt, it had been done unknowingly, which could be deemed merely an innocent act of flirtation. That was why she had held back from confronting him earlier. Now, though, she felt even less inclined to act. If she rushed out and let Yigu know that he had sniffed her personal hilt, the situation would become even more awkward. "I'm furious. I will find another opportunity to deal with you." Su Ruru fumed, hopping in frustration. Outside the shop, Yigu observed Suinen's relieved expression and curiously asked, "What was that about?" You see, I felt the shop was a bit stifling. Let's step outside for some fresh air." Suinen quickly concocted an excuse. Yigu chuckled and glanced at the sky. The night had deepened, and the stars twinkled brightly above, prompting Yigu to reflect on his previous life. He had never seen such a starry sky in the city. Only during summer nights in the countryside, lying on the rooftop, could one witness such a resplendent river of stars. Seeing Yigu gazing upwards, Suinen followed suit, and in the next moment, she too was captivated by the stunning stars above, unable to suppress her admiration. "How beautiful!" Yigu smiled and replied, "Indeed. Sometimes, simply taking the time to gaze at the stars brings a sense of contentment, don't you think?" Suinen smiled in agreement, and at that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Suinen instinctively raised her hand to point it out, only to realize she was still holding Yigu's hand. In that subtle movement, she inadvertently switched to holding his other hand. "Look, a shooting star." Her slight action did not escape Yigu's notice, nor the sensations transmitted through their hands. Yet, as Suinen said nothing, Yigu also refrained from addressing it. The two continued to hold hands, watching the stars together, neither willing to let go nor break the spell. Yigu felt a delightful tension in the air, silently exclaiming, "Indeed. The period of ambiguity is the most beautiful phase in the entire courtship process." As they quietly admired the stars, a voice finally resonated in Yigu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over your beloved. Suinen's affection level has risen to 50. System rewards. The effect of the Dragon and Phoenix marriage scroll has increased to 13 times. A complete guide to Earth-grade elixirs, 100 10-fold formulas for second-grade elixirs, and 55-fold formulas for third-grade elixirs." Hearing the system's notification, Yigu couldn't help but smile. He had anticipated that rewards would come tonight. After all, he and Suinen had clarified their relationship, which would naturally elevate her affection level. Listening to the rewards, especially the guide to Earth-grade elixirs, Yigu felt a surge of excitement. The previous guide on Mystic-grade elixirs had allowed him to master the crafting of first to third-grade elixirs. Thus, this new guide would surely encompass the recipes for 4th to 6th-grade elixirs. With thoughts racing, Yigu began to examine the details of the Earth-grade elixir guide. As expected, the information soon appeared. Earth-grade elixir guide. A comprehensive record of the recipes and precautions for 4th to 6th-grade elixirs as published by the Great Xia dynasty. Upon reading the description, Yigu couldn't help but smile. With this Earth-grade elixir guide, as long as he had the corresponding formulas, he could become a bona fide 6th-grade alchemist. Perhaps he could consider gifting his elder brother a valuable date elixir. Starting from the elixir business, an idea sparked within Yigu's mind. To ensure his elder brother completely gives up on Zhonglianer, presenting him with a much-needed elixir would indeed be a splendid notion. Furthermore, now that he could craft 6th-grade elixirs, all he needed was to locate suitable formulas and procure the necessary herbs to begin the process. As Yigu contemplated this, he turned his attention to the other rewards. The Dragon and Phoenix marriage scroll would naturally increase each time he successfully wooed his beloved. However, Since Suinen's current affection level was just 50, the scroll remained at its initial level, unchanged. As for together in longevity, it could only be upgraded when the affection for his wife was maxed out, thus it too saw no change. The remaining rewards, the 10-fold formulas for second-grade elixirs and 5-fold formulas for third-grade elixirs, were of little use to Yi Gu at present. However, they were crucial for the future development of the Yi family in order for the Yi family's elixir business to expand beyond Shiliang County. These formulas that could exponentially increase production would undoubtedly be of paramount importance. After securing the items, Yi Gu prepared to examine the 4th to 6th grade elixirs to identify which formulas he could pursue. However, before he could delve into this, a voice suddenly echoed from the street corner. "You, Su Wen, abandoning my elder brother to flirt with a country bumpkin from Shiliang County. How could you, as the daughter of Su Darren, be so blind as to associate with such trash?" Yi Gu and Su Wen turned to look, spotting a fairly handsome young man holding some pastries, standing at the street's end. Yi Gu felt a sense of familiarity, but could not place where he had seen him before. Su Wen's brow furrowed as she spoke. "Zhang Debiao? My affairs are none of your concern, nor are they related to your elder brother. Who I choose to associate with is my own business." Zhang Debiao's tone turned icy. "Your business? What do you take my elder brother for? A mere fool to toy with?" As he spoke, Zhang Debiao directed his gaze toward Yi Gu. "A rustic villager dares to compete with my elder brother for a woman? It seems you have grown weary of life. Die." As the words fell, Zhang Debiao lunged towards Yi Gu, brandishing a long knife that materialized in his hand. Slashing through the air towards Yi Gu's position, the blade shimmered, unleashing a cold glint as it hurtled directly towards Yi Gu. Sun Nen, witnessing this, was taken aback and cried out, "Young Master Yi, quickly, evade!" She rushed to pull Yi Gu to safety, but he instead yanked her behind him. With a frigid gaze fixed on the incoming blade, he shot forth a finger, releasing a sword-like energy. Bang! The piercing energy swiftly pierced through Zhang Debiao's blade, shattering it into fragments. This scene left Zhang Debiao in utter shock, his eyes fixed on Yi Gu, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Gu regarded Zhang Debiao with a chilling tone. "So it turns out you are the formidable being from the Tianfu realm who appeared at the Xiangwang Temple that night." Chapter 47. The truth is more important than evidence. On that fateful night at the Xiangwang Temple, both Yi Gu and Zhang Debiao wore masks, concealing their true identities. Thus, neither knew who the other was. Yi Gu merely suspected that the individual was concealed within the recruitment team of Tianyang Academy. To his astonishment, it turned out to be Zhang Debiao, and they had crossed swords again so soon. In the clash of techniques, it was easy to recognize one another. Yet, Zhang Debiao was unwilling to admit it and hastily retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been to the Xiangwang Temple." He continued, "Do you have any evidence to prove it was me?" Yi Gu shook his head helplessly. Indeed, he had no evidence. If he did, he wouldn't need to concern himself with identifying that mysterious figure from the Tianfu realm. He could simply present the evidence to the Lord of Tianyang City, who would investigate thoroughly. Yi Gu remarked, "Your Zhang family's moonlit blade technique is not hard to recognize. The outcome of our earlier exchange is quite telling." Zhang Debiao laughed derisively. "Ha, absurd. I've never heard of a similar technique being considered evidence. My Zhang family is a prominent clan in Tianyang City, with over 2,000 members. This doesn't even account for the numerous collateral branches scattered across various regions, all of whom practice the moonlit blade technique. They operate independently of our main family's commands. On what grounds do you claim that I was the one at the Xiangwang Temple that night?" Yi Gu smirked in response. "You've said quite a bit, but it's merely an attempt at self-justification." "Justification? And what of it? You still have no evidence. How can you accuse me?" Zhang Debiao said smugly. Sun Nen interjected, "Young Master Yi, without evidence, even my father, even the Lord of Tianyang City would find it difficult to condemn the Zhang family." Yi Gu replied, "I understand. But the truth is far more significant than the evidence itself. Those cultivators who perished at the hands of the Toothfang demon ape, the merchants, and those who might face bankruptcy due to this disaster, the small herbal shops, they all have the right to know the truth. I will merely inform them. Whether they believe it or not is none of my concern." "Are you intending to declare the Zhang family as the culprits to the people of Shiliang County without any evidence?" Sun Nen asked anxiously. Yi Gu nodded affirmatively. Sun Nen's heart tightened as she said, "The Yi family has an excellent reputation in Shiliang County. If you were to say such things, they would undoubtedly believe you. The Zhang family's business in Shiliang County would come to a halt. But have you considered that without evidence, publicly accusing the Zhang family would be tantamount to slander and defamation. The Zhang family could retaliate against the Yi family on these grounds. Even the lord of Tianyang City might find it difficult to intervene. Yi Gu understood Sun Unen's concerns. It was akin to two households in a village where one accuses the other of being fraudulent. Although the entire village knows the accused is indeed fraudulent, no one can produce any evidence. If the accused retaliates, it could be seen as justified. Even the village chief would be hesitant to take sides. Yi Gu chuckled. Sometimes, revealing the truth does not necessarily mean I must become involved. What do you intend to do? Sun Unen asked curiously. Yi Gu smiled and replied, tomorrow, you will find out. With that, Yi Gu turned his gaze towards Zhang Debiao, who had remained silent. Zhang Debiao, is it? Now that you understand I am targeting your family, are you considering eliminating me tonight? Such an opportunity does not come often. Sun Unen, alarmed, stepped in front of Yi Gu. Zhang Debiao's expression darkened to the point of fury. The Yi family? Huh. I acknowledge that you have some reputation in Shiliang County, but you should be aware of the vast disparity between our families. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of opposing the Zhang family. Yi Gu chuckled. Does that even require consideration? When your Zhang family chose to oppose my Yi family, I doubt you ever considered it. You seized control of Tianyang City's herbal trade and still desired to enter Shiliang County's market. Fine. My Yi family values harmony and does not exclude anyone from conducting business in Shiliang County. However, you cannot simply force us out and monopolize the entire market. Don't you think your Zhang family is being excessively greedy? Does my Yi family not deserve to survive? Do those small traders not need to provide for their families? At this point, Yi Gu displayed an indifferent demeanor. Currently, my Yi family is quite weak, but if you leave us with no means of sustenance, do you think we will not retaliate? Zhang Debiao found himself momentarily speechless, while Sun Unen cast an appreciative glance at Yi Gu. Indeed, even a cornered rabbit will bite. If one shatters another's means of livelihood, who would not fight back? Very well, today, I have gained insight. It is no wonder you maintain such a stronghold in Shiliang County. I had previously underestimated your Yi family. Zhang Debiao declared. Yi Gu, I await your next move against the Zhang family. Suddenly, Zhang Debiao recalled something and added with a grin, Oh, I heard from your elder brother that you intend to take the entrance exam for Tianyang Academy. Correct? I wholeheartedly welcome you. In fact, I can hardly wait to see you join Tianyang Academy. Once you are there, I will have plenty of ways to make your life miserable. Yi Gu responded with a smile. Is that so? I look forward to it. With that, Yi Gu took Sun Unen's hand once more and said cheerfully, Since we won't be fighting, let us depart. We wouldn't want to delay our date. You? Zhang Debiao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that this young man was rather peculiar. The last time they fought, he had clearly held an overwhelming advantage, yet the more they fought, the more uncomfortable it became. If he were to lose to Yi Gu tonight, it would indeed tarnish his reputation. With that thought, Zhang Debiao shifted his focus to Sun Unen. Sun Unen, you will come to regret this, Sun Unen. However, merely cast a cool glance at Zhang Dong, completely ignoring him. Zhang Dong, feeling humiliated, stormed off in a huff. As Zhang Dong departed, Sun Unen turned to Yi Gu and asked, Young Master Yi, what is a date? Yi Gu chuckled and explained, It is when two young individuals stroll beneath the moonlight, exchanging sweet nothings and indulging in affectionate gestures. Ah? Sun Unen's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, it is getting late. You should return soon, lest Sister Lianer grows anxious waiting for you. You two seem to share a deep sisterly bond. Very well, I shall take my leave, Yi Gu replied with a grin. Sun Unen nodded, and with that, Yi Gu departed. Just as he left, Sun Ruru rushed out from the shop, evidently having forgotten about Yi Gu teasing her about her sword's essence. She exclaimed, What a pity. Why didn't they fight? I truly wanted to see if Yi Gu was merely boasting. Zhang Debiao is a formidable being from the Tianfu realm. Sun Unen retorted, You do realize Zhang Debiao is a being from the Tianfu realm? Right. What if young Master Yi were to get injured? Oh dear, are you beginning to worry for your man now? Sun Ruru teased. He already has a wife. If you marry him, wouldn't you just be a concubine? Father would never agree unless you could become the primary wife. Sun Unen shot her a glare. I'm not the one marrying him. It's not Father's concern. What? You're already considering marrying him? Sun Ruru, you're trying to extract information from me. Sun Unen's face turned beet red. Sun Ruru laughed. I'm merely concerned for you. But speaking seriously, Yi Gu is indeed quite remarkable. He stands firm against Zhang Debiao and the Zhang family. Unlike those sycophantic young masters in Tianyang City, he is intriguing. Be sure to introduce me to my brother-in-law. Chapter 48. Fourth grade cleansing elixir, enlightenment after 2 refinements? In the Anru pharmacy shop, Sun Ruru expressed her bewilderment. I simply cannot fathom why Yi Gu would provoke Zhang Debiao so openly. Yet Zhang Debiao dares not retaliate. Could he truly be intimidated? Sun Nen chuckled. Zhang Debiao is arrogant. If he weren't genuinely concerned, how could he possibly refrain from striking back? It appears that he left the Xiang Wang temple that night with nothing to show for it. Sun Ruru exclaimed, Sister, it seems you've truly struck gold this time. Your future brother-in-law hasn't even joined Tianyang Academy yet he possesses the strength to challenge Zhang Debiao. Among the latest batch of disciples at Tianyang Academy, aside from me, Zhang Debiao is undoubtedly the strongest. Young Master Ye's strength is indeed beyond my expectations, and even Sister Lianer is quite formidable. I recall the first time I saw Sister Lianer. She had just entered the Qi refining stage. Yet recently, she has managed to slay a half-step Tianfu realm demon. Sun Nen noted thoughtfully. Sun Ruru's eyes sparkled. Sister, do you think your brother-in-law possesses any secret techniques to rapidly enhance his strength? Otherwise, how could both he and Jiang Lianer improve so swiftly? I don't know. But you must ask him when the time comes. If he truly has such methods, I want them too. The Jiangzhou trials are approaching in a year, and I still need to participate in Tianyang Academy's Tongtian Tower. If your brother-in-law possesses such secret techniques, you must inquire. After all, I am his dear sister-in-law. If he refuses to help me, I want to allow you into his bed. You. How shameless. Sun Nen retorted, flustered, by the way. If young Master Yi truly intends to take action against the Zhang family, I fear they will not sit idly by. Send word to father, instructing him to keep a close watch on the Zhang family. I worry they might resort to lethal measures and attempt to assassinate members of the Yi family. Sun Ruru nodded. Rest assured, father has always had people monitoring the Zhang family. As long as they don't engage in any underhanded activities, they will not escape father's notice. That's good to know. Sun Nen felt a measure of relief. In the largest auction house of Shiliang County, Yi Gu sat in a private room facing an elderly man. The elder began, Young Master is quite a rare visitor at our auction house. I wonder what brings you here so late at night. I would like to inquire about the highest grade elixir recipes and their corresponding herbs that you have available, Yi Gu stated directly. Having resolved to present a gift to his elder brother, he understood the urgency of the matter. After all, being constantly pursued by others for his wife left him restless at night. The elder smiled. We only have one recipe for a 4th grade cleansing elixir, along with its accompanying herbs. As for others, either we have the recipe without the herbs or the herbs without the recipe. You understand? Shiliang County is a small place. Typically, only Qi refining realm cultivators are active here, and Tianfu realm cultivators are exceedingly rare. Therefore, most of our auction house's offerings consist of 3rd grade and lower elixirs, with limited herbs as well, since each herbal shop has its own trade routes. Only this cleansing elixir enjoys the best circulation. Regardless of the city size, it is always in demand, which is why we have prepared this complete set. Yi Gu nodded at this. Then I shall take the entire set of cleansing elixir. He had heard of the cleansing elixir before, reputed to enhance a cultivator's innate talent. Hence, families with some wealth were willing to invest in it for their descendants. However, the price of a single cleansing elixir was not trivial, making it a choice typically reserved for those not particularly gifted. After all, it was merely a 4th grade elixir, and while it could enhance talent, the effect was rather limited. Wealthy families would usually opt for 6th grade or 9th grade elixirs with similar effects. Yi Zhong and Yi Lang were both not lacking in talent. Thus, their aunt had never purchased one for him. With his elder brother currently at the 5th level of Qi refining, gifting him a 4th grade cleansing elixir would suffice. Presenting this gift might just persuade him to relinquish his interest in Lianer. It was unfortunate there was only one set of herbs. Otherwise, he would have sent one to his second brother as well, Yi Gu mused, for he knew his second brother would surely complain if he learned he was only gifting their elder brother. After a brief while, Yi Gu exited the auction house with the recipe for the cleansing elixir and the full suite of herbs. The cost of the recipe was high, and with the added expense of the herbs, he had completely exhausted his funds. However, recipes like this would eventually be useful in his own shop, providing resources for other alchemists to utilize, so it was not a loss, but rather an investment. With the recipe and herbs in hand, Yi Gu returned home. Seeing that Jiang Lianer was already asleep, he chose not to disturb her. Instead, he made his way to a dedicated alchemy room he had previously prepared for her use. This room was now coming in handy. Yi Gu arranged the recipe and herbs meticulously, then consulted the comprehensive guide to elixirs in his mind. Sure enough, he quickly located the refining process for the cleansing elixir. Cleansing elixir. A fourth-grade elixir. During the refining process, it is essential to timely release the heat from the furnace to avoid losing efficacy, and one must also. After reviewing the entire refining process and its precautions, Yi Gu promptly began the alchemical process. The fourth-grade cleansing elixir could be categorized into 3 tiers based on the refining techniques: 2-pattern cleansing elixir, 1-pattern cleansing elixir, and pure white cleansing elixir. These 3 tiers represented the efficacy and results of the cleansing elixir. The 2-pattern variant had the weakest effect, typically selling for around 3,000 spirit stones. The 1-pattern variant could fetch approximately 5,000 spirit stones, while the pure white cleansing elixir was quite rare on the market due to its exorbitant price, commanding at least 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, to refine a pure white cleansing elixir, one would need to be at least a 6th-grade alchemist. Thus, unless one had connections within a family, obtaining a pure white cleansing elixir was nearly impossible. Otherwise, one would have to settle for the 2-pattern and 1-pattern variants available on the market. This was primarily due to the high cost of the pure white cleansing elixir. With such funds, one might as well invest in 6th-grade elixirs. Yi Gu swiftly added the various herbs into the alchemical furnace, strictly adhering to the recorded process and cautiously executing each step. Before long, the fragrance of the elixir wafted throughout the room. As Yi Gu awaited the final product to be completed, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar surge of power within him. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover it was the power of alchemy. I have long heard that the art of alchemy possesses its own principles, but I never expected that during my mere second attempt, I would gain such profound insights. Truly, it is the essence of all things, remarkable indeed. Yi Gu was quite astonished. After all, this was only his second foray into alchemy, yet he had already grasped the power of the Tao of elixirs. If other alchemists were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to despair. Although Yi Gu was primarily focused on the sword path, who would begrudge the mastery of additional disciplines? Moreover, with access to a comprehensive compendium of earth-grade elixirs, he would inevitably find himself engaged in alchemical pursuits frequently. The Tao of elixirs required little more than practice, allowing for continual elevation of one's mastery. It was akin to acquiring the Tao without effort. What reason could he have to decline? Just as Yi Gu was lost in thought, a resonant hum emanated from the alchemical furnace. Clearly, the elixir was complete. Ignoring the furnace's searing heat, Yi Gu donned gloves and swiftly removed the lid. As the smoke dispersed, a pristine white elixir appeared before him. Indeed, it was the finest pure white marrow cleansing elixir of the 4th grade. Chapter 49. Annihilate the Zhang clan's warriors. On the following morning, as today marked the official enrollment day at Tianyang Academy, Yi Gu and Jiang Linger rose early. While freshening up, Jiang Linger was overjoyed to learn that Sunanan harbored feelings for Yi Gu. I knew my husband was remarkable. Of course, Sister Enan would be drawn to you. This is splendid news. I shall never have to peruse the ledger again. Yi Gu could only smile helplessly. Jiang Linger laughed and embraced him from behind, declaring, I know my husband's character. I have no fear. Yi Gu replied, all right, after just one peaceful night, you wish to inject more excitement? Hurry and wash up. We have quite a few matters to attend to today. Is it not merely a recruitment assessment? Jiang Linger inquired. Yi Gu shook his head. I encountered that mysterious Tianfu realm expert last night. Ah? Who is it? Jiang Linger asked eagerly. A student of Tianyang Academy. Part of this recruitment team. His name is Zhang Debiao. Him? Jiang Linger recalled hearing about this individual from Yilang and was astonished. He belongs to the Zhang family, and today I shall reveal the truth to the people of Shiliang County. If the Zhang family ceases their actions, we may consider it fortunate, but should they persist, our Yi residents may have to sever ties with them completely. Upon hearing Yi Gu's words, Jiang Linger felt an undercurrent of worry. Husband, what do you intend to do? Yi Gu smiled. Do not fret. I have it all figured out. First, wash up, and then we shall meet with grandfather and the others, lest I have to repeat myself. Jiang Linger nodded. A short while later, within the grand hall of the Yi residence, Yi Shan, Yi Chang'an, Yi Changming, Yi Chong, and even Yi Lang and Ant were present. Yi Shan, seated at the head, inquired, Yi Gu, today is the enrollment day for Tianyang Academy. Why have you summoned everyone instead of rushing to register for the assessment? Yi Chang'an added, indeed, Third brother, your elder brother has returned. He is familiar with the process, so let him guide you. Yi Changming asked, is there something you wish to discuss? Yigu nodded, grandfather, uncle, I have indeed called everyone here to seek your opinions on a matter. What is it? Yishan's brow furrowed. He was aware that Yigu was not one to act recklessly, and his solemn demeanor suggested something of significance. Why Yigu continued. On the night of the beast obstruction at the Summer King Temple, I encountered a Tianfu realm expert. This individual excels in swordsmanship, and upon inquiring with second brother, I learned that his technique is strikingly similar to the Zhang family's round moon sword technique. Last night, I also met Zhang Debiao from Tianyang Academy, and I suspect he is the Tianfu realm expert from that night at the Summer King Temple. What did you say? Yi Chong was taken aback, while Yi Lang remarked, elder brother, do you now believe my words? The Zhang family has covertly taken action against our Yi residents. Your classmate Zhang Debiao is merely putting on a show before you. This fellow is unexpectedly duplicitous. Yi Chong was infuriated. Why Yishan commented, though this matter has been resolved, are you worried that the Zhang family will not let it rest? Yigu nodded, exactly. The Zhang family is formidable, and although it is rumored that City Lord Sun has been at odds with them for years, we cannot place our hopes for survival solely in his hands. Today, I shall find a way to expose the Zhang family's actions to the public. Consequently, our relationship with the Zhang family will inevitably become more strained. Therefore, I wish to consult everyone here. Speak. Yishan urged. Why Yigu paused before stating, first, the Zhang family halts their actions, and we coexist peacefully. Second, should the Zhang family exert pressure, we must choose between abandoning Shiliang County, as we did many years ago, or relocating to Tianyang City to confront the Zhang family head-on. In this scenario, it is likely the Zhang family may attempt assassination, which concerns the fate of the entire Yi family. I dare not make a unilateral decision. Yi Lang interjected, is it really that serious? If you refrain from disclosing Zhang Debiao's involvement today, there may still be room for reconciliation. Yes, Zhang Debiao is immensely powerful. Should you speak out, the situation between our Yi residents and the Zhang family will become irreparable. Yi Chong added. However, Aunt, standing nearby, chastised them, you two fools, think carefully. If our Yi residents remain silent and does not speak out, will the Zhang family truly let us be? Their target is the pill business in Shiliang County. As long as our Yi residence exists in Shiliang County, the Zhang family cannot thrive. Thus, annihilating us or driving us away is their only option, unless they abandon their pill business. Yi Chang'an remarked, it is easier said than done. Once greed arises, how simple is it to suppress? Moreover, confronting a family of greater strength. We are fortunate to be in the Great Xia dynasty, where some laws still hold sway. In the past, during the 9 provinces contention, many powerful families could easily obliterate smaller ones overnight. Yigu nodded, indeed. We are fortunate to live in a good era, though injustices remain. At least weaker families and groups have legal protections. The Dragon Supervisory Office of the Great Xia dynasty is not idle. The Zhang family would at least not dare to be overtly reckless. And this presents us with an opportunity to retaliate. Ultimately, the decision to retaliate does not rest entirely in our hands. What the Zhang family intends to do and how far they are willing to go is crucial. I merely wish to remind everyone that we must prepare thoroughly for all contingencies. If the Zhang family relents, that is one matter, but if they truly take action, what shall we do? Abandon Shiliang County, or relocate to Tianyang City and confront the Zhang family to the very end? The assembly fell into silence. Yi Lang and Yi Chong clearly understood this was beyond their authority to decide and thus refrained from speaking. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming turned to Yishan, for he was the head of the family. Aunt, however, was forthright, declaring, I support third brother. I have seen clearly these days that the Zhang family, driven to desperation, is due to third brother's efforts. Our Yi residence's revenue has increased several-fold during this time. I trust third brother's abilities far more than my 2 ungrateful sons. Mother. Yi Chong and Yi Lang cast incredulous glances at her, as if to say, is this how you speak of your own sons? Yishan inquired, Yigu, you have anticipated so much. I assume you have a strategy in mind? Yigu replied, we will relocate to Tianyang City and confront the Zhang family to the very end. Our elixirs have a price advantage. In a business competition, the Zhang family is no match for us. Furthermore, should they resort to violence, they will inevitably violate the laws of the Great Xia, and both Lord Sun and the Great Xia dynasty will not spare them. But what if they attempt assassination? Yishan asked, for this was the crux of the matter. Yigu answered, Assassination is indeed troublesome, but it is not without countermeasures. If we eliminate all the capable members of the Zhang family, they will be unable to carry out their plots. What? The assembly was instantly taken aback. The notion of eradicating the capable members of the Zhang family not only seemed outrageous, but also an inversion of conventional wisdom. Chapter 50. This time, no retreat. Third brother, if you are merely venting, that is one thing. But should you be serious, you truly have lost your mind. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian, is a peak Yuaning realm expert, on the verge of transcending to the Great Ascension realm. City Lord Sun, who is merely at the Great Ascension realm, already regards him with trepidation. How could you possibly eliminate all the Zhang family's strong ones? Yi Chang'an argued. Yi Gu, however, smiled. It is not I who will do the killing. As you mentioned, City Lord Sun possesses great ascension power. If he were to unleash his full strength, could the Zhang family not be extinguished? Yet, City Lord Sun has no reason to assist us, and the Zhang family has left no incriminating evidence. Yi Chang'an countered. Yi Gu replied with a grin, not at present. But should the Zhang family dare to act against our Yi family while we are all in Tianyang City, do you think they would leave no evidence behind? Acting under the watchful gaze of City Lord Sun, we only need to consider how to survive. Meanwhile, the Zhang family must ponder not only how to eliminate us but also how to avoid leaving evidence. They will be far more cautious than we are. Yi Chang'an acknowledged, your argument is valid, but is this not exceedingly perilous? If the Zhang family were to strike with lethal intent, our Yi residence's remaining foundation could be entirely obliterated. Ant chimed in, unless we retaliate, do you think the Zhang family will let us off the hook? Unless we plan to flee like we did years ago, it will be difficult to coexist peacefully. Yi Chang'an fell silent, realizing Ant's words held truth. It was either flee or confront to the bitter end. Expecting the Zhang family to seek peace was nearly impossible. Yi Gu remarked, this is the situation. I implore grandfather to render a decision. Yishan remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. Almost 5 minutes passed before he finally sighed and spoke. They say that hitting rock bottom leads to a rebound. Our Yi family once flourished in Qianzhou, yet now, we find ourselves in such dire straits. It is high time for a resurgence. I fear not death, but it pains me to lead you younger generations into peril. Yi Gu, how confident are you in ensuring your family's safety? Yi Gu replied, elder brother, second brother, Zhang Linger, and I will all enter Tianyang Academy. In that place, the Zhang family will not dare act against us. The only ones they can target are you and the others. I am 80% confident that I can thwart the Zhang family's covert attacks. Yishan nodded. The Zhang family's greatest strength lies in their power. So long as they cannot annihilate us, the Yi family's apothecary will eventually thrive in Tianyang City, causing the Zhang family's influence to wane. This risk is worth taking. Even if we older folks perish, at least we can carve out a future for you 3 younger generations. That would be a worthy death. He concluded, I have decided. This time, we shall not retreat. We will relocate to Tianyang City. After speaking, Yishan turned to Yi Chang'an and the others. I choose to fight for the future of my children. You will not blame me, will you? Yi Chang'an smiled wryly. Those are my children as well. Are they not? Rest assured, father. Indeed. Who does not care for their own children? Old man, I support you. Ant added. Yi Changming remained silent, his gaze towards Yi Gu filled with admiration. Zhang Linger, too, said nothing, but she quietly grasped Yi Gu's hand. As if to convey, wherever you go, I shall follow. Yishan stood, very well. Since there are no objections, let it be decided. We shall commence preparations for our move to Tianyang City in the coming days. Yi Gu, you and Yilang should hurry and participate in the Tianyang Academy assessment. Yi Gu quickly interjected, Grandfather, there is no rush. Since we have agreed to relocate to Tianyang City, I have a suggestion. Speak, Yishan replied. The Zhang family is aggressive, and our Yi residence is not insignificant. A grand relocation may attract the Zhang family's attention. I believe we should start today, gradually liquidating the items we cannot carry, and then set out for Tianyang City in 5 days. 5 days? Why the haste? Yishan inquired, puzzled. While Yichong appeared to have an epiphany. Yi Gu explained. Because 5 days from now is the return date for the Tianyang Academy enrollment. Every year after the enrollment concludes, the city lord of Tianyang sends a garrison to various cities to escort the new students back to Tianyang City. We can travel with the recruitment team. The Zhang family would not dare to act rashly. Yichong thought to himself, indeed, this little brother's plan is quite astute. I never realized how meticulous his thoughts are. Thank goodness he is my brother. If he were my enemy, I would be devastated. Yishan chuckled. It seems you have been plotting all along, good lad. Since that is the case, you shall take charge of this matter. The entire Yi family will heed your arrangements. Yigu quickly remarked, it is not a matter of arrangements. I merely request the cooperation of all the elders. Very well, it is settled then. Prepare to depart. Yishan waved his hand, then returned to his room to rest. As for Yi Chang'an, Yi Changming, and Aunt, they set about busily preparing for the move. After sending off the elders, Yigu turned to Yi Lang and Yi Chong. Let us go, brothers. We shall participate in the Tianyang Academy assessment. Yi Chong exclaimed, third brother. I never realized you had such a clever mind. Tell me, have you ever schemed against me in secret? Just as Yigu was about to respond, Zhang Linger interjected, elder brother. Please do not say that. My husband is not like that. It is merely that the Zhang family is so aggressive that he devised a counterattack. Upon hearing Zhang Linger speak, Yi Chong's attitude shifted. I do not believe you. Now I suspect that your marriage to Zhang Linger was also part of your scheme. Third brother, you are indeed crafty. I am your elder brother, and you would not spare even your sister-in-law. Yigu retorted, elder brother. Zhang Linger felt both anger and embarrassment. Yigu then produced a wooden box and presented it to Yi Chong. Elder brother, I shall grant you one more chance. Please choose your words carefully. What? Are you threatening me? I was raised to be fearless. Even if a beauty were to leap out of this box, I would not. Before Yi Chong could finish, Yigu opened the box, revealing a pristine white elixir that floated into view. Indeed, it was the pure white marrow cleansing elixir he had concocted last night. This is the pure white marrow cleansing elixir. Its market value exceeds 10,000 spirit stones, Yi Chong exclaimed as he gulped in awe. Yigu simply smiled. Oh, last night, out of sheer boredom, I refined a pill. I initially thought to say this as an apology to my elder brother for taking his wife. But alas, I and Liener are truly in love. So returning the wife is simply out of the question. Thus, I considered giving him a cleansing elixir as a form of compensation. However, since my elder brother claims this to be my conspiracy, it seems that presenting this gift is futile. Second brother, how about I just give it? Wait a moment. Just as Yi Lang was about to nod, Yi Chong abruptly pushed him aside and, with a forced smile, addressed Yigu, my dear third brother. You truly are my beloved sibling. Since this elixir is meant for me, I shall not be polite with that. Yi Chong eagerly grabbed the elixir. Seeing this, Yi Lang protested, elder brother, your change of heart is rather swift, isn't it? Who was it that suspected our third brother just moments ago? Yi Chong hurriedly replied, don't speak nonsense. How could I possibly suspect my own brother over a mere woman? As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, while women are but garments. Just one woman. How could she affect the bond between us brothers? Isn't that right, third brother? Yigu smiled without a word, while Zhang Lianer leaned closer to Yigu and whispered, you truly have your two brothers figured out. In the past, with my legs being inconvenient, I had nothing to do but study them. Yigu chuckled at Yi Chong, having swallowed the cleansing elixir, was brimming with joy and began chiding Yi Lang. Second brother, did you see that? I have told you countless times to treat our third brother well, yet you are only thinking of his wife. Now, look, he has something good, and he won't even share it with you. Yi Lang was utterly speechless, wondering who between them was truly fixated on the other's wife. It seems I too have had my moments of fixation in the past. Yi Lang pondered, third brother, may I be a bit greedy? I wish to have both siblings and garments. You may have siblings, but for garments, you shall have to fend for yourself. I too fear the cold, Yigu replied. Zhang Lianer giggled beside them, directly linking her arm with Yigu's, clearly indicating her stance. Don't even think about my attention. Aside from my husband, I desire no one else. Yi Chong patted Yi Lang's shoulder and remarked, our third brother has given you the ultimate guide to wooing women, yet you still pine for your sister-in-law. How greedy! With that, Yi Chong hurried off to catch up with Yigu, enthusiastically saying, third brother, wait for me. I will take you to the assessment location. Hey, wait for me, Yi Lang exclaimed, hastily following suit. On the carriage, Yi Chong excitedly stated, third brother, with your strength, you don't even need to participate in any assessments. Once we arrive, I'll simply take you to fill out a form. It's just a formality. However, second brother and sister-in-law must participate in the assessment. The rules of Tianyang Academy stipulate that if one achieves the rank of a third-grade alchemist before the age of 20, they can directly join the academy. Yigu was taken aback, not expecting such a stipulation. However, he had intentions of exposing the Zhang family's crimes today, so he truly needed to find an opportunity to confront Zhang Debiao. Thus, he could not simply go and fill out the form. "Elder brother, I wish to participate in the assessment," Yigu declared. Wei Chong was momentarily stunned but then smiled. "If you wish to participate, that's fine, but listen to me. First, register your identity as an alchemist. Tianyang Academy has 2 admission pathways. One for alchemists, which requires achieving 3rd-grade alchemist status before the age of 20, and another for combat prowess, where one must reach the 5th layer of body refinement before 20. There will be dedicated personnel responsible for the sparring assessments to prevent anyone from falsely reporting their strength. If you wish to spar, that's fine, but don't forget your identity as an alchemist. Once you become an alchemist at Tianyang Academy, you will receive free herbs every month and have unrestricted access to the Academy's alchemy chambers. The benefits are abundant." Upon hearing this, Yigu smiled as well. Since there were so many advantages, it was indeed worth registering. After all, who wouldn't want free resources? Meanwhile, Yilang sighed helplessly. "How long has it been? Third brother, have you taken some miracle medicine? Or has marrying a wife turned your fortunes around? Not only has your strength surged so rapidly, but you can even refine 4th-grade pills now. Meanwhile, I remain stuck at the 9th layer of body refinement. Who knows when I will break into the Qi refinement realm?" Yigu chuckled. "When we return, I will help you refine a cleansing elixir. You will eventually break into the Qi refinement realm." Yilang smiled, feeling elated. "You truly care for me, unlike elder brother, who only thinks of himself. Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Observing the camaraderie among the 3 brothers, Zhang Lianer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The carriage soon arrived at Sifang Street. As today marked the first day of admissions at Tianyang Academy, the throngs of people present overwhelmed them. However, it was evident that 99% of these individuals were there for the combat assessments, while the alchemist assessment area was eerily deserted. This was understandable, as for ordinary individuals, both alchemy and cultivation were immensely taxing mentally. Choosing one path typically meant abandoning the other. Thus, many opted to prioritize their own strength. After all, no matter how impressive one's alchemy skills might be, without strength, one would ultimately remain at the mercy of others. Wei Gu was among the few who had achieved such alchemical skills without prior research in that field. Of course, there were exceptionally gifted individuals who could balance both alchemy and cultivation, but such people were exceedingly rare. As soon as the group disembarked, Yigu noticed that Sunanin had indeed arrived with Xiaoqing, waiting for them. Upon seeing Yigu, the 2 hurried over. Zhang Lianer, noticing this, dashed toward them, linking her arm with Sunanin's and cheerfully inquiring, "Sister Inin, what brings you here?" Sunanin replied, "It's the liveliest event today. Of course, we had to come and take a look." Xiaoqing added, "Though lively sights are enjoyable, it's not as captivating as someone who arrived an hour earlier. Our young lady has completely succumbed." "Xiaoqing." Sunanin's cheeks flushed. Zhang Lianer chuckled and turned to Yigu. Yigu remarked, "It's merely an assessment, but I am genuinely glad you could come. Let's head to the alchemist registration area." With that, Yigu walked ahead towards the registration area. Zhang Lianer instructed Sunanin and Xiaoqing to go ahead while she approached the 2 brothers, Yilang and Yichong, who were conversing nearby. Yilang was saying, "You're talking about her?" Sunanin, "The shopkeeper under our 3rd brother." "A shopkeeper? A woman venturing into business? How can that be? She must be a sight to behold. I've made up my mind to marry her." Yichong laughed, adding, "By the way, 3rd brother hasn't made any moves on her, has he?" Yilang scratched his head. "I wouldn't know. I've only seen her a couple of times, but judging by their demeanor, it doesn't seem like they have any special relationship, right? Sister-in-law is also quite close to Sunanin, so it doesn't seem like a love-rival situation." Yichong nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. That is good. 3rd brother truly lacks vision. Sunanin is evidently more attractive." Just as Yichong was speaking, Zhang Lianer suddenly appeared before them. "Ahem, elder brother, don't harbor any thoughts about Sunanin. She belongs to my husband," she urged. "Let's hurry and help my husband register." "What?" Yichong was instantly dumbfounded, glancing between Sunanin and Yigu, fuming. "Sister-in-law, I'm not blaming you. You should keep a close eye on this 3rd brother. He doesn't fear being suffocated by an abundance of garments." "How disappointing with that." Yichong hastily chased after them. Wei Lang exchanged amused glances with Zhang Lianer before following suit. Having acquaintances made things easier. Upon Yichong's arrival, he promptly requested a form from the student in charge of registrations, then guided Yi Gu in filling it out. It was merely basic information: name, address, alchemist rank, and the types of pills refined. Typically, after completing the form, the registering student would provide a batch of herbs for the registrant to refine on-site to prevent any misrepresentation. However, since Yi Chong was also part of the admissions team, this procedure was naturally bypassed, particularly since Yi Gu's declared alchemist rank was 6th grade. Upon seeing this, the student exclaimed excitedly, "You truly are impressive, a 6th grade alchemist, and you are the younger brother of Yi Shixiang. You don't need to refine on-site. I'll stamp your form right away." As he was about to place the stamp, however, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Wait a moment." Everyone looked up to see Zhang Debiao approaching. "Zhang Shixiang, is there something you need?" Upon seeing Zhang Debiao, Yi Chong's expression darkened. Now that he was aware of Zhang Debiao's true nature, he no longer had any goodwill towards him. Zhang Debiao chuckled. "Yi Chong, why does your expression seem so grim today? This is your brother, Yi Gu, right? He holds quite a reputation in Shiliang County." "Oh, a 6th grade alchemist, you say? Let me see what grade of alchemist this is." With that, Zhang Debiao snatched the registration form. However, upon seeing that it indicated a 6th grade alchemist, Zhang Debiao immediately slapped the registering student across the face. The student was bewildered and asked, "Shixiang, what did I do wrong? Why did you hit me?" Zhang Debiao angrily scolded, "Open your eyes and see what you've written. A 6th grade alchemist? Am I blind? Or did your hand slip? Is there even a 6th grade alchemist in a place like Shiliang County? Are you still dreaming?" Yi Gu and the others watched this scene with grim expressions. They weren't foolish. Zhang Debiao's actions, while seemingly reprimanding the registering student, were actually aimed at Yi Gu. After all, it was Yi Gu himself who had claimed to be a 6th grade alchemist, and it was the student's trust in Yi Chong that led him to write it down without a second thought. While Yi Chong glared at Zhang Debiao, coldly stating, "Zhang Debiao, it was my third brother who claimed to be a 6th grade alchemist. If you have an issue, direct it towards us and stop bullying a fellow student." Zhang Debiao laughed upon hearing this, though. "Now you dare speak to your senior like that? Do you think that just because you've arrived in Shiliang County, it's suddenly your Yi family's territory? Remember, trash is trash no matter where it goes. When your senior speaks, you ought to stand firm. Understand?" With that, Zhang Debiao raised his hand to slap Yi Chong again. However, Yi Chong instantly lifted his hand and managed to block the blow. Although it was evident that he struggled, he had indeed managed to stop it. 7th layer of Qi refinement? How did your strength break through 2 layers? Zhang Debiao's brow furrowed. Yi Chong had been stuck at the 5th layer of Qi refinement for quite some time, and he did not expect him to have broken through 2 layers now. Such a feat was uncommon. Yi Chong replied nonchalantly, "My third brother helped me refine a 4th grade cleansing elixir. Is there something wrong with breaking through 2 layers of strength? Do you really think a 7th layer of Qi refinement is significant to me?" The more Yi Chong resisted, the more infuriated Zhang Debiao became. He retracted his hand and quickly aimed another slap at Yi Chong. Clearly, this time, Zhang Debiao was using his full strength, and given his Tianfu realm power, Yi Chong was undoubtedly incapable of blocking it. Just as Yi Gu prepared to intervene, a slender hand unexpectedly grabbed Zhang Debiao's wrist from behind. "Who?" Zhang Debiao's expression shifted as he turned to see Sun Ruru, who had somehow appeared behind him, staring at him coldly. "Zhang Debiao, what are you doing? This is a registration assessment area, not your arena. If you wish to fight, how about you face me instead?" Zhang Debiao was at a loss for words. While he dismissed Yi Chong, he genuinely did not dare to dismiss Sun Ruru. Zhang Debiao possessed only the 1st layer of Tianfu realm strength, whereas Sun Ruru was at the 3rd layer. Among the new students at Tianyang Academy, Sun Ruru was undoubtedly the top-ranked. Zhang Debiao stood no chance against her. "Sun Ruru, if you wish to aid the Yi family, you must also recognize the situation. Do you know the magnitude of the matter at hand, with Yi Gu daring to impersonate a 6th grade alchemist?" Sun Ruru was taken aback by this and turned to look at Yi Gu. "Is what he says true?" Yi Gu, maintaining his composure, nodded. Sun Ruru, seeing this, said, "I will give you one more chance. Think carefully before you answer. A 6th grade alchemist is no trivial title in the entire Tianyang city. There is only one 6th grade alchemist in Tianyang Academy. If you possess the strength of a 6th grade alchemist, you could be an elder at the academy." Yi Gu smiled at this. So polite. "Becoming an elder is not out of the question. As long as the treatment is adequate, I have no qualms about being a student or an elder." "You?" Sun Ruru was incensed by Yi Gu's words. While others may not grasp the significance of a 6th grade alchemist, she did. Even in the Daxia dynasty, a 6th grade alchemist held considerable status. Though the royal family might overlook them, the numerous families within the Daxia dynasty would provide decent treatment to a sixth-grade alchemist. The mere claim of being a sixth-grade alchemist from Yi Gu was enough to draw suspicion from Zhang Debiao, and even Sun Ruru found it hard to believe why Yi Chong, at that moment, felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly asked, "Third brother, I believe you can refine fourth-grade pills, but claiming to be a sixth-grade alchemist is no joke. Can you truly do it?" Sun Anan also appeared worried. Yet, compared to her, Zhang Lianer was more inclined to trust Yi Gu. "If my husband says he can refine it, then he certainly can." "Nonsense. I could claim to be a ninth-grade alchemist too. Anyone can boast." Zhang Debiao sneered. "So, what do you propose?" Yi Gu countered. Zhang Debiao grinned. "Simple. Why not have you demonstrate your skills as a sixth-grade alchemist on the spot?" "Very well. You provide the herbs," Yi Gu replied with a smile. Zhang Debiao, hearing this, became anxious. "You want me to provide the herbs? Are you out of your mind? A sixth-grade pill is of immense value. Who do you think you are, to make me provide the herbs? You refuse? Then I suppose there's nothing more to say. I am a sixth-grade alchemist, and whether you believe it is up to you." Yi Gu shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Zhang Debiao frowned, feeling uncertain whether Yi Gu was lying. Meanwhile, Sun Ruru interjected, "Actually, there's no need to refine a sixth-grade pill. The assessment standard for Tianyang Academy is a third-grade pill. We can provide third-grade herbs. If you can refine a third-grade pill, you will pass." Zhang Debiao quickly interjected, "That won't do. Yi Chong claims he can refine fourth-grade pills, and he has the audacity to assert he is a sixth-grade alchemist. If he only ends up refining a third-grade pill, what does that imply? Is that not cheating? Moreover, since the information has already been submitted, if he is a third-grade alchemist, he should refine on-site. He must at least refine a fourth-grade pill, but we haven't brought fourth-grade herbs. What do you suggest we do?" Sun Ruru inquired. Zhang Debiao chuckled. "While I can't provide sixth-grade herbs, I do have plenty of fourth-grade herbs. Yi Gu, are you willing to wager a contest? I will provide the herbs, and you shall refine the fourth-grade cleansing elixir in front of everyone. I want to see if your elder brother is indeed telling the truth or merely spinning tales. Should deceit be present, it would indeed reflect a deficiency of character. Tianyang Academy has no need for individuals whose words are mired in falsehoods." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu chuckled. "When it comes to being a liar, is there anyone who could surpass senior brother Zhang? You naturally, since senior brother Zhang wishes to wager, I cannot possibly dampen his enthusiasm, can I? However, since we are to gamble, what shall your wager be?" Yi Gu countered. "A wager? What wager? I will provide the herbs for your alchemy. What further wager do you desire?" Zhang Debiao inquired. Yet Yi Gu merely smiled. "This is a misunderstanding. Your offering of herbs is merely an invitation for me to partake in this gamble, akin to inviting me to dine without sending a proper invitation. The fourth-grade herbs serve as your invitation, permitting me to meet you. But should you invite me to dine, it cannot simply be an invitation to a meal. If you lose this wager, what will you offer me?" "You." Zhang Debiao was infuriated. Having not anticipated Yi Gu's avarice, he truly could not believe that Yi Gu could concoct a fourth-grade elixir. After all, to become a fourth-grade alchemist typically signifies a relinquishment of martial cultivation. How could Yi Gu possibly possess such formidable prowess while simultaneously being a fourth-grade alchemist? Contemplating this, Zhang Debiao declared, "If you wish to play, I shall accompany you. Should you emerge victorious, the fourth-grade elixir you create shall be yours to keep." "Wrong." Yi Gu interrupted Zhang Debiao. "You invite me to wager. Once you bestow the fourth-grade herbs upon me, the elixir I produce is naturally mine. How could you claim it as yours? Moreover, the enrollment regulations of Tianyang Academy stipulate that if the academy provides the herbs, the resulting elixirs belong to the alchemist. Thus, these cannot serve as a wager. You ought to propose something else, or shall I suggest?" Yi Gu gazed at Zhang Debiao with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao coldly replied, "What do you desire?" Yi Gu grinned. "I do not wish to be overly demanding. Should I win, you shall provide me with a set of herbs for a fifth-grade Ganling Dan, and you must present them to me before the wager commences. And if you lose?" Zhang Debiao inquired. "Since it is a gamble, you must put forth something that satisfies me as collateral." Yi Gu chuckled. "Should I lose, I shall not only forfeit my admission to Tianyang Academy, but my family, the Yi clan, shall also depart from Shiliang County." Chapter 53. Everyone is watching. "Do you intend to flee, student Zhang?" "Very well. Let it be as you say." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Debiao agreed, then shouted to an attendant nearby, "Go to the Zhang family in Shiliang County and have them send me a set of herbs for a fifth-grade Ganling Dan." At once. The attendant wasted no time and promptly left. Zhang Debiao then turned to Yi Gu and smiled. Yi Gu, I have dispatched someone for the herbs. It is too late for you to have second thoughts now. Second thoughts? You send me the herbs, and I should be grateful. Why would I regret it? Yi Gu replied with a smile. Keep on being stubborn. If a fourth-grade alchemist were to emerge from Shiliang County, would I not be aware? I await your alchemical performance with bated breath. Zhang Debiao exclaimed, brimming with pride. Why Yi Gu remained silent, simply observing. Zhang Debiao then had an alchemy furnace brought forth, clearly preparing for Yi Gu to concoct the elixir on the spot. Noticing this, Yi Chong leaned in and whispered, Third brother, are we perhaps going too far? Although I believe in you, if something goes awry, we may find ourselves needing to relocate. A fourth-grade alchemist does not always succeed in their endeavors. You should at least have 2 sets of herbs as a safety net. Yet Yi Gu simply shook his head and smiled. What a jest! I possess the complete compendium of earth-grade elixirs. If I were to fail in concocting an elixir, I might as well dash my head against a wall. Meanwhile, Sun Nen, observing Zhang Lianer's unwavering confidence, hurriedly inquired, Sister Lianer, can young Master Yi truly concoct a fourth-grade elixir? This is no jest. As Senior Zhang rightly pointed out, there is only one sixth-grade alchemist in all of Tianyang City. Zhang Lianer replied, If my husband claims he can do it, then he surely can. He is already a sixth-grade alchemist. How could concocting a fourth-grade elixir be any more challenging than child's play? However, this, Zhang Lianer continued, Anan, you simply have not spent enough time with my husband. Once you marry in, and are with him every day, you will understand why I have such faith in him, marry in. Upon hearing this, Sun Nen's face immediately turned crimson. Zhang Dong's subordinate was quite prompt in his actions. Within 10 minutes, he returned with the herbs for the Ganling Dan. Zhang Debiao then placed the herbs on the table, grinning, Yi Gu. The materials are ready. Now, it is your turn. Alternatively, you could skip the alchemical process and graciously admit that you were merely fabricating tales. Then take your Yi family and depart from Shiliang County. Choose wisely. How tiresome. Yi Gu dismissed Zhang Debiao's words, seizing the fourth-grade herbs prepared by Zhang Debiao, igniting the fire immediately, and commenced the alchemical process. At that moment, many onlookers among the cultivators were drawn to the commotion. Not only these curious cultivators, but even many alchemists of lesser rank gathered to observe. Even within the recruitment team of Tianyang Academy, a third-grade alchemist approached to join the fray. Zhang Debiao leaned toward the third-grade alchemist and asked softly, What do you think? Can you discern whether this fellow truly possesses alchemical skills? The alchemist replied, Young Master Zhang, it is still too early to tell. The essence of alchemy lies in the intermediate processes. The technique and mastery of heat are paramount. Wait a moment, and I shall inform you of my findings. Zhang Debiao nodded. He truly did not believe Yi Gu could concoct a fourth-grade elixir. If he possessed such capability, would he willingly remain in a place like Shiliang County? Even in Tianyang City, numerous merchants would gladly support a fourth-grade alchemist. As Zhang Debiao pondered. The alchemical process reached its critical juncture. As the herbs were added to the furnace, constant monitoring of the elixir's progress and various operations became necessary. At this moment, the alchemist finally spoke. Young Master Zhang, the lad's current alchemical technique appears correct. He must open the furnace lid to release pressure. Could he truly be capable of alchemy? Zhang Debiao's brow furrowed. The alchemist continued, Rest assured, young master. Being able to concoct and successfully creating elixirs are two distinct matters. In my view, he is indeed an alchemist, but he could never be a fourth-grade one. You know as well as I do that fourth-grade alchemists are exceedingly rare, let alone reaching that level. Su Shixiang is but the grandson of Elder Su, and he has only just achieved fourth-grade status. How could this lad, hailing from Shiliang County without any alchemical tutelage, possibly manage to concoct fourth-grade elixirs at such a young age? Zhang Debiao, upon hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Elder Su is a figure of great renown. Even his grandson, at such a young age, was merely a third-grade alchemist. What right did this Yi Gu have to concoct fourth-grade elixirs? Yet, just as the two conversed, Yi Gu suddenly lifted the lid of the furnace. Instantly, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, igniting excitement among the onlookers. This aroma is simply exquisite. It is undoubtedly the scent of a fourth-grade washing marrow elixir. I have encountered it before at the auction house. Encountered? I thought you had consumed it. That is a fourth-grade washing marrow elixir. How could I afford such a luxury? Just to catch a whiff cost me 500 spirit stones. If that is the case, does it mean that the third young master of the Yi family can truly concoct fourth-grade elixirs? I believe he can. And have you noticed that the prices of the Yi family's elixirs have recently dropped significantly? Indeed, could it be that this is due to the third young master's genuine status as a sixth-grade alchemist? I suspect there is a high probability. Listening to the discussions among the crowd, Zhang Debiao began to feel somewhat unsettled. The reasoning was sound. The price of elixirs often hinges on the skills of the alchemist. As the costs of herbs remain relatively stable, the outcomes vary greatly depending on the individual conducting the alchemy. Higher-grade alchemists yield greater quantities and superior quality elixirs, which consequently lowers the market price of the finished product. Thus, recalling the recent decline in the prices of the Yi family's elixirs, Zhang Debiao suddenly felt as if he had been duped. Could the drop in the Zhang family's elixirs truly be attributed to this fellow? If he can indeed concoct a fourth-grade washing marrow elixir, wouldn't that mean I am incurring a monumental loss today? While Zhang Debiao was lost in thought, the third-grade alchemist beside him urgently interjected, "Young Master Zhang, the situation seems dire. I just realized that this fellow is concocting a fourth-grade elixir, while I am merely a third-grade alchemist. There are certain operations I do not comprehend. Yet he executes the entire process without hesitation, as if he truly knows how to concoct fourth-grade elixirs." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Debiao's brow, and his blood pressure surged. "Why didn't you mention earlier that you were unable to comprehend? I just discovered that I, too, cannot grasp it, damn it." Zhang Debiao angrily shoved the alchemist aside and turned to make his way to the restroom to calm his nerves. However, as Yigu observed this scene, he called out, Hey, what are you doing? Everyone is watching, Student Zhang. You aren't planning to flee, are you? Am I someone who would run away? I merely need to use the restroom." Zhang Debiao retorted angrily. Wei Lang quickly added, "Brother, do you feel any discomfort in your stomach?" "Oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly. I need to use the restroom." Chong, upon hearing this, immediately reacted, clutching his head and exclaiming, "Oh no, my stomach hurts too. Young Master Zhang, shall we go to the restroom together?" Zhang Debiao, infuriated, scolded, "If you wish to spy on me, just say so. Covering your heads and claiming your stomachs hurt. Do you think I am a fool? I am not going." Chapter 54. My husband, you are truly remarkable. Oh dear, my stomach suddenly feels fine. Second brother, isn't it miraculous that my discomfort has vanished too? Yi Lang and Yi Chong feigned astonishment. This spectacle caused Zhang Debiao's face to darken considerably. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers erupted in laughter. Even Jiang Lianer and the Sun sisters could not suppress their giggles. Amidst the laughter, Yigu suddenly flung open the lid of the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a fragrant scent wafted through the art. As the white smoke dissipated, Yigu retrieved a pill from within the furnace. When he placed the pill on the table, all present, including Zhang Debiao, were left in stunned silence. The pill laid upon the table was a pure white-washing marrow elixir, and they all knew what that signified. My heavens, is that a pure white-washing marrow elixir valued at over 10,000 spirit stones? Today has truly opened my eyes. I never imagined I would witness someone concocting a pure white-washing marrow elixir here. Is the third young master of the Yi family truly a sixth-grade alchemist? Of course, a washing marrow elixir is inherently a fourth-grade elixir, yet typically, only second-tier alchemists can produce two pattern washing marrow elixirs. To create a pure white-washing marrow elixir, only a sixth-grade alchemist can take on that task. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Even Sun Ruru chimed in. Although this pure whitewashing marrow elixir remains a fourth-grade elixir, it is exceedingly rare in Tianyang City. Only Elder Su from Tianyang Academy produces two each year. Who would have thought that Yigu could truly concoct it? Sunanin was equally dumbfounded, her mind racing back to the prices and elixirs provided by the Yi family. Could it be that the low prices of those elixirs were due to young Master Yi? What methods did he employ? Sunanin was astounded, for the cost of elixir production is generally public knowledge within the Daxia dynasty. Aside from having higher-tier alchemists handle the process to lower costs, there is virtually no other way to significantly reduce expenses. Yet, she had believed that the Yi family's pricing was merely a tactic against the Zhang family. Now, witnessing Yigu's prowess as a sixth-grade alchemist, she could not help but question whether he had indeed found a way to lower elixir prices. Zhang Debiao's face turned a deep shade of green, rendered speechless. He was awash with feelings of helplessness and shock. After all, if Yigu truly is a sixth-grade alchemist, then Sun Ruru's suggestion to recruit him as an elder at Tianyang Academy is not without merit. Most importantly, a 6th-grade alchemist is not someone he would dare to offend lightly. Even his Zhang family would likely prefer to avoid provoking such a figure, given the immense value that a 6th-grade alchemist holds. Young Master Zhang, I shall not hold back, Yi Gu declared as he prepared to take the herbs for the Ganling Dan from the table. Meanwhile, Yi Chong retrieved the registration form and inquired, Senior Brother Zhang, may I stamp this now? Zhang Debiao forced out an awkward smile, remaining silent. However, his demeanor spoke volumes. The 3rd-grade alchemist, who had been previously shamed, wasted no time in stamping the registration form and sealing it. From that moment forth, Yi Gu officially became a member of Tianyang Academy. Very well, now we shall. Yi Chong began to invite Yi Gu to partake in the strength assessment. However, Yi Gu waved his hand and replied, wait. With that, he returned to the alchemy furnace, reigniting the flames. To the astonishment of the crowd, he promptly retrieved the herbs for the Ganling Dan he had just won from Zhang Debiao and began to toss them into the furnace. My husband, are you going to concoct again? Jiang Lianer asked, taken aback. The others nearby were equally bewildered. Hadn't he just finished? Why was he starting the alchemical process anew? Yi Gu chuckled. The herbs have arrived, so I shall naturally refine them together. The Ganling Dan is not a particularly precious elixir. In fact, it is somewhat commonplace. This is because it does not enhance one's strength. Rather, it merely improves a person's sensitivity to the natural energies of the world, and the degree of enhancement is minimal. Although categorized as a 5th-grade elixir, its actual value is quite low, and no one would bother to refine it or sell it. This is primarily due to the high cost of one of its main ingredients, the Ganling grass, which is better utilized in the creation of superior elixirs. Thus, the Ganling Dan, despite its 5th-grade classification, is notoriously difficult to concoct. However, the price for its formula is the same as that of a 1st-grade elixir. Consequently, Yi Gu had long possessed the formula for the Ganling Dan but had struggled to gather the necessary herbs. Now that he had acquired them, it was only natural to refine them immediately. Some may wonder why, if the Ganling Dan is so worthless with mediocre effects, he would still choose to refine it. The answer will soon become clear. The crowd, witnessing Yi Gu's renewed intent to concoct, became intrigued. After all, a 6th-grade alchemist publicly refining elixirs is an exceedingly rare sight. Merely observing this spectacle would provide ample material for them to boast about for ages. Zhang Debiao, seeing that Yi Gu was indeed preparing to refine elixirs once more, suppressed his embarrassment and chose to stay. At this moment, the onlookers began to speculate what elixirs Yi Gu intended to concoct. Although the 3rd young master required herbs for the Ganling Dan, the herbs could be used to concoct a multitude of elixirs. Surely, no one genuinely believed that the 3rd young master intended to refine a mere Ganling Dan, did they? Who would desire such a spirit elixir? I too believe that the 3rd young master is not truly seeking to concoct a spirit-sensing pill. His initial inquiry to Zhang Debiao for the herbs required for the spirit-sensing pill was likely just a ruse. What he genuinely wishes to refine must be another rare elixir. Listening to the discussions of those around her, Sun Ruru could not help but ask, Sister, what kind of elixir does my brother-in-law intend to concoct? The spirit-sensing pill and the spirit-gathering pill are of no use to him at present, are they? Sun Unan shook her head in response, I do not know. Young Master Yi often acts illogically, hence no one can ascertain what elixir he aims to refine. Amidst the curiosity and anticipation of the crowd, Yi Gu eventually followed the prescribed steps of the comprehensive guide to Earth-rank elixirs, meticulously navigating through the alchemical process. Approximately 10 minutes later, as he lifted the lid of the cauldron and retrieved the elixir, everyone was left utterly stunned, for they beheld that Yi Gu had indeed concocted the spirit-sensing pill. My heavens, this is madness. The 3rd young master has undoubtedly lost his mind. How could he use such fine herbs to produce merely a spirit-sensing pill? Indeed, 3rd young master, we have all come to believe you are a 6th-rank alchemist. You need not specially concoct a 5th-rank spirit-sensing pill to prove your worth. Yes, 3rd young master, utilizing such exquisite herbs to create a spirit-sensing pill is akin to wasteful extravagance. The crowd became increasingly agitated. Even Zhang Debiao, standing nearby, was infuriated. Those were his herbs, and this fellow had the audacity to use them to create a spirit-sensing pill. It felt like a personal affront. Old 3rd, what are you thinking? That is spirit-sensing grass of immense value. Yi Chong could not contain his bewilderment. Yet Yigu merely smiled and replied, I specifically wish to concoct the spirit-sensing pill. Moreover, it is intended for another. With that, he turned to face Sun Anin, who was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting Yigu to be refining it for her. You were born unable to cultivate. Try consuming this spirit-sensing pill and see if you can perceive the spiritual energy of the world. Before such a multitude, to directly present a fifth-rank elixir, albeit a spirit-sensing pill, was a gesture that left all present envious. Sun Anin's delicate face flushed with warmth. Zhang Linger, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, My dear husband, you truly excel at this. Chapter 55, 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. Zhang Dibiao is stunned. Upon hearing Sun Anin's words, those around them began to murmur animatedly. To publicly gift a fifth-rank elixir? Has the third young master lost his senses? Lost his senses? I believe it is you who are mad. What do you mean? Could it be that the third young master has taken a liking to shopkeeper Sun? What nonsense! With Sun Anin's breathtaking beauty and graceful demeanor, not even the third prince could resist. Indeed, I heard that when shopkeeper Sun first arrived in Shiliang County, she had many suitors. I never expected even the third young master would fall for her. But did he not just marry Zhang Linger? Would his wife consent to this? Nonsense. Does a man require his wife's approval to take a concubine? Are you no longer a man? That is true. But it seems Zhang Linger does not oppose it. Moreover, their relationship appears quite amicable, as she just linked arms with her. This is madness. If only my wife could be so understanding. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Sun Anin's face grew even redder. Young Master Yi, I cannot accept this elixir. It is far too precious. Yet Yigu merely smiled, saying, You may believe the herbs are valuable, but this spirit-sensing pill has no market. I concocted it expressly for you. Try consuming it and see if you can sense the spiritual energy of the world. But Sun Anin hesitated. Sun Ruru had already stepped forward to take the elixir and promptly handed it to Sun Anin. Sister, just accept what brother-in-law has given you. Do you wish for him to gift it to someone else? Isn't that right, brother-in-law? Yigu was momentarily taken aback and asked, This young lady, who might you be? Only then did Sun Ruru remember that Yigu did not yet know her. Meanwhile, Chong realized that Sun Ruru was referring to Sun Anin as her sister, and he quickly connected the dots. She is the second young miss of Lord Sun's household. My heavens, old third, you have actually courted the young lady of the Sun family. You are truly aiming for the heavens, Yi Lang chimed in. Old third, when did you begin to associate with Sun Anin? You are far too inconsiderate. She is Sun Anin, who has evaded the advances of many affluent families in Shiliang County, yet you have managed to win her over? Pray tell, how did you accomplish this? Yigu shrugged helplessly, replying, I simply followed the guide on wooing women. So, you all ought to read more. Perhaps it will help you with your lifelong endeavors. Yi Lang quickly turned to Chong. Elder brother, return my book? Chong, having heard Yigu declare its significance, was reluctant to return it, though not fret. Once I have thoroughly studied it and successfully secured a wife, I shall return it to you. Yi Lang protested, By the time you return it to me, I may never find a wife. No, you must return it today. If not, we shall tear it in half and each take a portion. Yigu was astonished. Could it be read in such a manner? Meanwhile, as they bantered, Sun Anin finally succumbed to Sun Ruru's persuasion and consumed the spirit-sensing pill. Its effects would take at least 5 minutes to manifest. During this time, Yigu casually tossed the recently concocted pure white cleansing pill to Yi Lang. Having given one to his elder brother, he could not neglect his second brother. Upon receiving the pure white cleansing pill, Yi Lang was nearly beside himself with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it and promptly began to meditate nearby to refine it. Yigu then closed his eyes to sense the changes in his inner power. Having already refined 2 elixirs, he felt the emergence of alchemical energy within him. Now that he had concocted 2 more elixirs, he sensed that this alchemical energy was becoming increasingly refined. He even felt on the verge of a breakthrough. This sensation hinted at his nearing the threshold of entry into the realm of alchemy. Just having refined 4 elixirs, he felt invincible. Yigu mused to himself. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He had commenced with 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank elixirs. Many might never even encounter such high-tier elixirs in their lifetime. Naturally, his understanding of alchemy was profound, having engaged with such elevated elixirs from the outset. With just 1 or 2 more refinements, he should reach a foundational level in alchemy. Regrettably, high-grade elixir materials were exceedingly difficult to procure. Yigu sighed. Yet he was not anxious. Alchemy was not his primary focus, and he was content with any progress he could achieve along the way. As he prepared to open his eyes, an unexpected surge of energy radiated from him. The onlookers were taken aback, and even Sunanin opened her eyes to gaze at him. The surrounding cultivators began to exclaim in astonishment. Has he broken through? The third young master has actually broken through? Goodness! This emanates the aura of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The third young master has reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement? What a prodigy! He has only refined elixirs twice, yet his strength has surged. Is it not said that alchemy and cultivation are mutually exclusive? What kind of prodigy is the third young master? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Sun Ruru silently reflected, what kind of prodigy has my sister found as a partner? My brother-in-law's alchemy can actually enhance his own power. No wonder he progresses so rapidly. I must ask my brother-in-law for assistance. He must have a way. Zhang Linger smiled. My dear husband, your strength has once again ascended. You have surpassed me, Yigu replied with a grin. Is it not due to your lack of diligence? I have not, Zhang Linger retorted. Why? Yigu leaned closer and whispered. Really? Then why did you retire so early last night? Zhang Linger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly replied, Husband, you are too mischievous. Sensing Yigu's newfound strength, Sun Anan felt both envious and helpless, closing her eyes to continue perceiving the effects of the spirit-sensing pill. Meanwhile, Zhang Debiao was utterly flabbergasted. It's he, the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He could contend with me. Now he has stepped into the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while I remain stuck at the 1st layer of the celestial realm. If this continues, he may surpass me sooner rather than later. What kind of prodigy is this? I must promptly inform my father. Even if only for his status as a 6th-rank alchemist, the family must reconsider whether to confront the Yi family. 5 minutes is not a long time. Soon, Sun Anan reopened her eyes, but her expression indicated that she had still not sensed the spiritual energy of the world. I apologize, young Master Yi. I have disappointed you, Sun Anan said. Why? Yigu responded with a smile. What is there to be disappointed about? I have merely confirmed one thing. You are innately suited for the path of commerce, purely the path of trade. This is a good thing. A good thing. Sun Ruru interjected. Brother-in-law, you are not merely seeing your sister through rose-tinted glasses, are you? Yigu chuckled. Do you think I am trying to flatter your sister? Is there not a path in commerce? Sun Ruru retorted. Sun Anan, however, asserted, there is indeed a path in commerce. Young Master Yi has allowed me to experience it. I do not believe it. I wish to experience it too, Sun Ruru declared. Sun Anan hesitated, recalling how Yigu had held her hand to guide her through the principles of commerce. You cannot cultivate. Do not waste young Master Ye's time. With that, Sun Anan turned to Yigu. Regardless, thank you for the elixir. It is growing late. You should proceed with your assessment. Yigu nodded, intending to speak when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over your beloved. Sun Anan's favorability has increased to 60. System rewards. Chapter 56. The DBA Growth Edition invites Zhang Debiao to battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over your beloved. Sun Anan's favorability has increased to 60. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix Union record increased to 14 times. A copy of the DBA Growth Edition. 50 10-fold recipes for 2nd-rank elixirs. 35-fold recipes for 3rd-rank elixirs. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu could not help but smile. Sun Anan is akin to Zhang Linger. Just by gifting an elixir, her favorability has increased. Indeed, women tend to notice the details and how much they are valued. Although Sun Anan could naturally procure the spirit-sensing pill herself, the fact that Yigu took the initiative to present it to her demonstrated his consideration. And knowing that Sun Anan could not cultivate yet still wanting her to try the spirit-sensing pill illustrated his attentiveness to her desires. Truly caring for someone cannot be feigned. With this in mind, Yigu directly retrieved the DBA Growth Edition from the system rewards and handed it to Sun Anan. What is this? Sun Anan asked, momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the cover title, her excitement was palpable. This book has a Growth Edition? Young Master Yi, where did you acquire this? Yigu chuckled. Since you enjoy it, this book should be beneficial to you. Sun Anan eagerly nodded. The management cases and experiences detailed within are ones I have never encountered before. I completed the introductory edition in just a few short days, and I can say I have gained immensely from it. I never expected there to be a continuation. Sister, What kind of book is this that has you so excited? It sounds as though you were mistreated in our household, deprived of reading, Sun Ruru commented. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing, Sun Anin replied, You do not understand. This book is a treasure for those of us in business. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sun Anin quickly bowed in gratitude. Yi Gu waved his hand with a smile. Indeed, the next moment, the system's voice resonated again. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully winning over your beloved. Gifting the DBA Growth Edition to Sun Anin. Received hidden system reward. A guide on how to quickly establish profound friendships with young women. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Gu could not help but chuckle in exasperation. This system was truly veering off course. Goodness, even a dating manual had a growth edition. However, considering his two brothers, Yi Gu understood why the system had provided this. It was entirely prepared for them. With that thought, Yi Gu wasted no time in pulling out the growth edition of the dating manual and tossing it to Yi Chong. What? Yi Chong was momentarily bewildered. But upon seeing the familiar words on the cover and the subsequent subtitle indicating it was a growth edition, he was left speechless. Old Third, are you joking? There is a sequel to the dating manual? Goodness, thankfully Old Second is not here. This book is mine now. Yi Gu replied curtly, Surely he is your own brother. Once you finish, let him have a look. Why is it that a brother born of the same mother does not treat him as well as I? Born of a different mother? Ha ha, of course, of course. Yi Chong chuckled, swiftly stowing away the growth edition of the dating manual. Subsequently, Yi Chong began discussing the aspects of the strength assessment with Yi Gu. You are already aware of the alchemist assessment. Becoming an alchemist brings numerous advantages. As for the strength assessment, there is nothing particularly special. It merely involves checking each person's strength and age. As long as both criteria are met, you will pass. With your strengths, you will undoubtedly succeed. And with my presence, none of you will need to be assessed. As he spoke, Yi Chong glanced at Zhang Debiao. Brother Zhang, you should be fine as well. Correct. Zhang Debiao, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled. No problem. No problem. With junior brother Yi in charge, I am at ease. Yi Chong shot him a dismissive glance, unwilling to engage further. Since learning of Zhang Debiao's character, he found him increasingly repulsive. However, Yi Gu noticed a shift in Zhang Debiao's attitude. It seemed that upon witnessing Yi Gu consecutively refine the pure white cleansing pill and the spirit sensing pill, he had begun to believe in Yi Gu's status as a 6th-rank alchemist. Thus, his demeanor was not as confrontational as it had been initially. Instead, he wore a forced smile, regardless of what Yi Gu said or did. Truly, one could see the cunning nature of someone from the Zhang family. Even their descendants exuded a sense of shrewdness. Yi Gu reflected in larger families, as they grow, the internal dynamics often become driven by self-interest. After all, when the number of siblings is small, they are united as brothers. But once the numbers swell, that connection loses its value. Zhang Debiao was evidently one such individual. For people like him, only benefits mattered most. If Yi Gu truly was a 6th-rank alchemist, the Zhang family would likely harbor intentions to recruit him. As their young master, if he were to sever ties with Yi Gu at this juncture, there would surely be dissent within his clan. Yi Gu understood these social dynamics all too well. As expected, Yi Chong soon produced a registration form for everyone. After consuming the pure white cleansing pill, Yi Lang finally broke through to the first layer of qi refinement. Many present witnessed this progression. And naturally, Zhang Debiao had nothing to say about it. Yi Chong personally stamped the form, and thus Yi Lang was officially admitted to Tianyang Academy. When it came to Zhang Linger, Yi Gu was surprised to find that Zhang Debiao also refrained from making any remarks. After all, Zhang Debiao was unaware of Zhang Linger's strength. That night at the Summer King Temple, Zhang Linger had worn a veil. Although he may have heard that Zhang Yu lost to her, given his temperament, he would not remain silent unless he sought to curry favor. When it was Yi Gu's turn, Zhang Debiao still wore a smile and had evidently no intention of making things difficult for him. Yi Gu observed this and could only smile helplessly, realizing that one's status and reputation must be earned through one's own efforts. Before learning that he was a 6th-grade alchemist, what was his attitude? And what about now? It is truly ironic upon reflection. Moreover, within the Yi family, although there are indeed exchanges of interests among members, what is valued even more is familial affection. Interestingly, Yi Gu seems to prefer such familial relationships. Yi Zhong, holding the seal, was preparing to stamp Yi Gu's strength assessment form, thereby confirming that Yi Gu had passed the examination of Tianyang Academy in both alchemy and strength. However, just as Yi Zhong was about to place the seal, Yi Gu raised his hand to stop him. This action drew the attention of many around them, clearly bewildered by his intentions. Third brother, is there an issue? Yizhong inquired. Yigu smiled and replied, I have just broken through in strength, and it's a rare occasion to have the senior brothers and sisters of Tianyang Academy here. I'd prefer to follow the proper procedure and spar with them. Sun Ruru laughed, saying, Brother-in-law, with your strength, ordinary senior brothers and sisters are no match for you. How about I accompany you for a match? Sun Ruru genuinely wanted to see Yigu's prowess, especially since she was counting on him for assistance. If he couldn't even defeat her, how could he help? Yigu chuckled in response, You should sit this one out. I fear it might worry Inen. No, I thought Sun Ruru was about to say more when Sunanen pulled her back, signaling her not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Yigu turned towards Zhang Debiao, who was watching the scene unfold. Brother Zhang, shall we have a match? Zhang Debiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling Yigu's words from the previous night outside the Anru Danfeng. He quickly understood Yigu's intentions. Zhang Debiao frowned slightly and forced a smile, saying, Is that really necessary? If you are indeed a sixth-grade alchemist, we might become friends in the future. Why make things so rigid? Isn't it better to leave a way out for yourself? Chapter 57. Sister, you and brother-in-law are actually innocent? Upon hearing this, Yigu smiled and remarked, You mentioned that is for the future, but we live in the present, not in some hypothetical future, right? As for whether we will become friends, that is not something I can decide. Is it, Brother Zhang? Zhang Debiao found himself in a dilemma. He understood Yigu's meaning. Today's situation was firmly in Yigu's control, and it seemed there would be no room for negotiation. His actions were merely to gauge the Zhang family's stance. If they truly wished to befriend Yigu, they likely wouldn't mind Yigu offending them today. After all, the truth of the matter was evident, and Yigu hadn't spoken wrongly. Conversely, if the Zhang family chose to confront Yigu, then he naturally wouldn't care about offending them today. This was precisely why Yigu stated that whether they could become friends was contingent upon the Zhang family's attitude, not his OWN. Yigu, I bear no personal grudge against you. My family's command leaves me no choice. Why do you insist on pursuing me? Zhang Debiao said sternly. Yigu replied with a smile. Brother Zhang, do you not find that statement peculiar? You hail from the Zhang family and have reaped its benefits without reservation. Why claim you are helpless at this moment? Should those diligent merchants who toil in their small enterprises be condemned to bankruptcy and familial ruin? That's not what I meant. Zhang Debiao attempted to clarify. Yigu waved his hand, saying, If Brother Zhang truly does not dare to battle me, you may as well admit it. I am not one to force a confrontation. Zhang Debiao was furious. After all, he was from Tianyang Academy. How could Yigu accuse him of cowardice? If word of this spread, it would not only tarnish Zhang Debiao's reputation, but also that of the Zhang family. Realizing this, Zhang Debiao could only grit his teeth and say, Fine. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Though he uttered these words, he knew deep down that he was indeed in a precarious position. Winning against Yigu would be one thing, but losing would bring shame not only to himself, but also to the Zhang family. After all, how could a senior brother who had been in Tianyang Academy for over a year fail to defeat a newly joined junior brother? If Zhang Debiao fought with all his might, it would inevitably expose the Zhang family's involvement in using demonic beasts to obstruct the official road. At this moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, many who were undergoing strength assessments nearby, upon hearing that Yigu wished to challenge Zhang Debiao, gathered around in curiosity. After all, Zhang Debiao was the second in command of this recruitment team, and witnessing him battle the third son of the Yi family stirred great anticipation among the onlookers. Isn't Zhang Debiao a powerful Tianfu realm expert? How could Yigu dare to challenge him? Not only that, but did you not see the recruitment team's introduction? Zhang Debiao's strength is likely second among them. A Tianfu realm expert? But isn't the third son of the Yi family only at the Qi refining realm? Is he mad? I don't know if he's mad, but I do know we're in for an exciting show today. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Sunanen noticed Jiang Lianer's expectant expression and, feeling concerned, asked, Sister Lianer, is young Master Yi truly a match for Zhang Debiao? Having never witnessed a confrontation between the two, Sunanen couldn't help but feel anxious. Jiang Lianer smiled, reassuring her, Sister Inen, worry not. My husband never undertakes endeavors without confidence. If he dares to challenge openly, he can certainly handle Zhang Debiao. Besides, I was present that night at the Summer King's temple. Zhang Debiao had no chance of taking advantage of my husband. Sun Ruru, who had been holding in a flurry of questions, finally found the moment to inquire, Sister Lianer, I am Sun Ruru. I heard that both you and brother-in-law have recently improved your strength. How did you manage that? Did brother-in-law possess some secret method? Could you share it with him, so he can help me too? Zhang Lianer was taken aback, pondering the rapid increase in her own strength since marrying Yi Gu. There were even instances where she had merely taken a nap and awakened with a breakthrough. She realized that such occurrences had never happened before. However, she hadn't considered this previously, and only upon Sun Ruru's inquiry did she recognize the truth. Well, I can't say for certain, but it does seem that since marrying my husband, my strength has indeed improved significantly, especially what? Sister Lianer, do tell, you're killing me with anticipation, Sun Ruru exclaimed, her impatience evident. Zhang Lianer hesitated, feeling a bit shy but unwilling to lie. She finally admitted, since marrying my husband, my daily training speed has indeed accelerated. But most importantly, it seems like my husband possesses some kind of magical power. There have been several occasions when I merely slept beside him, and upon waking the next morning, my strength had increased. What? Sun Ruru was left dumbfounded. What kind of enhancement method is this? Most importantly, I am not Yi Gu's wife. I can't just sleep with him for strength. With this thought, Sun Ruru turned to Sunanan, asking, Sister, have you experienced anything like this? Sunanan's face flushed crimson, and she indignantly replied, You're talking nonsense. I am innocent with young Master Yi. We have not engaged in any improper conduct, so how could I know? Moreover, have you forgotten that I cannot cultivate? Sun Ruru was taken aback, questioning, No way, sister, you and brother-in-law are actually innocent. From the looks of you, it seems like there is no way you could have been clean for more than half a year, and you truly cannot cultivate, which is why you should hurry and try with brother-in-law. What if one sleep actually allows you to cultivate? I won't talk to you. Sunanan's face had turned so red it reached her neck. Though she knew her sister was rather carefree, she hadn't expected her to be so open-minded when it came to matters of the heart. While the few of them were chatting, Yi Gu had already ascended the nearby arena with Zhang Debiao. Clearly, the duel was about to commence. All eyes turned toward the stage. On the arena, Zhang Debiao wore an unpleasant expression and said, Yi Gu, what you are doing is ultimately meaningless. What if you reveal the so-called truth to them? In an era that reveres strength, everyone is busy striving to become powerful, to be the one above all. Even if they were to learn of these intrigues, how many would truly care? Yi Gu replied, Brother Zhang, there's no need for you to persuade me. Whether they care or not is irrelevant to me. However, I do care. You cannot escape this battle today. Chapter 58. The cunning Zhang Debiao. I have said nothing. Then let us fight, Zhang Debiao declared boldly. Though his heart was filled with reluctance, Yi Gu had cornered him to this extent. Even for the sake of his own and the Zhang family's dignity, he had no choice but to engage in battle. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Yi Gu's strength should not be underestimated. When Zhang Debiao was at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, he had already found himself evenly matched. How much more so now that Yi Gu had advanced to the 8th level? When masters clash, the smallest misstep can lead to a dramatic turn of events. Zhang Debiao could not afford to lose, as this was not merely a matter of personal honor, but also reflected upon the Zhang family's reputation. Yet, he understood that Yi Gu's challenge was specifically to draw out the Zhang family's crescent moon blade technique. Should he resort to using it, Yi Gu would undoubtedly seize this opportunity as evidence, revealing it to the world. At this moment, Zhang Debiao did not wish to fight, yet he was equally trapped by the necessity of fighting. The most vexing part was that even if he chose to engage, victory was far from guaranteed. He could not afford to lose. But the crowd, unaware of Zhang Debiao's predicament, began to gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. The recruitment assessment of Tianyang Academy was momentarily put on hold. Brother Zhang, I will not hold back. Yi Gu smiled as he initiated the first strike. Zhang Debiao, already reluctant to engage, would likely have remained stationary throughout the day if not pressed by Yi Gu. As expected, when Yi Gu unleashed a sword strike, Zhang Debiao merely drew his large blade to intercept the attack, offering no real technique in defense. Seeing this, Yi Gu grinned inwardly, thinking, if you wish to hide your true strength, you must possess the ability to do so. With that, Yi Gu transformed his sword energy into a blade and charged directly at Zhang Debiao, closing the distance for close-quarters combat. Under such relentless assault, Zhang Debiao quickly found himself struggling to defend. Relying solely on brute strength, Yi Gu wielded the myriad forces within, his power not inferior to Zhang Debiao's Tianfu realm strength. In terms of comprehension of the way, Yi Gu had already grasped the basics of swordsmanship, while Zhang Debiao's knife techniques, though commendable, had not yet reached that level. As the battle progressed, Ye Gu's understanding of the knife techniques deepened further. Consequently, Zhang Debiao began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, while Ye Gu grew more at ease. Their strengths were comparable, but Ye Gu's superior understanding of the way gave him the upper hand. At this point, Ye Gu employed the heavenly-grade martial technique, the celestial sky-breaking sword finger. If Zhang Debiao remained solely on the defensive, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught. Boom. With another clash, Zhang Debiao was forced to the edge of the arena. One more step back, and he would fall off the stage. An automatic determination of defeat. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. What is happening? Isn't Zhang Debiao a Tianfu realm expert? How is he being cornered like this by the third son of the Yi family? Indeed, why does it seem like he doesn't want to fight? Could it be that Zhang Debiao has some reservations? After all, the third son of the Yi family is a sixth-grade alchemist. Perhaps he doesn't want to offend him. That makes sense. The crowd buzzed with speculation. As Zhang Debiao listened to the chatter, he felt his composure slipping. He had previously stated that he was unwilling to reveal the crescent moon blade technique, fearing it would provide Ye Gu with an opportunity. However, if this continued, he would undoubtedly face defeat. With that thought, Zhang Debiao gritted his teeth and began to wield his long knife, rapidly forming a crescent blade. Ye Gu, observing the crescent-shaped blade forming, smiled inwardly, knowing that Zhang Debiao would not refrain from countering. Once he was pushed to the brink of loss, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. At that moment, several onlookers' expressions changed. They exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. Doesn't this blade technique seem familiar? It does. The crescent shape is reminiscent of the techniques used by the Zhang family within Tianyang City, right? Indeed. I was present at the Summer King's temple when the third son of the Yi family and his wife arrived, slaying that half-step Tianfu realm monster. The mysterious figure present at that time also seemed to use a similar blade technique. Be careful what you say. After all, that's the Zhang family. Without evidence, they won't admit it. What evidence do we need? In less than 2 days, even if there are similar techniques in the world, they wouldn't appear in Shiliang County, would they? That's true. Moreover, if such a person existed, they wouldn't be a nameless individual. And no notable experts have appeared in Shiliang County recently. Humph. The truth likely is that the Tianfu realm expert was from the Zhang family, and it's possible that it was. Just as several people were discussing, the crescent blade that Zhang Debiao had nearly formed was unexpectedly cast aside. Though it was close to completion, the slightest difference led to a drastically different outcome. The blade shattered upon being thrown, instantly rebounding and striking Zhang Debiao himself. A gash opened on his arm, blood flowing freely. Zhang Debiao hurriedly covered his arm, an apologetic expression on his face as he said, "Junior brother Yi, I was distracted. It seems this duel cannot continue, however. I have witnessed your strength, which indeed surpasses the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Therefore, your admission to Tianyang Academy poses no issue. Let us end our match here." Ye Gu furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhang Debiao's attempt to evade the duel in such a manner. What a cunning fellow, pretending to be distracted and injuring himself. This left Ye Gu unable to continue challenging him. Likewise, since it was due to distraction, no one could claim he had lost. Thus, the situation had been disrupted. At this moment, Yi Zhong, Yi Lang, Jiang Lianer, and even Sun Anin and Sun Ruru saw through Zhang Debiao's intentions. Though they internally scolded him for his cunning, they were at a loss for how to respond. Yet, Ye Gu quickly smiled and said, Zhang Shixiang remarked that, since he had sustained injuries, it was indeed inappropriate for him to partake in the duel. I must express my gratitude to Zhang Shixiang for his acknowledgement. Henceforth, we shall both be students of Tianyang Academy. As he spoke, Ye Gu suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, I actually have a question I wish to pose to Zhang Shixiang. The night before last, at the Summer King Temple, I encountered a formidable expert of the Tianfu realm, whose swordplay was strikingly similar to yours. I wonder, Zhang Shixiang, do you happen to know who this person is? I do not know. Zhang Debiao quickly denied. Ye Gu remained unperturbed, chuckling. How peculiar it is that such a powerful figure has arrived in Tianyang City and the territory of Shiliang County. Moreover, this individual even placed a half-step Tianfu realm beast on the official road. Yet, not a single member of the Zhang family is aware of this, despite his clear Tianfu realm prowess and swordplay resembling the Zhang family's round moon sword technique. This truly baffles me. Ye Gu, Zhang Debiao's expression darkened. Have you considered the gravity of your words? The beast on the official road is certainly not the doing of our Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Yigu hastily waved his hands. Zhang Shixiang, you must not wrongfully accuse anyone. I have said nothing of the sort. You? Zhang Debiao's complexion changed instantly. He realized he had fallen into Yigu's trap. Chapter 59. The eyes of the crowd are keen. The tide has turned. Yigu merely stated that the Tianfu realm expert from that night at the Summer King Temple employed a technique akin to the Zhang family's round moon sword technique. Furthermore, such a person has arrived near Tianyang City and Shiliang County, even releasing a beast on the official road. Yet the Zhang family remains oblivious. This situation seems rather dubious. However, Zhang Debiao immediately asserted that it was not the work of their family. Does that not seem incriminating? Humph. It appears that this matter may indeed involve the Zhang family. Zhang Debiao believed that by feigning injury, he could dismiss the issue at hand. Had it not been for Yi family's third young master having a backup plan, we might never have uncovered the truth today. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. With so many present, it was inevitable that some astute individuals would catch on quickly. Yigu simply mentioned that a Tianfu realm expert had placed a beast on the official road, using swordplay similar to that of the Zhang family. He inquired if Zhang Dong knew of this individual. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that the Zhang family is not the city lord. While they engage in business, they are not purveyors of intelligence. If this individual intended to conceal his whereabouts, how could the Zhang family possibly know? Moreover, at that time, Zhang Debiao should have been en route to Shiliang County for recruitment. He would naturally be unaware of this matter. Yet, Zhang Debiao's immediate reaction was to distance the Zhang family from it, even asserting that it was absolutely not their doing. This seemed rather suspicious. Thus, Yigu achieved his objective. After all, if someone could discern the underlying discrepancies, the information would inevitably spread. Sure enough, as the news rapidly circulated among the crowd, the onlookers began to shout. You claim to be innocent? Yet has the third young master ever stated that it was the Zhang family? Indeed, the third young master merely inquired whether you were aware of this person, and yet you hastily declared it had nothing to do with you. Are you afraid that the third young master might implicate your family? The Zhang family suddenly dispatched to Shiliang County for alchemy business. Who doesn't know that the Yi family has been opposing you with a group of rogue merchants? With the official road sealed, whose alchemy can be produced. Is that not quite evident? Moreover, at such a pivotal moment for recruitment at Tianyang Academy, you intend to obliterate the Yi family's alchemy business and ruin their reputation. How ruthless you are, the crowd exclaimed. Zhang Debiao's expression darkened further as he glared at Yi Jiyud. Do you truly wish to oppose our Zhang family to the bitter end? Upon hearing this, Yigu quickly waved his hands. What a grave injustice, Zhang Shixiang. How can you say such things? Did you not just state that we might become friends in the future? Have you forgotten so soon? Why act in this manner? Zhang Debiao pressed. Yigu, however, maintained his composure. I merely inquired whether you knew of this person. I have said nothing further. Did you hear me accuse your family of the beast on the official road? I never made such an assertion. Yet what the crowd thinks is beyond my control. I was looking forward to becoming friends with you, Zhang Xiao. Yigu asserted with a straight face, infuriating Zhang Debiao to the point of turning ashen. Could it be that Yigu harbored no fear of offending the Zhang family and had merely been biding his time? Even if the matter were to spread completely, the Zhang family would have no direct justification to retaliate against Yigu. After all, Yigu had merely conversed with Zhang Debiao. How could he be held accountable for the crowd's sudden uproar? The crowd's agitation led to the emergence of the truth, and this could hardly be blamed on Yigu. Could it? Below the platform, Sun Unin observed the scene, unable to suppress her laughter. Young Master Ye's strategy is simply brilliant. No wonder he remains utterly unfazed. Beside her, Sun Ruru shot her a glance, saying, Sister, your gaze seems affixed to Yigu. If you don't marry soon, I fear you'll be left longing for him like a stone statue. I concur. In fact, I've already prepared Anin's room, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Zhang Linger chimed in with a smile. Sun Anin's face flushed at their remarks. You mustn't jest. Moreover, young Master Yi has already been accepted into Tianyang Academy. I doubt he will linger in Shiliang County for much longer, Zhang Linger replied. Precisely for that reason, we ought to hasten the wedding. That way, your husband can take you back to Tianyang City. Sun Anin was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, on the platform, Zhang Debiao was fuming, repeatedly shouting, This is not the doing of our Zhang family. You are all mistaken. Unfortunately, no one heeded his words. Yigu approached and said, Zhang Xiao, You should conserve your energy. The eyes of the crowd are keen. How can your solitary voice drown out so many? Zhang Debiao turned, icy fury etched upon his face. Why, Yigu? Even if you do this, what purpose does it serve? You lack evidence. Without proof, Lord Sun cannot convict our Zhang family. Ultimately, you have incited these insignificant masses to create a ruckus. What is the point? At this, Yigu's expression grew serious. Zhang Xiao, never underestimate the power of the masses. Even in a world where strength reigns supreme, the influence of the crowd remains formidable. You may not believe it, but you must not dismiss it. Otherwise, you shall inevitably suffer from the repercussions of their power. Humph! I do not believe it. Zhang Debiao retorted coldly, clearly unconvinced that the crowd's newfound awareness would yield any consequences. Without evidence, the Zhang family would endure, and the alchemy business would persist. What could Yigu possibly gain from this uproar? Yigu smiled and stepped down from the platform. Soon after, a figure rushed to Zhang Debiao's side. Whispering urgently, "Young master, trouble is afoot." A throng of people has gathered at the Zhang family's apothecary, demanding that the Zhang family vacate Shiliang County. What? Zhang Debiao's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and he hurried off the platform to assess the situation. As he descended, he caught sight of Yigu, who regarded him with a calm and carefree smile and a fit of rage. Zhang Debiao flung his sleeve and departed. Moments later, Yilang approached Yigu, stating, "The news is that the Zhang family's apothecary is surrounded by the crowd, clamoring for them to leave Shiliang County. What shall we do now?" Yigu merely smiled. "There is nothing to be done. The tide has turned. The Zhang family's influence in Shiliang County will never be reinstated. We should prepare to return home." With that, Yigu turned to Sun Inen, who bowed to him before taking her leave. Yigu wasted no time, taking Zhang Linger's hand and calling out, "Let us go home." Chapter 60. The Zhang family's decision. Did Zhang Yu commit suicide? In Tianyang City, at the Zhang family estate, the head of the family, Zhang Xian, sat beside a pond, fishing, when a figure rushed into the courtyard, panting, "Brother, there is trouble," Zhang Lai exclaimed upon seeing him. Zhang Xian displayed little change in demeanor, continuing to fish. "What has happened?" "I just received the latest news from Dabiao. The alchemy business in Shiliang County has completely collapsed." Zhang Lai quickly recounted the details, adding, "Dabiao's letter mentions that Yigu, the third young master of the Yi family, claims to be a 6th-grade alchemist. He even publicly refined a 4th-grade cleansing pill and produced a pure white cleansing pill. Furthermore, he concocted a 5th-grade spirit-sensing pill, which he gifted to the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Suninen, it seems that Yigu shares a favorable relationship with Suninen. What should we do now?" Zhang Lai queried anxiously. Only now did a trace of concern flicker across Zhang Xian's calm visage. A 6th-grade alchemist? When did such a figure emerge in a small place like Shiliang County? Although Shiliang County is modest, the Yi family was once a prominent family in Qianzhou, though now diminished. Could they have retained some semblance of heritage? Zhang Lai speculated. More importantly, how should we address this Yigu? One is a 6th-grade alchemist, and the other is the market in Shiliang County. Losing either would be a painful loss. Zhang Xian replied, "Who should we abandon? Considering these matters at this point seems rather premature." "Brother, what do you mean? Shiliang County is not going anywhere. What difference does it make whether we take control of the alchemy market sooner or later? As for this 6th-grade alchemist, he is a living person. Has he ever expressed a desire to join our Zhang family?" Zhang Lai suddenly grasped the implication. "You mean we should first ascertain his intentions? Yet he is clearly opposing our Zhang family in Shiliang County. His stance appears rather evident." Zhang Xian responded, "If he were truly determined to oppose the Zhang family, he would not have chosen to reveal our actions through hints. He would have directly stated that we were responsible, solidifying his claims. With the Yi family's influence in Shiliang County, if he were to assert that we were behind this, the public's reaction would be far more intense, and it would not merely result in the Zhang family being ousted. Are you suggesting that Yigu is merely hinting at discontent without fully implicating himself? Is he attempting to extend an olive branch?" Zhang Xian shook his head. "It remains uncertain. Distancing himself allows us to remain nameless, as he has not explicitly stated that we were responsible, merely that the crowd believes so. Should we wish to counter the Yi family, we'd lack justification. Acting rashly would give the Sun family leverage against us. Perhaps he seeks only to protect his own interests in Shiliang County, not wishing to antagonize our Zhang family. To discern the true motivation, we may need to send someone to investigate. Given how far Yigu has pushed Zhang Baran, He might be too embarrassed to approach. Then I shall go personally, Zhang Lai declared. Zhang Xian shook his head. Your status and strength would draw too much attention. The Sun family would undoubtedly take note. It would be better to send a newly acquired retainer. If Yi Gu truly has no intention of collaboration, we can simply eradicate the Yi family. Zhang Lai nodded at this reasoning. De Biao mentioned that although Yi Gu's cultivation is merely at the 8th level of qi refining, he has proven difficult to subdue. We recently recruited a 5th level Tianfu realm retainer. Perhaps we should send him. If the negotiation succeeds, that would be ideal. If it fails, we can eliminate the Yi family. As for Zhang Baran, what do you propose? Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. Given how things stand, he has no face to return. We might as well resolve both issues at once. Understood. Zhang Lai nodded and departed. The Zhang family in Shiliang County. Steward Lin snatched the wine jar from Zhang Baran's grasp, his expression grave. Sir, you must cease drinking. The situation outside is in utter disarray. If we do not devise a plan soon, our Zhang family's apothecary may not open for business tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baran laughed bitterly. Devise a plan? What plan can we formulate? What more can be done? As he spoke, he forcefully swept a pile of empty wine jars from the table, shattering them to pieces. Yi Gu's move to undermine us has been exceedingly ruthless. The common folk of Shiliang County have complete faith in the Yi family. Now, our Zhang family has become the target of their ire, a thorn in their side that they wish to eliminate at all costs. How am I to formulate a plan? But, sir, if we do not find a solution, the family may— Steward Lin hesitated to finish his thought. Zhang Baran, upon hearing this, wept bitterly. I had hoped that by securing the alchemy market in Shiliang County, I could procure a pill to restore my son's cultivation from the family. Yet now, that final hope has been dashed. It is over. All is lost. As he spoke, he seized the wine from the steward's hands and drank deeply, entirely oblivious to the figure listening from outside. Zhang Yu, who overheard everything to Yi residence. After completing her evening routine, Zhang Linger looked at Yi Gu, who was still sipping tea, and asked, My husband, hasn't today's matter been flawlessly resolved? Why do you still appear so worried? Yi Gu smiled wryly. This is far from over. It has merely begun. The Zhang family from Tianyang City will undoubtedly send someone soon. Once they comprehend my intentions, there will likely be no more cordialities. Zhang Linger sat beside him, grasping his hand. I believe that regardless of what the Zhang family does, my husband will find a way to respond, and I will always stand by your side. Moreover, even the common folk of Shiliang County have such faith in the Yi family. Yi Gu shook his head. The Yi family's reputation in Shiliang County is indeed commendable, but do you understand? This reputation is a double-edged sword. When wielded skillfully, it can be a weapon against our enemies. Misused, it can backfire. Today, I was able to incite the crowd's uproar solely due to their trust in the Yi family. But have you considered that if the Zhang family succeeds, the Yi family could find themselves in a position where we have no alchemy to sell? The Zhang family could easily fabricate a narrative that we are attempting to inflate prices to create a facade of scarcity. In that case, our reputation and standing would crumble in an instant. The higher we rise, the harder we fall. Were it not for my lack of concrete evidence, I would rather not resort to this double-edged sword of reputation. Zhang Linger tightened her grip on Yi Gu's hand in an attempt to comfort him. Thankfully, everything is past. Let us rest, my husband. In the future, we should strive to avoid using this double-edged sword. Yi Gu nodded, then looked at her in surprise. Why are you so eager to rest tonight? In the ordinary course of life, do you not fear sharing a moment of respite with me? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Liner's delicate face flushed crimson as she replied. I merely wish to swiftly break through to the 8th layer of the qi refinement realm. My husband, your strength has now surpassed mine, so I must strive even harder in my cultivation. Yi Gu, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. So that is the case. It seems I have inadvertently disrupted my wife's nature. Come, let us retire. With that, Yi Gu lifted Zhang Liner into his arms and made his way toward the bed. Indeed, with the 14-fold acceleration effect of the dragon and phoenix bond, the speed of cultivation was astonishing. By the following morning, Yi Gu discovered that Zhang Liner had indeed crossed into the 8th layer of the qi refinement realm. He himself felt on the verge of touching the threshold of the 9th layer, though he had yet to break through. Just as Yi Gu and Zhang Liner were getting up to wash, an urgent voice from outside interrupted them. Third young master, Madam, trouble has arisen. Zhang Yu of the Zhang family hanged himself last night at the Zhang residence. Chapter 61. Yi Lang sets off for Tianyang City. Sun Anan visits the manor. In the grand hall of the Yi residence, according to reports from the Hound, Zhang Bohan had been intoxicated the previous night, which is why no one noticed Zhang Yu's suicide until this morning when Zhang Shan went to find him. Currently, under the direction of Steward Lin, the Zhang family was preparing Zhang Yu's funeral. The citizens of Shiliang County had refrained from troubling the Zhang family, yet the alchemy workshop had also chosen not to patronize them, and they themselves had wisely kept their doors closed. Yi Lang recounted the situation. Yi Shan nodded, and then turned to Yi Gu. Third brother, what is your opinion? Yi Gu's expression darkened. Although he had not been the one to kill Zhang Yu, he could not deny their connection. After all, it was he who had destroyed Zhang Yu's dantian, previously ruined Zhang Yu's dantian, and to repair it, at least a 6th grade elixir would be required. Zhang Bohan certainly lacks the means to procure such a thing, and 6th grade elixirs are quite rare in Tianyang City. He must have intended to seize the alchemical market in Shiliang County to request an elixir for restoring the dantian from the main family. However, with the events of yesterday, the Zhang family has completely lost their hold on the Shiliang County market. Zhang Yu's hope has thus been extinguished, and this is likely the reason for his suicide. Moreover, I suspect Zhang Bohan will face punishment from the Zhang family. Losing his position in the family and then losing his son, Zhang Bohan might be driven to desperation. Are you suggesting? Yi Gu remarked. Yi Shan remained silent for a moment before responding. You have been managing our dealings with the Zhang family from the outset. You shall also be responsible for the forthcoming matters. Direct us on how to proceed. And we of the Yi family shall certainly cooperate with all our might. Yi Gu nodded and immediately turned to Yi Lang. Then I must trouble you, second brother, to set out first. Take the Hound and head to Tianyang City at once. Huh. Yi Lang was taken aback, and even Yi Shan and the others looked at Yi Gu in confusion. Why was the first task assigned to Yi Lang? Yi Gu explained, the Zhang family will undoubtedly begin to pay attention to our movements. Yet we remain ignorant of theirs. Moreover, when we go to Tianyang City, someone must first go to resolve certain matters. Who else is better suited to gather intelligence than you, second brother? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it came to gathering gossip, Yi Lang had never missed a beat. Feeling invigorated by the prospect of being sent to Tianyang City to gather information, Yi Lang straightened his posture. Third brother truly understands me. I may not excel in other areas, but when it comes to gathering information, no one surpasses me. Enough of the flattery. Yi Zhong interjected, then turned to Yi Gu. Third brother, what do you think I can assist with? Do not underestimate yourself, big brother. You are far superior to second brother. Yi Gu chuckled. I indeed have a task for you. You must oversee the recruitment efforts and, if possible, find out who will be accompanying the recruitment team back to Tianyang City in a few days. This individual's choice is crucial for determining whether we will travel together to Tianyang City. Understood. I will go at once, Yi Zhong replied, throwing a triumphant glance at Yi Lang as he departed the hall. Yi Lang, seeing this, also attempted to follow suit but was halted by Yi Gu. Third brother, why are you stopping me? Yi Lang asked, puzzled. Yi Gu quickly clarified, second brother, your role is of utmost importance. Our safe arrival in Tianyang City and our safety thereafter hinge upon you. Currently, the Zhang family's eyes are fixed on both me and the Yi family of Shiliang County. You and the Hound must proceed to Tianyang City discreetly. There is no chance anyone will notice you. Your purpose there is not solely to gather information. The Zhang family is formidable, and you and the Hound will likely uncover little of consequence. My reason for sending you to Tianyang City is for other purposes. Yi Lang, sensing the seriousness of Yi Gu's words, became earnest. Firstly, keep an eye on all significant events in Tianyang City, especially those concerning the Zhang family and the Sun residents, and send daily updates back. Secondly, acquire a residence. It need not be large, just comparable in size to our current dwelling. You may relay the details back to me, and I will make the arrangements. Thirdly, disseminate the prices at which our Yi family sells elixirs in Shiliang County, ensuring that all major alchemy shops in Tianyang City are aware of our competitive prices and high quality. Understood. Yi Lang promptly nodded. However, he soon posed another question. I know you wish to expand our business into Tianyang City, but we currently lack alchemists there. Relying solely on the alchemists from Shiliang County will surely be insufficient. Should we discreetly recruit some alchemists? Yi Gu shook his head. You will not be able to recruit any. The Zhang family's business model differs significantly from ours, and all capable alchemists in Tianyang City are under their control. Where would you find others? Yi Lang was taken aback. How do you know this? Yi Gu refrained from explaining. Once you arrive in Tianyang City, you will discover the truth for yourself. Now, You may set out. Yilang nodded, then bid farewell to their parents and Yishan before embarking with the hound. Yigu noted that both his uncle and aunt were visibly concerned for Yilang, especially given that it was Tianyang City, the stronghold of the Zhang family. Yet, given the current circumstances, Yilang had no choice but to go. Uncle, aunt, rest assured. If I dare to send second brother, it means the Zhang family will certainly not notice him. In truth, the most perilous place at present was their own Yi residence. I surmise that by tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow night at the latest, the Zhang family will surely send someone. Who? Uncle asked urgently. Wai Yigu shook his head. Perhaps Zhang Bohan, or perhaps another individual. Regardless of who comes, the outcome remains the same. Our Yi family cannot collaborate with the Zhang family. Why not? Yi Chang'an inquired, confused. Although we all engage in the elixir trade, why can't we develop together? Aunt interjected, you are mistaken. While it is true that we all sell elixirs, our Yi family has third brother, whose elixirs are both affordable and of superior quality. The Zhang family lacks these advantages. How could we collaborate? Collaborating would either require the Zhang family to abandon their own elixir production and purchase from us, or for our Yi family to raise our prices. The former would reduce the Zhang family's income, while the latter might maintain a temporary peace. But do you truly believe the Zhang family would sit idly by and allow us to thrive with our high yield and low investment? Having a jewel in hand is a crime. Choosing the latter option merely grants the Zhang family ample time to gradually swallow us whole. Yigu clasped his hands together. Aunt, your insight is commendable. This is precisely why I assert that collaboration between the Yi family and the Zhang family is utterly impossible. The Zhang family is a large clan, not mere individual merchants. It is easy to fall from simplicity to extravagance, yet difficult to descend from extravagance to simplicity. The Zhang family is accustomed to lavish feasts. Asking them to subsist on meager fare would surely incite their wrath. With both strength and strategy, our Yi family has truly produced an extraordinary individual, Yishan remarked, rising. With an orphan like you at the helm, I might as well consider retirement. Just as Yigu opened his mouth to speak, Yishan waved his hand. Go forth and pursue your endeavors. I shall fully support you. Now, I must return to organize my old treasures. Saying this, Yishan departed. Yi Chang'an and the others followed suit. Hastily returning to prepare their belongings, Zhang Lianer gazed at Yigu with admiration in her eyes. She had never realized before just how astute her husband was in matters of strategy. Yigu, with a hint of helplessness, smiled and said, Please have He Hua visit Enru Alchemy Workshop and invite Sunanen to our manor today. Very well, Zhang Lianer exclaimed, eager to attend to the task. Yet Yigu called out to her, Madam, wait. What further instructions do you have, my husband? Zhang Lianer asked, smiling. Yigu chuckled, In truth, I believe I excel more in cultivation than in strategy, especially when it comes to our evening training sessions. Chapter 62. Sun Anen's affection surpasses 70. Reward? Seed of commerce? How shameless, Zhang Lianer retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment before she left the hall. In truth, there were still a few days before the recruitment team returned to Tianyang City. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, many preparations were indeed in order. Yi Zhong soon returned with feedback. Based on his inquiries, the individual responsible for escorting the recruitment team back to Shiliang County was named Zhang Tong. However, he was unable to gather further details about this person. Still, having a name was a significant lead, and since Zhang Tong was affiliated with the garrison, he likely held a noteworthy position, though his reliability remained uncertain. Sunanen would surely have the full picture. In the afternoon, Sunanen finally arrived, and Yigu, along with Zhang Lianer, personally welcomed her. However, as they were all familiar faces, Yigu felt no need for pleasantries and immediately inquired about Zhang Tong. Sunanen replied, Zhang Tong is my father's confidant, possessing formidable strength at the fifth layer of the nascent soul realm. It can be said that within Tianyang City, aside from my father and the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian, he ranks as the most powerful. Zhang Lianer interjected, Sister Anan, how could such a person be tasked with overseeing the care of the new recruits returning to Tianyang City? Surely, you arranged for him to come, did you not? Yigu shared her sentiments, for such a figure would naturally not be assigned to trivial tasks. Sunanen nodded. Indeed, young Master Yi is about to set off for Tianyang City, and I am concerned about the Zhang family, which is why I requested that Sunru speak with my father. Yigu smiled. You are thoughtful, however. I must clarify that not only am I going to Tianyang City, but our entire Yi family shall accompany me. Ah? Sunanen was visibly taken aback. Gu then informed her of the Yi family's plans to relocate to Tianyang City, which left her utterly astonished. But that is the Zhang family. For years, my father has been engaged in fierce competition with them. Wouldn't he moving there put you in greater danger? Gu chuckled. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Consider the distance between Tianyang City and Shiliang County. Wouldn't the Zhang family act with even greater impunity? Sunanen, being astute, quickly understood it. So, why did you ask me to come today? Gu responded with a smile. I wanted to inform you to prepare for our return to Tianyang City together. Ah. Sunanen was momentarily flustered. But what about my shop? Gu grasped Sunanen's hand and assured her. Your shop will be entrusted to Manager Chen to manage while you accompany us to Tianyang City. That place should be the starting point for your business. I've already sent Yilang ahead to Tianyang City. Upon his arrival, he will secure a shop for you. At that time, you will have full authority to manage it. Sunanen gazed at Gu, clearly surprised that he had even arranged a shop for her. She knew that no one had ever supported her business endeavors to such an extent. The greatest support her father had ever provided was merely allowing her to try her hand at it. Yet now, Gu had even prepared a shop for her, which moved her deeply. Thank you, young Master Yi, but if business is conducted this way, then Anan. Before she could finish, Gu interrupted. I understand what you're trying to say. However, my wealth is not my fault, nor is your privileged upbringing. If I were to purchase a shop outright when I have the means, while you start from scratch, it would not be a true test of your abilities, but rather a futile struggle. You should leverage the existing resources to facilitate your rapid growth and then strive to ascend even higher. That is the true essence of self-improvement. Do you understand? Sunanen was taken aback by his words. When it came to persuading others, she was no match for someone like Gu. A time traveler, in just a few words, he had dispelled all her concerns. Young Master Yi always articulates thoughts that elude me. I shall follow your arrangements. Upon hearing Sun An's agreement, Zhang Lianer exclaimed with delight, Wonderful. I will finally be free from bookkeeping duties. I can leave everything to Sister An. Bookkeeping is quite intriguing, Sun An commented. Zhang Lianer, however, wore a look of disdain. I'd much rather admire flowers and watch fish. Come, Sister An, let me take you to the backyard to appreciate the blooms with that. Zhang Lianer pulled Sun An towards the rear garden, and Gu followed. However, upon reaching the back garden, he sought a cool pavilion to begin his cultivation. Now nearing the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, he yearned to break through quickly. After all, who could predict when the Zhang family would arrive or what their intentions might be? Only with strength could he find peace of mind. It was Sunanen's first visit to the Yi Manor, and that evening, a sumptuous banquet was prepared. During the meal, much wine was consumed, and Zhang Lianer, seemingly unable to handle her liquor, retired early to rest. As the hour grew late, under Yi Shan's repeated invitations, Sun An reluctantly agreed to stay overnight at the manor. Gu escorted Sun An back to his courtyard, where He Hua approached them. Third young master, Miss An, Madam has prepared the room for you. Please follow me. He Hua led them to the doorway. Upon opening the door, a faint fragrance wafted through, and the bedding was fresh and new. Evidently, Zhang Lianer had put thought into it. Just as Gu was about to invite Sun An to rest, He Hua interjected. Third young master, Madam mentioned that she has had a bit too much to drink this evening. Therefore, she wishes to sleep alone tonight. Gu replied, All right, then I shall find another room. He Hua added, Third young master, the other rooms are in disarray and uninhabitable. Madam's implication is that He Hua hesitated, then mustered his courage to say, Madam's intention is that since Miss Nen and third young master share mutual affection, it seems only natural for you to rest together in one room. Before He Hua could finish, Gu was taken aback, and Sun An's face flushed a deep scarlet. They were not naive. Zhang Lianer was clearly attempting to facilitate a romantic encounter between Gu and Sun An. While her intentions were good, Gu felt it resembled an arranged marriage. I understand now. You may go and rest, Gu said, waving He Hua off. He Hua smiled and nodded before hastily departing. With only Gu and Sun An remaining, her heart began to race. Although she did not resist the idea of being intimate with Gu, the circumstances made her feel somewhat awkward. Gu, noticing Sun An's unease, chuckled. Rest assured, I would never wish to impose such matters upon you. Allow me to escort you home. It is the perfect opportunity to enjoy a leisurely stroll after a satisfying meal. Sun An nodded obediently, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. The two stepped beyond the grand gates of the Yi residence. Yigu suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. The system's announcement ringing out. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully winning your beloved's affection. Sunanin's favorability has risen to 70. System reward. The effect of the Dragon and Phoenix marriage chart has been enhanced to 15 times. 1 seed of Merchant Tao, 52nd grade 10-fold pill formulas, and 33rd grade 5-fold pill formulas. Listening to the system's prompt, Yigu could only smile wryly. Indeed, one cannot force the harvest of fruit, particularly in matters of the heart. The best arrangements come naturally. However, what exactly is this seed of Merchant Tao? Chapter 63. Your lips are red, yet you still smile. The indomitable 10,000 Tao seed. In the room, listening to He Hua's narration, Zhang Lianer could hardly contain her excitement. At last, she had assisted her husband in marrying Sister Anan. Though this may not be entirely proper, witnessing their mutual affection yet stagnation stirred her heart with urgency. Now, the veil that separated Sister Anan and her husband had finally been torn asunder. Zhang Lianer was elated, yet she could not fathom that Yigu, the sly one, had sent Sun Anan back home overnight. On the street, Yigu and Sun Anan walked quietly, though his mind was preoccupied with pondering the so-called seed of Merchant Tao. Seed of Merchant Tao. A peculiar type of Tao seed that, upon ingestion, will sprout a Tao tree within the consumer's body, reflecting the individual's progress in Tao cultivation. When the Tao tree blossoms, it signifies that the consumer has achieved completion in that Tao. Warm reminder, this Tao seed does not enhance one's strength. It merely serves to observe the refinement of one's Tao. Upon reading the description, Yigu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this is clearly prepared for Sun An. She is unable to cultivate. Despite the existence of Merchant Tao, she lacks the means to perceive it. This implies that she remains oblivious to her progress along the path of Merchant Tao. Only when she achieves completeness will she be able to sense it. It resembles the sensation of suddenly attaining enlightenment overnight. While such a feeling is exhilarating, the process for the individual is exceedingly agonizing, akin to knowing one is destined to die yet being unaware of the exact day. Death itself is not to be feared. Rather, the waiting for it is the most arduous trial. With the seed of Merchant Tao, Sun Anan would be able to clearly see her advancements, bolstering her belief that traversing the Merchant Tao is indeed feasible. Noticing Yigu's silence, Sun Anan inquired, "Are you having second thoughts?" Yigu was momentarily startled, then chuckled, "Indeed, I regret not taking this opportunity to keep you at the Yi residence." "You?" Sun Anan's cheeks flushed crimson. Yigu laughed, "All right, I was merely teasing you. I am aware of your sentiments. Why would I be anxious at this moment? Moreover, you are a person with your own thoughts and intentions. Unless mutual affection has blossomed, how could one truly appreciate the exquisite joys therein? You should not say such things." Sun Anan's face grew even redder. Yigu replied with a smile, "Romantic love is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful things in this world. What is there to be shy about?" Handing her the seed of Merchant Tao, which resembled a green pill, Sun Anan accepted it with a puzzled expression. Yigu explained, "This is the seed of Merchant Tao. Upon consuming it, you will comprehend its effects." Trusting Yigu wholeheartedly, Sun Anan did not hesitate and swallowed it. Moments later, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Why can I suddenly perceive my dantian? I have not cultivated, nor do I possess any inner strength. What is happening?" Yigu elaborated on the seed's function, leaving Sun Anan utterly astounded. "It actually represents my progress along the Merchant Tao. I have only consumed it for an instant, and it has already sprouted 3 or 4 branches. Does this mean I have indeed made progress along the Merchant Tao?" Yigu nodded. "Your path differs from others. Your Tao is akin to a sudden enlightenment. Thus, prior to the blossoming of the Tao tree, you will not exhibit any strength. However, once the Tao seed blooms, your power will soar, elevating you to the upper echelons of the Daxia dynasty overnight." Sun Anan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To fully comprehend a Tao is a profound concept. While cultivators may grasp many Taos, achieving complete understanding and reaching Tao completion is the hallmark of a 7th-grade human king. Her father had mastered a single Tao entirely, which allowed him to become the lord of a city. In truth, his status could have been higher. A 7th-grade human king could govern half a state without issue. Yet, her father grew weary of the political arena, hence his refusal. If she could reach the blooming of the Merchant Tao tree, her strength would likely be at least that of a 7th-grade human king. How could this not exhilarate Sun Anan? In her excitement, Sun Anin threw her arms around Yigu and planted a kiss on his cheek. Their eyes met, and Yigu, no longer holding back, leaned in to kiss Sun Anin in the quiet of the night. On the deserted street, two fiery hearts drew closer together. Time passed, and it was not until the distant sound of the watchman's gong broke the moment that they reluctantly parted. Yet, upon seeing Sun Anin's now rosy lips, Yigu could not help but chuckle. "You still laugh? Yet you are the same," Sun Anin retorted shyly. Yigu took her hand and pulled her into an embrace as they continued their journey forward. Soon enough, the system's voice resonated again in Yigu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully winning your beloved's affection by gifting the seed of merchant Dao to Sun Anin. Hidden reward obtained. 10,000 Dao seed." 10,000 Dao seed? Yigu was taken aback. With the existence of the myriad body and myriad things already in place, what purpose does this 10,000 Dao seed serve? Contemplating, Yigu began to investigate. 10,000 Dao seed. A substance similar to the seed of merchant Dao, used to observe the host's progress in Dao. However, since the host cultivates the myriad body, which contains myriad paths within, the growth rate of the 10,000 Dao seed reflects the progress across all paths rather than a singular one. Warm reminder. The 10,000 Dao seed can enhance the host's physique. The more paths the host comprehends, the deeper the understanding of those paths, resulting in a stronger physique. Upon reading this, Yigu could not help but smile. The 10,000 Dao seed is essentially an invincible physique training manual. For cultivators, one must enhance both strength and physique. In simpler terms, one must possess the power to defeat others while also having a body capable of enduring blows. Otherwise, if someone merely touches you, you'll perish, rendering your strength meaningless. Without hesitation, Yigu consumed the 10,000 Dao seed. Indeed, the next moment, he felt a seed sprout within his dantian. Soon, it grew its first branch, followed by a second, a third, until it reached the fifth branch, at which point it halted. Yigu observed as the powers of 5 different Daos appeared like orbs, each suspended on distinct branches. The uppermost branch represented the sword Dao, its length indicating his highest attainment in that path, having reached the introductory level. The second was the pill Dao, nearing the threshold of entry. Following were the ice Dao, merchant Dao, and blade Dao. Gazing at the 5 branches and Daos, Yigu could not help but exclaim in awe. He could feel the feedback from the myriad tree significantly enhancing his physique. He felt as though he had not exerted himself at all. Yet his physical strength had increased tremendously. He was even confident he could withstand a strike from Zhang Debiao's crescent moon blade without faltering. With his current physical strength, he believed that any adversary below the 5th layer of the Tianfu realm would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Alas, if only he had received this sooner, his lips would not have been reddened by Sun Anin's kisses. Chapter 64. Zhang Bohan's request. So, they wish to trouble me again? Very well, let us return and rest early. If there is no pressing matter in the coming days, refrain from venturing outside. Having escorted Sun Anin to the entrance of the shop, Yigu imparted a few words of caution. Sun Anin responded, "Are you concerned that the Zhang family will retaliate in madness?" Yigu nodded, not denying it. This was a scenario anyone could anticipate, thus there was no need to conceal it. The Zhang family had completely lost their market in Shiliang County. If negotiations with them faltered, the outcome would be predictable. Sun Anin nodded silently, choosing not to comment further. Yigu then took his leave. However, no sooner had Yigu departed than Sun Ruru stepped out from the shop. The Zhang family's branch in Shiliang County was inconsequential. The true threat lay with the main family in Tianyang City. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian, is a peak nascent soul expert, capable of entering the Great Ascension realm at any moment. While her father had mastered a single Dao, his strength had not yet reached the human king realm, remaining at the 5th layer of the Great Ascension. The Zhang family boasts 2 nascent soul experts. Zhang Xian's brother, Zhang Lai, is also a nascent soul cultivator. If they were to go mad, without her father's strength, the Yi family would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. As Sun Ruru spoke, Sun Anin interjected, "I believe that regardless of the Zhang family's might, he will find a way to manage." "Sister, you are exhibiting typical infatuation." "It is unwise," Sun Ruru replied. Yet Sun Anin countered, "I merely state facts. Did not father once master a Dao without ever reaching the human king realm? It is evident that the notion of needing to be a human king to master a Dao is inaccurate. It ultimately depends on one's talent and effort. If that holds true for cultivation, how much more so in the conflicts between families?" Although the Yi family may not rival the Zhang family in power, I have faith in Yi Gu. He will undoubtedly devise a solution. With that, Sun Anan added, by the way, after you finish with the enrollment tomorrow, accompany me to the Yi residence. To the Yi residence? Sun Ruru suddenly grasped her sister's intent. You wish for me to assist Yi Gu? If the Zhang family sends someone, their strength will surely not be less than Zhang Debiao's. Are you worried he may not manage? Sun Anan nodded. Sun Ruru sighed. Sister, I truly cannot comprehend you and your husband. You both care for one another so deeply, yet why do you not express it when he is present? Sun Anan smiled. When one genuinely cares for another, they do not concern themselves with whether such sentiments are openly expressed. Moreover, have you considered that young Master Yi has never once asked for our assistance? Even though he is clearly aware of our identities, he still refrains from saying anything. If he had Father S support, how could the Zhang family dare to act against the Yi residents? Indeed, why does he not speak up? Sun Ruru pondered. Sun Anan smiled. That is because he does not wish to burden us, nor does he want me to think that he is with me merely for protection. He has the confidence to resolve the issues with the Zhang family, proving that his feelings for me are sincere. Sun Anan's realization dawned upon her. Indeed, if his intentions were merely to seek protection through my father, he would have certainly approached you to plead. Father likely despises such opportunistic individuals. If you were to plead, he would surely be angered. He is truly thoughtful. Very well, then I shall accompany you to the Yi residence tomorrow. Sun Anan nodded. The Zhang family in Shiliang County. Tonight, the Zhang family was destined for a sleepless night in the Grand Hall. Zhang Yu's coffin remained on display. Zhang Shan, in a daze, tossed sacrificial millet stalks into the fire, akin to the modern practice of burning paper money. Zhang Bohan sat in a nearby chair, his hands covering his face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The pain of losing a son at middle age is a torment that cannot be easily borne. Just then, Zhang Bohan suddenly rose to his feet, and Zhang Shan noticed a figure had appeared at the entrance of the hall. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face was obscured, rendering their features unrecognizable. Upon seeing this individual, Zhang Bohan tentatively inquired, "Is it Lord Xian Fong?" The figure nodded and replied, "Let us speak outside." Zhang Bohan dared not delay and promptly followed the figure out of the hall. Moments later, in a courtyard of the Zhang residence, Xian Fong finally spoke. "Zhang Bohan, are you aware of your sins?" Hearing this, Zhang Bohan immediately knelt, his face filled with despair. Bohan has betrayed the trust of the main family. I am guilty, however, Lord Xian. May I request a moment to speak? Speak. Xian Fong replied coolly. Zhang Bohan hastily continued, I am fully aware of my guilt in failing to secure the market in Shiliang County for the main family. Even if the main family wishes to execute me, I shall harbor no resentment. Yet, my son's death is inextricably linked to Yi Gu. Though I am lacking, I am still a father. Sending a white-haired man to bury a black-haired one fills me with an unbearable sense of injustice. If I am to die, I humbly request that Lord Xian allow me to seek vengeance against Yi Gu. Even if I perish at the Yi residence, it is better than dying without taking action. Xian Fong did not appear overly surprised by Zhang Bohan's words. As if he had anticipated this response, I can agree to this. But whether you will have the opportunity to seek vengeance against Yi Gu is not for me to determine. Zhang Bohan was taken aback, then realized what was happening. The main family intends to win him over? Xian Fong nodded. Indeed, Yi Gu is a 6th-grade alchemist. It is entirely reasonable for the Zhang family to seek his allegiance. Xian Fong continued, however, you are not entirely without opportunity. After all, Yi Gu may not be inclined to cooperate. If he does not cooperate, you may act as you wish. Tomorrow night, I will personally take you to the Yi residence. As Xian Fong prepared to leave, Zhang Bohan called out, Lord Xian, one last matter. Regardless of the outcome, please convey to the head of the family that Shaner bears the blood of the Zhang family. I implore the head of the family to ensure she has a meal to eat. Upon hearing this, Xian Fong replied, the head of the family has instructed that as long as Zhang Shan is willing to return, she will naturally be recognized as a lady of the Zhang family. However, you know well that a lady without status ultimately faces the fate of marriage and alliance. How you choose is up to you. Zhang Bohan nodded. Though his heart was heavy, he ultimately said nothing more. Living in a world where human lives are as insignificant as grass and strength reigns supreme, having a meal to eat is already a rare blessing. With his son gone, and his own life nearing its end, what more could he possibly wish for? He recalled that Jiang Lianer had also been married off in a similar manner. Thus, he felt grateful that the Zhang family would ensure Zhang Shan receives a meal. Thank you, Lord Xian. Zhang Bohan bowed deeply to Xian Fong. However, this scene did not escape the notice of Zhang Shan, who had been lurking outside the courtyard. Tears streamed down her face as she watched. But she said nothing, her eyes filled with resentment. The Yi residence. Upon Yi Gu's return to his room, he found Jiang Lianer cross-legged on the bed, staring at him in bewilderment. Clearly, she had been cultivating. Did you indulge too much? Jiang Lianer exclaimed. Why are you back? Where is Sister Anin? You didn't. I sent her home. Yi Gu chuckled. After all, it was Anin's first visit to the residence, and our relationship has yet to progress to that stage. If I had acted upon your wishes tonight, what would Anin think of me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianer realized the implications. Indeed, if you had acted thus, Sister Anin might well believe you were merely interested in her body. I'm sorry, my lord. It was my oversight. Observing Jiang Lianer's pitiable expression, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile as he gently ruffled her hair. It's all right. I bear no grudge against you. However, as you well know, matters of the heart must unfold gradually. When the time is ripe, you need not orchestrate anything. Some events will transpire naturally. He then suggested, now, let us rest. With that, Yi Gu climbed into bed. Jiang Lianer suddenly froze. Wait, you sent Sister Anin home, so tonight are you going to trouble me again? Yi Gu chuckled. Only now do you realize? With that, he playfully pushed Jiang Lianer onto the bed and pulled the covers over them both. Chapter 65. The Tao Enlightenment Pill of the 9th level of Qi Refinement has finally arrived. As Yi Gu had already sensed the threshold of the 9th level of Qi Refinement, he put forth great effort that night. They engaged in playful antics for 4 to 5 hours, only ceasing when Jiang Lianer's pleading gaze prompted him to relent. The diligent cultivation yielded remarkable results. Upon waking the next day, Yi Gu discovered that he had indeed reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The robust power within him left him feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. In contrast, while Jiang Lianer had made considerable progress, she had not yet crossed into the 9th level, merely grazing its boundary. After all, she could only experience the 15-fold enhancement of the Dragon and Phoenix Union melody when intimate with Yi Gu. Otherwise, she only received a 10 boost in her daily practice. With his newfound strength at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, coupled with the myriad seeds he had acquired the previous day, Yi Gu felt confident that as long as the Zhang family did not send a golden core expert, he would be just fine. He chuckled inwardly and proceeded to wash up. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Jiang Lianer had prepared Yi Gu's favorite breakfast. Upon seeing He Hua pass by, she eagerly summoned her to inquire about the previous night's events. When she learned that Yi Gu had shown no unusual behavior upon He Hua's departure, Jiang Lianer was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped the implications. My lord, thank you, she whispered to herself, realizing how benevolent Yi Gu truly was. When he returned last night, he had merely brushed off the matter to avoid causing misunderstandings with Sun Anin. However, since it was a personal matter between them, Sun Anin must have witnessed Yi Gu's lack of rejection in front of He Hua, and her silence indicated that if Yi Gu truly wished to stay, she would not object, albeit with a twinge of heartache. Yet, Yi Gu ultimately chose to escort her home, suggesting that he too was reluctant to do so. Despite this, Yi Gu had not chastised her upon his return, instead lightly brushing the matter aside. If he did not genuinely care for her, anyone else would have scolded her by now. Madam, are you all right? He Hua inquired upon noticing Jiang Lianer's reddened eyes. Jiang Lianer quickly waved her hand. I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my eyes. Please go awaken my lord for breakfast. He Hua nodded and departed. Jiang Lianer hastily wiped away her tears. At that moment, Yi Gu, who had just finished washing up, was momentarily taken aback, for he had just heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully pampering your wife. Jiang Lianer's affection level has reached its maximum and cannot be increased further. System reward. The effect of the Dragon and Phoenix Union melody has increased to 16-fold. The layer of With You for Eternity has risen to the 2nd level. 1 Stargazing Enlightenment Pill. With You for Eternity. Layer 2. Allows the host to choose an object whose power exceeds their own by 1 level to perish together. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Yi Gu was left in a state of bewilderment. Have I done anything at all? What is my wife imagining this time? And the layer of With You for Eternity has risen to the 2nd level. Does this mean I can now choose to perish with the 1st level Tianfu realm expert? Yi Gu chuckled helplessly. Given his current strength, even a first-level Tianfu realm practitioner would likely be no match for him unless they were utterly mad. Otherwise, why would they truly want to use with you for eternity? However, the fact that it had started to improve was indeed a good sign. He looked forward to the day he could perish alongside the Summer King. He mused that if that day ever came, he would no longer need to cultivate, simply seeking out the Summer King to be supported for life. If he dared not provide for him, Yi Gu could easily perish alongside him. Although such thoughts were somewhat unscrupulous, with you for eternity truly became increasingly formidable as one progressed. As Yi Gu contemplated, he began examining this so-called stargazing enlightenment pill. It was his first time receiving such a reward, and naturally, he was curious. Stargazing enlightenment pill. Upon consumption, the user can send their consciousness into the starry sky for 1 hour. Comprehending the power of the Tao, this will enhance the existing Tao power within the host. Friendly reminder: even if the host does not cultivate after consumption, time will continue to diminish. Hence, please ensure there are no disturbances within 1 hour of consumption. Additionally, it must be taken at night when the stars are visible, or it will be ineffective. Upon reading the description of the stargazing enlightenment pill, Yi Gu was utterly stunned. The power of all Tao will be enhanced during comprehension? This pill is simply extraordinary, he thought as he rummaged through his mind, yet found no record of the stargazing enlightenment pill among the 6-tier pills. Clearly, this pill was either a 7-tier pill or one even higher. What a treasure! No wonder it was only awarded in a single quantity. Yi Gu mused, feeling an eagerness to try it, but realizing that with the Zhang family potentially arriving at any moment, he had to temporarily set aside the thought of consuming the stargazing enlightenment pill and wait for a more opportune moment. In truth, Yi Gu understood that the later he waited, the greater the number of Tao within him would be when he consumed it, thus maximizing its cost-effectiveness. Yet, he could not afford to wait that long, and who knows if the system would provide another in the future. Thus, it was unnecessary to hold on to it. Once the issue with the Zhang family was resolved, he would experience the effects of this so-called stargazing enlightenment pill. As Yi Gu was deep in thought, he finally heard He Hua's voice from outside the door. "Third young master, the madam calls for you to have breakfast." "Understood," Yi Gu replied before stepping outside. Upon hearing He Hua's voice, he could roughly guess why he had successfully pampered his wife once more. The reason he had not rejected Zhang Lianer in front of He Hua the previous night was that he did not wish for her to feel guilty. After all, she was doing this for him, and he had no valid reason to scold her. After breakfast, Yi Gu and Zhang Lianer busied themselves with their personal affairs, as they were preparing to move to Tianyang City. The entire Yi family was liquidating assets, converting what they could not take with them into cash. Now that they were married, they naturally had to be diligent, with Yi Lang having set off for Tianyang City the day before. Starting today, some of the servants of the Yi family began their journey to Tianyang City. Since the Yi family was not large, they could send them off in one go. Key personnel, such as Yishan and others, remained behind, as their departure would undoubtedly raise the Zhang family's suspicions. Therefore, they could only wait a few days to depart alongside the recruitment team. By evening, Sun Anan arrived with Sun Ruru. Upon learning their purpose for coming, Yi Gu merely smiled and said nothing. He understood Sun Anan's intentions, just as she understood his. They both grasped the unspoken feelings between them. Sun Ruru patted her chest and declared, "Brother-in-law, rest assured. No matter who the Zhang family sends, I will handle it for you. Starting tonight, my sister and I will come to your Yi residence every evening. I've got you covered, brother-in-law." Yi Gu smiled and nodded, but inwardly he mused, with my current strength, you might not even be able to match me. Nonetheless, I appreciate your sentiment. That night, the grand gates of the Yi residence swung wide open. Yi Gu sat comfortably in a chair within, facing the street outside. Sipping his tea, time passed, and eventually, a figure appeared on the opposite street. The figure paused at the steps leading to the door of the Yi residence. Yi Gu set down his teacup and sighed. "You've finally arrived. Thankfully, there are no stars tonight. Otherwise, I might have lost patience waiting for you." Chapter 66. The Insatiable Greed of Man. Do you truly fear death? The third son of the Yi family is indeed a remarkable individual. It is rare to find someone who gazes at the stars. The other party spoke. Yi Gu chuckled, feeling no need to explain. "What is your name?" "Xian Fong. Now, tell me your purpose for coming." "Young Master Yi, do you truly wish to discuss matters in the middle of the street?" Xian Fong replied nonchalantly. Yi Gu smiled and gestured for him to enter. Xian Fong, unperturbed, stepped through the gates of the Yi residence. which closed behind him almost simultaneously. Facing each other, Yi Gu and Exine Fong stood in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Inside the Yi residence' hall, Zhang Lianer and Sun Ruru peered through the door's crack, witnessing the two men standing face to face outside. Although Yi Shan and others sat in their positions, their hearts were in their throats. After all, this was a representative sent by the Zhang family. And at such a critical juncture, the consequences of a failed negotiation were all too predictable. It could be said that this night would pose a significant test for Yi Gu and the Yi family. Only by persevering could they hope for a future. Should they falter, the Yi family might continue to wander the world without a home. Do you recognize this person? Zhang Lianer urgently inquired. Sun Anan glanced at her sister. Sun Ruru shook her head. I've never seen him. Since the Zhang family dares to send someone, they certainly wouldn't choose someone familiar. He likely has not revealed himself before. Or perhaps he is a newly recruited guest of the Zhang family. Zhang Lianer nodded and remarked, his strength seems formidable. I can only sense the aura of a first-level Tianfu realm practitioner, but I cannot discern his true strength. Can you sense what level he is? Sun Ruru asked. 5th level of Tianfu realm. Stronger than me. 5th level of Tianfu realm? Sun Anan's heart sank at this revelation. Though she had anticipated that the Zhang family would send someone strong, a practitioner at the 5th level of Tianfu realm possessed the power to flatten the entire Xiliang County. The head of the Yi family, being merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, paled in comparison. Indeed, upon hearing Sun Ruru's words, Yi Shan and the others grew increasingly anxious. In the past few decades, the Xiliang County had rarely seen a Tianfu realm expert, yet now, it seemed they appeared as if they were free of charge. First, there was Zhang Debiao, then Sun Ruru, and now a 5th level Tianfu realm expert had come, leaving them all shaken. Do not worry. Even if he is at the 5th level of Tianfu realm, what of it? Judging by his physique, he appears quite aged. His talent is likely inferior to mine. Although I only possess the strength of the 3rd level of Tianfu realm, if it comes to a fight, the outcome is still uncertain, Sun Ruru asserted. While the credibility of her words was questionable, the reassurance they provided was appreciated. Moreover, even if one person could not match him, they still had others present. If Zhang Lianer, Yi Shan, and Sun Ruru joined forces, even if they might still struggle against the 5th level Tianfu realm expert, at the very least, they could instill some caution in him. As the group continued to discuss, Yi Gu finally spoke up from outside. You've been posturing for quite a while now. What exactly did the Zhang family send you here for? Hearing Yi Gu's words, Exine Fong felt a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, ahem, young Master Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. In that case, I want to keep you waiting. Our family head has heard that you are a 6th-tier alchemist and wishes to establish a connection. You should know that previously, there was only one 6th-tier alchemist in Tianyang City, Elder Su from Tianyang Academy. Now that a young talent like you has emerged, word will surely spread, and the Yi residence will undoubtedly become a hub of activity. Yi Gu interrupted Exine Fong, directly inquiring, what does your family head wish to discuss regarding this connection? What does young Master Yi have in mind? Exine Fong countered. Yi Gu smiled. Does it matter how I wish to connect? What truly matters is how the Zhang family wishes to establish this connection. Exine Fong chuckled, realizing he was getting nowhere with Yi Gu. He had no choice but to speak candidly. Be honest. The family head has instructed me to convey to young Master Yi that while the Yi residence dominates the pill industry in Xiliang County, the county itself is simply too small. If the Yi residence wishes to grow and flourish, it would be prudent to consider collaborating with the Zhang family. The Zhang family possesses over 90 of the alchemists in Tianyang City. You provide the recipes, and the Zhang family will handle the refining, allowing us to monopolize the pill trade in Tianyang City and its surrounding areas. Profits would be split 50-50. The returns would be unprecedented. As Exine Fong spoke, he leaned in closer. Your Yi residence would be the first family to enjoy a 50-50 split with the Zhang family. I trust, young master, you can perceive the sincerity of the Zhang family's offer. Yi Gu chuckled. This sincerity is indeed quite generous, however. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing this, Exine Fong's smile froze on his face. A 50-50 split, along with the entire Tianyang City and surrounding market. Yes, the Yi family could amass immense wealth in a short time. But what good would that do? There were scarcely a handful of true family members left in the Yi residence. Even if wealth piled high, could they truly safeguard it? Would they hire guards with their earnings? In the end, would the Yi residents be profiting for themselves or for those hired hands? You provide the recipes, and the Zhang family handles the refining. If the Zhang family is in a good mood, we have a partnership. If they are displeased, or once they have taken enough of the recipes, they might just throw us aside. Exine Fong hastily replied. The family head has pledged that as long as young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, he will swear an oath that the Zhang family will never turn against the Yi residents. Yi Gu chuckled. An oath? Your family head is quite clever. As long as you continue to collaborate with the Yi residents, you will always receive that 50% share. But you cannot treat me as a simpleton. Collaborating with the Zhang family means relinquishing half of the profits for nothing. Does the Yi residents not have the means to cultivate alchemists? It only takes a small sum to train an alchemist. Am I losing my mind? Why would I split profits with you? You. Exine Fong found himself somewhat cornered by Yi Gu's retort. Indeed, as long as one had a sound mind, it was evident what the ramifications were. Yi Gu possessed the most crucial tenfold and fivefold recipes. As long as he held the recipes, hiring alchemists would be a highly profitable venture. Why should he partner with others and divide profits? That would be sheer folly. Hearing Yi Gu's words, Exine Fong's expression darkened. So, it seems young Master Yi does not wish to cooperate with us Zhang family. Do you know the consequences of provoking the Zhang family? Yi Gu quickly replied, Do not be angry. I have not finished speaking yet. The Zhang family is powerful, and the Yi family naturally does not wish to provoke them. Thus, cooperation is still something we can discuss. How do you wish to discuss it? Exine Fong asked coldly. Yi Gu smiled. We simply need to revise the terms of this collaboration. Zhang's family solely engages in alchemy, subsequently distributing their concoctions wholesale to various local alchemy shops, thereby saving a significant amount in rental costs. Simultaneously, the dealers purchase the elixirs with cash on the spot, which accelerates Zhang's capital turnover and mitigates potential risks. I greatly admire this model. How about this? Zhang's family will entrust their entire team of alchemists to our Yi family. From now on, the Yi family will be responsible for alchemy, and Zhang's family can procure elixirs from us just like any other shop. In consideration of the collaboration between our families, Zhang's purchasing price for elixirs will be 10 lower than that offered to other merchants. What say you? Upon hearing this, Exine Fong was immediately enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, coldly retorting, Human greed knows no bounds. How dare a mere Yi family attempt to usurp Zhang's dominant position in the alchemical realm? Are you truly unafraid of death? Chapter 67. The joy of having a wife, beyond imagination? Fear? Who isn't afraid of death? Yi Gu replied. Yet, death comes in many forms. Rather than waiting for your Zhang family to satiate its appetite and then extinguish our Yi family, we might as well take the chance to test our mettle. What if we truly manage to bring your Zhang family down? You? At this point, Exine Fong understood that Yi Gu had no intention of collaborating with them. The proposed partnership was entirely at odds with Zhang's approach, leaving no room for reconciliation. I've said all I needed to say. If you wish to take action, then do so promptly. My wife awaits my return for rest. Your wife? Exine Fong was taken aback, not expecting Yi Gu to invoke such a reason. Yi Gu chuckled. I presume you are still unmarried, Exine Duran? If you were, you wouldn't be engaging in such perilous endeavors. I advise you to find a suitable bride soon, to curb your heart's desires, lest you become like those in the Zhang family, lost in daydreams. Yi Gu, do you know what you are saying? Exine Fong's expression turned frigid. Yi Gu, with utmost seriousness, replied, Of course, I do it that you have some unspeakable secret in that regard. Fortunately, our Yi family possesses elixirs for such matters. Shall I procure a couple for you? I don't need them. My sole focus is on cultivation. I have no interest in matters concerning women, Exine Fong retorted coldly. Oh. So you are one of those who are indifferent to women, a disciple of the path of solitary cultivation? What a pity! Yi Gu shook his head in resignation. Let me tell you, the joy of having a wife is something you cannot even begin to fathom. I don't need it, Exine Fong reiterated coldly. Since young Master Yi is disinterested in collaboration, I shall take my leave. With that, Exine Fong turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Is that it? No further discussion on that matter? Our Yi family truly has elixirs for treatment. Exine Duran, do not abandon hope, Yi Gu called after him. Exine Fong, incensed, slammed the door behind him. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Zhang Lianer and the others were nearly in stitches from laughter. Sun Ruru, still chuckling, inquired, But why can't I comprehend? What difference is there in the cooperative model discussed between Exine Fong and brother-in-law? I too find little distinction, said Zhang Lianer. You have a keen business sense? Is there truly a difference? Sun Unan explained, the difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The alchemical models of the Zhang and Yi families are entirely dissimilar. The Yi family previously operated on a model of self-production and self-sale, with little collaboration with independent dealers. It was only when the Zhang family entered Xiliang County that it compelled the independents to begin procuring low-priced elixirs from the Yi family. Conversely, the Zhang family's model is entirely different. They solely focus on alchemy. Given the comprehensive range of elixirs produced by the Zhang family, coupled with their monopolization of alchemists, the cost for independents attempting to concoct their own elixirs would skyrocket. Thus, the alchemy shops within Tianyang City are left with no choice but to procure elixirs from the Zhang family for resale. At this juncture, Sunanen provided an analogy. These elixirs are akin to a water source, with the alchemy shops resembling various water channels. Whoever controls the water source will reap the greatest profits. After all, the volume of water in the channels directly correlates to the profits. The Zhang family can dictate this with a mere word. They could even decide to shut down any alchemy shop simply by withholding their supply. Consequently, the shopkeepers of Tianyang City regard the Zhang family with the same fear as one would a visit from the King of Hell. The audience, upon hearing this, was enlightened. Even Auntie, who was present, cast an approving glance at Sunanen. In truth, these principles are not difficult to discern. However, Zhang Lianer and Sun Ruru were preoccupied, one with thoughts of Yi Gu and the other with cultivation, thus lacking the business acumen that Sun Anen possessed. No wonder my husband is unwilling to yield. If the Zhang family were to gain control over the elixirs, wouldn't our Yi family subsequently become subservient? Zhang Lianer remarked. Sunanen then asked, I have always been curious about how the Yi family's elixir prices can remain so low. Do you know, Sister Lianer? Zhang Lianer shook her head. I have never inquired of my husband about such matters, primarily because I lack interest in them. However, Anen, you could always ask him yourself. He dotes on you, so he is sure to divulge the details. Sun Anen felt her cheeks flush, even sensing that the gazes of Yishan and others upon her had shifted. They now seemed akin to parents observing their daughter-in-law. This scene elicited a sigh from Yi Chong, who stood nearby. That wretched third brother, even in his absence, can still indirectly woo women. His skills in courtship are surely unparalleled. I must return home tonight and study the art of wooing, both the advanced and introductory techniques. As Sunanen blushed, Sun Ruru interjected, Wait a moment. Since brother-in-law and Xian Fong have reached an impasse, why hasn't Xian Fong taken action? Instead, he simply walked away. Zhang Lianer and Sunanen shook their heads, and even Yishan and others expressed their confusion. When did the Zhang family become so amicable? If a deal fell through, would they truly just accept it? However, they were unaware that, at the moment Xian Fong exited the Yi family's main gate, a middle-aged figure appeared outside. Xian Fong exchanged a glance with the man but said nothing. Yet, as Xian Fong stepped out, the middle-aged man strode into the Yi family estate and closed the door behind him. Sensing someone entering, Yi Gu turned to look. In an instant, a middle-aged man with a full beard stood before him. Seething, Yi Gu, return my son's life. With that, the man lunged at Yi Gu. Outside the Yi family gate, Xian Fong slowly drew the dagger from his back, wrapping a cloth strip around the hilt and his hand. Just as he anticipated that the battle within would last for a while, the door to the Yi family abruptly swung open. With a dull thud, something flew out from within. Xian Fong turned to see, astonishingly, Zhang Bohan lying at his feet, a blood hole in his chest, blood oozing profusely, clearly lifeless. Inside the Yi family gate, shrouded in night, it was impossible to discern who had struck the fatal blow. Yet, it was not difficult to deduce the assailant's identity. Indeed, Yi Gu's voice soon echoed from within the estate. Xian Durian, you are truly naive. Sending such a worthless pawn to destroy our Yi family, your delusions are becoming increasingly ludicrous. As Xian Fong swiftly wrapped the cloth around his hand, he coldly retorted, This friend has likely mistaken the identity of his opponent. There is no Xian Duran here. However, you are correct about one thing today. I shall annihilate your Yi family. With that, Xian Fong finished wrapping the cloth and, wielding his long knife, charged into the Yi family estate, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 68. Brother-in-law, hurry. I can barely hold on. Yi family estate. Night. The atmosphere within the Yi family grew heavy with tension. One must remember that the opponent was a formidable force at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm in a place like Xiliang County, where such powers were nearly non-existent, even within Tianyang City. A Tianfu realm expert commands significant respect in times past, The Yi family would never have dared to confront such a formidable adversary. Yi Shan, having witnessed the glory of the Yi family's past, was acutely aware of their current predicament. Were it not for Yi Gu's emergence, he would have never imagined that the Yi family would once again face a Tianfu realm expert. Father, grandfather. Yi Chong could not contain himself. Being a student at Tianyang Academy, he understood the terrifying strength of a Tianfu realm practitioner. In the present situation, he had little faith in Yi Yi Shan, however, remarked, life is a series of peaks and valleys. Our Yi family has languished in the valley for far too long. After tonight, we shall see whether we rebound or fade into obscurity. All rests on the shoulders of the third brother. Zhang Lianer was also eager to assist. Sunanan, however, stopped her. Xiao Ru has already gone. If she cannot withstand Xine Fong, what use would you be? But I cannot stand idly by while my husband. Sunanan responded, if it truly comes to that, you will be the last hope for young Master Yi. Trust me, should it reach that point, take young Master Yi and flee. I will find a way to stall Xine Fong. You? Zhang Lianer was taken aback, but upon witnessing Sunanan's resolute gaze, she realized that her willingness to sacrifice was not unique to her alone. In the courtyard, Xine Fong and Yi Gu stood facing each other, both silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yi Gu fixed his gaze on Xine Fong. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent since his rise. Although he was confident, he understood that even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. He had no reason to be careless. If you regret your choice now, it's not too late. Xine Fong declared. Yi Gu, however, smiled. It seems that today will be your last. Xine Fong looked puzzled, having only spoken a single line. How could it result in his imminent demise? He was unaware of the source of Yi Gu's confidence. Yi Gu chuckled. Villains often meet their end through excessive verbosity. Are you not aware? At this, Xine Fong laughed, and the gleam of his blade flickered. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a voice echoed from a distance, Xine to run. Do you think I am inconsequential? Xine Fong paused, then saw Sun Ruru approaching from the side. As she passed by Yi Gu, Sun Ruru added, rest assured, brother-in-law, I have you covered. Yi Gu awkwardly smiled. Xine Fong, however, declared, you are no match for me. That remains to be seen. Without a fight, who can ascertain the victor? Sun Ruru retorted, drawing her sword. Yet, Yi Gu sensed that Sun Ruru's swordsmanship was not on par with his own. The manner in which she drew her sword lacked the finesse necessary to indicate that she had yet to reach the entry level of swordsmanship. It is said that one must have mastered at least one path to the entry level to be considered a competent cultivator within the Tianfu realm. Currently, it seemed that Sun Ruru had not yet reached that standard. She was only at the third level of the Tianfu realm, so there would still be opportunities for her in the future. However, it remained uncertain whether Xine Fong, standing before them, had mastered even one path to the entry level. While Yi Gu contemplated this, Xine Fong had already made his move. With a swift flick of his wrist, the cold gleam of his blade surged forth, charging directly at Sun Ruru. But Sun Ruru showed no fear. She transformed her sword from horizontal to thrusting, racing towards Xine Fong as well. Soon, the courtyard of the Yi family was filled with the clashing sounds of weapons. Suddenly, a rumble resonated from the heavens as thunderclouds gathered. Yi Gu looked up in astonishment. It began to pour rain in torrents, and no wonder there were no stars in the sky tonight. Yet, the downpour did not disrupt the fierce combat between the two adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, outside the Yi family's gate, another figure had emerged. As the rain poured relentlessly, soaking the ground, Zhang Shan stood at the foot of the stone steps leading to the Yi family estate. Gazing at the bloodstains washed away by the rain, her tears mingling with the downpour. Atop the stone steps lay a figure, her father, Zhang Bohan. In the span of 2 days, she had lost her elder brother and now her father. The weight of such a loss would shatter anyone. As Zhang Shan beheld her father's lifeless body, she struggled to comprehend how events had spiraled into such chaos in a matter of mere days. Just days prior, their family had been more renowned than the Yi family. Even as a branch of the Zhang family, they had appeared more noble than the Yi family. Now, with death claiming one after another, their household lay in ruins, leaving her utterly alone. With heavy steps, Zhang Shan ascended the stone steps, eyeing the torrential rain. She dragged her father's corpse step by step down the steps. The blood on the steps was quickly washed away by the rain, as if nothing had ever transpired. listening to the increasingly urgent sounds of battle within the Yi family estate. Zhang Shan cast one final glance back at the Yi family's gate point one day. I shall ensure your Yi family faces utter ruin. With that, she did not linger, dragging her father's remains into the rain, her blood washed away by the downpour, as if she had never existed. Within the Yi family estate, the clash between Sun Ruru and Xian Fong had escalated to a fever pitch. Although the two possessed a mere two-level difference in strength, in combat, Sun Ruru was no match for Xian Fong. Beyond the disparity in power, Sun Ruru's lack of combat experience was evident. The former was still a student, with much of her knowledge remaining theoretical. In contrast, Xian Fong had long since ventured into the world, his battle experience far surpassing that of Sun Ruru. With a swift movement, Xian Fong's palm deflected Sun Ruru's long sword. Just as Sun Ruru attempted to withdraw, she was startled to discover that Xian Fong's sword technique was peculiarly captivating, seemingly possessing a magnetic pull that firmly ensnared her sword, rendering her unable to break free. Miss Ruru, you are still too young, Xian Fong chuckled, clearly not having exerted his full strength. Sun Ruru coldly replied, Xian Fong, I cannot defeat you, but you are not as clever as you think. My father is the city lord of Tianyang. I heard every word exchanged between you and Yi Gu tonight. If you have the ability, kill me now. If not, once I return to Tianyang City, neither you nor the Zhang family shall escape retribution. Xian Fong merely laughed at this. Miss Ruru, do not attempt to dig a pit for me. I am well aware of the city lord's strength. Therefore, tonight, you will not come to harm. However, your claim that I will face doom upon your return to Tianyang City baffles me. I represent the Zhang family in business negotiations with Yi Gu. If the deal falls through, have I not already taken my leave? You? Sun Ruru suddenly realized the situation. No wonder Xian Fong had chosen to leave the Yi residence first, allowing Zhang Bohin to take action. It turned out he was harboring such intentions. Xian Fong chuckled. Lord Xian has departed, while I remain merely an inconspicuous pawn, utterly unrelated to the Zhang family. Pray tell, in these times, does a failed business deal warrant legal repercussions? Sun Ruru, flustered and agitated, found her confrontation with Xian Fong increasingly precarious, acutely aware that she was at risk of being harmed by his blade's aura, and no longer attempting to maintain her bravado. She called out, Brother-in-law, come quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. Chapter 69. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? What does Xian Fong truly mean by that? We are all witnesses. He is indeed Xian Fong, yet his words fail to establish any wrongdoing on the part of the Zhang family. Yi Zhong could not help but inquire. Zhang Lianer shared the same confusion. An elder aunt interjected. Unless the third can capture him, and he must be alive, only then can we substantiate his dealings with the Zhang family. Is it not acceptable if he is deceased? Why is that? Yi Zhong questioned. The elder aunt offered no explanation but instead turned to Sun Anan. Anan, you explain. Upon hearing this, Anan nodded and said, to substantiate the Zhang family's collaboration with Yi Gu, which ultimately failed, wouldn't we require either a witness or physical evidence? Indeed, Yi Zhong nodded. But if Xian Fong flees, then we are left without a witness. Regardless of what Xiao Ru and I might claim upon our return, it would be mere hearsay. In other words, anyone could approach my father, claiming the Zhang family intends to harm them. Yet without any evidence, do you think such an accusation could stand? Yi Zhong remarked. We all witnessed it, didn't we? Xian Fong didn't he even change his clothes? He is clearly one person, Sun An encountered. But what if a random individual approached the Yi family head, alleging that you, Yi Zhong, assaulted her? Even if 3 to 5 people claim to be witnesses, does that definitively mean you assaulted her? Yi Zhong was rendered speechless. Are you beginning to grasp the issue? Regardless of others' claims, it all amounts to nothing without tangible evidence. If Xian Fong were to die, the Zhang family could easily deny culpability by claiming there are no witnesses. After all, who could verify his identity? A deceased individual could be anyone. No one can refute it, as no one can provide concrete proof of their identity. Only if he is alive can we hold the Zhang family accountable. If he served the Zhang family, there would always be some trace left behind, whether through those who have encountered him or through his dealings with the Zhang family. All this can only be investigated while he is alive. Anan elaborated at this moment, Yi Gu was absent. Had he been present, he could have encapsulated it in a single phrase. In the Great Xia dynasty, there are no identification cards. Hence, verifying a deceased person's identity is exceedingly difficult. especially since this individual was kept hidden by the Zhang family. Establishing identity becomes all the more challenging. This highlights the advantages of establishing a complete identification system, which can swiftly ascertain a person's identity with a high degree of accuracy. Returning to the present, in the courtyard, the standoff between Sun Ruru and Xian Fong had reached its climax. Yi Gu could even perceive how the air currents around them were being affected by the clash of their energies. The immense force generated by their confrontation seemed to repel the rainwater from their vicinity. Sun Ruru's hands trembled incessantly, clearly on the verge of defeat. It appeared that Xian Fong had yet to master his swordsmanship. However, despite this, Sun Ruru was still no match for him. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to fight above their level. As Yi Gu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Sun Ruru's urgent call. "Brother-in-law, hurry! I cannot hold out any longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Oh no, thankfully I am here. Otherwise, that would sound quite alarming." With that, he hurried over. Seeing him move at a snail's pace, Sun Ruru grew anxious. "How long will you take to arrive? Shoot him! Quickly, shoot him!" Yi Gu was bewildered, thinking, "What? I am a man. You want me to shoot him? I cannot bring myself to do that." Even in the most vivid of imaginations, he found it impossible. Sun Nin, noticing his hesitation, urged, "Use your sword energy. When you fought Zhang Dibiao, weren't you quite capable of shooting?" Upon hearing this, Yi Gu suddenly understood. He slapped himself on the forehead, thinking, "Oh, that is what you meant. You should have been clearer. I am someone who has traversed from the modern world. I am not as naive as you are." Thus, a seemingly ordinary statement took on a different connotation in his ears. Realizing this, Yi Gu wasted no time. He raised his hand and directed a surge of sword energy straight at the point where their blades met. Although Yi Gu's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, his techniques, physique, and even offensive capabilities were of the highest caliber, especially with the support of the celestial sky-breaking sword finger. Enhanced by Yi Gu's nascent understanding of swordsmanship, the energy collided at the intersection of their confrontation. Yi Gu could see the sword light penetrating the atmosphere around them. The moment it reached the vicinity of the two, the energy fields surrounding them were momentarily pierced. Their energies erupted in an explosive clash, sending both Sun Ruru and Xian Fong reeling backward. Xian Fong, being a formidable opponent, managed to halt his retreat after a few meters, while Sun Ruru, already exhausted from their duel, found herself unable to stop and plummeted toward the ground. Yi Gu, quick on his feet, rushed forward to cushion her fall, positioning himself beneath her just before she hit the ground. He expected that such a forceful impact would leave him somewhat bruised. Yet to his surprise, when Sun Ruru landed, he hardly felt any force at all. She simply bounced off him and came to a halt. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Yi Gu quickly helped Sun Ruru sit up. She glanced at him with a flushed face before turning to rub her chest, seemingly in pain from the impact. Yi Gu was taken aback, instantly realizing, no wonder I did not feel much. I had a buffer." Sun Ruru noticed Yi Gu's silence as he stared blankly at her, seemingly lost in thought, causing her cheeks to redden even further. "What are you thinking?" she interrogated. Yi Gu, startled, quickly replied, "Nothing. What are you thinking?" Why do you care what I think? I cannot defeat him. What should I do?" Sun Ruru replied. Vexed, Yi Gu chuckled. "If you cannot win, then you cannot win. I am here for you. After all, come, let me help you up with that." Yi Gu assisted Sun Ruru to her feet. However, upon her standing, Yi Gu was astonished to see that the rain had soaked through her clothing, causing it to cling tightly to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves, rendering him momentarily dazed, completely unable to look away. Sun Ruru, oblivious to Yi Gu's reaction, urged him, "Aren't you going to fight him? Hurry." Yi Gu thought to himself, "How can I focus on fighting when I am seeing this?" Noticing Yi Gu's distracted gaze, Sun Ruru quickly realized and covered her chest, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, what are you looking at?" Yi Gu, embarrassed, rubbed his nose and stammered, "I apologize. Please do not tell your sister." After all, he was just a country boy and had never encountered such grand spectacles. Chapter 70. Little sister-in-law? Sword intent entry shocks Xian Fong. "Brother-in-law, you lecher." Sun Ruru's face flushed crimson as she turned to leave. However, unexpectedly, just as she was about to turn, she suddenly let out a cry of alarm. And before she knew it, she had collapsed against Yi Gu's chest, Yi Gu, quick to react, caught her, only to discover that a gash had appeared on her leg, staining her pants with blood. Is your leg all right? He asked anxiously, concerned for her well-being. After all, Sun Ruru was aiding the Yi family. If she were to suffer serious injury, it would create a significant debt of gratitude, particularly since her father was the city lord. If he were to become enraged, it would spell trouble for Tianyang City. It's just a bit painful. I should be fine, Sun Ruru replied as she attempted to rise. She inadvertently pressed her hands against Yi Gu's chest, and feeling his solid physique made her cheeks flush even deeper. She thought, this guy's chest is as hard as iron. No wonder even my sister is smitten. Are you all right? Can you stand? Yi Gu inquired, clearly unaware that Sun Ruru's focus was far from her injury. Sun Ruru? Yi Gu called her name, but she seemed oblivious, lost in the sensation of his firm chest. A smile crept onto her lips as she playfully pinched his chest. Startling Yi Gu, little sister-in-law, that is too much. It is one thing for you to touch me, but why twist? Believe it or not, I will tell my sister. Sun Ruru interrupted, her expression triumphant. Who told you to stare at me first? If you dare tell my sister, I will tell her that you were leering at me. Wait, Yi Gu exclaimed, incredulous. Does this even count as a fair exchange? If you want to call it even, then you look at me now, and let me pinch you too. What? Sun Ruru was taken aback and quickly covered her chest, glaring at Yi Gu as if he were a pervert. All right, let's hurry home. Your leg is injured. Yi Gu was speechless. Realizing that Sun Ruru had calmed down since he had merely been teasing and had no intention of crossing any lines, she sighed in relief and turned. Limping toward the main hall, Yi Gu turned around. He noticed that Xian Fong had somehow appeared on the courtyard wall, staring at him with an inscrutable expression. Seeing this, Yi Gu smiled and said, What did I tell you? The joys of having a spouse are beyond your imagination, aren't they? Are you not feeling a little envious? Xian Fong replied nonchalantly, A cultivator should not be burdened by matters of love. I observe you as one would a misguided disciple, ensnared by romantic entanglements, and thus failing to grasp the way. What a profound statement about failing to grasp the way. Yi Gu chuckled. But may I ask, Great Lord Xian, while you may lack paternal affections, have you truly comprehended this so-called way? Xian Fong stated, The way is elusive and intangible, not something mere mortals can fathom. The students of Tianyang Academy at the 6th and 7th levels of the Heavenly Mansion study it daily, yet few truly grasp the way. Moreover, I am merely at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion. Who can guarantee that I will not comprehend it before entering the Golden Core stage? Has Sun Ruru, the daughter of the city lord, grasped the way? Yi Gu laughed. If you are mediocre, own it. Why blame the way? The way exists. It does not prevent you from understanding it. As for the comparisons you make with others, do not mistake them for geniuses. Others view geniuses as role models. You, however, choose to compare yourself to a group of cultivators at the lower end of the spectrum. No wonder you have reached the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion yet fail to comprehend the way. Xian Fong responded coldly, Is it meaningful to engage in verbal sparring? Tonight, you are destined to die, and your Yi family is fated to perish. Is that so? Yi Gu replied with a smile. Then I hope, Great Lord Xian, you will not hold back and allow me to witness how I, Yi Gu, shall meet my demise, and how the Yi family shall fall. Stubborn fool. Xian Fong snorted, and in an instant, his large blade reappeared in his grasp. Almost simultaneously, he swung his blade through the air, unleashing a colossal arc of blade light aimed directly at Yi Gu. The manifestation of this blade light was not a profound technique. Rather, it was a manifestation of strength achieved after reaching the Heavenly Mansion stage, something all cultivators could accomplish. The Qi refinement stage is akin to digging a well within oneself. The deeper and larger the well, the more spiritual energy one can accommodate in the future. The Heavenly Mansion stage, however, allows these wells to channel energy through the blood vessels, enabling the practitioner to store spiritual energy not just in the dantian but also within their organs and limbs. Thus, the spiritual energy of a Heavenly Mansion practitioner is far more potent than that of a Qi refinement practitioner. Consequently, a Heavenly Mansion cultivator can project their aura externally, even manifesting it. However, a Qi refinement practitioner cannot achieve this. Yi Gu's celestial sky-breaking sword finger, capable of projecting sword energy, was an exception, resulting from the combined effects of his myriad techniques, true Qi, and nascent swordsmanship. Without these, he too would be unable to project sword energy. The speed of Xian Fong's blade light was astonishing to Ai in an instant. It closed the distance to Yi Gu by 7 or 8 meters. Yi Gu even noticed that the water droplets in the air were vaporized in the wake of the blade light. A testament to its formidable power, Mayor Sunanan, unfamiliar with cultivation, instinctively grasped Jiang Lianer's wrist as she witnessed this scene. Jiang Lianer shared her concern but had faith in Yi Jiyud. "Do not worry. My husband will be fine." As the two conversed, Yi Gu finally made his move. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, sending forth a streak of sword energy in the dark, amidst the relentless downpour. This streak of sword light was nearly imperceptible. Xian Fong only saw Yi Gu lift his hand, and the next moment, he was astounded to hear a clang. To his shock, the blade light he had unleashed trembled and then dissipated entirely. "How is this possible?" Xian Fong's expression morphed into one of astonishment. But before he could ponder further, he felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively dodged to the side, only to feel a sharp pain on his cheek as a cut opened up, blood streaming down his face. Xian Fong touched the wound, staring at the blood mingled with rainwater on his fingers, utterly shocked. "The way. This is the power of the way. Your sword energy has already contained the essence of the way. You are merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, yet you have already grasped the fundamentals of the sword path." Yi Gu chuckled in response. "Lord Xian, please do not exaggerate. It is as though you have never seen the world before. I am but a country bumpkin. Besides, I have already stated that acknowledging one's own limitations is essential. There is no need to blame the way. The way exists. It does not prevent you from cultivating it." "You!" Xian Fong's face was ashen, his fists clenched and cracking with rage. Chapter 71. "Do you want my brother-in-law too?" Bloodblade Xian Fong. "Master Xian, do you still intend to kill me now? Or rather, do you still wish to annihilate the Yi family?" Yi Gu smiled as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Xian Fong chuckled in response. "Why, Yi Gu, you are indeed impressive. At such a young age, you have not only reached the 9th layer of chi refinement, but are on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. Moreover, you have also grasped the fundamentals of the sword Dao. It is a pity, however, that you fail to comprehend a crucial truth. A genius that has yet to mature must not expose their brilliance too openly. While it may sometimes garner you more resources, it can also attract deadly calamities." Yi Gu chuckled. "Master Xian, have you ever considered that perhaps I genuinely do not fear you? Arrogant. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" Xian Fong retorted angrily. Yi Gu shrugged. "If you can, then go ahead and try. After all, who is truly the villain here? I have said so much already. Will you finally make your move? I am genuinely anxious to return home to accompany my wife. Can you not be a bit quicker, you single dog?" "You?" Xian Fong was infuriated, shouting in rage. "Fine. Arrogant child. Today I shall show you just how gruesome the fate of a genius who does not know how to restrain their brilliance can be." After declaring this, Xian Fong finally ceased his rambling. In an instant, he drew the blade across his palm, causing blood to instantly stain the entire edge. Xian Fong then positioned the great knife upright before him. Closing his eyes, Yi Gu observed this scene with keen interest, pondering, what kind of attack technique is this? It certainly seems promising, but unfortunately, the preparation time is excessively long. Yi Gu mused internally. His own celestial breaking sword finger could be unleashed in an instant. Xian Fong's lengthy preparation time would grant Yi Gu ample opportunity to unleash dozens of strikes against him. However, facing a formidable opponent from the celestial realm, Yi Gu was not inclined to act recklessly at this moment. He was not afraid of Xian Fong. Instead, he sought to learn and observe as much as possible. After all, the Western Liang Prefecture was too small, and through Xian Fong, he hoped to gain insight into the combat techniques employed by external cultivators. Meanwhile, as Xian Fong prepared for his grand move, Sun Ruru finally arrived in the main hall. Sunanan hurriedly instructed He Hua to fetch a towel to help Sun Ruru dry off. Only then noticing that Sun Ruru's leg was injured. "Is your leg all right?" Sunanan asked anxiously. Sun Ruru waved her hand, retrieving a bottle of wound medicine, lifting her pant leg to sprinkle some powder onto the injury. The wound appeared minor, and after applying the medicine, the bleeding quickly subsided. As Sun Ruru busied herself, she asked, "Sister, tell me honestly, have you been captivated by brother-in-law's sturdy chest?" "Huh? What chest?" Sunanan replied, bewildered. Sun Ruru exclaimed in shock. "No way, sister. Don't tell me you're unaware of how solid brother-in-law's chest is. It's as tough as iron. I don't know. How would I know? I've never touched at it. Sunanan stammered, her face flushing as she recalled last night's events. But then, Sunanan suddenly froze. Wait a minute. How do you know brother-in-law's chest is solid? Sun Ruru paused, realizing she had let something slip, and quickly covered her mouth. Huh? Sunanan eyed her suspiciously. Seeing she could no longer evade the question, Sun Ruru awkwardly confessed, I was injured on my leg, and brother-in-law helped me earlier, so I accidentally touched it. Didn't he, you see? With such heavy rain outside, and it being nighttime, I wasn't cultivating. How could I see anything? Sunanan replied. Sun Ruru cast her gaze downward. Sister, you wouldn't mind, would you? Sunanan retorted, annoyed. I'm your sister. What do I have to mind? Besides, throughout our lives, whenever you wanted something I had, I've always given it to you. What's mine is yours. Sun Ruru smiled. Then if I want brother-in-law, will you give him to me too? Ah? Sunanan was instantly bewildered. Seeing her reaction, Sun Ruru laughed. I was just joking. Look at how tense you are. It seems you truly like brother-in-law. You child, is there any room for joking about such things? Sunanan chided. Sun Ruru stuck out her tongue, laughing. Brother-in-law is indeed remarkable, and I never expected him to have grasped the sword Dao. He hasn't even entered the celestial realm, and I'm already at the 3rd layer, using a sword, yet I haven't comprehended the sword Dao. Sister, you must have brother-in-law help me. My success in the Jiangzhou trials a year from now depends entirely on him. All right, I understand. Sunanan replied helplessly, but who could blame her when it was her own sister? Meanwhile, as they chatted, Xian Fong finally made his move in the courtyard. Yi Gu observed as Xian Fong's long knife suddenly emitted a fierce red glow. This crimson light resembled blood ablaze, enveloping the entire blade. At that moment, Yi Gu sensed that the aura of the long knife in Xian Fong's hand had completely transformed in the main hall. Sun Ruru was taken aback by this spectacle and gasped, blood like light, knife like brilliance. This is the blood blade. So it was him. Who? What is happening? Sunanan inquired hastily. Sun Ruru shouted towards the outside. Brother-in-law, be careful. He is Bloodblade Xian Fong. His Bloodblade is incredibly powerful. Bloodblade Xian Fong. Could it be the bandit from outside Tianjun? Sunanan asked urgently. Sun Ruru nodded. Yes, that's him. But didn't he father dispatch someone to eliminate that bandit group 3 months ago? Sunanan questioned. It seems he survived. The scene of the encirclement was too brutal, with countless bodies making it impossible to distinguish who was who. Xian Fong must have escaped. I never expected him to flee to Tianyang City and ally himself with the Zhang family. Sun Ruru declared angrily. At the same time, Zhang Lianer, overhearing, asked, Is this Bloodblade Xian Fong very strong? Sun Ruru explained, Bloodblade Xian Fong is the leader of that bandit group. His Bloodblade 3// technique is formidable enough to force back a 7th-layer Celestial Realm expert with full strength. A 7th-layer Celestial Realm expert? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianer was filled with anxiety and was about to rush out. Sun Ruru quickly stopped her. I can't even defeat him. How could you possibly withstand his Bloodblade 3/? You would only be walking to your death, but we can't leave my husband to face this alone. Zhang Lianer's words were cut short. Outside the courtyard, Xian Fong's laughter rang out. Yi Gu, prepare to die. The group looked up to see Xian Fong standing atop the wall, his long knife poised to strike downwards. A blood-red blade of light cleaved through the torrential rain, charging directly at Yi Gu. Such a formidable blade of light. Yi Gu thought in shock, rapidly unleashing a flurry of sword beams. However, as the sword beams shot forth, an unexpected scene unfolded. The numerous sword beams he released were unable to approach the crimson blade of light and were instead repelled, some even shattering upon impact. Clearly, the power of this blood-red blade had far surpassed the strength of Yi Gu's sword beams. After all, it was a technique capable of forcing back a 7th-layer Celestial Realm expert. Despite Yi Gu's formidable swordsmanship and high-grade techniques, he himself was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Just as swiftly, the crimson blade of light struck Yi Gu. This scene left everyone in the main hall momentarily stunned. Zhang Lianer and the others cried out in unison, Husband, young Master Yi, brother-in-law. Chapter 72. You've touched it, and you say this? Is brother-in-law insane? Could this be the legendary force breaking the law? It seems immense strength truly can yield miracles. Yi Gu was astounded in terms of comprehension. His sword Dao had entered the realm of basics, while Xian Fong's knife technique had yet to reach that stage in terms of grade. His celestial breaking sword finger was a heavenly grade technique, while Xian Fong's knife technique likely didn't even reach earthly grade. Yet, despite this disparity, the gap in strength was so immense that when power reached a certain level, all techniques became merely fancy embellishments. In the face of absolute strength, no technique could yield its intended effects. It seems that when merely considering Dao and technique grades, the 5th or 6th layer of the celestial realm may indeed be my limit. Beyond this level, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend. However, that alone is a source of pride. Yigu remained quite magnanimous, though if his opponent were to hear this, it would surely infuriate them. You, a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, have forced me, a 5th layer celestial realm expert, to unleash my lethal technique, and you still consider yourself magnanimous? What nonsense! I am absolutely furious. While Yigu pondered these thoughts, the red blade of light finally struck him. There was no way. His sword technique had unexpectedly failed to block this attack, and it was too late for Yigu to dodge and the worried gazes of Zhang Lianer and Yishan. The crimson blade ultimately descended. Boom. As the blade struck, everyone's hearts trembled in unison. That was Xian Fong's full-force strike, with strength comparable to a 7th layer celestial realm expert. Such power could compel even those of equal standing to retreat, let alone Yigu, who was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Given this disparity in strength, survival seemed a distant hope. Sun Ruru clung tightly to Zhang Lianer, preventing her from rushing out. At this moment, she was already in tears, while even Yi Changming stood frozen, unsure of where to place his hands, as the crimson blade of light dispersed. When Yigu reappeared in the sight of the crowd, everyone was left in shock. Sun Ruru exclaimed, "Brother-in-law is fine. Brother-in-law is fine." Zhang Lianer and Sun Anan also noticed that Yigu stood there unharmed, though his upper garment was completely shredded, and his hair cascaded down. Strangely, he bore no traces of blood, appearing as if he had sustained no injuries at all. This power of the third brother is somewhat monstrous, Yi Zhong thought, unable to suppress a gulp. Damn, with this strength, I dare vie for a wife with him? What level am I at? Thank goodness you're my brother. Otherwise, I might have met my end today. Upon seeing that Yigu seemed unscathed, Zhang Lianer and the others let out a sigh of relief. However, Sun Ruru suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! Brother-in-law's physique is simply extraordinary." Hearing this, the others finally paid attention to Yigu, whose shredded upper garment revealed his physique in its entirety. Due to the purification of impurities that cultivators undergo, those not born with dark skin generally develop a fair complexion through training. At this moment, Yigu's skin was remarkably fair. Yet, despite being pale, it did not detract from his muscular definition. His well-defined muscles rendered onlookers unable to tear their gazes away. Fortunately, this world lacked fitness trainers. Otherwise, they might feel ashamed by comparison. It should be noted that after Yigu acquired the myriad paths, this enhancement reflected the depth and quantity of his cultivation. As such, the muscles now displayed were the best testament to his enhanced physique. Sun Ruru felt somewhat embarrassed, hastily covering her eyes while exclaiming, "No peeking, such a sin." Beside her, Zhang Lianer found her words amusing, laughing even after just having cried. Even she felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Sun Anan chided, "You've already seen it and touched it. Why say this now?" Sun Ruru grinned and said, "Then I won't hold back. Thank you, sister, for generously sharing brother-in-law's splendid physique." As she spoke, Sun Ruru parted her fingers, allowing her gaze to slip through the gap. "I'll take a look out of respect." With that, she wiped her mouth, unsure if it was rainwater or drool. Meanwhile, Yizhong glanced down at his own belly, a large expanse of flab. Damn it, despite both of us cultivating, how can there be such a disparity among practitioners? It seems you're cultivating the Tao, while I'm cultivating flab. No wonder the third brother has such success with the ladies. It turns out our disadvantage lies not in skill but in physical attributes. At this moment, Yigu remained oblivious to their musings. In fact, his attention was focused inward. He realized that withstanding Xian Fong's strike had unexpectedly granted him immense progress in his understanding of the knife Tao. Yigu found that his comprehension of the knife Tao had subtly deepened. It made sense. His ability to grasp the knife Tao was largely thanks to Zhang Debiao. Yet, with Zhang Debiao's strength being merely at the first layer of the celestial realm, the difference in power was quite substantial. The Zhang family's moon blade technique likely fell within the earthly grade, allowing him to swiftly grasp the knife Dao. However, to elevate his understanding of the knife Dao, engaging with a powerhouse like Xian Fong was undoubtedly the most effective method. Most importantly, he had the myriad paths. After enhancing his physique, Yigu could withstand Xian Fong's blood-red blade, which, while somewhat uncomfortable, was ultimately bearable. And being able to endure meant this was no longer a battle. This was cultivation. This was enlightenment. Being struck by lightning was enlightenment, and being cut by someone could also lead to enlightenment. Yigu felt exhilarated, even beginning to anticipate Xian Fong's next strike. Brother Xian, hurry up. Your knife technique must have more to offer. I can't wait, Yigu urged. Hearing this, Xian Fong was instantly taken aback. He was astonished to see Yigu unaffected by his strike, with not a single drop of blood on him. Just as he was still in shock, he heard Yigu urging him on, which felt like an insult. Although I don't know how you withstood my strike, but kid, don't take it too far. My blood blade 3 styles, each strike fiercer than the last. Let us see how many you can endure. Yigu, however, felt somewhat disappointed and remarked, blood blade 3 styles? Only 3 strikes. That hardly seems sufficient. Yigu worried that if there were only 3 strikes, he might not be able to attain the foundational understanding of the knife Dao today. Yet, to Xian Fong, this was a profound humiliation. This little brat, how audacious! Today, I shall slay you. With that, Xian Fong swung his knife towards Yigu once more, and this time, the red blade of light clearly exhibited even greater power. Yigu, seeing this, was filled with joy. The greater the power, the more likely he was to grasp the foundational understanding of the knife Dao. This time, Yigu didn't even bother with his sword finger. He instead opened his arms and dashed towards the blood-red blade of light, seeming almost fearful that the blade might travel a longer distance and lose even a fraction of its strength. This scene left Xian Fong, as well as Yishan and Jiang Lianer in the hall, utterly dumbfounded. Sun Ruru anxiously exclaimed, Sister, do you think brother-in-law has gone mad? Chapter 73, 3 Strikes to Enlightenment? Sister, I think I'm in love. Don't say such things about your brother-in-law. Sun Inan interjected. Sun Ruru pointed outside. If brother-in-law isn't insane, then what is he doing? Running towards the blade with arms wide open? That SA blade, not a beauty. Sun Inan was rendered speechless, unsure how to explain. After all, she had never encountered a practitioner who engaged in combat like this. People generally avoid confronting their opponent's attacks head-on. Yet Yigu stands out by willingly opening his arms to embrace the incoming strike. He afraid that his opponent might miss. Little do they realize the true thoughts occupying Yigu's mind at this moment. Both the path of the sword and the path of the blade are profound, and they represent the most cultivated paths among practitioners. Although Yigu leans more towards the sword, his myriad of techniques, body, and seeds necessitate a deeper understanding of various paths, even as he strives for advancement. Thus, while it may appear that Yigu is solely focused on enhancing his blade technique, he is, in fact, refining his overall abilities. With a resounding thud, as Yigu proactively meets the attack, Xian Fong's second strike swiftly descends upon him. The instant the blade's aura envelopes him, Yigu closes his eyes. With arms outstretched and a smile gracing his face, one might mistake him for someone reveling in pleasure rather than bracing for a blow. His expression is reminiscent of someone enjoying a foot massage from 3 beautiful attendants. Xian Fong, witnessing this scene, is utterly bewildered. He cannot comprehend Yigu's intentions. However, one thing is clear to him. His blade's aura, upon striking Yigu, has utterly failed to inflict any damage. Not only has he not cleaved Yigu in 2, but even a single hair remains unscathed. Particularly striking is Yigu's expression of enjoyment, which causes Xian Fong to question whether his own technique is lacking. After all, he had once effortlessly dealt with lesser opponents. Why is it that 2 of his strikes today appear to have no effect on this Yigu? Unbeknownst to Yigu, Xian Fong is already in a state of shock, with his eyes shut. He savors the growth of his blade technique within. Inside his dantian, as the luminous sphere of blade energy rapidly expands, its branches extend, soon surpassing the previously second-ranked alchemical path. It is important to note that Yigu has already brushed against the threshold of entry into the alchemical path. But due to numerous distractions from the Zhang family affairs, he has not had the time to cultivate further. Yet, at this moment, his blade technique has overtaken the alchemical path, signifying that Yigu has also touched upon the threshold of the blade path, poised to enter its foundational realm at any moment. Just as Yigu prepares to make a concerted effort to break through to the entry level of the blade path, he suddenly pauses, sensing the blade aura that enveloped him dissipating. Opening his eyes, he discovers that the power of the blade aura has indeed waned. Feeling a sense of incompleteness, he urges, "Brother, hurry up. Isn't there a third strike? Let's get on with it. I can hardly wait." Observing Yigu's eager expression, those in the know realize he is ready for battle, while those unaware might assume he has caught sight of a beautiful woman. Though Zhang Lianer cannot decipher Yigu's peculiar actions, she is all too familiar with the urgency reflected in his expression and cannot help but chuckle. "My husband is always so impatient, whether in combat or otherwise." "What are you talking about, sister?" Sun Ruru curiously inquires, peeking her head out. "When has my brother-in-law ever been this impatient? Do explain." Zhang Lianer blushes and quickly retorts, "You little one, mind your own business." Sun Ruru, undeterred, puffs up her chest defiantly. "Who's little?" Meanwhile, Yizhong stands to the side, looking despondent, despairing internally. "Old third, your brother is suffering greatly. Must you wield this metaphorical dagger of women against me? I simply cannot endure." Outside the courtyard, Xian Fong observes Yigu's eager demeanor and can no longer suppress his astonishment. What a terrifying presence! This young man before him exudes an aura of sheer horror. Can a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner truly possess such might? His blood blade technique consists of 3 strikes, each more potent than the last. The first strike could intimidate even a 6th-layer Tianfu realm expert, while the second could severely injure one. Yet, these 2 strikes against this young man yield no response whatsoever. What kind of body refinement technique has this fellow mastered? What kind of monster has the Zhang family provoked? I refuse to believe it. Fury surges within Xian Fong as he grapples with disbelief, questioning whether his decades of cultivation have been in vain or if they have been squandered on unworthy pursuits. How could a dignified 5th-layer Tianfu realm expert be unable to contend with a mere child? "Yigu, you shall pay for this." With that, Xian Fong raises his massive blade, preparing to strike once more with his strongest attack. The blade aura radiates, now 2 to 3 times larger than before. As the blade aura is unleashed, the surrounding air resonates with a thunderous roar, and the torrential downpour seems to part as if a curtain of water is being sliced in 2. The blade aura descends from the sky, and even before it reaches the courtyard, the ground beneath Yigu shatters under the immense pressure. Nearby trees are engulfed by the overwhelming force, instantly splintering into fragments. Witnessing this terrifying strike, even Sun Ruru gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, "How frightening! If that strike were to land on me, I would surely meet my end. Can my husband withstand such power?" Zhang Lianer, too, feels a knot of uncertainty forming in her heart. Though Sun Unen remains silent, she clutches her clothing tightly, her jaw clenched in tension, clearly at the peak of anxiety. Yet, at that moment, Yigu gazes at the colossal blade aura descending upon him with eyes alight with excitement. This is no mere blade aura, it is the essence of the path itself. Xian Fong is not here to eliminate him or to destroy the Yi residents. He is here to aid him in his understanding of the path. As he observes the blade aura, Yigu, akin to a fish spotting water, promptly closes his eyes and allows the blade aura to envelop him in an instant. He perceives the luminous sphere of blade energy within him surging once more, and the branches of his myriad paths begin to extend wildly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the branches and the luminous sphere continue to grow, 10 seconds later, Yigu finds that the size of the blade energy sphere has matched that of the sword energy. Even the length of the branches has reached parity with the sword path. The manifestation of the myriad paths has indeed transformed, with branches of both the blade and sword now prominently visible at the top, diverging to the left and right. The spheres of blade and sword energy float above these branches, signifying that Yigu has finally attained entry into the blade path, alongside his mastery of the sword. With a thunderous roar, a powerful intent of the blade erupts from Yigu, radiating outward from his center. The massive blade aura surrounding him shatters into fine particles. This surge of blade intent leaves Xian Fong, Zhang Lianer, and others momentarily stunned. Xian Fong's pupils widen in shock. Blade intent. This is blade intent. This fellow has actually entered the blade path. How is that possible? I have yet to achieve such a breakthrough. Zhang Lianer gazes at him with admiration. He has reached the entry level of the blade path, and yet he is merely a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. How extraordinary! What good deeds did you perform in your past life to have encountered such an impressive man? And he is so gentle too. Sunanen, though unaware of the sensations accompanying the entry into the blade path, still feels a surge of happiness for Yigu. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family are rendered speechless with excitement. Sun Ruru, however, remains unusually quiet, staring blankly at the man in the courtyard, her mind racing with thoughts. A 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, a 6th-grade alchemist, simultaneously mastering both the sword and blade paths. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable physique, extraordinary talent, immense strength, and treats my sister so well, oh heavens. How much luck must my sister have had to encounter such a man? I wish to have that luck too. As Sun Ruru contemplates, her face suddenly feels warm, her breath quickens, and her heart races with a chaotic rhythm. Oh no, sister. I think I might be in love. Chapter 74. A single strike defeats Xian Fong. The overbearing blade path is truly remarkable. Huh? What did you say? Sun Anan inquires. Sun Ruru snaps back to reality, realizing her slip of the tongue, and hurriedly corrects herself that, oh, I meant to say I was just startled. My brother-in-law's talent and strength are truly overwhelming. Indeed. I never expected him to make such a breakthrough under these circumstances. Sun Anan agrees, her face alight with joy. Seeing that her sister did not catch her earlier words, Sun Ruru breathes a secret sigh of relief. Yet, she fails to notice that as she turns her head, a subtle smile appears on Sun Anan's lips, accompanied by a gentle shake of her head. Meanwhile, the other members of the Yi family stand in awe, overwhelmed by the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Wei Zhong is practically beside himself with frustration. After all, he was the first in the family to join the Tianyang Academy. Yet now, not only is he outmatched by Yigu, but he has also failed to sense the path at all. In comparison, he feels as if he has lost all hope. Wei Shan, on the other hand, expresses his excitement. Wonderful, truly wonderful. My child has succeeded. Old second, you have a remarkable son. Even Auntie Yi cannot help but reflect, if only my sons, Zhonger and Langer, possessed even half of Yigu's qualities, I would be content. In the courtyard, Yigu remains blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding him, exuding an air of confidence that shines as brightly as the morning sun. In stark contrast, Xian Fong finds himself at a loss. He never anticipated that his prideful blood blade technique, rather than annihilating Yigu, would instead aid him in reaching the entry level of the blade path. Even his own blade path remains unrefined. To whom does he even voice his grievances? Xian Fong swallows hard, his mind teetering on the edge of retreat. Facing a foe who cannot be defeated, and who spontaneously breaks through at a moment's notice, he finds himself at a loss for options. Yet, as he considers leaving, Yigu's gaze fixes upon him, and with a swift motion, he raises his hand and calls out, "Blade, come." These two simple words catch Xian Fong off guard, compelling him to grip his blade tightly. However, in the next instant, he feels his weapon slipping from his grasp, as if some unseen force is exerting its will to wrench it from his hands. The overwhelming power renders him unable to maintain his footing. Before long, the large blade escapes his grip with a whoosh, landing squarely in Yigu's hands. This sight leaves Xian Fong utterly astonished. Is this the power of the path? I cannot even retain my own blade. Sighing, Xian Fong realizes that it is impossible to eradicate the Yi residents tonight. If you do not perish, the Yi family shall undoubtedly rise to prominence, he declares before attempting to depart. Wei Yigu, however, smiles. Leave? Xian Fong, do you truly believe you can walk away tonight? Xian Fong chuckles at the remark. Yigu, while your mastery of the path is indeed formidable, you are still merely a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. As a dignified 5th-layer Tianfu realm expert, do you think your comprehension of the blade path can restrain me? Your previous comprehension of the sword was insufficient to harm me. Do you believe an additional blade path grants you that capability? A look of disdain crosses Xian Fong's face. While he cannot harm Yigu, the notion that Yigu could detain him is laughable. After all, Yigu possesses the myriad seeds, which render him impervious to Xian Fong's attacks. But to hold him back, that is not merely a matter of words. A 5th-layer Tianfu realm expert can leave at will. Even an opponent of the same level might not be able to stop him. Wei Yigu, however, responds with a smile. How would you know unless you try? With those words, Yigu swiftly raises the blade in his hand and strikes at Xian Fong in a heartbeat. This strike utilizes fully half of his strength, As he unleashes the blow, all the true energy within him converts into blade force, creating a fearsome aura that seems to cleave the heavens, hurtling toward Xian Fong. Seeing the colossal blade aura descending upon him, Xian Fong's legs turn to jelly. A wave of impending doom washes over him, and he dares not hesitate, turning to flee. Yet, after only a couple of steps, the crushing pressure of the blade aura pins him in place, rendering him immobile. Desperately, Xian Fong turns to face the oncoming blade aura, collapsing to the ground in despair. The sheer terror of Yi Gu's strike is overwhelming. With a resounding crash, the blade aura slams into the ground beside him, carving out a gaping chasm 1 meter wide and 10 meters deep. Fortunately, the blade aura grazes Xian Fong's body, causing him to tumble against the surrounding wall. Yet, even this glancing blow leaves him with several lacerations and his true energy in disarray. Though he escapes with his life, it is evident that he has lost nearly all combat effectiveness. Should that strike have landed squarely upon him, he would undoubtedly have met his end. This is impossible. How can your blade path possess such overwhelming power, surpassing that of the sword path? Xian Fong's face contorts with fear, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family, including Sun Ruru and her companions, stand frozen in shock that a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner is effortlessly overpowering a 5th-layer Tianfu realm expert, rendering him utterly defenseless. Sister, is my brother-in-law even human? Sun Ruru exclaims, teetering on the brink of tears. Yishan, overwhelmed with excitement, flails about in indecision, unsure whether to sit or stand. In contrast, Yi Gu remains composed, calmly addressing the situation. "Tio, speak of this. I must extend my gratitude to you, Xian Fong. Without your 3 strikes, my blade path might not have achieved such ferocity." Hearing Yi Gu's words, Xian Fong suddenly grasps the situation. While he has yet to enter the blade path, he is no stranger to the concept of the path itself. Just as weapon techniques are divided into numerous branches, so too are paths. A sword can take many forms: soft, heavy, long, short, dual-edged, and so forth. Each type requires distinct techniques, maneuvers, and methods of attack, resulting in different styles, such as swift swordplay, assassination techniques, and other forms. The same applies to the blade path. To comprehend a path, one must immerse themselves in a particular style and master it to its fullest. From there, one can give rise to new techniques, culminating in a profound understanding of the path. When the practitioner's mastery reaches the pinnacle of unity, they have fully realized that path. At this stage, regardless of the number of branches, the practitioner can wield them with ease. For example, Yi Gu's Zhangqiong Pu Jianji, sky-breaking sword finger, lies at the intersection of swift and intent-driven sword techniques, characterized by its speed and mental focus, requiring no physical weapon. As he delves into the sword path through this technique, it becomes clear that his sword power aligns with this style. When he fully comprehends the sword path and attains unity, he will instantly grasp all its branches, whether they be heavy, swift, or assassination techniques. Similarly, Yi Gu's assertion that his blade path possesses such terrifying power is a result of his engagement with Xian Fong's blood blade technique, which follows an overbearing route. By interpreting the blood blade technique, Yi Gu's understanding of the blade path naturally adopts this same domineering style. Coupled with the fact that he has channeled nearly half of his true energy into this strike, the resulting power is only to be expected. In summary, the Zhangqiong Pa Jianji is about rapid techniques, while the blade path embodies a dominating, crushing force. This is still without Yi Gu having studied any blade technique manuals. Should he later acquire a manual that teaches an overbearing style, the potential power he could unleash is truly incalculable. Chapter 75. With such a man, who would not be afraid? Master, can you comprehend this? Why did Xian Fong suddenly face defeat? Yi Zhong couldn't help but inquire. Clearly, previously Yi Gu had executed his sword technique without managing to harm Xian Fong. How could the comprehension of the knife technique wield such tremendous power all of a sudden? Wasn't he just at the beginning stage? Zhang Linger and Sunanen also looked at Sun Ruru, evidently unable to grasp the situation. After all, Sun Ruru was a student of Tianyang Academy, possessing the highest cultivation among them, and thus she explained, "Let me put it this way. My brother-in-law's sword technique is based on his understanding of sword fingers. Hence, it follows a refined approach, and no matter how powerful the sword fingers are, they ultimately have their limits." Xian Fong, being at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm, can easily diminish the might of the sword fingers with his knife aura. In fact, if he hadn't countered the sword fingers, they would have been enough to kill him. Unfortunately, this is a life-and-death duel. No one would foolishly stand still and let you attack. But the knife technique is different. The sword is delicate, while the knife is blunt. Therefore, knife techniques generally employ a grand and forceful approach. Although both are at the same entry level, the damage caused by a knife strike compared to a sword thrust is entirely different. Xian Fong's knife aura cannot withstand the explosive lethality of the knife technique, leading to his inevitable defeat. As she spoke, Sun Ruru's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only my brother-in-law had a fearsome knife technique, not to mention the 5th level of the Tianfu realm. He could even contend with the 7th level. It's truly astonishing. My brother-in-law is undoubtedly a prodigy in the cultivation world. The others were taken aback. Although they could not comprehend the specifics, the general idea was clear. It ultimately boiled down to fighting beyond 1's level. One must be bold. If you were inherently weaker than your opponent, and you did not act boldly, you would stand no chance. At this moment, Xian Fong had evidently resigned to his fate and simply sat down, asking directly, "Why not just kill me? You are more valuable alive than dead." Yigu replied with a smile, tossing the knife aside. Xian Fong chuckled, "You think I will help you deal with the Zhang family? You are mistaken. I will not assist you. Are you so certain? Why not allow me to analyze the situation before you decide?" Yigu retorted with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xian Fong laughed and said, "No matter how much you analyze, it is useless. Anyone who wishes to join the Zhang family must make a blood oath of unwavering loyalty. If I agree to help you, I would immediately meet my demise, brother-in-law." He is not wrong. Just as Xian Fong finished speaking, Sun Ruru's voice rang out. It turned out that she and the others had already exited the hall. The Zhang family is cautious. If not, my father would not have been negotiating with them for so long. You wish to use him against the Zhang family. That may not be so easy. Yet Yigu merely smiled. This world is not merely black and white. The gray areas provide ample room for maneuvering. With that, Yigu turned to Xian Fong. "For instance, I could take you to meet the city lord and lodge a complaint. But you need not say a word. Surely, that does not count as betraying the Zhang family, right?" The others were momentarily stunned. Then they comprehended Yigu's intention. Yi Gongzi means to take him to complain to his father? This indeed works, with me and Xiao Ru as witnesses, and he remains silent. This indirectly proves he is indeed a member of the Zhang family. Yigu continued, "In the Great Xia, we adhere to the law. Even the city lord cannot exercise arbitrary killing. With the dragon's supervisory office overseeing the realm, no one dares to act recklessly. What the common folk desire is simply justice. If you were to die, even if they have her sisters as witnesses, the Zhang family could feign innocence and argue, and the people would always feel this is an unjust accusation. However, if you remain alive and do not defend yourself, what will the people think? They would merely assume you fear the Zhang family and dare not identify them. This accusation would be one the Zhang family could not evade." Upon hearing this, Xian Fong was struck with realization, and his gaze towards Yigu grew more appreciative. Yet soon Xian Fong chuckled again. "Yigu, you are indeed a talent, both scholarly and martial, but you are still too naive. I will not aid you, even if you killed me now." "Why?" Yi Zhong asked, unable to restrain himself. "You would rather die than oppose the Zhang family? Is the Zhang family your father?" Zhang Linger and the others were also puzzled. Yigu smiled. "If I am not mistaken, your parents are likely in the hands of the Zhang family, correct?" At this, Xian Fong's expression shifted immediately. "How did you know? Is that difficult to guess?" Yigu replied with a grin. "You are not a member of the Zhang family. Apart from having your weakness in their grasp, I truly cannot fathom why you would prefer death to protecting the Zhang family. It cannot possibly be out of love. Can it? And as a bandit, you have devoted yourself to cultivation without a partner. Therefore, this weakness must be your parents, or who else could it be? You." Xian Fong was rendered speechless. The others nearby quickly came to the same realization. "Indeed, your parents are with the Zhang family, so if you betray them, they will kill your parents. This is blackmail, brother-in-law. You are simply too clever," Sun Ruru exclaimed. Xian Fong, however, laughed. "What of it? Do you think your cleverness can sway me? For the sake of my parents, I would rather die." Yigu chuckled. "You are a man, but you are simply not thinking clearly. Do you believe you still have a choice?" "What do you mean?" Xian Fong questioned. Yigu replied, "Consider Zhang Bohan. He merely failed to seize the pill market in Shiliang County and ended up dead, and he was still a member of the Zhang family. If that was his fate, what do you think would happen to you? Zhang Bohan was killed by your hand. What does that have to do with the Zhang family? Xian Fong retorted. Wei Yigu shook his head in exasperation. To say you lack wisdom is an understatement. You are not even considering the facts. As a branch of the Zhang family in Shiliang County, does he not have his own hidden assets? If he had the chance to survive, would he choose to come and seek his death? He could have easily fled with his daughter, found a place to hide, and waited for an opportunity to take revenge. But why did he choose to come to the Yi residence to confront me? Doesn't Xian Darren understand? Xian Fong's cold sweat began to pour down. Indeed, Zhang Bohan was ordered to be eliminated by the head of the Zhang family. Therefore, Zhang Bohan must have known he could not live, which is why he chose to see if he could kill Yi Gu. Thus, Zhang Bohan's death was a choice made by the Zhang family, and Yi Gu merely became their weapon. Even without Yi Gu, Xian Fong would have been the blade that struck down Zhang Bohan. Hence, the true culprit behind Zhang Bohan's death was not Yi Gu, but the Zhang family's cruelty. Realizing this, Xian Fong felt a chill run down his spine. But Zhang Bohan's death has nothing to do with me. It has no bearing on my parents either. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. Zhang Bohan, as a member of the Zhang family, merely faced a business failure and was brutally silenced. Do you think your parents' status is higher than his? Consider what will happen to you and your parents tonight. Let me tell you, Yi Gu said, sitting down on a nearby stone bench, speaking nonchalantly. Firstly, if you refuse to cooperate with me, I will kill you. If you die, your parents will become useless to the Zhang family, and given their ruthlessness, they cannot allow you to serve them anymore. Therefore, they will surely send your parents home to retire, and then secretly eliminate them. After all, there are many hired hands like you in the Zhang family, and they must also consider these people's emotions. If your parents remain alive, your role as a hired hand for the Zhang family will always be at risk of exposure, so your parents must die. Secondly, if you choose to deceive and collaborate with me against the Zhang family, while you may remain silent, the Zhang family is not foolish. Seeing you with us, they will realize your betrayal, and your parents will also perish. However, there is a distinction between the two. What distinction? Xian Fong felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The difference is that you can live to take revenge for your parents. Hearing this, Xian Fong was drenched in sweat, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. Clearly, Yi Gu's words struck a chord deep within him. The logic was impeccable, every word resonating. The reasoning was flawless. This was undoubtedly how events would unfold. The scene was equally chilling for Jiang Linger and the other two women, as well as the rest of the Yi family, leaving them in a state of both excitement and fear. The fear stemmed from Yi Gu's intricate thoughts. His analyses were remarkably thorough, yet their excitement arose from the fact that such a person stood on their side. Moreover, he was the man of two of the women and the brother-in-law of one. With such a man, brother-in-law, third brother, son, grandson, and nephew, who would dare challenge the Zhang family? Chapter 76. Had I known, even in a minor role, I would still wish to. My brother-in-law is truly formidable. Sun Ruru couldn't help but exclaim. Even Sun Anan nodded in agreement. Previously, she had always thought Yi Gu was insightful in business and powerful, but she had not expected him to be so shrewd in strategy. I had no idea my husband was so capable. Jiang Linger also chimed in. He'll be honest. Ever since she had met Yi Gu, his image had always been that of a good husband, gentle, considerate, and meticulous in his care for her. He had also significantly aided her in cultivation. One could say that since marrying into the Yi family, Jiang Linger's life had undergone a complete transformation. Previously, in the Jiang family, she spent her days worrying about fulfilling the tasks assigned to her by the clan to avoid reprimands. Now, she focused on being a good wife and diligently cultivating. The former was dull and uninspiring, while the latter offered a bright future. Perhaps Jiang Linger herself had not anticipated that she, who was sent to marry off, would instead embark on a path she had never dared to imagine. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family were similarly overwhelmed with emotions. Wei Shan remarked, Guer is resourceful, both scholarly and martial. Our Yi family finally has hope. Indeed, this child is truly astonishing. The elder aunt added. Wei Changming said nothing, but his eyes were filled with pride as he looked up at the sky, as if to say, our child is so exceptional. You can rest easy now. Yi Gu was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling through their minds. He gazed at Xian Fong, whose face resembled a blank canvas, and sighed. In truth, from the moment you decided to send your parents to the Zhang family, their fate was no longer in your hands, was it? If I'm not mistaken, your becoming a bandit was likely the Zhang family scheme as well. What? Sun Ruru and Sunanen were momentarily taken aback, but soon they grasped the implications. The Tian County was abundant in medicinal stones and golden sand, with a multitude of laborers. The consumption of even the most basic returning body pills was immense every year. Yet the supply of pills from those factories was consistently provided by the official pill merchants of the Great Xia. The Zhang family even dared to meddle in the affairs of the Great Xia's official business? Sunanen exclaimed in shock. Sun Ruru's expression turned icy as she said, "It is likely not just the supply of pills from those factories. I heard from Big Brother Zhang Tong, who was sent to quell the disturbances, that they are also collecting protection fees in Tian County. This has caused great unrest among the locals, which is why my father was furious and sent Big Brother Zhang Tong to take action. I never expected your becoming a bandit was also a plan orchestrated by the Zhang family." Xian Fong chuckled bitterly. "Oh, you think I desired this? But as Yigu said, this world is not merely black and white. You understand how to exploit, and so does the Zhang family. There are certain matters the Zhang family cannot directly intervene in. Thus they require people like us to assist them." Yigu nodded and then said, "Let's set aside the Zhang family's affairs for now. Let us talk about you. I've already helped analyze the situation. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you." Once Yigu finished speaking, he said no more. He had articulated all that needed to be said, and the situation was crystal clear. How Xian Fong chose to proceed was beyond his control. After a long silence, Xian Fong finally sighed. "Just as you said, do I really have a choice? I shall agree to your terms, however. Should we truly end up in court, I may not refute your words, but I will equally not acknowledge your claims. Although the Zhang family may not trust me, my parents are in their hands. They know that as long as my parents are safe, I will forever be under their control, and until the end. Whether I abandon my parents remains uncertain." Yigu nodded. He had anticipated this. He did not expect Xian Fong to speak on their behalf. All he needed was for Xian Fong to remain silent. Only then would the Zhang family's pitiful cries be met with skepticism. Since Xian Darren has agreed, then everything will be easier to discuss. "Lotus, third young master." Lotus stepped forward to pay her respects. Yigu instructed, "You and Qing go tidy up a guest room." "Understood." Lotus nodded, hurrying away with Qing Wai. Yigu then gestured for Xian Fong to rest here for a while. This fellow had just received a wound from his own blade, and his internal energy was still in disarray. For at least half a month, he would be unable to act, so Yigu was not concerned about him plotting anything behind his back. While waiting for Lotus and Qingyi to prepare the room, Yigu turned his gaze to Yishan and the others. "Grandfather, I apologize for disturbing you tonight. Please return and rest early." "It's no trouble at all," Yishan replied with a cheerful smile. "To see such an outstanding descendant emerge from our family, this little inconvenience is nothing." However, it was indeed getting late. After exchanging a few more words with Yigu, Yishan departed first. Sun Ruru stood by, watching Yigu handle Xian Fong and then manage family affairs, unable to suppress a sigh. "Sister, brother-in-law is truly incredible. He possesses strategy and physique, but most importantly, his strength and cultivation talent are simply unmatched. How could I have encountered such a perfect man? Why is it that I have not met anyone like him?" Sunanen laughed at her words. "What? Do you have feelings for your brother-in-law?" Sun Ruru's face flushed at this, hastily waving her hands. I don't. Sister, please don't misunderstand. I merely admire my brother-in-law. Besides, which girl doesn't wish to look up to her man? I am a woman too. Surely you understand, right?" Sunanen laughed. "I understand. So you do have feelings for your brother-in-law?" Sun Ruru was left speechless, hurriedly deflecting. "I said I only admire him. After all, he is my brother-in-law, and I would not have feelings for him. However, given how exceptional he is, perhaps he has someone equally remarkable by his side. Sister, why not have brother-in-law introduce someone like him to me?" Sunanen glanced at Yizhong nearby. "Isn't the Yi family blessed with 3 sons? Why not try getting to know his elder brother?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ruru looked over at Yizhong. Naturally, Yizhong had also caught wind of their conversation, standing up straighter and even running a hand through his hair as if to say, "I am quite handsome too." Sun Ruru immediately wore a look of disdain. Brother-in-law is both scholarly and martial, with extraordinary intelligence, but his elder brother Yizhong, How could they possibly be related by blood? All from the Yi family, how could there be such a disparity? Yi Chong was nearly choked with blood upon hearing those words. Beside him, Yi Chang'an also wore an awkward expression and hurriedly suggested, "Well, it's getting late. We should return and rest." With that, he pulled Andy away, along with Yi Changming. However, just a few steps later, Andy shook off Yi Chang'an's hand and retorted, "Now you care about face. When our son is being looked down upon, where were you before? This child is disappointing. It's not my fault." Yi Chang'an could only respond helplessly. Why Yi Changming initially wished to mediate between the two, wondering how they could quarrel at their age. Yet he soon heard Auntie indignantly exclaim, "If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it?" Miss Sun was right. We are all from the Yi family, yet the disparity is so vast. Had I known your lineage was so poor, I would have married into the family as a concubine long ago. Upon hearing this, Yi Changming quickly waved his hands and said, "Sister-in-law, you cannot speak so recklessly." Chapter 77. Zhang Lianer enters the 9th layer. The death of Xian Fong. Goodness, why does everyone in the Yi family have such a penchant for marrying their brothers' wives? The brother-in-law is like this, and even the brother-in-law's father is the same, Sun Ruru exclaimed. This statement reached Auntie and the others' ears as well. Yi Chang'an, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "It has been so many years. Why bring it up now? Besides, giving birth is akin to farming. The same seeds planted in different soils do not necessarily yield the same results. You cannot blame me. You still have the nerve to argue?" Auntie retorted angrily. Yi Changming, unable to endure any longer, interjected, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm tired. I'm heading back." With that, he slipped away. Yi Chang'an, in haste, added, "Not in front of the children. Let us stop discussing this." He then hurriedly pulled Auntie away. Sun Ruru pouted, sensing that her timing was perhaps inappropriate. Zhang Lianer curiously asked, "My husband, does that mean father and Auntie?" Sun Anin and Sun Ruru also perked up their ears, clearly intrigued by the gossip. Yigu laughed and said, "It's not as complicated as you think. I heard from my grandfather that Auntie hails from a prominent family in Qianzhou and once had feelings for my father. However, when it came to marriage discussions, my father refused because he had fallen for my mother. Given Auntie's esteemed background, she could not become a concubine. Eventually, it was my uncle who found out and pursued her relentlessly until he married her." The crowd listened enlightened. Sun Ruru curiously inquired, "By the way, brother-in-law, where's your mother? We've never seen her." Sun Ruru. Sun Anin quickly pulled her back, whispering, "Young Master Ye's mother has long passed away." Sun Ruru was taken aback and quickly said, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't know." Yigu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. My mother left early, and there are very few who can share memories of her with me. I only heard from my grandfather and father that she was just a maid in the Yi residence. However, my father loved her dearly, and after they wed, her capabilities improved rapidly. Yet later, when enemies sought revenge, our family was forced to leave Qianzhou, and my mother was gravely injured while protecting my father. It was because of this that I was left with a disability, and not long after, my mother passed away. Reflecting on this, it felt like a distant memory. Do you know who those enemies were?" Zhang Lianer asked. Yigu shook his head, and why father and grandfather never mentioned it, perhaps believing the enemies were too formidable and not wanting us to seek death. Zhang Lianer nodded. Yigu smiled and said, "Well, it's getting late. Anin and Ruru need to rest at the shop. Lianer, why don't you accompany them? Brother, please help Mr. Xn back to his room to rest." Everyone nodded and then departed. Outside the Yi residence, in a dimly lit street, Zhang Debiao looked at Yigu and his group exiting the Yi residence, his brow furrowing. So late, and he still personally sees them off. It seems Xian Fong has failed. After saying this, Zhang Debiao swiftly vanished into the shadows. On the way back from escorting Sun An and her companions, Yigu learned from Sun Ruru that the escorting team for Tianyang Academy's recruitment had already set off, expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. This also meant that they would officially depart for Tianyang City the day after tomorrow. As night deepened, in the room, Zhang Lianer was washing up while asking, "My husband, are we truly going back with the recruitment team? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Plus, with so many people, if the Zhang family truly intends to act, wouldn't that give them an opportunity?" Yigu chuckled. Having many people is indeed advantageous, but do not forget, with many people, we also have our opportunities. Furthermore, the leader of the escorting team is Zhang Tong, a trusted aide of Lord Sun. It would be difficult for the Zhang family to harm someone in his presence without sending their experts, and there are only so many experts in Tianyang City. If he does not act, the Lord's residents will surely react. At the same time, I have instructed my second brother to spread news in Tianyang City. By the time we enter the city, the gates will surely be crowded. Most of them will be merchants who have dealings with the Zhang family. These people are quite familiar with the Zhang family's members. Once they witness one or two of the assailants' faces, the Zhang family will be digging their own grave. Zhang Lianer couldn't help but smile at his meticulous planning. Your thoughts are astute, my husband. I cannot compare. Yigu replied with a laugh. Everyone has their strengths. My wife should not be concerned. After all, some warmth can only come from you, can it not? Saying this, Yigu pulled Zhang Lianer into his embrace. Zhang Lianer, her cheeks flushed, replied, We just fought a fierce battle tonight, and you still have the mood for that. Yigu, with utmost seriousness, said, Precisely because the situation is urgent, my wife and I should seize the moment to cultivate. Moreover, when facing Xi and Fong, I boasted that the joys of having you are beyond his imagination. You cannot let me boast in vain. Even your excuses sound forced. Yigu merely chuckled and said no more, lifting Zhang Lianer and taking her to bed. Previously, it had been mentioned that Zhang Lianer's strength had touched the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but had yet to break through. However, after that night, she finally achieved a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As for Yigu, he did not experience a breakthrough. At his level, the next step was to enter the Tianfu realm, and elevating between realms was not something that could be done in haste. It required enlightenment. This could not merely be achieved through diligent training. Therefore, for Yigu to break through to the Tianfu realm, the most crucial step ahead was enlightenment. Fortunately, he still had a Dao enlightenment pill in hand, which was a rare elixir for such insight. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to enter the Tianfu realm. With 2 days and a night until departure, he hoped for clear weather and stars in the sky tomorrow. Yigu chuckled, and as the two were washing up, suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Old Third, something's wrong. An incident has occurred. Xi and Fong is dead. This shout was like a thunderclap. Yigu and Zhang Lianer rushed out of their room. How did he die? Yigu asked, bewildered, as Zhang Lianer shared his confusion. After all, hadn't they just made arrangements last night? How could he suddenly be dead? And if he was murdered, didn't that mean someone had broken into the Yi residence? But neither Yigu nor Zhang Lianer had noticed anything. How powerful must that person be? Chong hurriedly explained. He wasn't murdered. He was poisoned. I went to call him this morning, and there was no response. Upon entering, I found he had already passed away, and he must have been dead for several hours. Upon hearing this, Yigu immediately understood the situation. It seemed the Zhang family had never intended for him to return alive. Regardless of whether he succeeded last night, he was destined to die tonight. How ruthless of the Zhang family. Let us go see. With that, Yigu led the way, heading toward Xi and Fong's room. Chapter 78. Is this cunning? This is wisdom. Go ahead and envy. In the room, Xi and Fong's face was already ashen. Yigu observed that blood was oozing from his 7 orifices, yet his expression was peaceful, indicating that he had succumbed to the poison in his sleep. Qingyi rushed in and reported, Third young master, the coroner just examined the body and said he was poisoned with a potent toxin, primarily consisting of Qing Wu. However, this poison wasn't newly administered. It had likely been in effect for some time, only manifesting last night. Yigu nodded upon hearing this. It seemed his guess was correct. Xi and Fong might not have even realized it. Perhaps he had been surreptitiously poisoned when he accepted a pill given by the Zhang family. Thus, he would have had no inkling that he would die quietly in his sleep. Moreover, there were indeed several types of pills that could conceal toxins, and the lowest grade required was merely a 4th grade pill, making it not particularly difficult to concoct. Given the Zhang family's strength, it would not be challenging for them to produce such a pill. In fact, those who served the Zhang family might have unknowingly consumed this poison as well. The thought of this brought a cold smile to Yigu's lips. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Old Third, what should we do with Xi and Fong's body? Chong asked. We can't just leave it here. Yigu smiled and replied. Send someone to the Shiliang Prefecture's government office. Just say he died on the street last night, unknown identity, and unknown cause. Send him to the government office? Unknown identity and cause? Why bother? Just find a pit and bury him. It would be easier, Chong questioned. Zhang Lianer interjected, My husband, do you mean Yigu nodded. Xi and Fong agreed to help us last night. Yet now he has tragically died in our household. Although he is gone, we should still fulfill his wish. After all, it aligns with our intentions. The Zhang family has harmed him, but they have also harmed themselves. Saying this, Yigu shouted to Qingyi outside. Qingyi, go to Enru pill shop. Inform Enru and the others about Xian Feng's situation, emphasizing that the poison he was afflicted with is likely the 4th grade pill. Jingyi won. The rest, they will know what to do. Yes. Qingyi nodded and then left. Meanwhile, in Tianyang City, at the Zhang family estate, the head, Zhang Xian, was sitting by the lake in the courtyard, feeding the fish when Zhang Lai hurried over. Elder brother, Xian Feng, is dead, however. He indeed failed to kill Yigu. Zhang Xian paused his actions, saying, a 5th-layer Tianfu realm cultivator couldn't kill him. It seems we have underestimated his strength, Zhang Lai remarked. I fear it may be too late. Zhang Xian looked puzzled. Recently, someone in Tianyang City has been deliberately spreading news that the Yi family might be coming to Tianyang City. Many of the merchants in the pill shops have been discussing privately about wanting to meet the Yi family. The news of the Yi family's low-priced pills has already spread throughout Tianyang City. Once they arrive, it could greatly impact our Zhang family's reputation, Zhang Lai explained. Zhang Xian, still confused, asked, but the Yi family hasn't even arrived yet? What do you mean by too late? Zhang Lai replied, elder brother, early this morning, Zhang Tong set off for Tianyang City. Officially, he is escorting the recruitment team back, but Zhang Tong hasn't done such trivial tasks in many years. Are you not aware of the implications? Zhang Xian's brow furrowed. Has the Yi family possibly made contact with the Sun family? Zhang Lai quickly responded, that should not be the case. It is said to be for Sunanan. She was previously conducting business in Shiliang Prefecture. This trip is likely to return with the team. However, the Yi family might well seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's expression darkened. If Zhang Tong truly returns with the Yi family, things will become troublesome. But if they really enter Tianyang City, it would be even more complicated. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian instructed, have the hidden retainers take action. We must at least try. As long as the Yi family exists, our Zhang family will likely never find peace. Yes, Zhang Lai nodded and then asked, what about Xian Feng's parents? Zhang Xian replied indifferently, they are dead. What use is there in keeping them alive? With that, he waved his hand dismissively, and Zhang Lai then left at that moment, in Shiliang Prefecture, at Enru Pill Shop. When Qingyi informed Sun Anan and her sister about the situation, both were taken aback. Qingyi reminded them, ladies, my young master emphasized that Xian Feng was likely poisoned with a 4th grade pill. Qingyi won. He said the rest, you will know what to do. After that, Qingyi departed. Sun Ruru seemed a bit confused. What does my brother-in-law mean? What does he want us to do? Sun Anan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, then said, I understand. Young Master Yi wants us to inform our father. Inform father? Why? Sun Ruru asked, perplexed. Sun Anan explained, Xian Feng died from the 4th grade pill, Jingyi won. This poison was undoubtedly administered by the Zhang family. Although Xian Feng has died, we have failed to bring back evidence against the Zhang family. But ultimately, the Zhang family merely wishes to silence Xian Feng. However, the pill cannot be silenced. Consider this. If this news spreads, who will react the most? Sun Ruru pondered and then replied, the Zhang family will certainly not claim responsibility for Xian Feng. So there will be no response. Who would have a reaction? Sun Anan concluded, naturally, it would be those like Xian Feng, who worked for the Zhang family. There are bound to be individuals among them who recognize Xian Feng. And as soon as one person identifies him, this news will spread among the Zhang family's retainers. They serve the Zhang family, yet the Zhang family secretly poisoned them. Imagine how anxious they would feel. Exactly, Sun Ruru exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. This is it. Even if we cannot hold the Zhang family accountable this time, it will surely cause them a great deal of discomfort. Perhaps it could even lead to more issues, such as these individuals retaliating against the Zhang family in anger. After all, being poisoned by one's own allies. Imagine the fury they would feel. Sun Anan smiled and said, indeed, brother-in-law is remarkable. Sun Ruru quickly added, I'll inform father right away. With that, Sun Ruru dashed out. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yigu was also working to suppress the news of Xian Feng's death. In fact, there were few people left in the Yi residence at this time. Most of the maids and servants had already departed for Tianyang City. Within the residence, only the Yi family's members and a few trusted subordinates remained. Thus, it was not difficult to contain the news. As for Xian Feng's body, Yi Gu instructed Qingyi to find a few people to send it to the Shiliang Prefecture government office. However, this decision left Jiang Lianer and Yi Chong perplexed. Old Third, did you not say you wanted to suppress the news? As the officials dispatched personnel for investigation, it was inevitable that they would trace the matter back to Qingyi, subsequently deducing that it was we who had sent Xian Fang's corpse. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu chuckled and remarked, "The essence of deceit lies in the interplay of reality and illusion. What I desire is precisely for the officials to uncover the truth." Why? Jiang Lianer was equally perplexed. We, the Yi family, have deliberately suppressed the news, and yet the officials managed to discern that Xian Fang was delivered by us. Just imagine, what would happen if the guests from the Zhang family learned of this? Jiang Lianer and Yi Chong felt a chill run down their spines. They would speculate that Xian Fang was acting on behalf of the Zhang family to target us, and thus met his demise. Exactly, Yi Gu laughed. Moreover, the officials would further ascertain that Xian Fang's death was due to the effects of the fourth-grade elixir, the Jingyi Dan. Tell me, would he consume our Yi family's provisions while plotting against us? Naturally not. Thus, when these revelations intertwine, even a fool would comprehend. Xian Fang was poisoned by the Zhang family and perished within our Yi family, and in serving the Zhang family, he ultimately fell victim to them. What do you think the guests would conclude? Yi Chong hesitated to continue. Yet the outcome was all too apparent. Gulp. Yi Chong swallowed hard, then gazed at Yi Gu, saying, "Third brother, you truly are cunning. As my brother, you instill a bit of fear in me. I can hardly imagine how grim my fate would be were you not my brother." Jiang Lianer interjected hurriedly, "Eldest brother, you speak nonsense. How can this be deemed cunning? It is wisdom." Yi Chong paused in surprise, while Yi Gu simply smiled and said, "Do you understand? This is wisdom. Let envy take its course." Chapter 79. A letter from Yi Lang, Zhang Shan's decision. After arranging for Xian Fang's affairs, Yi Gu spent the entire afternoon organizing items to take to Tianyang City. After all, tomorrow, Zhang Tong would lead a team, and they too would set off alongside the recruitment team for Tianyang City. In truth, most of the items had already been prepared. Yet the thought of departing from a place they had inhabited for over a decade left them with a sense of reluctance. However, they had long understood that after migrating from Qianzhou, there would inevitably come a day of departure. They just hadn't anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Now, Jiang Lianer had also reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and like Yi Gu, both needed enlightenment to advance to the Tianfu realm. Thus, they did not require rigorous training for the time being, as enlightenment is not something that can be achieved through mere cultivation. Consequently, they took the opportunity to visit various shops in the afternoon. After all, once they left Shiliang County, these shops would need to continue operations. The shopkeepers were all seasoned individuals, and with just a few reminders, they would take care of everything efficiently. In the evening, after dinner, Yi Gu arrived early in the courtyard, eager to see if any stars would appear that night. After all, they were set to depart the next day, and upon arriving in Tianyang City, they would likely be busier dealing with the Zhang family. Therefore, he wished to utilize the Starry Sky Enlightenment Elixir before they set off. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to break through to the Tianfu realm. However, after waiting for a while, instead of stars, he received a letter. "Second brother has sent a message back." Jiang Lianer handed the letter to Yi Gu. Yi Gu smiled. It had been 2 days since he left, and he anticipated that his instructions had been fulfilled. Indeed, upon opening the letter, he found several pieces of news. "Third brother, I have secured a courtyard in the eastern district of Tianyang City, comparable in standards to that of the Zhang family, and certainly not inferior. The Zhang family is located in the western district, separated from us by the main city street and the Sun family. I assure you, before the Zhang family makes a move, they will think twice. Furthermore, I have disseminated the news regarding the prices of elixirs from the Yi family and our plans to come to Tianyang City. Recently, many alchemists in the city have been inquiring about our Yi family. It is said that you will likely accompany Zhang Tong's recruitment team to Tianyang City, and numerous shopkeepers are preparing to welcome you at the city gates. Lastly, you asked me to investigate any significant events in Tianyang City. I have summarized the following points. Firstly, concerning the Zhang family, there appear to be no overt actions, but Dogsy has secretly discovered that they have quite a few guest elders. However, most of them are at the Tianfu realm, with 2 at the Golden Core realm. I cannot ascertain the number of those not yet uncovered. Nevertheless, Tianyang City is relatively small, and I estimate there may only be a handful of Tianfu realm experts concealed within. as it is not easy for those at the Golden Core realm to hide their tracks in Tianyang City. Additionally, I have learned that there is a Daxia Dynasty alchemy shop in Tianyang City, and the person in charge seems to be paying attention to our Yi family and the Zhang family's elixir dispute. You should exercise caution, as this shop is directly under the Daxia Dynasty. Lastly, there is the Lu Nyangzi commercial firm, which is reportedly celebrating its 30th anniversary with a grand auction that will last for a week, showcasing many precious items. I had Dogsy investigate the auction catalog, and the following items will be featured. A half-day grade weapon, the Shattered Jade Sword, with a starting bid of 100,000 spirit stones. It is said that practitioners skilled in swordsmanship can unleash the effectiveness of a heavenly grade weapon. A 7th grade elixir, the Mirror Shattering Pill, which, when consumed, can temporarily increase one's strength for half an hour. Even those at the 9th level can achieve a breakthrough effect without side effects. Many at the brink of breaking through to the 9th level are eager to acquire it, though it is not inexpensive, starting at 50,000 spirit stones. Moreover, there is a large batch of 3rd grade and 4th grade elixir formulas to be auctioned, which the Zhang family is likely keen on obtaining. Lastly, a highly sought-after item, the Nascent Soul Annihilation Array, which purportedly can annihilate nascent soul realm experts. Each use requires an investment of 1 million spirit stones to eliminate a trapped nascent soul realm expert, but the starting bid is exorbitantly high at 10 million spirit stones. This is all the information I have gathered. Observing Yi Lang's reply, Zhang Lianer could not help but gasp. Truly, Tianyang City is remarkable. The items in a single auction are astonishingly valuable. The Mirror Shattering Pill has long been rumored. Many 9th-level practitioners, unable to break through, often purchase it to aid their enlightenment. Yigu nodded, acknowledging the prices of these items as fitting. A half-day grade weapon can be used indefinitely as long as it remains intact, so 100,000 spirit stones is not steep. As for the Mirror Shattering Pill, it can only be used once, and its efficacy in aiding breakthroughs is uncertain, thus 50,000 spirit stones is also reasonable. However, what intrigued Yigu the most was the so-called Nascent Soul Annihilation Array. With a starting bid of 10 million spirit stones and an additional cost of 1 million spirit stones for each use, the expense is truly substantial. It is worth noting that the Yi family, in preparation for their move, has liquidated many items they could not take with them. Coupled with Yi Lang's expenditures on property in Tianyang City, the remaining funds barely total 10 million spirit stones. This implies that for a family like the Yi family to acquire it, they would have to expend all their resources, let alone an ordinary family. In all likelihood, only the Sun family and the Zhang family in Tianyang City could afford it. Nevertheless, this array is indeed remarkable. I must take a closer look upon arriving in Tianyang City. Contemplating this, Yigu decided not to reply to his second brother, as they would be departing tomorrow. I want to cultivate for an hour. You personally guard me, and during this hour, I shall see no one. Understood, my husband, Zhang Lianer replied, taking her place at the entrance of the courtyard to protect him. Yigu looked up at the stars that had begun to appear in the sky, and a smile finally spread across his face. He retrieved the Starry Sky Enlightenment Elixir and tossed it into his mouth. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family in Shiliang County, Zhang Debiao observed Zhang Shan sitting at the entrance of the main hall and spoke. You have been contemplating for 3 minutes. If you do not return to the Zhang family with me, where else can you go? Although the Daxia dynasty's territory is vast, you should be well aware of how your life would fare without family support. Even if you are to be married off in the future, it is far better than wandering the wilderness, exposed to the elements. Zhang Shan, upon hearing this, forced a smile. My father and brother are both dead. Whether I live or die, do you think I still care? So, you refuse to return to the Zhang family with me? Zhang Debiao scoffed. Zhang Shan shook her head. I can go with you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Zhang Debiao inquired. I want to join Tianyang Academy. I possess the strength of the 8th level of the body refining realm, exceeding the examination standards. I merely missed the assessment this time, Zhang Shan stated. Zhang Debiao frowned. Did you not despise joining Tianyang Academy, wishing to cultivate independently like your elder brother? Zhang Shan's eyes turned cold. I wish to join Tianyang Academy now. It is merely a matter of words for you. As long as you assist me in joining Tianyang Academy, I will return with you, and even if I am to be sent off in marriage in the future, I will have no complaints. Why? Zhang Debiao asked. Zhang Shan's gaze was icy. I seek revenge. I want Yigu to kneel before me, witnessing how I systematically bring down the Yi family. Joining Tianyang Academy is merely my first step. Chapter 80. The Condensation of Dan Fire. What kind of man have I married? Without hesitation, Zhang Debiao agreed to Zhang Shan's condition. After all, targeting the Yi family was also a current endeavor of the Zhang family. Though Zhang Shan's current strength and influence may not truly aid the Zhang family, keeping her at home or sending her to Tianyang Academy would yield the same result. Perhaps she might even stir up some waves. I accept your condition. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to Tianyang City. Zhang Shan nodded, saying no more. However, a chilling glint lingered in her eyes, clearly indicating that the fire of hatred had completely consumed her. Meanwhile, at the Yi family in Shiliang County, as the Starry Sky Enlightenment Elixir was consumed, Yigu officially commenced his cultivation. He closed his eyes, and within less than a minute, he felt his entire being becoming increasingly clear. His perception of the surroundings began to sharpen. The flowers and grass in the courtyard, the insects and ants among them, even the fine hairs on the insects, became vividly apparent to him at that moment. However, this heightened sensitivity did not extend far. It remained confined to the size of the courtyard. Soon, Yigu sensed his perception shifting direction, extending endlessly towards the sky. He raised his head, gazing at the myriad stars above. In that instant, his gaze seemed to pierce through countless distances, witnessing the twinkling of each star. Gradually, Yigu felt himself drawing closer to those stars. He lowered his head in astonishment, realizing that he was still seated in his own courtyard. Have I detached my soul? Yigu found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Soul detachment, although rumored to be achievable by powerful cultivators, who could exist separately from their physical forms even if their bodies were destroyed, was a feat he had never possessed. Yigu understood that this power was referred to as spiritual consciousness, often equated to mental strength. The cultivation of mental strength was a challenge every practitioner faced. However, unlike other forms of cultivation, those without innate mental strength would typically only begin to comprehend it upon reaching the nascent soul realm. Thus, it was clear why Yigu had yet to make any strides in mental strength up until this point. However, he was acutely aware that although he did not possess innate talent in mental strength, he was endowed with the 10,000 Paths body. After consuming the Starry Sky Enlightenment Elixir, this state evidently had some connection to mental strength. Therefore, he felt that perhaps he might inadvertently grasp the path of the mind. Yet, this was uncertain. It could be that he might achieve enlightenment in one instance or require several, as alchemical insights often emerged after 2 attempts. And mental strength was even more elusive and demanding. It was unlikely that a single consumption of the Starry Sky Enlightenment Elixir would suffice for him to grasp the path of the mind. With this thought in mind, Yigu ceased to dwell on it and redirected his focus to the vast expanse of stars. In that moment, his consciousness had arrived amidst the starry sky. Under his mental influence, the countless stars appeared to swirl around him. Yigu closed his eyes, seeking to comprehend the myriad stars surrounding him through his consciousness. Indeed, in the next moment, he sensed a connection among these stars, as if they were intertwined. Under his observation, the 10,000 Paths tree within him began to emit pulses of light. Simultaneously, the 10,000 Paths tree gradually grew, its branches thickening and becoming more robust. As the branches expanded, the orbs of light representing various paths began to swell as well. Yigu discovered that the Starry Sky Enlightenment was remarkably equitable in its treatment of all the paths he had grasped. Whether it was the sword path, the blade path, or merely the alchemical, commercial, or ice paths he had just begun to comprehend, their strength improved uniformly. The Starry Sky Enlightenment offers no preferential treatment based on the depth of mastery of each path. Although this may not elevate my sword path to greater heights, it is undoubtedly the best for the growth of the 10,000 Paths tree, Yigu mused. The 10,000 Paths tree was of utmost significance to him, as it not only represented his progress in cultivating the myriad paths, but also reflected the enhancement of his physical form through the number and level of paths he had cultivated. Therefore, elevating a single path versus simultaneously enhancing all paths made a considerable difference for his body. Yigu quietly immersed himself in the mysterious forces of the stars surrounding him. Unbeknownst to him, the paths within him were gradually growing stronger. Time passed, minute by minute. After approximately 40 minutes, Zhang Lianer, who had also been cultivating in the courtyard, suddenly opened her eyes. Almost simultaneously, she sensed a change in the aura emanating from Yigu. Indeed, Yigu abruptly opened his eyes as well. In a flash, he pointed a finger, and a blue flame spontaneously erupted from his fingertip. As he spread his hands apart, an even larger flame materialized before him. Zhang Lianer was astounded at the sight. Is this? Why Yigu, equally elated, affirmed, indeed, this is the Dan fire, also known as alchemical fire. It is the realm that every alchemist aspires to reach, the entry into the path of alchemy. Once one enters the alchemical realm, they can condense Dan fire. This fire is derived from the true energy within the body, and its manifestation is the sole criterion for determining whether an alchemist can progress to a higher level. Typically, alchemists would need to use an open flame for their crafting, yet controlling the temperature precisely can be quite challenging. If the flame is too strong or too weak, the results can vary significantly, relying heavily on accumulated experience. However, even the most seasoned alchemists could not rely solely on open flames to concoct higher-grade elixirs. It is well known that 6th-grade elixirs and above demand exceedingly stringent temperature control, where even a single degree can impact the final product's efficacy and quality. In contrast, Dan fire can be manipulated at will. How could one downplay its significance? Holding the Dan fire in his hand, Yigu refrained from attempting to refine any elixirs, despite his eagerness to test the fire's capabilities. The effects of the Starry Sky Enlightenment elixir were not yet concluded, and every moment counted. Furthermore, he currently lacked a complete set of herbal materials. Thus, he simply extinguished the Dan fire, closed his eyes, and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianer gazed at this scene, her heart stirred and unable to settle for a long time. Initially, I believed that my husband, having reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, had already attained a foundational understanding in both sword and blade arts, rendering him remarkably powerful. To my astonishment, he has also achieved a foundational level in a singular path, with 3 distinct paths all at the foundational level, yet he remains at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even a formidable expert of the heavenly mansion realm might not be able to grasp a single path to such depth. Yet, my husband possesses 3 foundational paths. What manner of man have I married? Zhang Lianer dared not ponder further. She realized that aside from her own abilities, which could keep pace with Yigu, and her own innate talent and techniques, as well as her martial arts manuals, in every other aspect, she had been left far behind by Yi Jiu. At this moment, Yigu, blissfully unaware of her thoughts, was savoring the fleeting moments of enlightenment provided by the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill. After further meditation for several minutes, with less than 2 minutes remaining for the effects of the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill, Yigu's consciousness was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar fragrance. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and surveyed the starry expanse around him. The vast sky was adorned with countless stars, yet there was nothing extraordinary in sight. Nonetheless, the aroma distinctly emanated from the cosmos. He was certain he was not mistaken. It was indeed a fragrance. Moreover, this scent was not reminiscent of any spice, but bore a striking resemblance to the fragrance that a woman might exude. Just as Yigu was grappling with the inexplicable presence of this floral scent in the celestial realm, the countdown for the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill had begun. Almost simultaneously, he was taken aback to hear the soft voice of a woman echoing through the stars. Who is meditating in the starry sky? Chapter 81. Is there a woman in the heavens? This realization left Yigu utterly astonished, with no mind left to contemplate whether the voice was enchanting or carried malice. The mere fact that he heard a voice in the starry sky was astonishing in itself. Furthermore, it was a woman's voice. Yigu's first instinct was to wonder if this was the legendary Chong. No way, this cannot be happening. Haven I crossed over to another world. Could it be that the tale of Chong ascending to the moon is true? Quickly, Yigu shook his head, dismissing these errant thoughts. After all, he had no idea where the moon was when he first attained enlightenment among the stars. Moreover, the voice clearly seemed to emanate from all directions, indicating that the speaker was not located in any specific direction. And Chong was only known for raising rabbits. How would she know that someone was meditating in the starry sky? These thoughts flickered through Yigu's mind as he opened his mouth to inquire about the identity of the speaker. Yet, the effects of the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill vanished in an instant. His consciousness, akin to plummeting from a great height, was abruptly yanked back into his body. Realizing he had missed the opportunity to speak, Yigu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was his only Starry Sky Enlightenment pill. Now, he could not even inquire about the identity of that mysterious woman. It seemed he would have to wait until the next time he acquired a Starry Sky Enlightenment pill. Yigu sighed in resignation. However, he was genuinely curious. After all, that was the starry sky, and without the reward of the starry sky enlightenment pill from the system, he would not have been able to delve into such celestial meditation. But how did that woman, who had spoken last, enter the starry realm? What was she? A human? A deity? Or was it true that celestial maidens existed in this world? At that moment, Zhang Lianer had approached. Noticing Yi Gu's furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought, she hurriedly asked, "Husband, what troubles you?" Yi Gu shook his head. "I cannot quite articulate it. Lianer, do you believe there are celestial maidens in the heavens?" "Ah?" Zhang Lianer was taken aback. "Husband, what brings on such peculiar questions?" Yi Gu replied. "I cannot explain it. I just heard a woman speaking in the sky." "A woman speaking in the sky?" "I did not hear anyone," Zhang Lianer remarked, glancing upwards. She genuinely had not heard anything. Seeing this, Yi Gu let out a resigned sigh. He had anticipated that only he could hear that woman's voice, for if those on the ground could also hear it, the entire Great Xia dynasty would surely be astounded. "Husband, could it be that you were exhausted from your training and experiencing auditory hallucinations?" Zhang Lianer expressed her concern. Why Yi Gu shook his head. "I am certain it was not an illusion." He felt helpless. The starry sky enlightenment pill could not even provide insights into his own basic techniques. The chance to concoct another was simply not feasible. So, it was evidently unrealistic to expect to delve into the starry realm again in the near future. "What? You say to strive to indulge your wife?" Yi Gu was well aware of the need to pamper Lianer. However, her favor had already reached its zenith, and triggering the rewards for pampering her again was not so simple. With that in mind, Yi Gu rose and said, "Enough, it is getting late. Let us return to rest. Tomorrow, we must set off for Tianyang City." Zhang Lianer nodded, yet she observed Yi Gu glance at the sky once more, seemingly still pondering the woman who had spoken from above. Even after returning to their room, Zhang Lianer caught glimpses of Yi Gu standing by the window, gazing at the stars. Eventually, it was Zhang Lianer who prompted him to wash up, leading him to finally close the window. Previously, Yi Gu had been eager to retire for the night. Yet tonight his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Could it be that there truly was a woman in the sky? But could that possibly be true? Zhang Lianer herself found it difficult to accept. After all, could anyone really inhabit the starry expanse? A night passed without incident. The following morning, outside the Yi residence, several horse-drawn carriages were already lined up. Yi Chang'an was busy organizing the household members to board. As Yi Gu and Zhang Lianer emerged from the estate, they spotted Yi Zhong sprinting back from down the street. "Third brother, I have news," Yi Zhong exclaimed. "Zhang Tong from the Sun family has already led his team into the city. Sun Ruro has also sent word. We must depart for Tianyang City within half an hour. She asked me to inform you to pick up her sister." Yi Zhong scratched his head in confusion. "I find it strange. Isn't she her own sister? Why aren't they traveling in the same carriage?" Yi Gu explained. Zhang Tong's primary responsibility in this trip is to escort the admissions team from Tianyang Academy back. Although Sun Anan is the daughter of the city lord, she is not part of the admissions team. Therefore, she cannot travel with them. Moreover, if she were to accompany us, it would inadvertently reveal a message to the outside world that she is with us. In such a case, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, Zhang Tong would naturally take better care of us. Yi Zhong nodded in agreement. Indeed, while they had a good relationship with Sun Anan, they had little to no connection with Zhang Tong. If trouble were to arise, Zhang Tong would undoubtedly prioritize protecting Sun Anan, and their well-being might not be his concern. Additionally, if Sun Anan were to ride in the same carriage as Yi Gu, it would compel Zhang Tong to ensure the safety of the Yi family as well. This was likely Anan's idea. Sun Ruru wouldn't have thought of such intricate details. "Let us go and pick up Anan," Yi Gu declared, striding towards the carriage. Just before boarding, he looked up at the sky once more. Zhang Lianer observed this and let out a resigned sigh. Yi Zhong inquired, "Sister-in-law, are you not boarding?" Zhang Lianer replied, "Let us wait a moment. He Hua has gone to purchase medicinal herbs and will return shortly." "Purchasing medicinal herbs? Are you unwell? Or is third brother unwell?" Zhang Lianer explained. "My husband seemed overly fatigued from his training yesterday and claimed he heard a woman speaking in the sky. Since last night, he has been glancing up at the sky from time to time. I fear he may be mentally strained, which could be detrimental to his health, so I asked He Hua to buy some calming herbs for him to brew while we travel." Yi Zhong listened with great interest, training and hearing a woman's voice in the sky. Our third brother is truly one of a kind. While others fear losing themselves in their training, he instead fantasizes about a woman in the heavens. I reckon he is quite all right. Jiang Lianer quickly asked. Elder brother, do you know what might be the cause? Yi Zhong chuckled. Is it not obvious? If he can entertain such thoughts while engaging in such serious training, surely that clarifies everything. Clarify what? Jiang Lianer remained perplexed. Why? Yi Zhong sighed. Third brother is simply longing for a woman. I believe he is contemplating taking a concubine. Sister-in-law, do not be too disheartened. I shall have a word with third brother. This behavior is rather unseemly. He already has you and Sunanin. How can he entertain thoughts of a woman in the heavens? I simply cannot allow him to treat you both so poorly. Yi Zhong spoke with righteous indignation, yet Jiang Lianer suddenly appeared thrilled. You mean my husband is considering taking a concubine? That is splendid. I was worried he might be unwilling to do so. With that, Jiang Lianer dashed towards the carriage, leaving behind a bewildered Yi Zhong, who muttered to himself, what have I just heard? Jiang Lianer actually hopes for third brother to take a concubine? Have I missed something about this celestial wife? Third brother, I will hold a grudge against you for life. Wu Wu. Chapter 82. Yigu challenges a bet. Third brother, are you truly such a glass heart? In Shiliang County, on Sifang Street, a contingent of guards had established a strict blockade. Countless individuals stood outside the restricted area to bid farewell to their loved ones or children, as today marked the beginning of their journey to Tianyang City, where they would officially become members of Tianyang Academy and embark on their cultivation journey. Within the restricted area, Sunanin was anxiously observing a robust young man before her. Is what you say true? Does this mean our journey back will be fraught with peril? Zhang Tong reassured her. Miss, worry not. With me here, your safety is assured. I am not concerned about you. Do you not know that the Yi family will be traveling with the admissions team to Tianyang City? Sunanin replied. Zhang Tong acknowledged, indeed, but their safety is not my responsibility. I am only tasked with ensuring your safety, miss. What do you mean it is not your responsibility? I intend to travel with the Yi family. Sunanin insisted. Zhang Tong responded, Miss, please reconsider. Those individuals have been following from Tianyang City to Shiliang County. You know their target well. Ultimately, this was a matter concerning the Yi family, and what relation did it have to the Sun family? How can it not be related? Sunanin questioned. What connection does it have? Zhang Tong inquired. There is. Sun Anan found herself at a loss for words. She harbored feelings for Yi Gu and wished to marry him, yet that did not mean she could openly speak of it, especially since Zhang Tong was a trusted aide of her father. Once he learned of her intentions, her father would surely find out as well. Imagining her father's reaction upon discovering that his daughter intended to marry a married man, who might even take her as a concubine, was terrifying. He would likely wish to annihilate the Yi family. This was precisely why Sunanin did not want Zhang Tong to know of her relationship with Yi Gu. Pondering this, Sunanin asserted, the Yi family is my employer, and I am merely their manager. If my employer were to fall, how can I continue my role? You may heed only my father's orders, solely protect me, however. I must travel with the Yi family. Should any trouble arise, you must choose whether to protect me or the Yi family. This was the utmost concession Sun Anan could afford. If Zhang Tong was truly unwilling to assist the Yi family, she would have no choice but to travel with Yi Gu alone. In that case, Zhang Tong would have no choice but to protect both her and Yi Gu. Zhang Tong remarked, Miss, have you taken a liking to the third son of the Yi family? I have not, Sun Anan quickly retorted. Zhang Tong chuckled at her response, no longer pressing the issue, and said, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall know how to proceed. Once everyone has gathered, we shall set off. By the way, have you sent someone to the government office? Sun Anan inquired. Zhang Tong nodded. I have dispatched a team to escort Xian Fang's remains back to Tianyang City. They have already set off. A team is also en route from Tianyang City to receive them. There will be no complications. Upon hearing this, Sun Anan finally nodded in agreement. While the two conversed, Sun Ruru hurried over, calling, Sister, brother-in-law has arrived. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, she noticed Zhang Tong standing nearby, looking at her with questioning eyes. Brother-in-law? Whose brother-in-law? Yours, Zhang Tong asked, looking at Sun Anan. Sun Anan, quick-witted as always, replied, You are mistaken. It is not what you think. It is my husband, the third son of the Yi family, named Yi Gu. Yes, Yi Gongzi, named Yi Gu. I think that name sounds better than Yi Gu, so I've always referred to him as my husband. Sun Ruru quickly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong laughed. It is indeed a memorable name. Yi Gu, brother-in-law. I will remember it after hearing it once. Let us go. I would like to meet this Yi family's husband. With that, Zhang Tong took the lead, followed closely by Sun Ayan and Sun Ruru. Within the restricted area, the Yi family's carriages came to a halt in succession. Yi Gu and Yi Zhong alighted from the carriages. Upon seeing Sun Ayan, Sun Ruru, and an unfamiliar young man approaching, Yi Zhong promptly warned third brother, that young man is Zhang Tong, a trusted aide of the city lord. With a strength equivalent to the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, Yi Gu was taken aback. He looks only about 6 or 7 years older than us, yet his strength has reached the Yuaning level. Tianyang City truly is a place of hidden talents. I am increasingly eager to settle there. As the two conversed, Zhang Tong and the others approached. Zhang Tong stepped forward, looking at Yi Gu with a smile. You must be the third son of the Yi family, Yi Gu, right? Yi Gu was momentarily taken aback, while Yi Zhong appeared equally perplexed. Zhang Tong continued, My name is Zhang Tong, styled Huayan. You may call me Huayan as well. Yi Gu remained somewhat dazed, noticing Sun Ruru and Sun Anan exchanging knowing glances and winking at him. Sun Ruru eagerly asked, Yi Gongzi, is it true that you chose the name Yi Gu? Styled Huayan? That is quite distinctive. Do you not think it resembles brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Sun Ruru had inadvertently let slip the arrangement of his name. After all, he had no personal style name. Even if he did, it could not be Huayan. How could he introduce himself in such a manner? Greetings, I am Yi Gu, styled Huayan. He could already envision the awkwardness that would ensue. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Gu, styled Huayan. You may call me Huayan. He imagined that anyone present with an elder sister would surely want to beat him up. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Gu helplessly responded, Yi. Huayan greets brother Huayan. Zhang Tong smiled, extending his hand to shake Yi Gu's. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Tong noticeably increased the pressure in his grip. Yi Gu, unfazed, matched his intensity. As Zhang Tong felt the reciprocated strength. He maintained his composure while increasing his grip. After all, he was at the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, and his physical prowess surpassed that of Yi Gu. As Zhang Tong's strength escalated to the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, Yi Gu finally began to feel a hint of pressure. The enlightenment from the starry sky the previous day had significantly enhanced his myriad pathways, allowing his physical strength to be unmatched below the Golden Core realm. Yet Zhang Tong's prowess was far beyond that, reaching the extraordinary Yuaning realm. As Yi Gu endured until he reached the Golden Core realm before revealing a hint of defeat. Zhang Tong felt a subtle astonishment within. To withstand the 9th layer of Qi refinement and hold out until the 1st layer of Golden Core. No wonder the Zhang family has yet to resolve this matter. This young man possesses some merit. Zhang Tong was eager to further test the limits of Yi Gu. However, Sun Anan hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two, then smiled and said, Young Master Yi, we are departing with the recruitment team. There is something I must inform you, Zhang Tong interjected. There is a group of unidentified individuals. Miss, tread carefully with your words. Zhang Tong interrupted Sun Anan before she could finish. Yet, Sun Anan asserted, since young Master Yi and his family are traveling with us, it is necessary to inform them. She had already given her heart to Yi Gu. How could she possibly keep this news from him? She continued without hesitation. A group of unidentified individuals has followed the team to Shilyang County. Their target is likely your Yi residence. You must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu chuckled. Is that so? Rest assured, they will not make a move. Zhang Tong laughed in response. Young Master Jeff, that is quite a bold claim. Has your Yi family recently offended some enemies, and you are unaware? Yi Gu smiled and replied, Does young Master Huayan not believe me? Believe you? What evidence do you possess to earn my trust? Merely a Qi refinement practitioner? Yi Gu retorted, Indeed, my strength pales in comparison to young Master Huayan's. However, I pride myself on possessing a modicum of strategy. If young Master Huayan is skeptical, would you dare to wager with me? Should I lose, I shall gift each soldier in your escort team a 4th-rank spirit essence pill. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yi Chong hurriedly exclaimed, What are you thinking, third brother? A single 4th-rank spirit essence pill is worth 1,000 spirit stones. This team must consist of at least 200 individuals, which amounts to 200,000 spirit stones. You wouldn't even do that for charity. Yi Gu merely chuckled and shook his head, indicating it was of no concern. Zhang Tong, however, was not swayed by Yi Gu's wager and countered, And what if I lose? Yi Gu replied with a smile, Rest assured, should I inadvertently win, I shall invite young Master Huayan to our residence as a guest for a day once we arrive in Tianyang City. How does that sound? A guest for a day? Simply like that. Zhang Tong appeared somewhat puzzled. This wager seemed to hold no significant consequence for him. Yigu affirmed, indeed. Simply like that. Meanwhile, Chong, overhearing this exchange, whispered, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Spending 200,000 spirit stones just to have this fellow visit our home for a day? With that amount, wouldn't it be more delightful to invite a few courtesans to dance for us? You actually extended an invitation to him? I can't believe it." As he spoke, Chong's gaze towards Yigu shifted dramatically. He hurriedly took a few steps back, distancing himself from Yigu while clutching his chest.